The days of hiding in the night are over. The days of running scared are over. Today we stand unified and unapologetically stating the facts that we demand the right to vote, that we demand the opportunity to have our voices heard, that we demand to be heard, and that we are letting everyone know that
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Monday, July 19th, 2021. You are taking a Live Now look at the Disney Dream. It has returned to Port Canaveral after performing a test cruise this weekend. There was actually hundreds of Disney Cruise Line employees on board, all playing the role of passengers as the ship set sail on a test cruise. They boarded on Saturday afternoon and the ship left port at around 4 in the afternoon, so not even a full 48 hours there. The Disney Dream was previously scheduled to test sailing late last month, but that was canceled after 5 out of nearly 600 crew members on the ship tested positive for COVID-19. Now, the cruise ship Mardi Gras, one that a lot of people are excited about, that's ready to set sail in 2 weeks. It will be the first paid passenger cruise at Port Canaveral since this COVID-19 pandemic began almost everybody a year and a half ago. So we're keeping a very close eye on it. Gorgeous ship there for sure, and we're likely going to see a stunning sunrise out there as well. All right, everybody, so good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida, very close to Port Canaveral, the Space Coast, Cocoa Beach, and the like out that way. So I have your morning brief ready to go for you, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. First, we're going to take a look at the wildfires plaguing the western portions of the U.S. Dozens of fires charring forests and burning homes to the ground across several states. Fox News' Chris DeMeo has more on what firefighters are doing to combat the infernos and what is causing a majority of these devastating blazes.
Largest currently burning in the U.S., requiring an all-hands-on-deck approach as extra firefighters from Utah are now being sent in. But with this year's fire season already off to an even earlier start than last year's, officials say more fires like this are on the horizon. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
All right, everybody, looks like I caught the tail end of this story. Let me make sure I get the whole thing for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's try this again.
An army of chainsaws echoing through the night in Northern California as firefighters get up close and personal to the flames from the Beckworth complex blaze. The inferno is one of several dozen burning across the West Coast, destroying more than 100,000 acres as of this weekend.
We're having a lot of fires every year, and they're really bad.
Officials cite lightning strikes as the main cause of many of the ongoing fires, and with at least 60% of the entire country now facing extreme drought conditions, the bone-dry grass and trees are prime targets. The Tamarack fire near Lake Tahoe is proof of that, with the flames engulfing more than 18,000 acres by Sunday morning, forcing mandatory evacuations.
The trees and the animals and everything being destroyed, killed.
But it's the unpredictable nature of these fires that's causing major frustration, with many folks in the surrounding areas constantly living on edge.
You get all ready, you move all your stuff, and then the fire's over, you move your stuff back in, and then another one.
Meanwhile, in Oregon, the Bootleg fire is now consuming an area roughly the size of Los Angeles. Thick clouds of smoke and ash painting the sky gray as officials say about 5,000 homes remain at risk of being destroyed. The Bootleg fire is now the largest currently burning in the U.S., requiring an all-hands-on-deck approach, as extra firefighters from Utah are now being sent in. But with this year's fire season already off to an even earlier start than last year's, officials say more fires like this are on the horizon. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live now look. This is Wildwood, New Jersey. Look at the boardwalk out there just past 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. And there's people already out there getting their exercise in for the day, seeing people on bikes there, seeing people walking, as well as workers out there preparing the boardwalk area for all the people who will be out there today, despite the fact that it is a Monday. It is summer break for so many Americans, and they're getting out and about again, whether in communities that they live full time or have summer homes at, or perhaps they are on vacation now that millions of Americans are vaccinated against COVID-19 and they are feeling comfortable with traveling again via the skies or the roads out here in the U.S. Again, good morning, everybody. It is Monday, July 19th, 2021. So happy that you are here. Well, a federal judge orders the Biden administration to put a stop to new DACA applications after a coalition of states sued, claiming the program was illegal. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has the story.
The DACA program has been controversial since its inception in 2012. Now a federal judge in Texas says it's illegal and that the government can no longer accept applications from so-called dreamers. DACA was created by President Obama through an executive order. The program allows some undocumented immigrants to be protected from deportation. Texas was among the states suing to block the measure, and the state's attorney general, he tweeted his reaction saying, "I think it's right to stop a president who just decided that he didn't like federal law and came up with his own immigration laws. We sued him, rightfully so, for violating federal law, and we won." But President Biden, he's already promising to keep fighting for DACA's survival. The president says the Justice Department will work to appeal the decision, and he goes on to say yesterday's federal court ruling is deeply disappointing. While the court's order does not now affect current DACA recipients, this decision nonetheless relegates hundreds of thousands of young immigrants to an uncertain future. This latest ruling is also sending shockwaves up on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are once again urging for a passage of comprehensive immigration reform. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, he's among those speaking out. He says, "Not a surprise, just a painful reminder that we need to stop relying on temporary immigration fixes." The president says he's going to be renewing his call on Congress to act with urgency. Meantime, the judge's ruling blocks new DACA applications, but the government will be allowed to process renewals, at least for now. However, some experts warn that could change based on future rulings. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I am coming at you live from our East Coast hub. Just realized I have the wrong date up there, so I'm going to correct it. There you go. By the way, everybody, if you didn't know, you're Live Now from Fox host when we are at the helm here. I call it sitting at mission control because it's pretty much like flying an airplane or a spaceship. We are at the helm. We control the graphics, the audio, the video, everything that you are seeing, everything that you are hearing. Now, the whole show, even though we don't have scripts, we don't have teleprompters, we do kind of have, information on the stories that we're bringing you in background and the like. But this is a totally non-traditional type of show. We don't just cover news, we cover lifestyle, we cover everything pandemic related and the like. We cover sports in the capacity that we can, talking about the NBA Finals. My Phoenix Suns unfortunately lost over the weekend, so still rooting for them, though. They still have a little bit of a chance. But we just wanted to show you the scope there. We've got New York on the top right-hand side of your screen. We've got Washington, D.C., the White House on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We've got hundreds of cameras across the country, but putting together this show is a huge team effort. You don't just have myself, Regina Gonzalez, Rain Augustine here at the East Coast Hub. We have an intern here as well as in our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. They have an intern. They've got Mike Page, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft, Christy Larson, producers and the like behind the scenes as well. And then you've got Stephanie Weaver all the way on the West Coast out in Los Angeles, California. Live Now from Fox, we are now a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com. Again, it's livenowfox.com. See all the different ways you can watch us and always take us with you. Happy Monday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you guys have all did have a fantastic weekend. Continuing on with your morning brief, everybody, we've got a story here for you about efforts. They are now underway to rename a fish after experts say the name of the species could cause harm to an ethnic minority. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty reports. Can fish be racist? A growing number of wildlife officials say yes, at least when it comes to what they're called. The Asian carp is an invasive species first brought to the States to help clean sewage ponds, but escaped into the wild where it's been disrupting a number of ecosystems. And now some officials don't want the term Asian to be attributed to a problematic fish.
That negative feeling, negative connotation then gets applied to Asian culture.
This concern is prompting more organizations to consider renaming the species, with the Fish and Wildlife Service recently referring to it as the invasive carp.
I understand why people are doing this, whether it's the Wildlife Services or whether it's us not referring to the coronavirus as associated to a particular ethnicity.
This initiative follows the recent surge in Asian American hate crimes throughout the pandemic, with many folks criticizing former President Trump for linking COVID-19 to Asian people by referring to it as the China virus. But besides renaming fish, other states are launching additional efforts to combat the rise in anti-Asian violence. New York City is issuing a new hate crime public awareness campaign, and Illinois will require all public schools to start teaching Asian American history classes. Meanwhile, another species is coming under fire for its name. The gypsy moth is facing calls to be rebranded due to the term gypsy being classified as an ethnic slur. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News. Taking another Live Now look, everybody. This is New York, New York. This Monday morning, the Big Apple has definitely been seeing more tourists as a result of COVID-19 vaccinations going into the arms of Americans. They're comfortable with traveling again. We are going to go from New York to Washington, D.C. to get you the latest here with Fox's David Spunt. Top lawmakers in D.C. come into contact with COVID-19, and Biden administration's war against COVID-19 has a new target: people spreading vaccine misinformation on social media.
The president spent the weekend at Camp David. He did not meet with this group of Texas legislators. However, Vice President Kamala Harris did. Her office put out a statement to Fox News on Saturday. It reads in part, based on the timeline of these positive tests, it was determined the vice president and her staff present at the meeting were not at risk of exposure because they were not in close contact with those who tested positive and therefore do not need to be tested or quarantined. The vice president and her staff are fully vaccinated. Vice President Kamala Harris did make a visit to Walter Reed Medical Center on Sunday. This was a routine doctor's appointment, according to her office. In addition to the vice president, the group met with Senator Joe Manchin, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Their offices say they were not exposed, and a spokesperson for the vice president tells us the same thing. White House officials are concerned about the spread of the Delta variant. U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy spoke to Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace. People online spreading nearly 2/3 of the misinformation about vaccines. At the White House, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, David, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are in your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Guess what? A lot of parents, they are still going to work despite the fact that it is summer break for a lot of students. Perhaps students are staying up late or waking up early to go to summer school. Some do. And, you know, maybe you're just enjoying summer break in all its glory and you're watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. Again, we are a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com. Going to head on over to my home state next here on Live Now this morning, and that's because Arizona Governor Doug Ducey is at odds with schools over their COVID-19 policies, as many people are looking forward to the quickly approaching fall semester.
This letter from Governor Ducey's office sent to Peoria Unified on Wednesday, claiming the practice of instituting a mandatory 10-day quarantine for unvaccinated students exposed to COVID-19, but exempting vaccinated students, is against state law. That specific law states that a school district or charter school cannot require students or teachers to get the COVID-19 vaccine or wear face coverings in the classroom. Peoria Unified says students do have those options.
We were a bit caught off guard to receive that. Our practices and our procedures for the mitigation of COVID-19 have been consistent with the guidance and the requirements that have been shared through the Arizona Department of Health Services as well as Maricopa County Department of Public Health.
Daniel Airy, spokesperson for PUSD, says the district reached out to the governor's office for clarification. The letter also claims the quarantine policy will lead to too many students missing school, saying kids deserve more time in the classroom given the challenges inflicted by the pandemic already. Airy says teacher communication with students and families during quarantine is always a priority.
We were one of only a few school districts that remained open all of last school year, and we were able to do that by following the county guidance and the state guidance in order to keep students and staff safe.
We are live now in Louisville, Kentucky this Monday morning. Everybody, take a look at this sunrise out there. Absolutely positively gorgeous. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys are all having a great day so far. We are in your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day going across the country. Next, we're going to go way out west to the Bay Area, San Francisco, Oakland, and the like. And that's because one restaurant owner has now put a surcharge on his bills, and that's because he says he needs it to stay afloat after the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fox's Amber Lee has more.
The Refuge in San Mateo just opened at the end of June. It's the owner's third and newest restaurant on the peninsula.
We are literally a mom and pa. We are a family restaurant.
Matt Levin implemented what's called a 2% wellness fee to patrons' checks when this location opened, and he's charging the same fee at his other restaurants. He says he needs it to survive and that the money helps him hire and retain workers in a highly competitive market, not to mention the skyrocketing price of food.
You kind of have to be a partner with the restaurants that you love, and understand the way they operate.
Levin says he offers his employees a 401k plan, paid time off, and is working on health insurance for them.
If it helps the workers and helps to retain them and gives them a better wage, I would be okay with it.
In downtown San Jose, Sushi Confidential also started charging what the owner calls a 3.5% living wage surcharge. The owner tells me he needs it to retain workers with a competitive wage. In downtown Burlingame, Sapore Italiano has been in business almost 20 years. Owner Elio Durzo says he's also dealing with hiring workers and high food costs. Durzo says he plans to raise prices by 50 cents, but not charge a fee.
We already have tips, tax. Oh my God, you have 3 fee? I think it's so much.
He says 80% of his clientele are regulars and that their support has kept his doors open during the pandemic. One patron says he wants to know what the cost of his meal is up front.
I would rather see the increase in the meal price rather than a surcharge at the end.
Durso has 2 other restaurants and says he's retained some employees by offering them a partnership. He says he's been able to hire workers with the help of his employees.
When you treat them nice, they're referral to somebody else, so they bring friends, they bring brother, sister,
Love eating out, but sometimes it could be pricey for sure. Restaurant owners still recovering as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias, coming at you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. As you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, yes, that is Lady Liberty, the Statue of Liberty out there in New York, in the harbor. Take a look at that. You got a boat going by as well. Such a beautiful and iconic live picture. She stands tall and proud out there in the harbor. Wow, so beautiful for sure. What a great way to start off your day and your week by seeing all these different live cameras across the country and even worldwide right here on Live Now from Fox. We are working really hard. We're reaching out to all the Fox owned and operated stations across the country to bring you some top stories, updates, breaking news, and the like as live reports right here. So thank you for being with us this morning as we work to do that. As soon as we can get them confirmed, as soon as we can get them on, we will do so. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Jerry Willis is going to get us all up to speed with our Fox Business Briefs when we return right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in.
Prices might be up, but right now that isn't bringing shoppers down. Retail sales rising by 0.6% in June. Most expectations had sales dropping. We saw strong gains in electronics, clothing, and restaurants as the economy continues to rebound from the pandemic lockdowns. But those shopping sprees could be short-lived. An early read on consumer confidence show a surprising drop in the first part of July. Inflation definitely a concern for Americans going forward, so we'll be watching. And still no relief for drivers at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded gas creeping higher again this week. A gallon now at $3.16, the highest level we've seen in 7 years. To Wall Street, and a rare down week for your money. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all lower. That's business. I'm Sherry Willis.
All right, after you talk business, you have to take a live look, everybody, at New York, New York. You've got the Freedom Tower out there. Such a gorgeous live picture for sure to start out your day and your week. One World Trade Center out there at 285 Fulton Street in New York, New York. 10007 out there. So beautiful for sure. Happy Monday, everybody. Good morning. And thank you so much for watching Live Now from Fox. All right. Well, believe it or not, it's not just restaurants that are still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. Theme parks are in for a long ride this summer as they face worker shortages, but overwhelming demand from the public. Fox Business Network's Lydia Hugh reports from Sesame Place in Pennsylvania.
After being forced to close for months last year, operators of Sesame Place are thrilled to welcome back crowds like this one on a hot summer day. But it doesn't come without some challenges. They need extra workers. They have an opening for about 500 entry-level positions this summer. And the operators here tell us that it's all hands on deck until they get those positions filled.
I think it's a challenge. It speaks to the passion of everybody here at Sesame Place that we're all just willing to make this work and figure it out. As you mentioned, that everybody from all the way up to our park president is willing to roll up their sleeves and make sure that the park is operating efficiently. Like I saw our park president working a food stand the other day. Our maintenance and engineering director was operating a ride. Our head of HR was doing the turnstile. So everyone's willing to do whatever they need to do. So the fact that it's hard or how much of a challenge this is isn't really our focus. Our focus is really on the guests, and it's on making sure our team members feel supported right now.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, employment in amusement parks and arcades is slowly recovering, but still remains down about 56,000 workers. Some theme parks across the country had to cut back on hours or days, but Sesame Place is adamant that they won't do that. Instead, they're cross-training employees so they can both operate a ride and perhaps work in a kitchen. They say that helps them make the most of the workforce that they do have. Now, to recruit for those 500 open positions, Sesame Place has boosted wages to $16 an hour. They're offering bonuses of $500 and an opportunity for their workers to earn an extra $2,000 this summer alone. And some might say the best perk of all is that it's a chance to say Elmo is your coworker. In Langhorne, Pennsylvania, Lydia Hu for Fox Business.
Yeah. Elmo as a coworker. That sounds pretty good. All right, everybody. Again, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. While I have a moment, I would like to invite you guys to please join me on social media. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All you have to do is search for Pilar News Now. Again, that's Pilar News Now. I'd be happy to connect with you while I'm hosting the show and also while I'm not as well. And no, I don't just post new stuff on my social media. We can actually connect. And you know what? You guys can even send me some pictures of the sunrises or weather conditions where you are at. And if you give me permission, I might even be able to put them on the show. So let's connect. Again, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Well, you know me. I like to end the morning brief on lighter, happier, feel-good type news. Coming up next, UNLV School of Nursing is working to inspire the next generation of healthcare workers, and we all learned just how important they are during the pandemic. And they're doing it by offering a nurse camp for high school students and recent high school graduates. The goal is to give them an inside look at the job and the career possibilities. Fox's Nakura Azuka has more.
The COVID-19, pandemic just emphasized how important the nursing role is.
The UNLV School of Nursing is hosting a nurse camp for high school students and recent high school grads. Coordinator Minnie Woods says they'll be exposed to all different parts of the field.
Learn, what's in a hospital room. How do you make a bed when somebody is already in it, when it's already occupied? How do we lift a patient when they're too heavy or it's unsafe to help move them?
There was this mannequin that we did work on, and it had like all of the vital signs, and so you could hear like abnormal breathing, abnormal heart rate, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Camper Mercedes Bryan tells us she's already made her mind up for her career. She will be a pre-nursing student at UNLV in the fall.
I want to help people. I want to be a trauma nurse. I like gory things. I like excitement, and that's what I like to do. I just don't want like a boring office job, and nursing has a lot of stuff and opportunities.
So you would skip the first one?
Not only does a career path provide a lot of opportunity, Woods says it'll also be a good fit for lots of different people.
We often think that nurses are only just the warm and fuzzy kind of people, and that's important. Great communication skills and empathy are really central, but we also have people who are really interested in the hard sciences or are interested in technology. There is really a place in nursing for anyone.
In Kira Kazuka, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas.
All right, this is a gorgeous Live Now look this morning in Jeffersonville, Indiana. Look at the bridge there. You've got the river. And look at that live picture. I think it's pretty close to Louisville. As a matter of fact, the camera itself might actually be facing into Louisville. I'm trying to look there in the area. Not too familiar with it, but yeah, the Ohio River. Interesting. Very gorgeous live picture. I saw it on our live feeds, and I figured I'd bring it to you this morning here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, before we go to a commercial break, a costume disguise can't hide the happiness of a military father waiting to see his kids after getting back home again. Fox's Zane Placco has the story.
I can't wait. Kind of been waiting for this day for the last 11 months.
After nearly a year away in Cuba serving as an Army military police officer, Christopher DeWitt donned a costume as Leroy the Lobster, ostensibly to talk to Mundelein summer campers about safety tips, including his 8-year-old daughter, Gemma. When it was Gemma's turn to meet Leroy, he showed her a lucky toy she'd given him before his deployment, and then gave her the surprise of her young life.
It's amazing. I've missed her tremendously, so it's really a good feeling right now.
Then DeWitt put the lobster head back on to surprise his 4-year-old son Colton at the camp across the street.
It went great. It's like I said, it's amazing being home and seeing these guys, and I missed them every single day.
In Mundelein, Dane Placco, Fox 32 News.
All right, everybody, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Meanwhile, those of you who are sticking around, going to be taking a live look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, New York. See you soon. Back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, you're taking a look at Haneda Airport. This is in Tokyo, Japan. Olympics 2020, yeah, it's still called that, and that's because the Olympics actually did not happen last year due to the pandemic. What we are witnessing here, though, everybody, is Olympic team members from Taiwan arriving at the airport there. They have been having a camera there for just a little bit. I'm not sure if it's going to be like a huge team, like all together at once, or if it's been certain members. And that's because I've been keeping a very close eye on the camera here, and sometimes I do zoom in on like individual people walking by. So I'm not quite sure, but there are several people out there standing around, looks like members of the media with cameras, cell phones, and the like. So it could be one huge Olympic team from Taiwan that do arrive there at Haneda Airport in Tokyo, Japan. So I'll keep a very close eye on this. I just wanted to show you that we are live and worldwide here on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do. So might be running late to a plane there at the airport. Somebody ran by really quickly. So I just wanted to show you the live picture. There's a lot of movement right now. Oh. Wow, that's pretty cool, everybody. Of course, they're not speaking English out there in Tokyo, Japan, but very cool to see this morning. Going to bring you back out here to the U.S., matter of fact, to Chicago, Illinois, where there's a lot of office vacancies due to the coronavirus pandemic. This report filed by Fox 32 Chicago.
We've been talking of late about the very slow trickle of office workers going back to work downtown. And now a new report highlights just how brutal the landscape is right now for building owners.
Yeah, the number from CBRE Real Estate shows that almost 1 in 5 offices downtown, it's vacant. That's an all-time high, too, folks. Here to tell us more about this is Mike Watts. He's CBRE's new president of investor leasing in the Americas. Thanks for coming on this morning.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so give us some perspective. How bad is this for landlords?
Well, you have to take a look at it. Investors of commercial real estate, in particular office space in downtown Chicago, they know that Chicago is a cyclical market. But what they like about Chicago is the diversification of the industry. For example, it's not like a Detroit, which is so tied to the automotive industry, or say Houston, so tied to the energy sector. The diversification of the type of companies that reside in downtown Chicago allows it typically to weather these kind of economic downturns and stabilize a little bit faster. So if you look at 2007, 2008, the financial collapse, Chicago stabilized and then vacancy decreased, even going back to what they called in the early 2000s, the dot-com implosion. Chicago stabilized and then vacancy decreased. So that's what we expect to happen on this cycle also.
So it sounds, at least in my ear, that that's a very optimistic take on what is an extraordinary circumstance. And I'm talking about the pandemic. And we know, because we've talked almost ad nauseum about this culture shift where a lot of workers say, hey, I'll go work somewhere else unless I can work at least part-time at home. Is there concern that this time around, I know you said it's cyclical, it could take a lot longer to see all that office space fill up?
It could take longer, but there's a few things that I think need to be noted. There's a lot of owners of office space in downtown Chicago, owners of large buildings, that actually took time during the pandemic to improve their building. They spent the money on capital projects they had planned, or they continued planning and are about to swing hammers now. So as people come back to the office, I think what they're going to see is, in some instances, the building they left is a lot better now than it was a year ago. And I think that also bodes pretty well in terms of owners who have made the commitment and the financial commitment to help corporations get their people back into the office.
Good selling point.
Certainly, flexible employee working time is going to be something that is likely to be introduced at a higher level going forward.
Yeah, but these landlords also face some challenges, don't they? Because the way you're looking at video right now of the office space, everybody's really close. You got to do some reconfiguration. And maybe while you thought for 100 employees, you could work with this smaller space, you may have to end up leasing more space so that you can give employees, make them feel safe and be safe.
Absolutely. There are a few things, though, that when you're in major office buildings, especially in downtown Chicago, I would say downtown Chicago is probably the most advanced market relative to amenities and creating tenant environments. Oftentimes, a building, especially a larger building, will have a tenant lounge, which is a really, really nice community space. And what we're seeing is a lot of office users are taking advantage now more than ever of that community space to kind of add that on to their own footprint. So certainly there are modifications that will have to be made. There's modifications that owners have to make, right? Things like indoor air quality are now more important.
Yes.
Things like, sanitization, janitorial, those are more important. But again, owners have had time during this pandemic to sort of figure out their game plan and their strategy for making their building the most appealing for the tenants in the market right now.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, well, Mike Watts, kind of eye-opening here. CBRE's new president of investor leasing in the Americas. Thanks for your time and giving us a little insight here.
Thank you very much.
All right.
We are taking a live now look, everybody. This is downtown Chicago, Illinois. From the lake there has been something on this camera lens since this weekend, maybe even longer. But I did notice that, and for a moment I was like, you know what, I'm not going to show the live picture because of whatever that is on the camera. But then I was like, man, it's still a great shot of the downtown Chicago, Illinois skyline for sure. We are going to go from the Midwest all the way out west to Fox 11 Los Angeles. They put together this next segment that I'm going to bring you here this morning. One of the things the president is calling for is over-the-counter sales of hearing aids. And while that would reduce costs, there is another side to the issue. Dr. Amit Gosalia, a doctor of audiology at West Valley Hearing Center, chats with Fox 11 LA's Tony McEwing and Brooke Thomas.
It's been nearly a week since President Biden signed an executive order aimed at boosting competition within the U.S. economy. Now, the president's plan is aimed at powerful industries where just a handful of players have so much market clout they can drive up prices. Now, one of the things that he's calling for is over-the-counter sales of hearing aids. And while that would reduce costs, there is another side to that issue.
And joining us to discuss it is Dr. Amit Gosalia, the doctor of audiology at West Valley Hearing Center. Doctor, good morning. Thanks for being here with us.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
And so I know this executive order is causing a lot of confusion. Can you break down some of the biggest misconceptions you think people have right now?
Yeah, and thanks for asking that, Brooke. The reality is that back in 2017, Senator Elizabeth Warren actually pushed forth the Over-the-Counter Hearing Aid Act, which caused a lot of confusion, as you just mentioned. The issue is that hearing aids are actually a Class 1 medical device. They're not just a consumer electronic that you can just buy off the shelf. And the data that, the reason why it's been 4 years since we still don't have something pushed forward is because we're still trying to identify what the rules are, the safety concerns for patients, and it's very, very confusing. And so we don't have that data yet. And the fundamental issue, again, is that because it's a Class 1 medical device and you need to have an evaluation by a doctor first, we're having trouble identifying how do we put forth something that's just over the counter.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are very specific things that you have to consider when you talk about hearing aids. It's not a one device fits all type of situation. I mean, everybody's different and their needs are different.
Absolutely correct. The fundamental problem that we ran into after this executive order came out is that President Biden actually listed that the adoption rate for hearing devices is 14%, which is actually very inaccurate. That number is actually the prevalence of Americans with hearing loss, which is 14%. When we look at bigger studies, national studies, especially by Market Track, we're finding that adoption rate is actually closer to 34%. Now, don't get me wrong, that's still very abysmal in terms of how many people are actually getting help for their hearing. But if you look at England, where NHS is covering hearing aids for free, free hearing aids, their adoption rate is still about 48%, less than half. So cost really isn't the issue. And if cost was the issue, then the cost of these devices that are actually being promoted right now should be pretty low. But the reality is that when you look at how much they cost, they're actually selling them for a few $100s up to a few $1,000s each. And these are ones that you can buy off the internet. But if you come to a doctor's office, guess how much hearing aids cost? A few $100s to a couple $1,000s each. So what are you saving? You're really not saving much. And so that's where a lot of the confusion has been coming in.
And so when talking about over-the-counter hearing aids, I know you have a big warning when it comes to children. Why do you say it's something, buying one for a child over-the-counter is something you should never do?
Yeah, that's a great question, Brooke, because the idea is that when we look at pediatrics, when we're looking at children who are learning, and we're looking at the education system, we learn by hearing, right? So if you hear your teacher teaching you something, then you're able to retain that and actually push that information back out or actually absorb it. So we are very concerned about parents buying these devices for their kids because they actually aren't as effective as a device. It's almost like buying readers or cheaters at the store. We know that that's not a prescription. You have to get a vision test, or in this case, you have to get a hearing evaluation, which is, again, something that the Biden administration is saying that maybe we can circumvent this and just buy these devices over the counter.
Dr. Gonzalez, you say cost really isn't the big issue, but the fact of the matter is, and you even alluded to this, there can be huge swings in cost for hearing aids depending upon, I guess, the type of hearing aid that you're getting or the quality. So what do we do? I mean, how do we actually address this problem? Obviously, there is a perception that cost is an issue, or the president would never have issued this executive order with regard to hearing aids.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of unscrupulous people out there who are selling hearing aids at enormous costs. And the bottom line is when you come see a doctor of audiology, like myself, for example, the idea is that we're focused on patient-centered care. So when you come in, we look at you as the patient, not the device. The device is just a widget that helps us focus on, of course, we're focused on your ears, but what we're really focused on is what's happening between your ears. We know now that there's a significant relationship with hearing and the brain. In fact, the Lancet Commission just published a huge paper that actually stated that hearing loss is the #1 modifiable risk factor for dementia. That's a huge statement. And because of that, we recommend you see an audiologist, get your hearing evaluated, and based on what your needs are, we would make the appropriate recommendation. Now, I say this very carefully with my patients that I actually don't care how much they cost because I'm not the one that pays for it. But if somebody chooses something that's actually a very low end product, which is still very high quality, they can still do very, very well. You don't have to buy $3,000, $4,000 hearing aids just to get help. And on top of it, Tony, there's actually a lot of organizations that actually provide free hearing aids. So Medi-Cal, some insurance companies, the VA provides hearing aids for veterans. So we're involved, at least in our office, with all these organizations to make sure that those folks who need hearing help can get it. So that cost is not the barrier.
Yes, with anything else, you have to do your homework.
You do. Dr. Gosalia, thanks so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is next. Thank you so much for being here this Monday morning. Take another live look at Port Canaveral. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, thanks for your patience and understanding this Monday morning here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look. Port Canaveral, Florida, the Disney cruise liner. It went on a test cruise on Saturday, and it is already back here at Port Canaveral. So it'll be interesting to see what, if anything, happened amongst the crew members that were acting as passengers this weekend. But right now, we're going to be taking you out to Philadelphia, where Steve Keeley is joining us to talk about some weekend violence that happened. We had shootings, multiple people injured. Good morning, Steve. How are you doing?
Well, Philadelphia is one of the big cities in this country that has what many believe is the biggest problem this country faces today, and that is gun violence. Look at this scene, bullet holes in the window of a busy convenience store. 5 people shot at this scene, including a 1-year-old baby shot in the leg. 1-year-old baby. You have people shooting into a store, not knowing who's in the store, not caring that there's a little baby in the arms of a mother also wounded. Then you have somebody in the store actually shooting back in the store. These people didn't know what to do and are diving behind ice cream counters to live. In the latest shooting here, where we had 40 wounded and 5 murdered just since the weekend began here in Philadelphia, police were shot at as they arrived, where 3 teenagers, 16, 17, and 18, were all wounded in a prominent spot right under the mass transit train system here in Philadelphia. We are now at 304 murders officially for this year. We have surpassed the year totals for 5 recent years, just 6.5 months into the year. The deputy commissioner showed up at that scene where that little infant was shot, as they do in all cases, and we've had over 100 children shot and wounded this year.
So this goes to show that there are a lot of guns on the street, and you have folks who are not afraid to use these guns, and they don't care who's around when they use these guns. So it's a big problem. This is not okay. This is not okay at all. Not okay.
So what can be done? Well, authorities here in Philadelphia meet here at City Hall every 2 weeks for a bi-weekly gun violence briefing. It seems like they keep getting asked the same questions over and over and keep giving the same answers and keep seeing the same results. So here we are just halfway through the year, now going to hit probably 600 homicides for the first time ever here in Philadelphia if the year continues as it's going to. Guys?
Yeah, you guys have been going through a lot out there, Steve. Thank you so much for that update, and hopefully we will not have to check in again with you soon, but we appreciate it. Taking a live now look, everybody. This is the White House in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for joining us this Monday morning. Hope you guys all had a fabulous weekend so far. We are now covering stuff from our Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country. Remember, this is a huge team effort to put on the show right here on Live Now from Fox. So again, I hope you guys are all having a great morning so far. I do want to take a look, everybody. Over the weekend, Los Angeles County in California, they re-implemented the mask mandate. Indoors, outdoors, vaccinated, not vaccinated. Some people, they are not fans of what is happening out there in Southern California. So Fox 11 LA, they broke it all down for us in some special coverage, and I want to get the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. But before we do that, I do want to let you know, I just went on their website, foxla.com, and I see Los Angeles County has reported 1,635 new cases of coronavirus. The 10th day in a row, there is 1,000 or more COVID-19 cases. So let's get these details from Fox 11 LA.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Good evening and happy Friday. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michaels.
Thank you for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas.
LA County is once again requiring masks indoors. It starts Sunday morning, regardless of vaccination status. Tonight, even some local political leaders are questioning the wisdom of that decision.
And among those we talked to, there is both outrage and support for the mandate. Phil Schuman, he joins us now live from Canoga Park with their reaction. There is a lot of it, Phil.
Well, there is, but hey, remember, people are trying to save lives, slow the spike in coronavirus cases. So if they continue to go up, which they may, according to medical experts, this new mask mandate may just be the first step in getting tougher. Like so many who thought the worst was behind us, Mike Caprarella wonders what will happen next.
I wouldn't be surprised if we shut down all over again. I really wouldn't.
If you're vaccinated, I don't see the point.
And the owner of the gym, Carlos Madrid, said regardless of this new county mandate, he's not going to require his clients to mask up.
I don't think so. I think people are fed up. I think people are angry and people are frustrated.
Having said that, others we spoke with don't see the masks as a major deal. You're going to put it back on?
Yeah, I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Your reaction to the new mask mandate?
Well, if it's a necessary thing, I'd much rather be annoyed than dead.
So why here and not other places? Because LA County, as the health department website boldly reminds us, is being hit by higher numbers of new COVID cases than our neighbors. Still, at Grande Italiani restaurant, owner Aaron Selnick, who survived the pandemic with loans, cutbacks, and dedicated takeout customers, says enough is enough.
It's mixed messaging. I think the message needs to be strong and clear that people need to get vaccinated.
That is the message. Now, this mask mandate, Alex and Marla, this was implemented by the Los Angeles County Health Department, an order they have the authority to implement, even though not all of the county supervisors were on board, in particular, Catherine Barger. We spoke earlier this evening.
Yesterday, when the announcement was made, I expressed concern because I truly do believe we need to have a robust discussion in public and educate people about what we are doing and why we are discussing this. I truly do believe that people are adults and we should treat them like adults and let them know what the risks are. And, you know, I still wear a mask when I go into certain places like the supermarket and all, and I'm vaccinated. But I think we can educate people, but to mandate, I think is going to be counterproductive to what we really want to accomplish.
Would you call it an overreaction?
I would call it, you know, I guess I've talked to my colleagues throughout the state, and LA County is the only one that's doing this. Everyone else is doing just what I said. They are recommending that masks be worn, but not mandating. They feel that mandating would have the opposite effect, similar to what I'm thinking. Do I think it's overreacting? To a degree. You know, I think that when we first had Corona in LA County, people thought we were overreacting by closing down businesses. When in fact we saw a spread and saw our healthcare system on the brink of really a disaster. But with the vaccine, we saw those numbers come down. So, you know, I think there's always room for improvement. But in this one, I do think that we did overreach.
What's frustrating to a lot of people is the mixed messaging. LA County says one thing, Orange County's not doing it, the state isn't doing it, the CDC doesn't have a similar recommendation. So they're not quite sure who's in charge, who to listen to.
And that is also a frustration of mine. I think that we need to continue to be aligned with the state and speak with one voice. You know, the state has their medical experts, their public health experts that are advising the governor on what to do moving forward. We can all agree that, you know, public health officers have their own ability to make orders without consulting with the elected officials. But in this case, I have to question why we are not aligning with the state and why we're not aligning with CDC. The numbers.
What's the answer?
Well, the answer is that the public health, Dr. Ferrer wants to err on the side of caution. And you know, unfortunately, I have not personally talked to her. Dr. Davis was the one providing us with the information. I do feel that it's overreacting, especially when you've got the state and the federal government still sticking with the recommended. And again, I tell people, if you're not vaccinated, you should be wearing a mask.
What's wrong with erring on the side of caution? Just to take
I think that I'll tell you what's wrong with erring on the side of caution. What I'm hearing from people is they're sick and tired of government telling them what to do. And if the state is saying you don't need to, and CDC is saying you don't need to if you're vaccinated, they feel like the county is once again taking matters into their own hands and dictating what individuals should do. And I think that is counterproductive to what Dr. Ferrer and what public health wants as an end game.
But you're one of the 5 leaders of the county, so how does this happen?
Well, I'm one of 5, and I can tell you that I've been vocal and I'm upfront. And you know, when you reached out to me, I'm very transparent in terms of what my opinion is. I can't speak for my colleagues. I know people want me to, but I can't. But I can tell you that I feel it's overreach. You know, when I go out and talk in the community, and I can tell you, I was in the office yesterday out in the front of my office listening to people calling in, people are angry. They feel like we are mandating things that are not consistent with what's taking place in other counties, in the state, and quite frankly, with the federal government.
And what do you tell them?
You know, I tell them I agree, and I will still continue to say to Dr. Ferrer and to public health and to my colleagues, and Janice Hahn and I have had this talk about aligning with the state. You need to send the right message. When I was shared, what I learned, Phil, is people want transparency and consistency.
And she doesn't think that's what people are getting, Alex and Marla. Catherine Barger, appreciate her time. In my experience, one of the few politicians who actually tells you what they think without a spin or without varnish. The bottom line is the county health department had the authority to implement this new order, and that's what they did, calling it, quote, a moderate risk reduction strategy.
Let me just throw this out there because these numbers just came in a few moments ago. The LA County Public Health Department saying that there are 1,902 new COVID cases today. To put this into perspective, this is the 8th day that LA County has recorded more than 1,000 cases. To put that into even more perspective, since the state reopened a month ago, the daily test positivity rate has jumped 700% within LA County.
Right, and those are alarming numbers. There's no question about it. But what Catherine Barger, Janice Hahn are saying is that, first of all, there should have been public debate and discussion about this new mask mandate. And second of all, what percentage of those are unvaccinated? If it keeps with what the recent numbers have shown, it's probably 99+%. Right. So all of this public effort should be on vaccination, not going back to masking.
Right, and even 2,000 cases today, we still do have a county of 10 million people, still way, way, way down from what we were seeing in January, way, way, way down when it comes to deaths and hospitalizations as well. So, Phil, who has the power here? Because that's the question. You hear this from Supervisor Barger, and she sounds very passionate about this. We've heard similar things from Supervisor Hahn, and yet these unelected public health leaders, Dr. Davis, Dr. Ferrer, they're making this
on vacation,
making this decision. Right. But who's in charge here, and what is the check on them?
Well, that's an excellent question. You remember during the restaurant shutdown, for example, Catherine Barger opposed the county health department's decision to shut down indoor dining. From my understanding, and we're really in a lot of uncharted territory here because there's never been this public controversy or split, that the board has the authority to, quote, author a motion directing the health department to take a certain action. But if they did it in this case, and there's no guarantee it would pass 3-2, Mitchell seems to be the swing vote, and she so far hasn't weighed in on this, then that would further undermine public confidence in the decision-making of our leaders. So my understanding is that they have the ability to overrule this, but will they do it? Well, seems very unlikely.
Also, enforcement. We've touched on this a little bit. We heard from Alex Villanueva, LA County Sheriff, and he says he aligns with Barger. He says that this doesn't follow the science, and he doesn't agree with it. He says his deputies will not be enforcing this in any way, shape, or form. Haven't heard that from the LAPD just yet. But the health department doesn't have the manpower. We've already seen that during the surges to go out there and issue citations. So the enforcement issue is a whole other thing that we need to deal with.
Right, and the LAPD has essentially, through one of their spokespeople, said that they're also asking for voluntary compliance. I did see that comment, but it's a similar argument or similar question that was raised. Remember during the restaurant ban, the limiting capacity. I mean, these are all voluntary. They're mandatory orders, but it's voluntary compliance. Right. So, in other words, there's not going to be any masked police running around out there, and that's really the point. It's really a symbolic yet very important message that they're sending to the public to take this seriously and try to reverse this spike.
So, if vaccinations is the real issue, and vaccinations is the solution to this, and the only people that are getting really, really, really sick are people that have not been vaccinated, how do we get more people vaccinated? Because right now it's free. We've given away every kind of money. We're giving away weed. We're giving away concert tickets and Laker tickets. Right. We're doing everything that can possibly happen. And there's still 40% of the county that says, nope, I'm out. I don't want it.
And let me add this. The U.S. Surgeon General is saying that 2/3 of the unvaccinated in this country believe an untruth about the COVID-19 vaccine. So there's a lot of misinformation that circulates on social media. That is also a problem.
Yeah, so what is the messaging strategy from LA County, which has clearly not been successful in getting that 40% of people to get vaccinated? What's going to change there?
Well, they might argue that it's been successful because about 60% of the county has been vaccinated.
Right.
But what they simply say, Alex, and this, this sounds hollow in some ways, is that it's about educating people, providing more information. But we're a year and a half into this, and what more education or what more information do people need other than if you get vaccinated, you most likely will not get seriously sick and you won't die.
Right.
I mean, you heard that one interview with that gentleman in the restaurant that I spoke to when said he'll put the mask back on because he'd rather be annoyed than dead. I mean, if people are willing to risk their lives, then there's not much more that you can do to convince them otherwise.
Although you wonder, though, if there might be a more aggressive vaccine passport system implemented.
We are going to talk about that in just a moment when we talk about France. So let's talk more about the fact that this isn't just happening here in LA County as well. Also, the CDC says there's substantial spread in San Diego and Riverside, Imperial, and San Bernardino counties. And that's the second worst classification on the agency's 4-tier scale. Nationally, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Utah, Nevada, they have seen the biggest jump in cases. In fact, LA County is recommending Angelenos to not travel to neighboring Nevada or any of the impacted states that you see there. And speaking of Nevada, Las Vegas, masks are also back sort of in Las Vegas. This is after health officials there cited a rising number of COVID cases. They are now advising everyone, vaccinated or not, to wear facial coverings in crowds and indoor places. It's an advisory. It's not a mandate.
Yeah, so if more people in the U.S. don't get vaccinated, will things go the way of France? Let's talk about what's happening there. France's president, Emmanuel Macron, says anyone wanting to go to a bar, a restaurant, shopping centers, even hospitals, they will need to show what they call a health pass. That health pass is proof of vaccination. This is going to start on August 1st. He delivered that message earlier this week. And since then, 2.2 million vaccination appointments have been booked. So that's real consequences, Phil, for not having a vaccine. My guess is there's a lot of people here in the U.S. that would be very uncomfortable with the prospect of enforcing that, because that cannot be easy.
No, remember when we talked about this in Orange County, it was just a proposal, that so-called vaccine passport, proof of vaccination, and hundreds of people showed up at a Board of Supervisors meeting to protest, and it was just a thought. So it's a controversial area, but if things continue to get worse, it's bound to come up again, and it will not be popular among a lot of people, but it may be a sound health policy. These are the kinds of questions. You know what's frustrating is that because of the virus, we don't have access to public officials. They hide behind the Zoom and they take questions, but it's one question and then your microphone is turned off.
You cannot follow up.
So you can't follow up, you can't press, you can't dig deeper into issues. And while we appreciate the accessibility of someone like Catherine Barger, and there's been plenty of public officials who've come on this special report at 7 and answered every question, on the day-to-day interaction, it's very difficult to get more than the very basics.
Yeah, and we invite the representatives of LA County Health to come on here and answer these questions and hopefully talk about vaccination strategies as well. Phil, thank you for your reporting all week. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Phil.
You too.
All right, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is next. All right, everybody. Again, it is Monday, July 19th, 2021. You're taking a live now look at the White House in Washington, D.C. We do have some breaking news in the D.C. area. Fox 5's Bob Barnard is joining us right now to get us all up to speed. Some pretty sad news out there. Good morning, Bob. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Pilar. We're in a neighborhood in Prince George's County, just east and slightly south of the Washington, D.C. area. And what you're seeing here is the results of a fatal fire here, a two-story townhouse in a community called Hillcrest Heights, where we have just learned in about the last 10 minutes that 3 children under the age of 12 have died in this fire. The call went out at about 2:20 this morning. When fire crews arrived, this home was fully engulfed in flames. There were 2 adults and a child already outside who got out on their own. There were 3 children, they were told, who were trapped inside. They brought 2 of them out, got them to the hospital where they died or were pronounced dead. And then they found a 3rd child inside who had already died inside this house fire. We don't know what their relationship is, whether it's one family or a number of families or more than one family. We don't know the cause of the fire. There are fire investigators here. It's about almost 5 hours old, this fire, and there are investigators inside because the fire is out now. We don't know the cause. We don't know whether there were working smoke alarms inside this home. Those are questions that they're trying to find the answers to. We may not know all of that today, but the bottom line here this morning is you've got 3 young members of what may be one family or a couple of families who are asleep upstairs, more than likely at 2:30 this morning, and have died in a terrible house fire here just outside Washington, D.C., Pilar.
Yeah, Bob, absolutely devastating news this morning. Have you spoken with anybody on the scene, perhaps witnesses or anybody with the fire department out there?
No, there are people here in the community who are shaken by what's happened here. Nobody yet who has told us they saw this in flames, although at that hour with all the fire crews here, you would think there would be people here. We have not spoken to any of them. The ones we have spoken to are just reacting to the news of what's happened here. We're not going to put it on TV, but behind us by about 50 yards or so, there is a woman on the ground in the middle of the street being attended to by EMTs and paramedics. We heard her wailing and screaming, so we only can believe that she's probably a family member or a friend who has arrived, but she's being attended to. And we were in the city up until about 6:30 on a different story, frankly, a terrible shooting in the city where a 6-year-old girl was killed, and then the gunfire outside Nats Park Saturday night in the middle of a ball game, Nats versus the Padres. So we've kind of just gotten here. I think there are some people who may have witnessed this overnight, but we haven't had a chance yet to talk to them.
Yeah, Bob, I do see, I'm on your guys' website right now. Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department actually sent out a tweet that read, update on Iverson Street Townhouse Fire in Hillcrest Heights, 3 fatalities, 1 PGFD firefighter taken for minor burns to the hospital. Fire investigators and PGPD detectives are conducting a joint investigation. So we'll keep a very close eye on it for any updates, but
Right.
we appreciate.
Yeah, they have an arson task force here, police and fire folks. And we just, on Fox 5, interviewed Jennifer Donlin, who's the main spokesperson for Prince George's 5. And she gave us all these details live at 7 o'clock just a couple minutes ago. And that's her tweet. So that's the latest information we have right now.
All righty. Thank you so much. Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard reporting live there in Hillcrest Heights, Maryland.
You bet.
We are back out live, everybody, just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, New York. It is a gorgeous Monday morning. Unfortunately, we're getting all up to speed with some breaking news that happened overnight to the weekend. In case you missed the segments as well, getting everybody up to speed here as we start the day and the week. Right now, though, everybody, we are going to head on out to a segment. It's a coronavirus question and answer with Beth Galvan.
It is 9:32 now. Older Americans have lined up for the COVID-19 vaccine in record numbers, but one group has been much more reluctant about rolling up their sleeves, and that is younger adults between the ages of 18 and 25. Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvan joins us now to talk about this. Good to see you, Beth. Good morning.
Good morning, Elise.
So there's a new study, and it looked at vaccine hesitancy in younger adults. What did researchers find?
So researchers from the University of California at San Francisco looked at a survey that was done back in March, and that's just when most, adults were beginning to get access to the vaccine and were beginning to start getting vaccinated. And it looked at people between the ages of about 18 and 25, and they found that at that point, about 1 in 4 of those who were unvaccinated said they probably or definitely were not going to get vaccinated down the road. And they gave different reasons why. The main reason why was that they were concerned about side effects. Another key reason why younger people not wanting to do it is they say they want to wait until they get, maybe a few months or a year down the road before they, kind of see how other people are doing with the vaccine before they get the vaccine. And then a smaller group in that survey group that said they probably or definitely would not get vaccinated said they didn't trust the vaccine. Elise?
So, Beth, younger people are less likely to get really sick from a COVID-19 infection. That's something that we've continued to see. But they're also the ones that are most likely to spread the virus. So can you talk to us about that?
So that is what really makes it complicated when we talk about trying to reach herd immunity, which is, where either they're estimating it's about 70 to 80% of Americans have either been vaccinated or have been exposed to the virus in the past and have built up some natural immunity to it. We need to get to that level in order to push beyond the pandemic, health officials say. But, if we have all these folks in the younger group who are hanging on and not getting vaccinated, that's problematic because they're the ones most likely to be out in the community. They're the ones most likely to be out in groups in the summertime, having fun and everything. And studies have shown that 18 to about 34, for about 30 people, 30 and under, make up about 20% of the total number of cases that we've had here in the U.S. So that's a substantial group. And we also know that even though most people are in that younger age group are not going to get really sick and they're not going to end up in the hospital, if they do get sick, they can end up in the hospital. And there was a British study that showed, of those who did, the younger group who did end up in the hospital, about 20%, just over 20% ended up in the ICU. About 10% needed ventilation, so, or life support. And so it is possible, especially if you're younger and you have risk factors, like you're overweight or you smoke or, a variety of different things. And I don't know if you remember, at least, but last week we talked to a young guy who was 24 years old who needed a double lung transplant, with Metro Atlanta connections. So the bottom can fall out, even if you're young, even if you're healthy, and that's why health officials are really trying to push younger Americans to get vaccinated.
And the guy you're talking about from last week, he had long COVID. I remember that story really well. So do we know how common that these lingering health issues are when we're talking about younger adults, Beth?
So we don't really have, we're just sort of getting a big picture of what these long COVID looks like. And long COVID being, you can either never quite shake the infection or develop symptoms down the road that can linger. And they say they can linger for quite a while. And the thing that is about that, if we talk about 20% of the infections being driven by younger people and younger people not getting vaccinated, that's a lot of people that could potentially be exposed to the virus. And health officials say even a mild infection where you may not even feel sick can be enough to trigger long COVID, so to trigger breathing problems down the road or fatigue or brain fog. And so they're saying that, if younger people are not getting vaccinated, they're vulnerable to long COVID. And they think there's a lot of different estimates, but they estimate anywhere from about 10% to 50% of people who are exposed to the virus can develop lingering symptoms. I think it's closer probably to about 20%. But, that's a big chunk of people who could potentially be having some difficulty down the road. So health officials are really trying to get young people to pay attention to this, to realize that they could be at risk of long COVID, that they could be at risk of problems, even though it may not be likely, and that they could be spreaders of this virus. Elise?
Makes a lot of sense. All right, Beth, thanks so much for that. We appreciate it.
Taking a live now look, everybody. This is Wildwood, New Jersey. Boardwalk summer vibes out there for sure. Again, you're watching live now from Fox. It is Monday, July 19th, 2021. We are so happy that you are here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, we're going to depart Wildwood, New Jersey and head south to the U.S.-Mexico border. And in case you missed it segment this morning, Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis held a border security briefing. I believe this was in Del Rio, Texas. So let's listen in.
It's going to see impacts in Florida and in other states if we don't turn the tide on this. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Governor. I think we, Texas and me personally, we thank Governor DeSantis and as well as the other officials from Florida who are here with us today. We appreciate your support, whether it be in personnel resources, whether it be aircraft, whether it be boats. But we need all the manpower we can get to repel the incredible number, the record-breaking number of people who are coming across the border. Now, I do want to add that in addition to Florida, Texas is so proud to have support from other states, including Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Arkansas, Ohio, and of course, Texas is a partner in this effort with our fellow border state, Arizona. And so this is a national-based issue. And Governor DeSantis made the points of why this is such a national issue. And that is what happens at the border may be happening here today, but it will be happening in these other states tomorrow or next week or next month. And it could be challenges such as human traffickers and smugglers who are smuggling sometimes young children across the border, trafficking them into states of the northern part of the United States. It could be cartel members and drug smugglers smuggling drugs across the entire United States of America. And the worst of them all is fentanyl. As Governor DeSantis was talking about, the numbers are just staggering. First, understand this. Fentanyl is about 50 to 100 times stronger than a fentanyl is a lethal dose. There have been, just by the Texas Department of Public Safety, enough doses of fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the states of Texas and Florida, Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Arkansas, Ohio, and Arizona. This is a situation where all states need to be a part of the process of stepping up, because the best place to interdict this criminal activity is not in Florida, it's not in Iowa, it's right here on the border. This is where the people are coming across. This is where we can make the biggest impact by having the resources on the border right now. To give you some raw numbers, if you just look overall, in the month of April, from last year to this year, there's been about 1,000% increase. In the month of May, there was about an 800% increase in the number of people coming across the border. According to Director McCraw, in Texas alone, in this fiscal year already, we've already set a new all-time record for the number of people who've been apprehended coming across the border, going back through the very beginnings of time since the numbers were recorded. And with each passing day, that record is going to do nothing but increase. So why is this happening? This is happening because of the massive change in policy by the Biden administration, where the Trump administration had in place the Remain in Mexico policy, as well as other policies that were working that did lead to a dramatic decrease in the number of people who are coming across the border. Those policies were abandoned by the Biden administration, and in their place, the Biden administration has imposed open border policies that has led to this incredible influx of people who have come across the border. In Texas, our first response began in March, and that was with Operation Lone Star, where we deployed both the Texas Department of Public Safety as well as the National Guard, altogether about 2,000 of them, to go about the process of making apprehensions, etc. Already together, they've apprehended around 50,000 illegal migrants, about 2,000 criminal aliens, and have disrupted about 40 stash houses. And then this past session, we have with us the chair of the House Appropriations Committee, and under his stewardship, as well as those of his fellow finance leaders in the Senate, they appropriated more than $1 billion taxpayer dollars of the state of Texas for Texas to step up and do even more on the border, and we appreciate the funding, Chairman Bonin, for that. And with that funding, we're able to add even more resources on the border. And then, you may recall, immediately after the session, $250 million was appropriated for us to begin the process of building the border wall, and we're working on additional funding for both of those needs. There's another need that has arisen that is a result of my conversations with local law enforcement. And that is, we want to get away from the Biden administration approach of catch and release. We want to make sure that we arrest in jail people who are coming across the border. There were several steps that we needed to achieve to make sure that we would be capable of processing all the people that we intend to be arresting, and those have largely been achieved. There is a new booking facility in Val Verde County to process those who are arrested. The State Jail Commission has worked out a way in which we can jail far more people than what currently are being jailed. So these processes have been worked out, and we are going to begin the process of increasing arrests of people who are coming across the border. But all that said, one thing that everybody in Texas understands, whether it be Chairman Bonin, but especially whether it be the sheriffs who are with us here today, if we are going to be able as a state to respond even more aggressively, one thing we need is additional funding. One thing that is on my special session agenda as we speak right now is additional funding for Val Verde County, the county that we're in right now. The Senate has passed out that funding. The House cannot pass out that funding because the Democrats have fled the state and they've broken quorum, and the Democrats are making it impossible for us to be able to provide the funding that is needed at the local level. They need to come back, get back to work, and do their job of providing the funding to the local counties that is needed to help these local counties respond to a record-breaking challenge. Next, I'll pass it to the Director of the Department of Public Safety, Director McCraw.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is next.
Some points that you made, clearly the Department of Public Safety's fentanyl seizures have increased dramatically. Methamphetamine's increased by 30%, which I know Governor DeSantis was concerned about it. And back to your point about securing the border and why it's so important why it's a public safety and a homeland security imperative. And one thing, we conduct all the surge operations, high-intensity operations we can. We've done in the past. But the difference is being able to provide the type of infrastructure that's necessary to prevent, because if the priorities of public safety professionals is to prevent, plain and simple. A wall or barriers that prevent people from coming immediately in and across the Rio Grande River is vitally important. And I appreciate your leadership in that area. I realize it's expensive, but at the same point, it's too expensive not to be able to secure our borders. And as we've discussed in the past, and you made it very clear that it's a priority of the state of Texas, and until we do, that people will suffer, but not just in the border region, as Sheriff Martinez pointed out, but in the communities throughout Texas and the nation. As we've heard from our partners throughout the country and our fellow colonels, is they've got a cocaine problem, they have a methamphetamine problem, they got fentanyl problems, overdoses, counterfeit fentanyl being produced and mass distribution by Mexican cartels. They got a border problem. So thank you for your leadership.
Sure. Thank you. We are currently in Valverde County. Valverde County is a county that's been one of the hardest hit over the past few months, and the law enforcement officer in charge of helping his community respond to that challenge is Sheriff Martinez. Sheriff?
Thank you, Governor. I wholeheartedly agree with all the comments that are being spoken at this table. Funding is a big issue. Manpower is a big issue. Resources that need to be placed in the areas where that they can be utilized the best. Forgot to mention earlier that through Border Patrol stats, they have 51,000 known gotaways. So that's not counting, what we don't know came through here. The facility is going up here. It's going to help relieve the pressure of our local jail. So far, our community has lost about $150,000 so far since this operation began, because there's so many people coming through, so many people are being arrested. And like I stated earlier, all the jails in this area, they're busting at the seams. They can't hold anymore. We're having to turn people away at times. So any support that can be, directed to the border, we greatly appreciate it, not only by myself, but by the other 20 counties that their sheriffs would appreciate it also.
Absolutely. Someone who's with us here today but does not have a mic in front of him right now, but that's the Attorney General for the state of Texas, Kim Paxton. Our office works daily with his office on all the legal issues that we're grappling with to make sure that we can have a robust response to the border. And General Paxton, we thank you for what you do and the leadership provided by both you and your team. Of course. And then last, I want to call upon somebody who's been dealing with this for years, maybe decades. I don't know exactly how long, but may know the border challenges as well as anybody. And that is the president of the National Border Patrol Council, Brandon Judd. Brandon, thank you for being with us here today.
Governors, thank you. I'd like to speak to the media, if I could. The first thing that we have to do is we have to have an honest conversation. If we don't have an honest conversation, we will never solve this problem. If we don't look at what we need to do on the border, we will continue talking about this year in and year out. We will have governors that are going to have to step up and do the federal government's job if we do not have that honest conversation. The truth of the matter is it is not humane to not properly enforce the laws. It is inhumane what we are currently seeing on the border. It is inhumane that liberal policies are inviting individuals to put themselves in the hands of these dangerous cartels. It is inhumane that liberal policies are allowing the smuggling, and when we try to properly interdict these individuals, they just throw children into the river to distract us. It is inhumane to have people cross the border illegally in these harsh conditions. That is the reality. Whether you agree with me or not, if we don't have that honest conversation, we will not solve this problem. When we go back and we look at IRCA of 1986, it was supposed to end illegal immigration, that mass amnesty, but we did not put the enforcement protocols in place that would allow us to not be where we're at today. When we look at the win that Attorney General Paxton just had on DACA, when we look at that, we can't have the conversation of DACA or immigration reform if we do not have a secure border. Yet this administration wants to put the cart before the horse. They want to continue to deflect the conversation to what they say is inhumane, but what we see from a law enforcement standpoint is extremely inhumane and puts people's lives at danger. Another conversation that we don't have enough of is sanctuary cities. Texas and Florida, there aren't sanctuary cities. But this administration has effectively made every single city in the United States a sanctuary city. When ICE, under the guise of prosecutorial discretion, when ICE cannot respond to Jacksonville PD, Houston PD, because this administration will not allow ICE to respond to them unless the individuals that are in custody by local law enforcement have an extensive criminal record, violent criminal record, then we become sanctuary cities. This is another magnet that is inviting people to come across the border. If you asked me, do I want more agents or do I want policy? I will tell you every single time, policy is what will stop illegal immigration. When you get rid of sanctuary cities, when you reinstitute policies such as Remain in Mexico, when you get rid of that magnet that is catch and release, illegal immigration drops to all-time lows. That then allows law enforcement to target criminal cartels. It allows us to go after the fentanyl. It allows us to go after those dangerous products that are coming into the United States that are killing our children in rural, suburb, and the inner cities. We have to be able to do that. That is humane. And with that, governors, again, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for doing the job that the federal government is not willing to do.
Thank you, Brandon. We also have with us people who participated in our roundtable conference earlier. We have General Tracy Norris, who is the Adjutant General for the Texas National Guard. We have Chief Nim Kidd, who is the Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, who I think has spent some time in Florida on some of those tours of duty that Governor DeSantis mentioned. We have Sheriff Coe from Kinney County, neighboring county. And we also have behind them people who work on the front line. You know, I've seen y'all so much, I recognize your faces now. And I thank them for what they're doing. It could be the National Guard, Texas Department of Public Safety, Florida law enforcement, Border Patrol, other law enforcement who are with us. We appreciate everybody who is stepping up to help the state and help the country deal with this challenge.
Also,
go ahead, please.
The Attorney General of Florida is here, Ashley Moody. And then the president of the Florida Senate, Wilton Simpson, has also accompanied us here today. And I would also be remiss if I didn't also thank Florida's National Guard. You know, they went on deployment last October to Texas, so they had about 290 folks there. That was a year deployment, and the Guard is going to re-up that for another year.
Excellent. Yep. Thank you for that. Renee?
Governor, what do you say to people who believe that taxpayer resources could be used from both states on the priorities that each of your states are facing right now, and that these priorities maybe are misplaced or a distraction from?
All right, everybody, I do have some breaking news I'm going to bring you from the Houston area before we go to a commercial break, and we'll be getting another live report here in just a few moments. What we have learned so far from Fox 26 Houston, everybody, this is a location police say a suspect shot and killed 2 people in what they say appears to be a random shooting. We are learning that the suspect died while shooting toward patrol cars, so now police are investigating as to whether or not the suspect died from police gunfire or a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But again, this is a breaking news situation out there in Houston that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Again, it is a Monday, July 19th, 2021. We are keeping a very close eye on this breaking news out of the Houston area. But now we are going to head north, and that's to Fox 4 News Dallas's Shannon Murray to get us all up to speed with the latest on the Texas House Democrats that took off to Washington, D.C. last week. Good morning, Shannon. How are you? And what is the updates that we have on the situation?
Oh, good morning, Pilar. Yeah, the big update this weekend is 5 of those members have now tested positive for COVID-19. 3 of them tested positive Saturday, 2 more on Sunday. All of them are fully vaccinated. A spokesperson saying that they're part of the more than 50 Texas Democrats who fled to Washington, D.C. last week in protest of that controversial voting legislation. The House Democratic Caucus says it's going beyond the CDC guidance right now, providing rapid tests for all members and staff in the Capitol. Those 5 members are said to either have mild symptoms or none at all. And Texas Democrats remain committed, they say, to staying in D.C. until the special session ends August 6th.
As soon as members tested positive, they quarantined themselves, and we're hearing that there's little or no symptoms, so that's good. But we're taking extra precautions now, wearing our masks and socially distancing.
Republicans who have been against mask wearing from the get-go will be criticizing Democrats for not wearing masks. And so that's just part and parcel of the hyperpolarized and somewhat hypocritical situation we find ourselves in today.
Representative Trey Martinez Fisher of San Antonio confirmed that he's one of the 2 new cases, and Representative Celia Israel of Austin said she was one of the initial 3 to test positive. The other names have not been released. And while the Democrats are trying to run out the clock and spend time out of Texas to delay this vote, Governor Greg Abbott has said he will continue calling special session after special session until this voting legislation is passed. Back to you.
Yeah, Shannon, this story has just garnered so much attention, not just nationally, but worldwide. So it'll be interesting to see how it continues to play out. We appreciate that update joining us out there from Dallas.
Thank you.
Taking a live now look, everybody. We mentioned San Antonio, Texas. This actually is San Antonio right here. We've got cameras across the country. We can take you there. And we also have cameras worldwide. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. It is Monday, July 19th, 2021, staying on top of all breaking news that we have for you right here. I also do have a live picture, everybody. I'm not sure exactly where this is in Germany, but I do want to bring it to you here as soon as I can on Live Now from Fox, because remember, we monitor these breaking news situations here as much as we can. Oh, and I just got word that I cannot take that live picture. If that changes, I'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But again, I hope you guys are all having a great morning. We are approaching the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Regina Gonzalez is going to join you when that does happen. Meanwhile, everybody, I am going to continue to play out the Texas Governor Greg Abbott as well as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis at the U.S.-Mexico border here. If any other news breaks, happens live, I'll bring it right here to you. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox.
This is exactly why we have press conferences like this, so the people across Texas and Florida and the country can hear about the challenges on the border. When you hear about the record pace, that already this year alone, there's been a record number of people coming across the border illegally, you see that we're dealing with a different order of magnitude of the challenges that we've ever seen before. But also, Wes, this is equally important, is a difference in the kind of people coming across the border. They're not just people coming from Mexico. They're coming from 150 different countries across the entire globe. And they're not just children or unaccompanied minors or things like that. Most of the people coming across the border right now are individual adults who are traveling for purposes, some of which are to be involved in gangs, in cartels, and crime. Part of it also is because people around the state and the country need to know what Sheriff Martinez and Sheriff Coe and their residents have been dealing with. The lives of the people in Val Verde County have been disrupted more than ever before by the people coming across the border, whether it be having their yards or their fences cut, their cattle and livestock released, their homes invaded. It could be people who are brandishing guns. There are challenges that people in Val Verde County, as well as similar counties across this region, the people are facing those challenges. If people in Houston and Dallas were facing those same challenges, they would be demanding a response exactly like what we are responding to right here.
Help us understand just the Florida resources can do from a law enforcement jurisdictional standpoint.
Sure.
They're working with Texas.
I think that the best person capable of answering that would be Director McCraw.
Yes, sir. Simply put, numbers matter. And what our partners from Florida have been able to do is team up with our troopers, also our game wardens and our special agents, and doing the things that we've been doing in terms of prioritizing, high-intensity patrols in the area that cartels are exploiting for drug and human smuggling. They've been helping with arrests on those occasions. Certainly game wardens have been on the river with our tactical marine unit around the clock, 24/7 in the hot zones along those lines, and certainly their agents have been working with our agents to identify stash houses and to target the smuggling networks that are supporting the Mexican cartels in the area of operation. I can tell you there's no single organized crime group in the world right now that's more violent, more ruthless, and more powerful than the Mexican cartels. And they've enlisted 16 of our tiered gangs in Texas to support their operations, criminal operations on both sides of the border, and retail distribution and the violence that goes with it, and the enforcement part of it in our major metropolitan areas. Yes, they're with us, but right now we're partnering with. What it also does, it makes it safer for our troops because we can double up. As opposed to single-man units, we're able to work as a team and have two. And believe me, in the area of operation and some of the things they've seen, it's important to have two in that regard.
I'll come back to a question. I want to add to this here real quick. Two quick things, and that is if you look at the sheer number and the volume of the people coming across the border, there is a dramatic need for increased manpower, which is exactly what Florida provides. I do want to go back and thank the Texas legislature for passing a law this session that makes it easier to arrest smugglers. There are smugglers who are operating criminally in the state of Texas, and because of the way the law was written before this session, it made it easier for them to engage in smuggling without facing legal consequences. Now it's far easier to prosecute smuggling than ever before, and because of that, we are seeing an increase in the arrests of smugglers. Go ahead. The White House has to show the commitment to do something about it. Remember, it was the current White House administration that completely abandoned policies that were working. Remember, it was last year that we were seeing multi-decade lows in the number of people coming across the border. And it was because of the Remain in Mexico policy. It was the Title 42 policy. It was other policies that President Trump was able to hammer out with the Northern Triangle countries that now have been abandoned by the Biden administration. So in order to get anywhere on the policy side that Brandon Judd was talking about, does require the Biden administration to have the commitment to securing the border, to enforcing the law. Here's the deal. This is very important. We actually have laws passed by Congress that regulate what is occurring on the border right now. The only problem we have is the Biden administration is refusing to enforce the laws that are already on the books, period. Oh, wait, Brent, go ahead. Wait, you have a mic. Go, Brandon.
We've got to stop talking about fiscal year. If we continue to talk about fiscal year, we're going to add 3.5 months of the Trump administration into that, and we know that those numbers were much lower than the Biden administration. What we have to do is we have to talk about the calendar year. This calendar year is going to exceed any other calendar year in the history of the Border Patrol. We've got to stop talking about the 3.5 months where the numbers were low under the Trump administration. Compare apples to apples, and if we do that, we've never seen anything like the explosion in illegal immigration like we have under the Biden administration.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've, our Florida personnel have assisted with the apprehension of more than 2,800 illegal aliens, and they've assisted with more than 100 arrests for felonies of those aliens, including human trafficking, drug smuggling, and stolen vehicles. And so they have had a big impact. This has been very busy, but this is not even where, when people are talking about the border, they're really talking about, you know, further southeast of here. So they've been very busy, and they've had a really big impact. And I think those numbers are eye-popping. Certainly, we wouldn't have been able to ring up those numbers a year ago. There's just no way. But then, particularly for me, what's been the most eye-opening is the number of these people coming across illegally who are telling folks that they wanted, their destination is Florida. Obviously, I knew we were going to get some, but I didn't think it'd be a majority. And again, this is from our guys. I'm not saying that's true for every part of the border, but that's a really, at these numbers of people coming, you have the drugs, which is one of the main things we're concerned about. You have criminal aliens. Director, can you talk about the number of people that you know that have previously been arrested? You talked about that previously when we were having a discussion. I think that's an eye-popping statistic.
Yes, sir. And keep in mind, it's just a snapshot. It's a very small number. But since June of 2011, through fingerprint-based checks, we know that there's been over 233,000 individuals that have been booked into Texas state jails for state crimes who had been previously handled by Border Patrol and were illegal at the time of their offense. Those individuals were responsible for over 370,000 offenses, criminal offenses, and thus far they've been convicted for over 147,000 convictions we've received. And again, that's I say it's a snapshot because it doesn't count the 10,000 that were in TDCJ. It doesn't count the ones that have never been handled by Border Patrol that commit a state jail and are here illegally. So it's a small number, and it doesn't recount any of the federal arrests as well. But yet it does show you the impact it could have, because 233,000, criminals, and then I talked about a little earlier, the impact as it relates to violent crime is there's concerns that we have.
And we just in Florida a few weeks ago, we had a criminal alien plead guilty to aggravated manslaughter, killing one of our sheriff's deputies in Nassau County. And this is somebody who had been deported multiple times, most recently came across the Rio Grande Valley, the Rio Grande River, and then ended up in Florida and did that. And so the impacts here, you can probably have a story in almost every community, in states in our country. So it's a really significant thing that's happening right now, and the policies need to change.
Well, and from what I understand your question, the message to those who were coming across the border, and that is in the traffickers, listen, there's a reality that people need to come to grips with, and that is almost everyone who comes across the border does so having to work with cartels and traffickers. Almost everyone across the border is going to have a price extracted from them. It could be money, could be additional money that will be extorted from them once they get across the border, but also it involves sex crimes as well as other types of crimes. It is a horrific, dangerous journey. It's one of the reasons why I think what the Biden administration is blind to, and that is because of the Biden administration's open border policies, they are enticing millions of young children into a life where they could be trafficked, where they could be harmed, where some lose their lives. And so the message is not worth the challenges that you may lose your life, as opposed to, and they just need to be aware of the danger that they're facing as they make that very dangerous trek. And those actually are the words out of Secretary Mayorkas himself. Go ahead.
So we're going to have another wave. We haven't set the finite. I mean, obviously, we're doing this within an existing budget. We're making sure that all of our priorities are met, and we have a lot of stuff obviously going on in the state. As many of you know, we've had a big emergency response in Surfside, Florida, from a really unique and devastating tragedy that our folks in South Florida have had to deal with. So we're doing it, but we want to work collaboratively, and hopefully we'll get some other states to step up. I know some of them have. We obviously, our view is if we had a big hurricane next week, which we hope, obviously we're not going to have one next week, but if we had one this season, we needed someone. I know Texas would be there for us. And so we felt an obligation just because of all the times they've helped us, and then also how it impacts our state with the drugs, with potential criminal aliens, and then just with the stress on social services. If we're now one of the big destinations, education, healthcare, all these things, I think most people in Florida, we're a very pro-immigrant state. We have a heavy immigrant population, but I think they want it to be lawful, and I don't think they want people coming in, because of failed policies in the southern border.
Sure.
Thanks.
So listen, we're dealing with the trauma right now, and the first thing you do when you deal with trauma is you stabilize the trauma and you worry about the bills later.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Monday morning. It is July 19th, and we wanted to start out the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern hour here on our show with some breaking news that we are following out of Houston this morning, courtesy of our Fox 26 Houston team out there. This is a live shot of the scene right now where we have learned that a suspect shot and killed 2 people in what police say appears to be a random act. That's before he died while shooting towards patrol cars. Our team is waiting for police to indicate if the suspect died from police gunfire or a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So as you can see, you've still got several law enforcement agencies on scene. It does look like this happened in front of a hotel. You can see the Palace Inn out there. But again, we are in touch with our Fox 26 Houston team to bring you any developments on this breaking news that we have learned of just within the last hour. They do have a reporter bringing us some details, so we will be in touch with them throughout the morning. Meanwhile, I also do want to let you know that we've got a live image from Germany here, courtesy of the Associated Press. We've got officials out there assessing flood damage because it was breaking news that we brought you last week here on Live Now from Fox and continued to follow throughout the weekend. But hundreds of people were pronounced dead in flooding that was seen across Germany, across Switzerland. We actually do have some video that I want to bring you here of the damage that has been seen. So local authorities in Trier in Rhineland-Palatinat said that the city in Germany had been spared from disaster tourism as it continued to clean up efforts over this weekend. In a tweet originally written in German, the authorities said they posted footage of the cleanup in the suburb for everyone who thankfully spared us disaster tourism. Authorities in other parts of Germany have also asked people not to tour a disaster area where people had suffered so much loss. At least 110 people have died in the floods in the state of Rhineland-Palatinate, according to reports. The death toll across Europe rose to at least 180 yesterday. So absolutely devastating news that we're continuing to follow out of Europe. Again, we do have this live feed right here on Live Now from Fox. This is what our show is all about, everybody. We are a front row seat to everything that is happening, not only around our nation, but around the globe as well. And I do believe I just lost that feed as soon as I got it. So again, good morning, everybody. And my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. If you are new to our show, or if you're just turning us on, we are a front row seat to everything that is happening around the globe. We bring you top stories, breaking news, right to the scene of breaking news, and we air live events and press conferences in their entirety to let you kind of make your own decisions on the news that is happening in the world. We also bring on live guests to kind of share added information and insight to any top stories that we are following. And like we always like to show you here on Live Now from Fox, our hosts actually control everything that you see on the screen. So this is a look at the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub set in Orlando, Florida. We've got audio boards, we've got monitors. Again, we control the graphics, the video, the sound. So everything you see on your screen is courtesy of the person hosting, but it is a team effort here to bring you everything that you see. We've got producers, we've got interns. So again, nationwide operation here on Live Now from Fox. Myself, Pilar Arias, and Rain Augustine are here with you in Orlando. And then we hold the show until 11 a.m. Eastern time before passing things off to the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. And then you've got Stephanie Weaver hosting from Los Angeles, California on Saturdays and Sundays. So again, team effort here on our show, and it wouldn't be possible without the help of our owned and operated stations across the nation, as well as our Fox News correspondents bringing us the latest stories. So something I do want to bring you here on Live Now from Fox is some of the video that we followed over the weekend after chaos broke out at Nationals Park after a shooting outside of the stadium. So this is some video that we have courtesy of a resource we have called Storyful. I'm going to bring up the volume here for just a second.
Instead of stampede.
Ask if you remain inside the stadium at this time.
Instead of stampede.
Ask if you remain inside the stadium at this time.
So as you can see this video here, as well as other images that surfaced online from Nationals Park over the weekend, showed chaos erupting after a gunfight outside of the stadium left 3 people injured. This is in addition to a tragic situation that they also saw out there in the D.C. area this weekend. And now a $60,000 award is being offered for information in the shooting death of a 6-year-old girl on Saturday in D.C. 5 adults were also injured in that situation. So I actually do want to bring you the latest from our Fox 5 DC team as they continue to follow any developments regarding this weekend violence that they saw across their area.
Weekend in the city. A lot of attention around what happened in front of the ballpark, but a 6-year-old girl was also murdered in Southeast at a location on MLK and Malcolm X Avenues where there have been multiple shootings over the years. We'll show you surveillance video of the drive-by that killed Nia Courtney. You can see people running for their lives after the gunfire. This was around 11 o'clock Friday night, and according to a family friend, Nia was there with her parents, and her mother was also shot. Police tell us the 5 adults injured are expected to recover. Earlier today, people gathered for a Stop the Violence march in the place where this shooting happened. Some angry and frustrated with the status quo where they live.
How do you wake up in the morning and say, let's go sit at the liquor store with our damn lawn chairs? And you're allowed to do that. They can't do that up northwest. They can't do that up northeast. Make them go home.
So we got to make sure we got all this stuff going and make as much noise as possible. We're doing it for a reason, and we gotta let them know.
No arrests yet in this case. This is the car police are looking for, a silver or gray 4-door sedan. The mayor and police chief held a press conference yesterday. Here's Ward 8 Councilman Trayon White.
But if we don't start doing something drastic right now, like we put a lot of resources and time into the COVID pandemic. We're in a pandemic right now when it comes to this crime in this community. And we gotta start acting like it.
6 months ago, White called on the mayor to issue a state of emergency to combat gun violence. It didn't happen. Tonight, we talked to Councilmember Alyssa Silverman, who says she supports the idea. She also says the council needs to take a hard look at the budget they're about to pass this week and make sure those $17 billion are being spent the right way to address this epidemic.
We need to make stopping gun violence a priority and put the kind of effort that we put into building Nats Park in 3 years, which was done because there was political will to do it.
Homicides in D.C. are right at the level where they were last year at this time. Last year, though, was also the deadliest in the district in 16 years. Back to you.
Again, continuing to follow crime-related news across our nation this morning, bringing you from D.C. back out to the Houston, Texas area, where again, we're bringing you a live shot of this breaking news situation where we have learned that a suspect shot and killed 2 people in what police say appears to be a random act before he died while shooting toward patrol cars of responding officers. Again, we're waiting to hear from our Fox 26 Houston team on whether or not the suspect suspect died from police gunfire or a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So continuing to stay on top of this breaking news here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to talk some political headlines that you may have missed or wanted to get up to date on this Monday morning. We're going to be joined by Mike Herodopoulos. It is Monday. He's the former president of the Florida Senate, author and political analyst, and he will be with us here on Live Now from Fox when we return from this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We got feeds switching at a mile a minute here on Live Now from Fox, but that's what our show is all about, right? Isn't it? We were out there in Port Canaveral. Now we're taking a live look over our Fox News headquarters in New York City. Well, we are keeping tabs on a lot of political headlines that you may have missed over the weekend or continuing to follow this Monday morning. And again, guys, it is Monday, so we are being joined by Mike Herodopoulos. He is the former president of the Florida Senate, author and political analyst, here to break down all of the latest political news. Mike, good morning to you. How are you doing?
We're doing very well, Regina. Good morning to you, my friend.
Good morning, Mike. Well, again, we have a lot to talk about here on our show. I do want to start because a couple of minutes ago, we did air a majority of the press conference. We saw Florida Governor Ron DeSantis make his way to the Texas-Mexico border to meet with Governor Greg Abbott about border security and the increasing number of migrants. So after seeing that press conference, what takeaway moments did you see? What did they necessarily say out there?
Well, I think the number one reason why the governor was out there is that, one, of course, the obvious is that the federal government has failed on our Texas border. We know that last month alone, 188,000 persons came over the border. It's another new record. This year alone, over 1 million people have entered the United States illegally, cutting in line from those folks who are trying to play by the rules and become American citizens the correct way. But that said, the reason why Governor DeSantis more than anything else went there is that it was, when asked, these folks who came over the border, 70% of the people said their ultimate destination, the state of Florida. And that means a lot of the problems that are associated with that, whether it be crime or other realities of more people coming into an already very crowded state. And in order to kind of quell that, the governor recently sent about 50 officers from different jurisdictions across the state of Florida. They made over 2,800 stoppages of people coming in, and 100 people were arrested for things from illegal theft of vehicles to drugs, etc. And so the governor is saying, look, whether we like it or not, this is our border too, and we need to help our friends in Texas. And as you know, right now, the state of Texas has decided to actually build their own wall because the federal government's failing to do so, because Texas is feeling the brunt, Florida is feeling the brunt. And so Governor DeSantis, as usual, is on the ball, and he's being very aggressive about trying to protect the way of life of Floridians and making sure that those folks who come in from illegally are stopped whenever possible. But it's a real tragedy in the border. But this is just a clarion call for the federal government to step up, do its job, and make it where the people who are playing by the rules aren't penalized in this whole process.
Yeah, and Mike, can you talk about how Governor DeSantis has actually already deployed Florida officials to go out there to the Texas-Mexico border? So has he necessarily been trying to aid in these efforts for a while now?
He has. He was like everyone else in the country, was expecting the federal government to do their job. But when they fail to complete the wall or aggressively let people know that they should not come over the border illegally, and this is not trying to deprive people of the American dream. What you're finding more and more is the amount of fentanyl, the amount of drugs, human trafficking that takes place over our border. And so let's secure the border. Let's put up this wall and allow the people who deserve to come to the United States by playing by the rules do that. And so this has long been a message of Governor DeSantis, not just here as our governor in Florida, but also in the United States Congress and what he campaigned on. And so when he heard the statistics that 70% of these folks were moving towards Florida, he knew that he needed to bring in Florida law enforcement to try to stem that so that we don't have to deal with those issues in our own backyard. And so let's hope that the Biden administration can step up their game and get this border crisis under control. But at this point, it doesn't look too promising.
Yeah, and obviously, to no surprise, I noticed when I was listening into that press conference that they are just constantly calling out the Biden administration and comparing it to how the border was under the Trump administration, correct?
That's correct. And look, I know that we have a crisis with COVID, and it's a continuing crisis, but these folks who are coming over the border aren't exactly getting vaccines either. And so when you talk about spreading this deadly virus, et cetera, when you talk about just common sense, what's the basic responsibility of government? protect your borders, protect your citizens. It's the very reason why you create a government in the first place. And so you're going to see this clarion call continue because the numbers are not abating. Despite Kamala Harris's visit down to Central American countries, despite her visit to actually West Texas, not the border crisis area, in El Paso a few weeks ago, the crisis continues. And it just seems like the federal government says, that's a shame, we can't solve this problem. Well, a year ago, this problem was solved. What has changed is, unfortunately, the policies that are surround our border have changed. And I think you're going to continue to see people like Governor DeSantis, obviously Governor Abbott in Texas. You're seeing Governor Ducey in Arizona and others saying, federal government, this is one of your basic responsibilities. Help us on the border, because again, when these folks come in, most of them aren't committing crimes, luckily, but there's also pressure on social services, whether it be schools, hospitals, other healthcare needs, and clearly they're probably not vaccinated, so they're spreading the COVID virus in these parts of the country disproportionately. And so again, basic 101 government work. You take care of the border first, and that's why I think Ron DeSantis sent over 50 officers from the state of Florida to try to stem this problem and help our fellow Texans.
Yeah, and we will continue to see. We've actually seen a growing number of COVID-19 cases around the nation again, so we'll continue to stay on top of this topic. But I do want to stay on the topic of DeSantis, Mike, for just a second. I'm actually going to play some video and change the lower here for you because, first of all, I want to ask you about the backlash that we have seen DeSantis get over his anti-riot rule or anti-riot bill. We've had continuing protests across South Florida, showing their solidarity with Cuba. I know that they've been, coming in the streets a little bit, and we heard DeSantis speak on that. But what can you say about the fact that he has faced some backlash from other lawmakers regarding that he just signed this anti-riot bill and then is kind of coming on saying we show our support, it's okay to protest in the streets?
Well, I think that everyone agrees that protesting in the streets, literally disrupting traffic, is wrong. And even the organizers of those marches said that they need to get out of the streets. That's not benefiting the situation whatsoever. And as anybody can also tell, common sense knows the difference between a protest and a riot. And clearly these are protests versus riots. You're not seeing violence. You're not seeing people go after police officers, et cetera. So there's a real disparity between what the rhetoric is and what the reality is. But we saw in other states, whether it be Portland, whether we see it in Wisconsin and other states, these riots were real. And we want to have the ability to quell those as quickly as possible so people's lives aren't disrupted, let alone send the violence that follows. He's going to get a lot of criticism regardless. As you know, it's the political season all the time on Ron DeSantis because he's seen as a leading candidate for president of the United States. But even the leaders of these Cuban protests are saying, look, we're going to no longer protest in the streets or disrupt traffic. It doesn't help anyone. But you are seeing rallies. I think this weekend in Miami, over 10,000 people turned out for a rally there. You're seeing that people want to give Cuba the opportunity that all of us have here in America, which is the freedom of speech, assembly, and just basic living conditions. Because as you've seen some of the pictures from Cuba, it's a despicable situation led by despicable people, where basic commodities like food and medicine are not readily available. You wait online just to get on a bus for hours. It's a terrible situation, and it just proves that communism is a failed system. And I think that's why you're seeing so many people come out to try to support the Cuban people. And what we need now is not an invasion by the American forces. We need Wi-Fi. We need internet ability in Cuba, because when people find out what's really going on in their nation, I think you're going to see a natural uprising. And you're going to see that the people of Cuba want to remove the ilk of communism that has been around since 1959. And as you see those images, it's clear enough. They live in a time warp. If you want to know what it's like to live in the 1960s, you go to Cuba today, because it's such a backward nation, because communism is a failure. And it shows clearly on the screens when they're able to get these images out through social media, et cetera.
Yeah, and Mike, I'm glad you just mentioned that, because last week we heard Governor DeSantis as well as Marco Rubio, all these Florida officials calling on President Biden to, in a sense, do more to help Cuba. So I think we've understood at this point, like you just said, we need to get them Wi-Fi. I think they've kind of mentioned what we need, but how soon do you think we could see this help going out? Is this possible? What can you say about that?
Well, the challenge here is that President Biden is listening sometimes to folks like AOC and some of the more radical leaders within the Black Lives Matter movement, which say it basically everything's okay in Cuba. Let the Cuban people decide on their own, but they're not be able to decide on their own. There is a small minority that run that country. If you don't fall in line and follow this police state, you disappear in the middle of the night. And so there is the technology available. There's a great article today in the Wall Street Journal that says the technology exists today that we could get Wi-Fi services over the island of Cuba so people can communicate, coordinate, and hopefully remove this oppressive regime. I mean, could you imagine if you wanted just basic things, whether it be food or basic medicine, you got to wait online for hours if ever to get it. They have the COVID crisis running rampant through their country. They have rolling blackouts all the time because they have no power. It's just a horrible situation. And they know that freedom is the great opportunity. And they know that in America, if Cuba could finally become free and remove the ilk of communism, that massive investment would come into that nation, and modernize a nation that desperately wants it. And so this is about a small elite group of people using police tactics. And what we mean by police tactics, not everyday police tactics here in the United States, but these are Gestapo-like tactics, Soviet-style tactics that neighbors squeals on neighbor, and it's a police state where if you say anything against the government, you disappear. And let's hope that the people of Cuba can gain the freedom they deserve, because they've lived in oppression for far too long. And the time has come, and Wi-Fi technology is there that we can provide. This is something that the Biden administration can provide right now, and allow these people to communicate. Because what do dictators do, whether it be in China, Iran, or other places, when they tried to overthrow an oppressive regime? They cut off the means of communication. We need to allow that means of communication to prosper. And I think you'll see the natural actions come in Cuba, and that will be that the ilk of communism will finally end on that imprisoned island since 1959.
Yeah, very sad situation out there, Mike, and this story is most definitely not going away. So we thank you again for your insight on this topic. I do have one more topic I want to get to before we send you off. I'm going to play some video because very historic moment last week. We saw House Democrats from Texas flee to Washington to stall a voting law, but now we've got a couple of them testing positive for COVID-19. So in your profession, I genuinely want to know your take on this whole situation, because it happened the day after you and I spoke last week.
There's only one way to describe the situation with the Texas legislators. It's pathetic. I mean, you're elected to have your voice on the floor of the Texas House, and you fight for your ideas, but eventually we're a democracy. You vote on the issue. And the fact that they fled the state of Texas, they're abrogating their responsibilities, is atrocious. And if you really look at the bill, when you move beyond the rhetoric and so forth, this bill simply says that if you want to vote, you've got to show voter ID, meaning you got to show your driver's license, or if you don't have one, you got to tell them that your last 4 digits of your social security number. I mean, it's so logical. And they also expanded the early voting. Let's get voting Monday through Sunday. It's every day of the week. It's a little bit longer Monday through Saturday, a little bit less on Sunday, but they allowed that. And what they did eliminate, which makes common sense, is they're not going to send out unsolicited ballots, because when you send an unsolicited ballot, someone could cause mischief, and that's well documented. And so what we want to do is make sure the people who are legitimately able to vote, vote. Those who are illegitimate, are voter harvesting, or doing some of these nefarious things, are no longer doing that. And if you do it, there's going to be stiffer penalties. I mean, we have to protect the basic freedoms. I mean, you see what's going on in Cuba right now. They want just basic freedoms. Here we are in America, where we're allowing our democratic process to be undercut by, one, elected officials, and two, by allowing people who shouldn't be allowed to vote either vote, or people literally stealing other people's ballots and voting for them in their place. It's unfair. One person, one vote. It's American principle. And I'll just have to add one more thing. The hypocrisy of this group is beyond the pale. I mean, here's the same group of folks saying you got to wear a mask, you've got to get vaccinated, and yet here they go on a plane, a private plane no less, don't wear a mask, they have a bunch of beer on the plane, and then they get COVID. I mean, you talk about just political folly. It's just ridiculous in Texas. Let's hope they can get back to common sense like we have over in Florida. Look, you fight it out verbally on the floor, and you have your debate, and then you vote. That's what America's about. And if people don't like what happened in the legislature, you get voted out. 2 years later or 4 years later. That's what democracy is about. It's not about running away from your responsibilities. And so, as a former legislator myself, shame on these folks for not just doing the basic job which they're elected to do. If they've got a better idea, put it out on the floor and fight it out on the floor instead of running away from your responsibilities, let alone to Washington, D.C. of all places.
Yeah, Mike, definitely lots of questions last week surrounding who pays for this. Did they bring their families? So now, obviously, we've got some testing positive for COVID-19. So we're going to stay on top of this. Mike Herodopoulos, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, again, with all this insight on these top stories. We really appreciate you always.
Always a pleasure, Jada. Have a great week. Good to see you, my friend.
You as well, Mike. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Once again, taking a live look over our Fox News headquarters in New York City this morning. Looking like a dreary day out there. Huge thank you to Mike Herodopoulos for coming on with us every Monday morning to break down these top political stories, because as you can see, a lot of them are still very fluid situations, and we are continuing to bring you any developments as we learn them. But if you're just getting up to speed on some of these stories, it's always good to have some insight from somebody like Mike. So again, huge thank you to Mike Herodopoulos. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to tackle some more top stories when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 8:38 a.m. here on the East Coast, and you are currently taking a live look over Wildwood, New Jersey, where it is currently 77 degrees with some partially cloudy skies expected for today. Again, this is actually one of my favorite places to go up north. As you can see, there's a whole boardwalk, so much to do, so much to see, and even if you just want to relax by the beach, relax on the shore, and take in the sun, really good place to do that as well. So again, wanted to bring you here because we've got the shot up for you, and this is what we do, guys, on Live Now from Fox. We've got cameras all across the nation, as well as international feeds that we get here on our show. So we like to bring you these bump shots, as we like to call them, when we get them. You can see a lot of people jogging, getting in a Monday morning workout, and again, trying to get out to the beach, but looking like a little bit of an overcast day. But I do want to stay on some political headlines, as we just spoke with Mike Herodopoulos. He's the former president of the Florida Senate. He's an author and he's a political analyst who joins us every Monday to break down some top political headlines that we are following from over the weekend and through last week, kind of getting you up to speed on everything you need to know on Monday mornings. But taking you out to the White House, because as new COVID cases continue to skyrocket around the country, there are new calls to return to face masks. And Facebook is firing back at the Biden administration after some tough words from the president. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has the story this morning from Washington.
Los Angeles, Las Vegas, face mask mandates are back in some circumstances in some parts of the country in the face of rising cases. You can still take your chances in Vegas, but some casinos there are trying to stack the odds against COVID, once again requiring employees to wear face masks.
It's not punishment, it's prevention.
Officials in Los Angeles County are unapologetic for the decision there to again mandate face masks in indoor public areas. A former U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams, meantime, issued a mea culpa, saying he and Dr. Anthony Fauci were wrong last year to initially advise against the use of face masks. I felt it was the best call at the time, but now regret it, he tweeted. And he's concerned the CDC moved too quickly to lift face mask recommendations. And sure enough, when a group of Texas Democratic lawmakers fled their state last week to D.C. to avoid voting on new election reforms, they packed into a small plane without face masks, even took pictures. Now we've learned that at least 5 of them have tested positive for COVID. And that was after meetings with top U.S. officials, including Vice President Kamala Harris. President Biden, meantime, has amped up his rhetoric against Facebook for failing to do more to crack down on what the White House sees as vaccine misinformation.
They're killing people. I mean, it really, look, the only pandemic we have is among the unvaccinated, and they're killing people.
They're killing people, he said. Now, Facebook shot back in a statement saying we will not be distracted by accusations which aren't supported by the facts. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. Once again, taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital in the bottom hand of your screen. That's because a federal judge is ordering the Biden administration to put a stop to new DACA applications after a coalition of states sued after claiming the program was illegal. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has this story.
The DACA program has been controversial since its inception in 2012. Now a federal judge in Texas says it's illegal and that the government can no longer accept applications from so-called dreamers. DACA was created by President Obama through an executive order. The program allows some undocumented immigrants to be protected from deportation. Texas was among the states suing to block the measure, and the state's attorney general, he tweeted his reaction saying, "I think it's right to stop a president who just decided that he didn't like federal law and came up with his own immigration laws. We sued him, rightfully so, for violating federal law, and we won." But President Biden, he's already promising to keep fighting for DACA's survival. The president says the Justice Department will work to appeal the decision, and he goes on to say yesterday's federal court ruling is deeply disappointing. While the court's order does not now affect current DACA recipients, this decision nonetheless relegates hundreds of thousands of young immigrants to an uncertain future. This latest ruling is also sending shockwaves up on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are once again urging for a passage of comprehensive immigration reform. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, he's among those speaking out. He says, not a surprise, just a painful reminder that we need to stop relying on temporary immigration fixes. The president says he's going to be renewing his call on Congress to act with urgency. Meantime, the judge's ruling blocks new DACA applications, but the government will be allowed to process renewals, at least for now. However, some experts warn that could change based on future rulings. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, everybody, currently taking a live look over Tampa, Florida. And that is because this next story that I have for you is kind of based out of both the Tampa Bay area as well as D.C. A Cuban freedom rally in Washington, D.C. is being organized by a man from Pinellas County, which is in the Tampa Bay area. It's scheduled to be held on Monday, July 26th, starting at 2 in the afternoon in front of the White House. Then around 3:30 in the afternoon, demonstrators will march to the Cuban embassy. So our Fox 13 Tampa team actually interviewed the man that is organizing this rally. So I do want to bring you that story here on Live Now from Fox.
Thousands of people are expected to rally on the streets of Washington, D.C. for the Cuban Freedom March on July 26th, the day marking the 63rd anniversary of the communist regime.
In Cuba, the Cuban regime, they specifically mark that day as a day of celebration. It's far from what it really means to the Cuban people, as it's when this type of repressive system really began.
Alian Colazo is a Cuban American who has called Pinellas County home since he was 8 years old. He and his family fled from Cuba on a raft in 2003. He's now organizing the march in our nation's capital.
They are marching in the streets calling for libertad, which is for liberty. They're saying abajo el comunismo, down with communism. And they are saying no más dictadura, no more dictatorship.
It all started in Cuba on July 11th, where Cubans gathered for the largest protest in the country since 1959. Food and medicine are scarce. After generations of oppression, Cubans are fighting for change. That message is being carried over here in the U.S. as the Cuban government retaliates against its people for having these demonstrations. At the march in D.C. next Monday, demonstrators are pushing for Congress and the Biden administration to take action, doing things like providing free internet access on the communist island and come up with other legislation to help the Cuban people. Justin Matthews, Fox 13 News.
Meanwhile, on the topic of news that is related to both the Tampa Bay area and D.C., this is news that we're following this morning, everybody. A Tampa man who breached the U.S. Senate chamber carrying a Trump campaign flag is scheduled to become the first January 6 rioter sentenced for a felony in a hearing that will help set a benchmark for punishment in similar cases. Prosecutors want Paul Hodgkins to serve 18 months behind bars, saying in a recent filing that he, quote, like each rioter, contributed to the collective threat to democracy by forcing lawmakers to temporarily abandon their certification of Joe Biden's election victory and to scramble for shelter from incoming mobs. Video footage showed Hodgkins wearing a Trump 2020 t-shirt, the flag flung over his shoulder, and eye goggles around his neck inside the Senate. He took a selfie with a self-described shaman in a horned helmet and other rioters on the
podium behind him. His sentencing today in Washington again could set the bar for punishments of hundreds of other defendants as they decide whether to accept plea deals or to go to trial. Hodgkins and others are accused of serious crimes but were not indicted, as others were, for roles in larger conspiracies. So again, it's a top story that we're following out of the Tampa Bay area today. Again, Paul Hodgkins going to be the first man sentenced for a felony, and that hearing is happening today in our nation's capital, where once again we do have a live look over the White House there in Washington, D.C. So again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll continue on with some more COVID-19 related stories when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Currently taking a look at the beautiful sunrise over San Francisco, California. I have yet to go out there, but every time we take this shot, it just gets more and more gorgeous each and every time. I can actually go to our sister station, KTVU Fox 2's website out there to tell you that it is actually 58 degrees out there right now, a little bit on the chillier side of this morning. If you are waking up with us on the West Coast, where it is almost 6 a.m. there, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I actually want to bring you out here for a story that I have for you from our Fox News team. Is some restaurant owners in California's Bay Area are adding a fee to customer bills. They say the extra money is needed to help them stay afloat as they recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fox's Amber Lee has more on this story.
The Refuge in San Mateo just opened at the end of June. It's the owner's third and newest restaurant on the peninsula.
We are literally a mom and pa. We are a family restaurant.
Matt Levin implemented what's called a 2% wellness fee to patrons' checks when this location opened, and he's charging the same fee at his other restaurants. He says he needs it to survive and that the money helps him hire and retain workers in a highly competitive market, not to mention the skyrocketing price of food.
You kind of have to be a partner with the restaurants that you love, and understand the way they operate.
Levin says he offers his employees a 401k plan, paid time off, and is working on health insurance for them.
If it helps the workers and helps to retain them and gives them a better wage, I would be okay with it.
In downtown San Jose, Sushi Confidential also started charging what the owner calls a 3.5% living wage surcharge. The owner tells me he needs it to retain workers with a competitive wage. In downtown Burlingame, Sapore Italiano has been in business almost 20 years. Owner Elio Durzo says he's also dealing with hiring workers and high food costs. Durzo says he plans to raise prices by 50 cents, but not charge a fee.
We already have tips, tax. Oh my God, you have 3 fee? I think it's so much.
He says 80% of his clientele are regulars and that their support has kept his doors open during the pandemic. One patron says he wants to know what the cost of his meal is up front.
I would rather see the increase in the meal price rather than a surcharge at the end.
Durso has 2 other restaurants and says he's retained some employees by offering them a partnership. He says he's been able to hire workers with the help of his employees.
When you treat them nice, they're referral to somebody else, so they bring friends, they bring brother, sister,
All right, everybody, from San Francisco to Phoenix, Arizona, where the sun is also rising over the airport out there. Again, if you are just waking up with us on the West Coast, happy Monday. And thank you so much for trusting us here on Live Now from Fox to bring you all of the latest breaking news, stories, and headlines that you might want to catch up on as you get ready to go to work, as you get ready to go to school, and go about your Monday. Now, we actually related to that story as far as, restaurants, businesses looking for more employees. A lot of people, trying to find people that want to work after not working for so long and collecting unemployment during the COVID-19 pandemic. President Biden is actually going to be delivering remarks on the economic recovery from the state dining room today at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. So you can bet that we will bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. We're also going to have the San Francisco mayor joining police and policy and tourism officials announcing the details of the San Francisco community policing and deployment plan. So again, lots of news coming out of the Bay Area, but President Biden is expected again to deliver remarks on the economic recovery and the number of jobs being seen in the United States here at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. Meanwhile, I wanted to take you out to Arizona because Arizona's governor is clashing with some of the state's largest school districts on COVID mitigation policies they had planned to implement for the fall semester. Fox's Justin Lum explains.
This letter from Governor Ducey's office sent to Peoria Unified on Wednesday, claiming the practice of instituting a mandatory 10-day quarantine for unvaccinated students exposed to COVID-19, but exempting vaccinated students, is against state law. That specific law states that a school district or charter school cannot require students or teachers to get the COVID-19 vaccine or wear face coverings in the classroom. Peoria Unified says students do have those options.
We were a bit caught off guard to receive that. Our practices and our procedures for the mitigation of COVID-19 have been consistent with the guidance and the requirements that have been shared through the Arizona Department of Health Services as well as Maricopa County Department of Public Health.
Daniel Airy, spokesperson for PUSD, says the district reached out to the governor's office for clarification. The letter also claims the quarantine policy will lead to too many students missing school, saying kids deserve more time in the classroom given the challenges inflicted by the pandemic already. Airy says teacher communication with students and families during quarantine is always a priority.
We were one of only a few school districts that remained open all of last school year, and we were able to do that by following the county guidance and the state guidance in order to keep students and staff safe.
This letter from Governor.
All right, everybody, as we near the top of the 9 o'clock hour or 6 o'clock hour out there on the West Coast here on Live Now from Fox, some of you are going to see one more 2-minute commercial break, and we will have a recap of your top stories when you return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. If you are just joining our show, good morning and thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday, July 19th, currently taking a live look over the beautiful sunrise in San Francisco, California. But the beauty and magic of our show is we can go from the West Coast to the East Coast with the click of one button, because I do want to let you know that we've got Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking out here. I believe it is with the Department of Environmental Protection Secretary, so could be about red tide, could be about other environmental related topics. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
Ranchers, cattle, all kind of stuff. So I just want to welcome everybody and thank you for attending. We're here to highlight the state's effort to preserve our environment through land acquisition and conservation, and to ceremonially sign SB 976, which establishes the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act. We had planned on doing this in the later part of June, but the Surfside tragedy took me away from being able to do those sorts of things. So we wanted, though, to make sure that we highlighted this because we really do think it's a significant achievement. Protecting Florida's environment has been a top priority of my administration from the beginning. When I took office, we set an ambitious agenda to tackle Florida's water quality issues and have taken significant action to restore the Everglades and to protect our water resources. We've dedicated record funding to these efforts, expediting Everglades projects and prioritizing efforts to improve Florida's water quality, such as septic to sewer conversions. And additionally, we've pursued land conservation through the Florida Forever program. Florida Forever is the state's premier conservation and recreation lands acquisition program, which provides a host of ecosystem benefits, including water quality and quantity, outdoor recreation, and habitat and species protection. Since taking office, we've dedicated more than $200 million for the program. During the last 2 fiscal years, the state has acquired nearly 70,000 acres through the Florida Forever program, more than the previous 4 fiscal years combined. Land conservation is an essential tool for environmental protection, and the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act will further our already successful efforts. The Florida Wildlife Corridor Act is the culmination of a decade of efforts by many of the people here today, highlighting the importance of connected wildlife habitats and land preservation. The Florida Wildlife Corridor encompasses more than 18 million acres of land, 10 million of which are conservation lands. This act requires the Department of Environmental Protection to encourage and promote investment in and protection of the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Act also includes provisions to prevent critical fragmentation of wildlife habitats, including for the Florida panther, and maintaining wildlife access to habitats, protect the headwaters of major watersheds like where we stand right now, sustain working ranches, farms, and forests, and encourage investment in voluntary conservation easement agreements with private landowners, including working agricultural lands. To jumpstart our efforts to conserve lands within the Florida Wildlife Corridor, our budget allocates $300 million to the Department of Environmental Protection for land acquisitions and conservation easements to preserve and protect natural and working landscapes. The $300 million investment on top of the $100 million appropriation for the Florida Forever program provides Florida with the opportunity to increase progress towards protecting our lands for future generations. I want to thank everybody who's been involved with working hard to build this framework. I want to thank Senator Broder and Representative Truenow for sponsoring the legislation, and I also want to thank President Simpson and Speaker Sprowls for prioritizing this legislation in what was a very productive and busy legislative session. So we're going to work hard on this, and we really appreciate the opportunity. And with that, we'll hear from a few folks. So we'll first hear from our legislative leaders. So Speaker Chris Sprowls, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Governor. It's great to be with you, with President Simpson, with Senator Broder, and Representative Truenow to celebrate the signing of this bill, the wildlife corridors. What an exciting day for Florida, for wildlife, for the panther, for bears, for our wildlife connectivity habitats throughout the state of Florida. You know, I want to particularly thank President Simpson. And this was a passion project for the president, and I can tell you that passion was absolutely infectious throughout the legislature. And we were blessed to have great members like Senator Broder and Representative Trudeau who dug in, who did the hard work, who went and talked to members. And it's one of those great days in the legislature when you get to pass a bill like this that truly brings together all of Florida, brings together our cattle ranchers, our conservation community, Republicans and Democrats, people who are worried about the future of Florida and what Florida will look like for hundreds of years, and what it will look like for our children, for our grandchildren. What the governor has done here with the Wildlife Corridor bill and signing it into law, the investments that the legislature did of $300 million will protect that future, protect the future of the panther, the bear, their habitat connectivity in the wildlife corridor, as well as the beautification of Florida and the protection of that for our children. Great to be here, Governor. Thank you for your great leadership. As I've said once before, and I'll say it again, we are blessed here in the state of Florida to have the most pro-environmental governor we've ever had in the history of our state, and that is borne out here today. Thank you.
Great. Senator Simpson.
And thank you, and thank you, Governor, for including us in on this signing. This is truly a great day. When you think about the wildlife corridor, there are 1,500 or so people moving here a day to the state of Florida. The sooner we can acquire this corridor, obviously the better. There will be many intrusions along the way, and we're very proud of the work that the House and the Senate did. The Speaker was a true champion of this project also, and we had a lot of good friends encouraging us along the way and giving us a path. But it's something that when you think about the water recharge, when you think about not only wildlife corridor, but water recharge, environmental sustainability, and the future of agriculture, when you think about all of this land, mostly conservation easements, hopefully, you'll have agriculture sustained on this property for well into the future, thousands of years. And we appreciate your leadership on the environment, Governor, and look forward to maybe having another good year this year. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Dr. Ian Miller.
Well, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here on behalf of the National Geographic Society to join in this amazing celebration with all of you. I'd first like to begin by thanking Governor DeSantis and the Florida Legislature for passing the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act with bipartisan unanimous support. We know that driving positive change takes the tireless dedication of countless individuals who care about and want to protect the natural world. And this milestone underscores the power of working together towards a common cause. And that's why I'm here today, to recognize an incredible individual who has dedicated years to safeguarding wildlife and wild places, and who embodies our mission to illuminate and protect the wonder of the world. And that's National Geographic explorer and photographer Carlton Ward Jr. Carlton has been a driving force behind this effort, and at the National Geographic Society, we're grateful for his steadfast leadership. Since 2011, he's made it his mission to help create the Florida Wildlife Corridor to secure habitat for the area's iconic wildlife, including the Florida panther. We're immensely proud of him, and personally, it's an amazing honor and thrill to be here to see his long-awaited dream realized. These are the kinds of success stories that drive us at the National Geographic Society. For more than 130 years, we have driven impact and positive change by investing in explorers who define some of the critical challenges of our time. We drive new knowledge, advance new solutions, and inspire transformative change. Our explorers have helped establish protected areas in Gabon and raised awareness of the importance of the Okavango River Delta in southern Africa. They've helped protect wildlife on the brink, and they have helped establish 23 of the largest marine protected areas in the world, preserving millions of square miles of ocean. So Carlton is carrying this legacy forward with the preservation of this critical corridor. And it's really also part of a much bigger global commitment to protecting nature and preserving biodiversity. So congratulations, Carlton, and your entire team for all the important work which is helping change the world. Governor DeSantis, on behalf of the Society, we thank you for your leadership and your commitment to conservation. And the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act can be really a model for many, many other states. So in appreciation, we would like to present you with a photo, which you saw a few minutes ago, of Florida panthers in the wild that Carlton took and is actually in the National Geographic magazine article from 2021, the April issue from 2021. So we at the National Geographic are proud to provide a platform to share and celebrate this important moment. Thank you very much.
All right. Carlton Ward.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Thank you, Dr. Miller, for those very generous introductions. When I look out across this group, I see, it gets emotional for me, a bunch of personal heroes. You are the people who hold this state together. I see the cowboy hats out here, the generational ranchers who, without your commitment to your, gosh, I can't get through this. How do you guys do this all the time? Without your commitment to your land, to your legacy, we wouldn't have this chance. I look at the conservation organizations gathered here, Friends of the Nature Conservancy, the Florida Wildlife Corridor Coalition, Conservation Florida, Audubon Florida is probably represented. So many important partners whose hard work every single day is what gives this a chance. And we're building this framework on your backs, on your shoulders. It was almost 10 years ago that I stood in this same place with Mallory Likes-Dimmitt and Joe Guthrie, fellow explorers, fellow potentially crazy people, because we were at the halfway point of a 100-day, 1,000-mile expedition. We began in Everglades National Park, and on day 50, we arrived here at the Nature Conservancy's Disney Wilderness Preserve. This is 2012, and we were out there to prove by our expedition that we still had a connected corridor in Florida that we could all work together to save into the future. I learned so much from that journey, and one point was that 50 days in, we were still in the Everglades watershed. We hiked, paddled, and trekked for 50 days without hardly leaving the Everglades.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez tapping in here to let you know that if you're just joining live now from Fox, you are currently listening in to other Florida officials join Governor Ron DeSantis as he is expected to sign the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act. Now, the legislation will secure access to habitats for wild-ranging wildlife, including the endangered Florida panther. It will prevent fragmentation of critical lands, protect the headwaters of major watersheds, and help sustain working farms, ranches, and forests, preserving land that those farms and businesses are located on. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will most likely still be in this live event as Governor DeSantis has not put the pen to the paper just yet. So stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Secretary Kevin Tebow from DOT, Director Eric Sutton from FWC, we all work together, and this is a common ground approach that represents the interest of all these different groups, and it's such a tremendous honor. Florida, as we've heard, is been leading the country in land conservation through programs like Florida Forever, and through this Florida Wildlife Corridor Act, through this framework, we will be the national and global example of what's possible for nature and economies together. So I thank you for our state. I thank you for our country. I thank you personally, because as a father of a 3, 5, and 7-year-old, I know that they're going to have a chance to inherit a Florida that is every bit as remarkable as we're enjoying today. Thank you very much.
Great. Good job. Okay, Temperance Morgan.
Good morning, and welcome to the Nature Conservancy's Disney Wilderness Preserve. I'm Temperance Morgan. I'm the Executive Director of the Nature Conservancy here in my home state of Florida, and it is truly a pleasure to be here with you this morning. And I have to thank Carlton. I'm usually the one who cries, so I appreciate you taking that responsibility for me today. I'm going to try to keep it together over here. We are really happy to be here to celebrate the passage of the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act. Just a tremendous, tremendous win for conservation. And when you partner that with the $400 million we have in the state budget this year for the acquisition of rare and sensitive lands, it is just a truly, truly a remarkable year from a legislative standpoint. So we want to thank the governor and the legislature for their leadership and for their dedication to the passage of this act, which will have a historic impact on protection in the state of Florida. And an act like this will not only have tremendous benefits to our natural systems and to the iconic species in Florida that rely on landscapes like these for their survival and to thrive, like the Florida panther. But it will also have benefits for our communities, for all of us who enjoy spending time out in nature, for our state's ability to adapt to a changing climate, and for our economy. So today is certainly a day to celebrate. We recognize that land protection is a collaborative effort. It takes, and you've heard that from others this morning, it takes many to make this happen, from landowners, ranchers, the environmental community, government all coming together to identify these critical lands and ensure they're protected for the future. And Disney Wilderness Preserve, this 11,500 acres that we stand in today, is a perfect example. You can look around you today and see a conservation in practice. So this property was a working ranch. It has now been protected and restored. It's the headwaters of the greater Everglades ecosystem, and it can help provide benefits throughout the Everglades ecosystem all the way down to Biscayne Bay. And we're really proud of that. The Nature Conservancy has worked in Florida for 60 years. This is our 60-year anniversary. We've been working hard on land conservation over these years, and we know the importance of funding and bills like the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act to make all of this possible for both our environment as well as for our people. So again, I just want to thank the leadership, the governor, Senator Simpson, Senator Broder, and others who moved this bill forward, and we thank you for all joining us today.
Hey, Senator Broder.
Thank you very much, Governor DeSantis. I just want to thank the governor. I want to thank President Simpson. I want to thank Speaker Sprowls for their vision and their leadership to make us one of the most conservation-friendly places in America. Really, it's been said before, but this is really a model going forward that a lot of other states should be able to replicate if they have partners like we have. And that's been a very, very lucky thing. We know and we heard how many people a day are moving into the state, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on our heartland, which is the sensitive area that we need to protect. But we have seen in other areas where a public-private partnership works. We saw it in infrastructure. We saw it in construction. We see it in building educational buildings. This is really one of the first stated public-private partnerships in the environment and in conservation that I think could be a model for the rest of the country. And it takes work. Thank you to all the farmers and the ranchers that are here. Thank you to all the environmentalists. Thank you to the agencies in the state government. And thank you to my fellow legislators for having the vision and the confidence that we can all work together to provide a first-in-the-nation model. So as the sponsor of the bill, thank you very much, Governor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you all for all of your work to make this one of the best things I think I've ever done in the legislature. So thank you.
Good. All right, Representative Truenow.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, President Simpson and Speaker Sprowls, and all the folks that were instrumental in putting all this together. I think that as a freshman this year, coming up to have a bill this unique and this monumental is a humbling, honoring situation. And I look forward to fulfilling the objectives and the things that are needed to promote green spaces in our state, and thankful for the support moving forward and the direction that we're taking. So thank you again. I'm happy to be here.
Great, good job. All right, well, we will do this. I think I actually signed it late at night. We were going back and forth to Surfside. We had all these bills due, and obviously we had planned on dealing with those in a normal, timely fashion, but we had to knock it all out. And so this is a little bit more ceremonial, obviously, which it deserves. And I'm going to sign it the day that I actually signed it. All right, here we go. All right, so there you go, sir. Very good. Okay, well, good job. Well, we appreciate everybody's hard work. We think we've got a lot of momentum on a lot of different issues in regards to conservation and obviously water resources, water quality. Just wanted to say a couple things about some unrelated topics. One is, as many of you know, last week I called on President Biden to assist the people of Cuba with restoring internet connectivity in the island. Once these demonstrations started, the regime, I think understandably, recognized that for what it was. It was really a mortal threat to its existence because these folks were protesting the existence of the regime in Havana. And so they went to crack down on connectivity and shut down the internet. That obviously made it much more difficult for Cubans who were seeking freedom to converse with one another, and then it was much more difficult to beam the images of what was going on to the outside world. So we in the United States have the capability to help provide the connectivity that I think would be essential in exposing the truth and really holding the regime accountable. We have not yet received a response to the letter I wrote last week, and so we think that time is of the essence. We would like to see, obviously, a response, but we'd like to see a positive response. We think it would make a big difference given the situation that's going on down there. I'd also like to just report Senator Simpson came with me on Saturday to the southern border. As many of you know, the governor of Texas had asked in June for support from other states, given the unprecedented influx that we're seeing on the southern border. The state of Florida had National Guards last year on a year deployment. That'll be ending in October, and that'll be re-upped. That's a federal mission. This was basically mutual aid from states, and I knew, having spoken with a lot of folks throughout the state of Florida, particularly our rural sheriffs, just how much the methamphetamine influx from the border is affecting these rural communities in particular. And sure enough, you're seeing unprecedented amounts of narcotics being brought across the border. So we knew that going in. We also knew that unfortunately there would be a lot of criminal aliens that would be coming across the border, some apprehended and released by the Biden administration, some not apprehended because they can't, they're not going to be able to catch, the state of Texas can't catch every single person. And sure enough, that's been a big problem. But the thing that I think, having been there, that I was most surprised about is we sent about 50 law enforcement, state law enforcement personnel. They've made over 2,000 apprehensions, over 100 felony arrests, and they say that almost 70% of everybody that they have interdicted said their ultimate destination was the state of Florida. So if you think that having a wide open border, 1,000 miles, 15, however far it was away, doesn't affect here, you're wrong. And these folks are telling us, and these are not just people coming from Mexico, Mexican citizens. They're coming from, they've cataloged over 100 different countries of people that are coming through. So I think the word is out that the U.S. isn't going to defend its border. People are flooding in to try to get in. Obviously the narcotics, obviously the criminal activity and the criminal aliens, but just the sheer number of people, if you have a huge percentage that are going to try to come to Florida, and I think Biden is paying for tickets on buses and flying folks around, that's going to have a huge impact on community services, on education, on health care. It's going to affect taxpayers to a huge, huge extent. So the policy there needs to change. They need to reinstitute the Remain in Mexico policy. They need to stop inviting so many folks coming in from all over the world, really, illegally. That's not good policy, and I think if they just restored the pre-January 20th policies, I think it would turn around very quickly. That said, this is absolutely something that's going to affect communities throughout the country, and alarmingly, Florida may be one of, if not the most affected state, given how these migrants, the illegal migrants, were reporting to our guys. Now, our guys are in the Del Rio sector. That's different from McAllen and Brownsville and some of those areas. There is more narcotics going through the McAllen than there is in the Del Rio. The Del Rio seem to have a lot of people coming who were not from Mexico originally. They're from all these other countries. So So our guys are doing a good job. It's an important mission. I think they've had a positive impact, but the scale of the problem is so enormous. And having been there and seen it, you see it just being wide open. And so you can't have, Texas is going to end up hitting 1 million illegal border crossers just in Texas very soon, by the end of the fiscal year for sure. But really, you didn't see it ramp up till actually after January 20th. So I bet you the calendar year of 2021 will be probably the biggest on record by a long shot. So it's a really, really significant issue. So we're calling on Joe Biden to help the people of Cuba, and then we're calling on Joe Biden to secure this border and protect the American people. And with that, I'll take a few questions.
The people of Pinellas County are looking to you for help on red tide. Is there anything more the state can do?
So we've been engaged in this from the beginning. We did a roundtable in June. We brought the scientists together. They were explaining what we were looking at and then what the state is able to do in response. So we've put millions of dollars to work down there to assist with mitigation, and we'll continue to do that. One of the things I did when I became governor was I reinstituted the Red Tide Task Force, which had been dormant for 15 years. We also put money into the Center for Red Tide Research and through Moat Marine additional ways to develop innovative technologies. And we actually created a separate fund to be able to respond in real time to things like blue-green algae and red tide. And so we have that pot of money. We're using it, and we're helping it, both Pinellas and Hillsborough counties as it needs, and we're going to continue to do that. Obviously, red tide is naturally occurring, but if you have fish or some of that and you clean it up quicker, I think a lot of the scientists believe that prevents the red tide from getting worse, or at least mitigates. So we definitely want to do that, and we'll continue to do it. Eric Sutton, the head of Florida Fish and Wildlife, is there on the ground today, and then Sean Hamilton, our DEP secretary, will be there tomorrow. Sean, do you want to add anything to what I said?
Sure.
Go ahead.
One of the things I just want to add is there's a lot of direct coordination that's happening with those who are on the front lines, and we'll continue to do that. I think it's important to make sure they know that they have a connection to the highest level of the department, to make sure there are no unanswered questions. And I think to the governor's point, we've been involved since day one, securing funding avenues, and we'll continue to do that. I'll head down there this week, and you should expect a heavy presence to make sure the coordination continues and make sure they understand that we're there for them today and tomorrow. So that's the only thing.
Governor,
yeah, and I told them, I said, look, we got this fund since I've been governor. Use it. I mean, this is why we need it. If we have a algae bloom in Lake Okeechobee, we've sent people there to help to mitigate that. If you have a red tide, whatever you can do to mitigate, in this case, the cleanup is probably the most effective thing. Use it. And so I told Sean, put all hands on deck. You know, the fishermen, they go out there. I mean, it's brutal, especially how intense it is in some of those areas. And then it has obviously impact on local economy and all that stuff. And so I think it's absolutely something that this is why we got that money in the first place, because we want to be able to respond with full force. And so we're doing that. Sean's been working with the locals in both counties, primarily Pinellas, and he's going to be back on the ground. And I told those guys, maintain a continuous presence down there. Unfortunately, this thing doesn't just leave, so we're going to have to deal with this. And so just be prepared to do that and make sure that we're sending the funding where we need to go.
Governor, Florida's leading the state right now, or one of the states leading with COVID-19 cases. The majority are unvaccinated. So how are you and state health officials encouraging people to go get vaccinated?
Well, I think it's important. Your question raised an important point in terms of what we've seen in the last really couple months. Obviously, in July, which I told people months ago, we would see higher prevalence because it's a seasonal virus, and this is the seasonal pattern that it follows in the Sun Belt states, particularly in Florida. If you are vaccinated, though, the number of people that end up hospitalized is almost zero. It's incredibly low. So I think there's some misinformation out there where someone will say, oh, these people were vaccinated and they tested positive. Understand, a positive test is not a clinical diagnosis of illness. And so if you're vaccinated and you test positive but you don't get sick, Well, the name of the game is to keep people out of the hospital. And I think that the folks that have done that, and we're proud of our Seniors First strategy. We've done about 85% of our seniors in Florida have gotten shots. I think the data is increasingly clear that if you have been vaccinated or if you've recovered from COVID, because you are immune in that respect too, the chance of you being hospitalized or dying is very, very low. And so I think you're seeing that in other parts of the world and other parts of the country too, where you see positive tests going up. But like in the United Kingdom, for example, they have huge increase in positive tests, but their hospital census and mortality is not following suit. I mean, it may go up a little, but it is not surging like it would have over a year ago. And so I think that we have 3 vaccines available. Any adult can get it at pharmacies, health departments, you name it. Very easy to get, very quick process, and that's available. We also, if somebody ends up hospitalized, we have much better treatments, such as some of the drips that you can do compared to where we were last summer. Last summer, the number one thing we were sending was this remdesivir. I mean, honestly, I don't think remdesivir ended up being helpful. At least there's not a lot of data to support it. I do think the data for somebody that gets infected, particularly if you're in a high-risk group, for getting one of these monoclonal antibodies, I think the data has been very, very positive on that. And so, obviously, the best way is to get the protection beforehand. But if you do find yourself infected, please consult your doctor, especially if you're in a higher risk age group, because there are much more effective ways to mitigate the impact. And I just close by saying, as I said this a couple months ago, these things have a pattern. We saw the pattern last summer. It's similar. I think it started a little later. And so people should just be prepared for that. And as we get into the next month, August and stuff, I think you'll start to see it go in a different direction. But that's just the way this thing is done. It's had a pretty consistent life cycle. And there's certain parts of the country that have certain seasonal. And so this is it. But the folks that are out there, 75% of Floridians over the age of 50 have gotten shots. And so we think that that's really, really positive. But I also think that we have to be careful in terms of some of the messaging for folks that may be skeptical about the vaccine. I do not agree with some of these people, some of these quote-unquote experts who lambast people and criticize them or say they're stupid or something. That's not the way to reach folks, okay? So that's one of the reasons why I always said no mandates, because I think, honestly, I don't believe in mandates, but I don't even think it would be productive to do that. And so the folks who wanted it, the seniors, we worked hard to get it. Everyone who's wanted it obviously can get it. Now you're in a situation where you have folks who may be skeptical of it. And so understand, if you're communicating, you don't want to say things that are going to cause them to retreat even further. And I'm sorry, there's been a lot of misinformation and a lot of bad advice that's been given by some of these experts over the last year. These people saw all that. They remember all this stuff. So I'd say just, have a little humility when you're trying to carry that message. Understand that there's some people that may have qualms. And what I try to do is just present the data. And if I thought the data didn't justify, then I would say that, and I would be completely honest. But I think us going in doing Seniors First like we did, I absolutely believe that saved lives. I think it saved thousands of lives. Had we not done that, there would have been more seniors exposed, and even some of the seniors that did get infected, I think their illness would have been much more severe than it was because they had that protection. So I think the benefits have been clear, in the state of Florida for those who have done it.
Governor, you said mandates are not necessary.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that. What's your take on the judge ruling to keep CDC guidelines in the cruise industry?
So as many of you know, we sued the CDC because they had shut down the cruise industry for over a year. They said it was going to be 2 weeks last March. I was down in Port Everglades with Mike Pence and the CDC director. It was supposed to be a temporary thing so that we could kind of make sure people had supplies and all this other stuff. And it turned into an indefinite shutdown of a very important industry that affects a lot of people. So we sued. We won in the district court and won resoundingly. The CDC wants to appeal that. And so they asked the district judge to stay his ruling. He declined to do that. They asked the 11th Circuit to stay the ruling. So the 11th Circuit didn't rule against us. They just said that the ruling can be stayed. It was a 2-to-1 vote. And honestly, I mean, you know, these panels are what they are. So we are absolutely going to pursue to get the stay removed, either at the full 11th Circuit or at the U.S. Supreme Court. I think probably to the full 11th Circuit en banc. We'll probably try to do that because right now they're going to be in a similar spot until November. And I think that most courts at this point have had their limit with the CDC issuing these dictates without a firm statutory basis. So I'm confident that we'd win on the merits at the full 11th Circuit. And honestly, I'm confident we'd win at the U.S. Supreme Court. They just basically said that 5 justices effectively said that the moratorium on evictions exceeded CDC's authority, and I think you'd end up seeing this here. But I think it raised one of the reasons why we did it was not. It's an important industry for our state. We're committed to that, but it raises a bigger question. Can you just have one agency in the government without Congress ever passing a law, just basically shutting down an industry? Maybe you don't care about the cruise industry, but next time it might be your industry. Next time it may affect people that you know or people that depend on this for their livelihood. So I think it raises a lot of important implications. Obviously, we want to get the cruises back. You know, if you look, we gained 69,000 private sector jobs in June in Florida, and that's without having these cruise ships. I mean, so just imagine what we would do then, and then imagine what will happen if we get international travel back. I have to say, I was a little bit perturbed when I was at the southern border when I started thinking about if you wanted to fly from Brazil.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez breaking back in here to let you know that you are currently listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis answer questions from the media regarding an array of topics. You heard him talk about his recent trip to the border with Texas Governor Greg Abbott and his concerns and callings on President Biden to change the policy that is allowing migrants to come over the border, as well as to the state of Florida. He's also currently talking about the most recent ruling from the CDC regarding vaccine passports and cruise ship guidelines after after Governor DeSantis and the state of Florida did sue the CDC regarding those rulings. Now, he's also talking about a rising number of COVID-19 cases in the state of Florida. So wanted to let you know that we are going to stay on this press conference as it looks like he is going to be wrapping up here in the next couple of minutes. He's still taking questions from the media. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We may or may not be back here with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis after you guys return, depending on when he wraps up.
Frustrated to see that. Okay, well, we will be back soon. Thanks, everybody.
And just like that, as I predicted, everybody, didn't send you to a 2-minute commercial break yet because he just wrapped up exactly like I said. But again, he was there in the first place to sign the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act, It will secure access to habitats for wide-ranging wildlife. It will prevent fragmentation of critical lands. And as soon as we lost that feed, or as soon as we got the feed, we lost it again. But again, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis there to sign the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act. Again, it will preserve land where endangered species such as the Florida panther roam. It will also protect headwaters of major watersheds and help to sustain working farms, ranches, and forests, places where food that is then sent out across the country, places where those businesses and farms are located. So he was there in the first place to sign that bill, as you saw him do. You then saw him take questions from the media regarding his trip to Texas this weekend to meet with Governor Greg Abbott and speak on border security, as you heard him say that we are seeing an influx of migrants coming to the state of Florida. You also heard him call on President Biden again to help the island nation of Cuba, as we are still learning that they've got restricted internet access out there. We've seen protests erupt over the state of Florida as well as all other countries internationally as well. So he also addressed COVID-19 cases here in the state of Florida and talking about the recent ruling from the CDC regarding cruise ships and vaccine passports. So lots of remarks to cover there on Live Now from Fox. But again, that is what we do here on our show, everybody, where we air you press conferences just like that in their entirety for the most part. So that way you can listen in and make your own opinions on what the governor or any of the other officials are saying and what is going on in the world, really. So again, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We are going to get on to some more top stories when you return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Currently taking a live look over the sun continuing to rise out there in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, we are actually joining you here from Orlando, Florida. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, and we're here at the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub. But there out in Phoenix is where the Live Now from Fox headquarters is located. That is where at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, you've got Christy Larson, Mike Page, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. They bring you all of your early morning news out in the West Coast, really afternoon and evening news here on Live Now from Fox. So wanted to bring you out there to show you the beautiful sunrise. And I also wanted to let you know of a couple of events we've got coming up here on our show throughout the day today, and that we are at this moment planning on bringing you live to. So at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, we've got President Biden expected to deliver remarks on the economic recovery from the state dining room. He is expected to speak on the most recent job reports and the number of jobs being seen across the United States, as well as his American Rescues Plan. So that is slated to get underway at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Then at 12 o'clock Eastern Time, we've got Press Secretary Jen Psaki holding a daily White House briefing from the White House briefing room. Then at about 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. West Coast time, Pacific time, we've got the San Francisco Mayor London Breed joining police and tourism officials, announcing details of San Francisco's community policing and deployment plan. So that is happening out there in the Bay Area. And then at around 2:15, we've got President Biden and His Majesty King Abdullah II, the King of Hashmi Kingdom of Jordan, participating in a bilateral meeting in the Oval Office. So again, busy day here on Live Now from Fox, and seems to be a busy day once again for the Biden administration. So again, wanted to let you know that we are continuing to follow these live events, this schedule this morning. We've also gotten word of something else expected to get underway here at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Apparently, U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, chairwoman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Rules and Administration with oversight over federal elections and campaign finance law, is announcing details on this week's Rules Committee field hearing in Georgia. So we just learned that we are expected to get a feed from that in just about 10 minutes from our Fox 5 Atlanta team. So again, lots of live events expected to get underway here soon. We are nearing the top of the 10 a.m. hour, and that's when we get all these different feeds. We actually also do have a live look right now at a slate for New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio to speak live, normally giving a bit of a COVID-19 related update, as well as touching on some New York City violence that they've seen over the weekend and over the past couple of days. So again, expecting to hear from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio as well. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you here for the next couple of minutes before Pilar Arias hops back on. So again, if you're new to our show, we bring you live events like you just saw in its entirety. We had Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act, as well as making some remarks regarding Cuba, border security, and a rise in COVID-19 cases, not only here in the state of Florida, but across the nation as well. And we also do have those live events that we just showed you their schedule. We're expected to have them get underway here throughout the day on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do, everybody. Speaking of the Bay Area, like I just told you about a little earlier, we've got such a gorgeous shot of the clouds, of the sun rising over San Francisco right now. So that's what's really cool about our show. With the click of one button, we can bring you to really any location you want to go to. I do want to let you know, too, that we are continuing to follow several different top stories here across our nation, as well as out there in Tokyo, Japan, with the Olympics set to get underway here in just a couple of days. I actually do want to play this video for you here and pull up the right graphic. All right, everybody. We're learning this morning that an American Olympic female gymnast tested positive for the coronavirus while training in Japan for the upcoming competitions. The gymnast was described as an American teenager, but was not initially identified by name. Japan's Public Broadcasting Association cited. The U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee said it was an alternate who tested positive. The gymnast arrived for the games on July 15th. According to this report, the gymnast was practicing in a facility located about 37 miles outside of Tokyo. An initial PCR test at the time the gymnast entered Japan was negative. A simple coronavirus test and subsequent PCR test over the weekend reportedly came back with positive results. The gymnast in question only went back from the hotel and had no symptoms, according to this report. The U.S. women's gymnastics team is set to move to the Olympic Village today in preparation for the games, which begins later in the week. So we have not gotten word on a specific name, but again, that is news that we have received to our LiveNOW desk this morning. We are also continuing to follow the Texas Democrats that have tested positive for COVID-19 in Washington. We've learned of 2 more this morning, making that total number 5. Again, yesterday we learned that at least 3 had contracted the virus. So this is a report from our Fox News team that say the number of COVID positive Texas state lawmakers in the nation's capital is now 5. The news comes on the same day that Vice President Kamala Harris dropped by Walter Reed Medical Center for a routine visit after meeting with the group of lawmakers just last week. Again, this group of Democrats fled Texas to deny Republicans in the state legislature a quorum, which refers to the minimum number of lawmakers needed to carry out legislative business. So again, we've got 5 Democrats testing positive for COVID-19 this morning. That is also news that we are continuing to follow here on LiveNOW from Fox. We've also got news related to the Tampa Bay area as well as Washington, D.C. That's because a Tampa man who breached the U.S. Senate chamber carrying a Trump flag is scheduled to become the first January 6 rioter sentenced for a felony in a hearing that will help set a benchmark for punishment in similar cases. Prosecutors want Paul Hodgkins to serve 18 months behind bars, saying in a recent filing that he, quote, like each rioter, contributed to the collective threat to democracy by forcing lawmakers to temporarily abandon their certification of Joe Biden's election victory and to scramble for shelter from incoming mobs. Again, his sentencing is expected to take place today in Washington, D.C., the first rioter to face a sentencing with felony charges. So again, one of the top stories that we are continuing to follow this morning. We're also continuing to follow some weather out west. We've still got wildfires burning across the western United States. So let's take a listen to this report from our Fox News team regarding this story.
An army of chainsaws echoing through the night in Northern California as firefighters get up close and personal to the flames from the Beckworth complex blaze. The inferno is one of several dozen burning across the West Coast, destroying more than 100,000 acres as of this weekend.
We're having a lot of fires every year, and they're really bad.
Officials cite lightning strikes as the main cause of many of the ongoing fires, and with at least 60% of the entire country now facing extreme drought conditions, the bone-dry grass and trees are prime targets. The Tamarack fire near Lake Tahoe is proof of that, with the flames engulfing more than 18,000 acres by Sunday morning, forcing mandatory evacuations.
The trees and the animals and everything being destroyed, killed.
But it's the unpredictable nature of these fires that's causing major frustration, with many folks in the surrounding areas constantly living on edge.
You get all ready, you move all your stuff, and then the fire's over, you move your stuff back in, and then another one.
Meanwhile, in Oregon, the bootleg fire is now consuming an area roughly the size of Los Angeles. Thick clouds of smoke and ash painting the sky gray, as officials say about 5,000 homes remain at risk of being destroyed. The bootleg fire is now the largest currently burning in the U.S., requiring an all-hands-on-deck approach, as extra firefighters from Utah are now being sent in. But with this year's fire season already off to an even earlier start than last year's, officials say more fires like this are on the horizon. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Chris DeMeo for that report. Again, tragic scenes out there as flames continue to burn through parts of California and Oregon, and something that we are going to continue staying on top of here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, everybody. It's been a pleasure joining you here this morning. It is Monday. We have another week to look ahead to, and be sure to tune into Live Now from Fox tomorrow, as we've got former Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos expected to go even further than Richard Branson did just last week. It is the billionaire space race that we're continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have live coverage as well as some live guests all morning long. But in the meantime, Pilar Arias will hop on with you here in just a couple of minutes. I will see you guys next week. In the meantime, we're going to head out to Fox 11 Los Angeles, who filed this special report looking into the drug ketamine and its impacts on people with depression. So again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ketamine is a powerful anesthetic. It's now being used to treat depression, mood disorders, even PTSD. So how does it work? Is it legal? For those answers, we turn to our Christina Gonzalez, who followed the process at a local clinic.
Shira Thomas can sing, yet being able to sing, that's a totally different story because of her lifelong clinical depression.
Literally, I've been on over 20 different antidepressants over the past 25-ish years. This one I wasn't in either.
Not being able to perform with the San Fernando Valley Opera Company she and her husband founded was just part of the problem.
And then I would have like 1 to 3 major depressive crashes per year. And those would take me completely out of commission for anything from a week to a couple of months at a time. And completely out of commission means I can barely get out of bed. Oftentimes I couldn't speak.
The birth of her now 6-year-old daughter worsened her depression so much, her psychiatrist suggested electrocompulsive therapy, commonly known as electroshock, which she says helped the depression but not her memory.
I mean, I probably had somewhere between 30 and 50 treatments of ECT, and it got to a point where I didn't remember how to sign my own name.
That's when she considered this.
Shira?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Ketamine infusion therapy administered with an IV, the powerful drug approved by the FDA as anesthesia, is now being used off-label to treat PTSD and major depressive disorders.
Step to a new life, right? I suffer from real bad anxiety.
That is basketball star Lamar Odom, who's had a very public display of drug addiction and depression, culminating when he was found comatose in a Nevada brothel in 2015.
A lot of us, if we are depressed, we don't even know it.
Odom's treatments were documented by psychedelic medicine advocate Mike Zappelin, who directed the documentary Lamar Odom, Reborn.
Time for liftoff.
Let's do it.
Dr. Stephen Mandel ran the treatments at his ketamine clinic in Los Angeles. A board-certified anesthesiologist, he was one of the first to realize the potential of one of ketamine's side effects on soldiers.
When guys, again in a war, started coming back and having ketamine as an anesthetic for procedures related to their war wounds, their PTSD was really being relieved. I said, how could an anesthetic do that? We're still not entirely sure, but we know much more.
In very basic terms, ketamine seems to allow the brain to create new connections which restore key circuits involved in regulating moods. Dr. Mandel also treats Shira Thomas, who's constantly monitored, like all patients, during treatment.
So we're ready to get your intravenous started.
I can feel the medicine starting to enter my body. I start to feel like my lips get a little pringly and my face and my chest just get like a little bit kind of warm. And then I'll sort of start feeling a little, I guess dizzy, but it's not an unpleasant dizzy.
Now, Shira stays mostly quiet during her experience. Lamar moves around.
I thought I was in heaven. That was incredible, bro. It was a lot of things going on.
To explain it, she drew this image.
I started seeing, it wasn't words, but it was just negative thoughts starting to come at me. And I started feeling fear and like, oh man, here it comes. They're coming to get me again.
She and her daughter had just watched a Disney movie featuring a character very similar to what she drew.
She just kind of looked at the negative thoughts and just went and flicked them, and they went tumbling away. And I have not had those negative thoughts ever since.
It was a great experience. I just never felt like that good inside.
It may be helping them, but ketamine has been used illegally as a party drug, and worse.
Ketamine is a date rape drug.
State Senator Melissa Melendez at a California Senate hearing on SB 519. The bill introduced by Senator Scott Wiener would decriminalize the possession of psychedelics like hallucinogenic mushrooms or LSD. But ketamine has been taken off the bill.
And one of the reasons we took it out is that if you have severe depression, you can go to a doctor and get an infusion of ketamine.
Look, there are all sorts of drugs that, if used incorrectly or maliciously, are real trouble.
That's Shira's dad. You saw him accompanying her on the piano.
They need to rethink this, and they need to get this out there by prescription for people who are in need, because it has made an immense difference.
I'm able to do things now that before either I couldn't do, I literally couldn't get myself to do, or that I had to be afraid that I might not be able to do.
Wow, really remarkable. Christina Gonzalez joins us now to talk more about this. Christina, I'm so glad that you brought this to so many people's attention, and I'm glad you're able here to join us here this morning. We do know that there are some short-term side effects to the treatment, right? Why don't you talk about those?
Yeah, the short-term side effects, and they have been studied because, again, this has been a drug that's been around for a long time, and it has been FDA approved since 2019 for the use of treatment of depression, just an off-label. So what they're looking at, when you disassociate the mind and the body, you're going to get, for example, dizziness. They actually give you an anti-nausea when you're going through the process. You're going to get some confusion. That is normal. Things like the slurred speech. Some people really get the hallucinogenic effect. It's mild, but it does exist. Your heart rate goes up. That's why you're monitored. Your blood pressure can go up. So, but those mostly are short-term at the dosages for this kind of therapeutic use. It's used in other kinds of therapeutic use at higher dosages, which don't apply here. But ketamine leaves your body very quickly.
All right, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to interrupt this segment from Fox 11 Los Angeles, and that's because I am going to take you out right to this moment to a live event that we have going on. This is actually in Atlanta, Georgia. Senator Amy Klobuchar, chairwoman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Rules and Administration with oversight over federal elections and campaign finance law, is announcing details on this week's Rules Committee field hearing out there in Georgia. So we're going to listen in live, raw, unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for tuning in.
And also with us today is Senator Merkley from the state of Oregon, who is the lead author of the For the People Act. And last but not least, Senator Padilla, who many of you know was the Secretary of State of California, incredibly knowledgeable in the area of voting rights, and took a red eye to get here today. So that is a long way from California. I'd also like to welcome the following leaders from the state of Georgia who are here with us today. Georgia Rep. Billy Mitchell, who will also give a statement, who is the chair of the Georgia House Democratic Caucus and the president of the National Black Caucus of State Legislators. Chair of the Georgia Black Caucus of State Legislators, Senator Tanya Anderson, who I had the privilege to talk to yesterday. Representative Deborah Bazemore, who's with us as well, Representative Rhonda Burno, Representative Sandra Scott, and former Representative Cleo Washington. In addition, I want to welcome our witnesses, Senator Sally Harrell, right here. She wore the right color, matching with me. Ms. Helen Butler, well known to the community, and Mr. Jose Segarra, who I will introduce shortly. I want to thank Senator Blunt's staff who are here with us as well. The location of today's hearing, the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, is a powerful reminder of how our country has long fought against the forces of injustice, and that it has only been through the power of citizens standing up to the forces of oppression through speaking truth to power that change has occurred. This morning, we had the opportunity to tour the exhibits, and anyone watching today, I really urge you to come to this museum in Atlanta and tour this museum. You literally can sit at the lunch counter where the freedom fighters sat and have headphones on and picture yourself in that position, and how long can you sit there? How long can you tolerate it? There's another exhibit honoring Georgia's own hero, Representative John Lewis, who passed away just over 1 year ago, who never gave up on justice, never stopped marching toward freedom. I have always been in awe of Congressman John Lewis, of his persistence, his resilience, his faith that the country could be better if only we put in the work. His faith in our country led him to coordinate efforts for the Mississippi Freedom Summer, recruiting college students from around the country to join the movement to register black voters in the South. And it took him to Selma, where he helped lead 600 marchers across the Edmund Pettus Bridge on that dark day that became known as Bloody Sunday. The horrific events of that day shocked the nation, with marchers attacked with billy clubs and tear gas. Congressman Lewis's skull was fractured. He bore the scars until the very end of his life. Soon after, President Lyndon Johnson came to the Capitol and, as he said, with the outrage of Selma still fresh, called on Congress to take action to guarantee the right to vote. Months later, with the help of former Minnesota Senator and Vice President Hubert Humphrey, the Voting Rights Act was signed into law. I was fortunate, like every single senator up here, at points in my life to visit that bridge. And one in particular stands out for me. It was actually the 48th anniversary. That weekend, after 48 years, the white police chief of Montgomery handed his badge to Congressman Lewis and apologized for not protecting him and the freedom marchers. 48 years is a long time for an apology. And it only happened because Congressman Lewis never quit fighting for progress, for civil rights, for economic justice. But now, over 5 decades since that day in Selma, and since the Voting Rights Act became the law of the land, so much of the progress that Americans have fought for, that are documented in this museum, that Americans have died for, is at stake. It is no coincidence that this assault on the freedom to vote is happening just after the 2020 election, when nearly 160 million Americans cast a ballot, more than ever before, in the middle of a pandemic, in an election that the Trump Department of Homeland Security declared the most secure in history. This year alone, as I noted, hundreds and hundreds of bills have been introduced. That is why we are here. We are here in one of the states today where legislation was signed into law by Georgia's governor in March. The new Georgia law not only limits the number and availability of ballot drop boxes and puts limits on the hours of early voting, it also strips power away from local election officials and ultimately puts it in the hands of the state legislature, something that Reverend Senator Warnock has introduced a bill to change. This new law also reduces the time for runoff elections from 9 weeks to 28 days. And since Georgia law requires voters to be registered for at least 29 days before the election day, this means that previously unregistered voters won't be able to make their voices heard in the runoffs. Do you think it's a coincidence that it's 28 days for the runoff and then 29 days when you register? It's not one bit of coincidence. It is a blatant exercise of raw power. It also limits early voting for runoffs to 1 week, Monday through Friday, so you can't vote on weekends, allows a single person to challenge the registration of an unlimited number of voters, and makes it a crime for volunteers to give food and water on a nonpartisan basis to people in line. with similar bills now being considered in state legislatures across America or signed into law already. This is a coordinated effort to limit Americans' freedom to vote. Our Constitution, in Article 1, Section 4, has equipped us to do exactly what we should do. That provision makes clear that Congress has the power to make or alter laws governing federal elections at any time. It is as clear as day. We must meet this moment. As President Biden said in Philadelphia last week, this is the test of our time. That is why we are here to hear firsthand about the attack on voting rights in Georgia, why we must pass the For the People Act, which we're all co-sponsors, of which Senator Merkley is the chief sponsor. This would create those basic federal voting rights that are allowed for by our Constitution, that were clearly anticipated in our Constitution, as well as cut down on the dark money in our politics and do something about ethics reform. With that, it is my honor to introduce our first witness and your Senator, Reverend Raphael Warnock of Georgia.
Well, thank you so very much, and I want to say welcome to all of my colleagues to the great state of Georgia. We are very glad to have you and to welcome you to our state. Thanks so much, Chair Klobuchar, for inviting me to speak today about the urgent need for federal voting rights legislation. I'm especially grateful that the members of the Rules Committee have come here to the state of Georgia for its first field hearing in 2 decades. And we'll hear from Georgia advocates, many of whom I've worked with and alongside across the years, like Helen Butler, who have long been on the ground in this fight. And they can speak extensively to the detrimental impacts of voter suppression in Georgia. Over the last year, Georgia has become ground zero for the sweeping voter suppression efforts we've seen gain momentum all across our country. We saw record-breaking voter turnout in our last elections. What we did in Georgia this last election in terms of turnout should have been celebrated by everyone, regardless of political party. But instead, it was attacked by craven politicians who were more committed to the maintenance of their own power than they are to the strengthening and maintaining of our democracy. Spurred by the big lie, these same actors are now busy rolling back voting rights in a way that we have not seen in size and scope since the Jim Crow era. In fact, Georgia became the first of now 19 states in just a few short months to pass laws that restrict voter turnout in the wake of the November 2020 election. My home state exemplifies the effectiveness of these suppression efforts, as well as the power and the opportunity of what federal voting rights legislation can accomplish. Your vote is your voice, and your voice is about your human dignity. To fight for voting rights is to fight for human rights. There's nothing more noble, more important for us to do in a moment like this. And sadly, what we're seeing in Georgia is an attempt to deny certain people the ability to have their voices heard in our democracy. As I've said time and time again, some people don't want some people to vote. So they're trying to deny access to the ballot, to set up hurdles that voters have to cross as if voting is a privilege and not a right. So this new law in Georgia, SB 202, would make voting harder for countless Georgians by creating these hurdles that voters have to jump through in order to request an absentee ballot, while also reducing the number of drop boxes where voters can return their ballots, by making it harder for community organizations to assist voters, whether from requesting a ballot to just handing out a bottle of water. by letting a single person make unlimited mass challenges to the ability of other Georgians to vote, clearing the way for baseless accusations. Imagine that, your neighbor being able to challenge countless numbers of other citizens and their right to vote. And then even if you clear all of those.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Before we do that, though, I do want to show you how the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board is currently doing. Stocks have been trading for about 45 minutes. It looks like they are down about 800 points right there. Nothing but red on the big board today. We are going to hear from President Joe Biden in about an hour and 15 minutes, remarks on our economic recovery during the pandemic here. So not great news in terms of the stock market trading. Again, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
But if we pass federal voting rights protections, which the Congress has the ability and the constitutional right to do, we can reverse these restrictions. We can provide a baseline for voting, basic standards that apply no matter what state you live in. We can pass legislation that would create uniform national standards so that your right to vote cannot be challenged. We can protect the freedom of voters to decide how they want to vote, whether it's on election day, during early voting, or by mail. And we can strengthen election security by providing new funding for states to replace old voting machines and enhance training for election administrators. And so along with Chair Klobuchar, as well as our colleagues and Senators Merkley, Warner, and Georgia Senator John Ossoff, I've also introduced the Preventing Election Subversion Act. This legislation would address some of the specific challenges we're seeing in Georgia by stopping mass challenges against voters and preventing state takeovers of local election boards. I want to be clear. Congress must take action on voting rights, and we have no time to spare. There is nothing more important for us to do this Congress. Since January, nearly 400 bills that would restrict voting have been introduced in 48 states. They passed in 19 states. And as we speak, the Texas legislature is trying to become the next state. We Americans live in a great house that democracy built. And right now, that house is on fire. What good is it to expand the foundation if the house is on fire? And so we have to have national standards that push against what we're seeing in Texas and Georgia and all across our country. And while our brave brothers and sisters in the Texas legislature have risked so much to stop this effort, I am disappointed that some members of the United States Senate
immigrant success story, came here in 1986, now operates 39 restaurants around the world, including 11 here in New York City. He is a New York City hero, and he...
Back here on Live Now from Fox, we have departed Atlanta, Georgia. We are now live in New York, listening in on Mayor Bill de Blasio providing some coronavirus and economic recovery updates there across the city. He is always joined with other city officials as well. We'll likely be returning to Atlanta in just a bit.
Food starts with good ingredients. So here we are. Now we're very happy to start kicking off Restaurant Week at the Seaport District, the Fulton, Malibu Farm, Cobble & Co., Mama Fuko, Calamari, and everything at the Seaport. It's wonderful to be part of this, and thank you so much, Mayor de Blasio, for really helping the restaurant the last 18 months. Outdoor, indoor, terraces, it's amazing.
Thank you. Jean-Georges, let me ask you, you're there with beautiful fresh food that's going to your restaurants. Tell us about the Fulton, the newest restaurant in your empire. Tell us about the Fulton and what that is going to be like.
The Fulton is the first place when I arrived in New York in 1986. I went to the fish market, which was the team building and the the seaport. So that was my, it's really, my heart because it's a seafood restaurant next to the Brooklyn Bridge. It's absolutely wonderful. We know New York City is a world-class dining destination because of the diverse culture, taps on food is a culture that brings people together. So we're very happy to be the kickoff of the Restaurant Week.
Thank you so much, and I want to just commend you. You have done so much for New York City. Your restaurants have been amazing, part of what makes New York City great. Tourists come here from all over just to experience the magic of what you have created. So, like so many great New Yorkers, you came here and you made this place better. And I want to thank you for that on behalf of all New Yorkers. And thank you for being a part of Restaurant Week, because a lot of people are just waiting to experience what you and your team have created, and this will be the moment. Thank you so much, Jean-Georges.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. This is wonderful. A great celebration of New York, on the comeback of New York. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. The comeback of New York City, exactly right. The summer of New York City, a recovery for all of us. This is what it's all about. Now, we know our recovery, of course, means bringing back our economy, bringing back our jobs, bringing back the tourists. Restaurant Week's going to help us do all those things. But we also know recovery requires public safety. Recovery will help us achieve more public safety. But to achieve the recovery, we need to keep working on public safety all the time. Saturday evening, I stood shoulder to shoulder in the Bronx with violence interrupters, with community activists and leaders, with Eric Adams, with Vanessa Gibson, leaders who believe in the power of grassroots solutions to violence. We were all united, and with a message filled with passion. We have to stop the violence, and we're going to have to do it from the ground up. We absolutely need and value the work of the NYPD, but we also need communities to come forward in the fight against violence, and no one does that better than the violence interrupters and so many grassroots organizations that are part of the solution. Look, President Biden has put forward a very bold plan in this area, and he actually modeled it on a lot of what we're doing in New York City. Policing and community-based solutions to violence. We need both. So this is what we're going to do to protect our children in particular. And when we were up in the Bronx, we all talked about the children. There were beautiful children there, gathered round, and everyone had the same feeling. We have to protect these children, protect their future. So I want to thank all of the organizations that joined us, all the violence interrupters. Their work is crucial to our vision, Safe Summer NYC. This vision begins with these community-based solutions to violence, doubling the Cure Violence workforce this summer, a huge investment in recreation activities, positive cultural activities for young people, giving them positive options. That whole piece is crucial. Of course, when it comes to policing, neighborhood policing and precision policing, which worked and has worked for years and years and is working again. And then the last piece of the plan, getting our courts back, and we made a lot of progress. We still need help from the state to get them to 100% full strength, because that's been the missing link. Do those things and the situation changes. So this is what we see time and time again. The work of the Cure Violence movement and the crisis management system, the violence interrupters, in the precincts where they are active, shootings continue to go down. It's such important work. To be clear, everyone, this is hard work. What the violence interrupters do takes a lot of bravery. It is work that a lot of times stops something before it ever happens. And it doesn't show up in a statistic. This is something, and we were there together on Saturday night. Eric Adams said, I agree with him 100%. It's the many times the violence that was stopped, the lives that were saved, the shooting that never happened. You will not see that as a statistic, but you will know the violence interrupters achieved that. So we've doubled that workforce. We're going to continue to deepen that effort. And we know that with the community, we can turn the tide. Someone who has been a leader championing the investments in the Cure Violence movement, a leader in bringing police and community together. She's a member of the City Council. She served as public safety chair for a number of years, and she is about to be the next borough president of the Bronx. My pleasure to introduce Councilmember Vanessa Gibson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. It's really a great honor to be with you today. And I want to thank you and your team, Eric Cumberbatch, the Mayor's Office to Prevent Gun Violence, for joining us on last Saturday in our Claremont district. Last Thursday, we had a 25-year-old fatally shot who left behind 2 children, a 3-year-old and a 3-month-old. This violence is out of control. We are living in a state of emergency, and we need crisis intervention. We need alternatives to incarceration, safe spaces for young people and young adults. We need to give them access and opportunity so they don't feel the need to engage in violence and pick up a gun in the first place. We have the answer. We are the solution. And I'm grateful that our partners are joining us in the Bronx. I also want to thank Eric Adams for his leadership and commitment joining us in the Bronx, because we know that no matter where violence happens across the city of New York, we are all in this together. The City Council has worked expeditiously, dedicating our time to make sure that our budget is reflective of the values and the priorities that we know New Yorkers care about. Safe streets, summer youth employment program, 75,000 young adults that are working this summer, the all year round work, learn, grow program, our Compass and Sonic and Beacon and Cornerstone programs. And I'm especially proud of Saturday Night Lights, a $5 million initiative that started July 10th that opens 100 school gymnasiums across the city of New York, Saturday night from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. We need to make sure our parents know about these programs, they know about these community centers, but we know that it's not enough. Until we deal with the national crisis of gun violence with comprehensive gun control legislation at the federal level, the proliferation of guns in our communities, we will continue this vicious cycle. But as a local government, we can do more and we will step up. Crisis management system, the CMS organizations have been phenomenal, and I am thankful for each and every one of you. So Guns Down, Life Up, SOS Save Our Streets, RTG Release the Grip, BRAG, Bronx Rising Against Gun Violence, SUV Standing Up to Violence. We thank you for everything you have done. As the mayor said, you are lives, and we don't even see that work.
Most of you are going to see a commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. We'll be back in Atlanta, Georgia when you return.
Candidates to pick their voters, lest we have democracy in reverse. The 4 most important words in the democracy are, the people have spoken. So we must do what we can to let the people speak. Once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Representative. All right. I want to call our witnesses up. I'm going to introduce them and then swear them in. Our first witness on the panel today is, maybe we'll change these out while I introduce them, is Georgia State Senator Sally Harrell. Since 2019, Senator Harrell has represented Georgia's 40th Senate district, which includes DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett counties. Senator Harrell serves on 5 committees, including the Senate Ethics Committee, which has jurisdiction over election and voting issues. Senator Harrell also has served 3 terms in Georgia's House of Representatives from 1999 to 2005. She received her bachelor's degree in social work from Georgia State University and received a master's degree from the University of Georgia. Our second witness is Helen Butler, who serves as the executive director of the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda and is a former member of the Morgan County Board of Elections. Ms. Butler has worked for the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda since 2003 and served on the Morgan County Board of Elections from 2010 until just last month. Ms. Butler previously served as a member of the State of Georgia Help America Vote Act Advisory Committee, and in 2013 she was appointed to serve on the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights as a member of the Georgia Advisory Committee. Ms. Butler recently received the AFL-CIO's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Defender of the Dream Award, and in 2002 she received the National Associations of Secretary of State Award for Voter Education. Ms. Butler earned her Bachelor of Business Administration and Master's of Public Administration degrees from the University of Georgia, and she was one of the first 50 African American students to attend the University of Georgia after the integration of the school in 1961. Finally, our third witness is Mr. Jose Antonio Segura, a resident of Houston County and a Georgia voter since he moved to Georgia in 1992 as an Air Force officer and registered to vote in the state that same year. Mr. Segura has served in the Air Force for 35 years and is an engineer at Roberts Air Force Base. He served for 6 years as a military officer, including serving during Operation Desert Storm. Mr. Segura has voted in every general election in Georgia since moving to the state, including the November 2020 presidential election and January 2021 Senate runoff elections. During both of those elections, he voted early and in person. He waited for over 3 hours in line during the November presidential election and also waited during the January runoff election. He was determined to vote. He lives in Warner Robins, Georgia, with his wife of 33 years and has 3 children and 1 grandchild. And now we will swear in the witnesses. Stand up. Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony you give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. All right, so why don't we start with you, Ms. Harrell. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Members of the Senate Rules and Administration Committee, thank you so much for coming to Georgia today to hear our story. We desperately need your help. I am Senator Sally Harrell, and I currently I'm serving my 5th term in the Georgia General Assembly, representing the northern suburbs of the Atlanta area. In my capacity as a minority member of the Senate Ethics Committee, I have deliberated several large and impactful pieces of legislation in Georgia, including House Bill 316, which paved the way for a statewide procurement of new computerized voting machines with printed ballots, paper ballots, and more recently, Senate Bill 202, the bill that just became law in Georgia. Though Senate Bill 202 bears the title Senate Bill, you might be surprised to know that this bill was never vetted by the Senate Ethics Committee. When Senate Ethics passed Senate Bill 202, it was a 2-page bill addressing absentee ballot applications. The House replaced this bill with a new 98-page voting bill, and the only vote that the Senate had on this new bill was to agree or to disagree with the changes made by the House. There was virtually no chance to debate this bill in the Senate committee or on the Senate floor. The Senate Ethics Committee did, however, consider dozens of election bills during the 2021 session. Some of these bills would have resulted in obstacles to voting much more severe than what finally passed in Senate Bill 202. For example, the majority party proposed ending Georgia's Department of Motor Vehicles automatic voter registration. They attempted to eliminate Sunday early voting, and thus the popular program Souls to the Polls events that are found in our Black communities. They also tried to eliminate no excuse absentee voting, which they themselves had enacted when they gained power in 2005. All these discussions were held in committee rooms eerily void of the public. This was due to the pandemic, but it was also due to constant last-minute meeting notices, as well as committee hearings scheduled before dawn and after dusk. Election bills were rushed through and voted on along party lines. The Georgia Secretary of State, who oversees our elections, was never asked to address the committee. Minority Party committee members often saw bills for the first time minutes before they were voted on. Questions addressed to bill authors by minority members were frequently answered dishonestly and disrespectfully. It was very apparent to me that there is no required oath to tell the truth in the Georgia General Assembly. I remember asking a legislator, the one who wanted to end automatic voter registration, if he could explain his claim that this bill increased voter confidence. He simply said, "It does." So I changed the wording of my question a bit and asked him again, same answer, "It does." In the 9 years I have served in the Georgia General Assembly, I have never seen such blatant disregard for the legislative process as I did with Senate Bill 202, and I see my colleagues nodding their heads with me. Georgia's legislative process needs reform, much more so than our voting laws do. It is the voters who will suffer. One of my constituents worked the polls at a library in my district, which prior to the election had been an early voting location. She told me the story of a young man who came to the library on his lunch hour thinking he could vote because he had voted at the library in the past. However, since it was election day, he was supposed to vote in his home precinct, which was way across town. Because he couldn't take more time off work, he cast a provisional ballot. Now, under Senate Bill 202, that man's vote would have been thrown out because it was cast before 5 p.m. Had the majority party not rushed through Senate Bill 202 with total disregard to public comment and input from experts, the Georgia General Assembly could be holding hearings right now, learning and studying actual problems with our election system, rather than reacting from fallout from conspiracy theories and lies. Georgia is not unique. Election laws are currently being written all across the nation. Obviously, from our previous testimony, they're even mimicking Georgia's laws. But where you live shouldn't determine how hard it is to vote or whether or not your vote counts. This is the time to take action, to pass national voting standards, and I implore you to do so. Thank you for allowing me to take this time to address you this morning, and I do look forward to your questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Ms. Butler.
Good morning, Chairwoman Klobuchar and members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. Of course, the People's Agenda is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization founded by the late Dr. Joseph Lowry, and is made up of representatives from diverse organizations throughout the state. We've always been dedicated to fighting for the voting rights of Georgia's citizens through public education, training, advocacy, and litigation. In wake of the Supreme Court's Shelby County versus Holder decision, and due to the lack of the pre-clearance process, we have been forced to spend even more time and resources fighting discriminatory voting laws and policies and practices at the state and local levels. It's ironic that 56 years later, we are still fighting those same voter suppression laws that our founder, Dr. Lowry, along with Congressman Lewis, Dr. King, and so many others fought against in 1965. Today, we're faced with new laws passed by the majority Republican Georgia General Assembly in the wake of efforts by the former president and his allies to undermine the confidence in Georgia's elections with false and misleading claims of massive voter fraud. The majority party of the General Assembly wasted no time using that disinformation campaign as the foundation for passing numerous new restrictions on the right to vote in Georgia. My written testimony that I submitted to you outlined numerous burdensome and arbitrary requirements and other changes that directly attack voting methods being used by Black voters and other voters of color in Georgia in greater numbers. These changes also impact nonprofit civic engagement organizations like ours, which devotes substantial time and resources to register, educate, and mobilize communities of color and assist voters from before and on election day through our election protection program. But I want to talk about today my service as a member of the Morgan County Board of Elections. I served there from 2010 until my termination as a board member on July 1st, 2021, following the passage of a separate law placing the power to appoint board members in the hands of a majority white and Republican Board of County Commissioners instead of its long-standing bipartisan appointment process. During my time on the Morgan County Board of Elections, I took my position as a board member very seriously and worked to ensure the administration of elections in Morgan County was done fairly for all voters, regardless of partisan preference, race, or ethnic origin. We certified elections, determined which polling locations should be open. We counted the absentee ballots. We decided whose provisional ballots counted. We never had a violation during my time that I served on this board. The reconstitution of county boards of elections to ensure majority party control and the takeover provisions under SB 202, allowing for the majority party in the legislature to dictate policy by the state election board, to take over the day-to-day administration of county boards of elections, and remove county supervisors of elections, raises the specter that the goal will be to nullify the lawful votes of Georgia voters when the majority party is not satisfied with the outcome of an election, thereby achieving a result that the former president was unable to obtain in 2020. In short, the numerous changes in SB 202 attacking voting methods increasingly used by Black voters and other voters of color, taken in conjunction with the undemocratic takeover of boards of election, may lead to the partisan nullification of lawful votes, clearly demonstrate why federal standards must be enacted to restore the...
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is next.
The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, S1 for the People Act, and SB S2155 Preventing Election Subversion Act of 2021. It is critical. It was not just in my county of Morgan County that they have taken over control. They are now looking at other locations to take over. We've worked too hard to ensure equal and fair access to the ballot to turn back now. I'll be happy to answer your questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. And do you want to explain, your county is a rural county, right? Where are you located?
It is definitely a rural county. It's 60 miles east of Atlanta, going towards Augusta.
Okay. I mean, not everyone's from Georgia here, so I thought it'd be good to clarify that. Okay, Mr. Segarra.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman Klobuchar and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity you have given me to express my voting experience in the 2020 general election. I came to Georgia as a U.S. Air Force officer in August of 1992. I served in the Air Force between 1986 and 1992 and served during the Gulf War. I still work for the Air Force at Robins Air Force Base. Voting is sacred to me. I see the voting process as one that should be as easy as possible for all eligible voters. And I feel like voting rules should be everything but in no way to restrict people's freedom to vote. This past year, I had to go to extraordinary lengths to accomplish the simple but consequential task of casting my ballot. I, along with thousands of Georgians, had to wait for hours in order to cast my vote. In fact, I had to go to the polls twice in order to vote. The first time, I went to the closest polling place opened the first day of early voting. That was Perry Courthouse in Perry, Georgia. I went with an elderly couple in the 70s. We arrived at 7:15 in the morning, Tuesday, October 13, knowing that the voting polls will open at 8 a.m. We thought that we arrived with plenty of time to vote quickly and be in our way. To our surprise, there was already a line around the courthouse, snaking all the way around the block. One of my elderly friends is a knee replacement candidate and is a diabetic, and his wife, a retired teacher from the state of Georgia, has an acute arthritis condition and uses a walker. I was worried about them standing in line and going up the stairs, as there was no separate line for people with disabilities. We knew that they could not sustain waiting in that line, so we left without voting. They ended up voting by mail. A week later, on October 27, 2020, a Tuesday, my wife and I went back to early vote. This time, we went to the Middle Georgia Technical College in Warner Robins, which was open only for the last 2 weeks of early voting. We arrived around 3 p.m. My wife had a co-worker who recently moved from Puerto Rico and was new to Georgia. She registered to vote, but had no previous experience voting in Georgia and was confused about the process. We arranged to meet her at the time we arrived at the line at the polling place. Once again, the line outside, around the building, in the open, with no protection from the elements. After an hour and a half standing outside, we made it inside the building, finally, just to find out that the line inside the building was just as long as the line outside the building. My wife's co-worker became concerned that she would not be in time to pick up her baby at the child care center, which closed at 6 p.m. We ended up casting our ballots around 6 p.m., 3 hours after we arrived. We learned later that her husband had to take time off from work and was able to pick up the baby. We were able to handle those 3 hours standing in line, but we know that not everybody can. Election observers reported that several people fainted while in line in Savannah and in Atlanta. I have also learned that between 2012 and 2018, 214 polling locations were closed in the state of Georgia, mostly affecting minority voters, making this issue even worse. Senators, this is wrong. It should not take so long to vote. According to the Presidential Commission on Election Administration, no citizen should have to wait more than 30 minutes to vote. I had to wait 6 times that measure, and other citizens of this state had to wait even more. It is unacceptable that in Houston, Cobb, and Chatham counties, a person will have to wait half a day or miss a full day of work, or maybe 2, just to exercise their constitutional right. Our government needs to ensure that we have adequate systems and processes in place to allow every eligible voter to cast their ballot without such undue burdens. We need to have adequate number of polling places, properly resourced, and open for as expansive period of time as possible, especially after regular duty hours. Voters should have the opportunity to vote on Saturdays or Sundays. After all, if malls are open on Sundays, why not voting places? Lots of people work on Saturdays, so Sundays need to be an option as well. It would also make it much easier if some people to vote for some people to vote if Election Day were to be a holiday. In conclusion, I serve my country as a member of the armed forces and continue to serve by encouraging voting in my community. I am here to respectfully ask for your help, Senators, in protecting the freedom of all voters to vote, regardless of their political affiliation, by passing legislation that will address the unacceptably long waiting in lines and ensure that every eligible voter has the opportunity to participate, not just those of us who can take 3 hours off from work and stand in line, and so that nobody has to choose between a paycheck and exercising a much sacred constitutional right. Thank you, and I'll be
Thank you very much, Mr. Segar. Thanks to all our witnesses. I do want to make clear that we, of course, gave the opportunity for our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to provide witnesses to defend the law, but they chose not to have anyone here, or had trouble finding anyone here, to defend this law. With that, I would like to ask you, Mr. Segarra, as someone who has served our country, shared your story about what happened in Houston County in south central Georgia. When you signed up to serve our country, to join the Air Force.
Again, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is Monday, July 19th, 2021, approaching 11 a.m. Eastern Time out here at the East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. My name is Pilar Arias. We are signing off for the day, but don't go anywhere. We're about to pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Don't forget, we are a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com. Again, it's livenowfox.com. But myself, the East Coast Hub team, we'll see you again tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Oh, one more commercial break before Phoenix takes over.
On the front line. Tell me a little bit about that, your decision to serve our country, and then your devotion to our democracy.
I was born and raised in Puerto Rico in a family with military background. My grandfather served in the front line in Europe during World War II, in the front line in Korea, and also in Vietnam. He was my inspiration to join the military, and I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. As citizens of this nation, we have the moral right and sacred duty to vote. I felt awful that I was standing in line, got there, and was not able to cast my vote, nor the people that I brought with me. I saw people in the line waiting, saw people in that line coming into the parking lot and seeing the size of the line and leaving. That's not acceptable. So much blood was shed in those battles. And the minimum we can do as citizens is to be allowed to exercise freely our right to vote.
Thank you. And yesterday I was in Cobb County with Stacey Abrams, and we heard very similar stories from across Georgia with the lines and people getting so hot in the sun, and the fact that this bill would now deny the right of nonpartisan volunteers to provide water would make things, I would say, even worse. Let me go to you, Ms. Butler. You saw many voters cast ballots last year as a former election official in rural Morgan County. Do you agree that the new Georgia law will result in fewer voters casting a ballot in future elections? And how do you think it's going to impact the citizens in your county?
It definitely will make it more difficult, barriers, hurdles that they will have to get across to even exercise their right to vote. For instance, in rural Georgia, you don't have broadband. Now you have photo ID. You have to make copies of those. You can't upload them on a portal for the absentee ballot portal that they're supposed to put in place. There isn't broadband that people have in those rural areas that will be able to do that. To even make copies for each and every election, you have a copy of that ID in order to be able to use the process of absentee voting. And in COVID, as it is still again, we know that it may still be in place for this next cycle that's coming up. But it makes it more difficult for people to really exercise their right. And for me, having being on board, having people that are able to look at the process and say, this is how we should do it, is to be available as well, because you'll have these partisan boards will be instituted as well, because you'll have these partisan boards that will be instituted by a one-sided party. For my county, exactly. So it will take away the ability of people to have more polling locations, drop boxes inside, the hours that they'll be able to vote.
Limiting the hours.
The farmers, you have people that do farming. They work late hours. They won't be able to get there by 5 o'clock. If they do, they lose revenue. So those are the kinds of things that will happen as a result of these barriers that are put in place. They may be able to get over the hurdles, but my God, what kind of barriers will they have to do to get there to that? Paying somebody to take you to that polling location for those hours. You can only use a drop box in early voting
locations and following those hours. So if you had the farmer that wanted to go there afterwards, those drop boxes won't even be allowed to receive votes, which is the whole idea of a drop box.
Correct.
In addition to less drop boxes.
Exactly, and if you miss the early voting period, you won't be able to use the drop box process at all. So that is a problem with this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Harrell, another strange thing in this bill, I guess not strange, but intentional, is that they brought back the idea that you have to put your birth date on an envelope. Is that correct? The inner envelope.
That's right. There are several things that you have to write on the envelope, and then the flap covers that information. But one of the reasons that the birth date was removed is because people got confused, and instead of putting their birth date, they put the date that they filled out the application.
I would think they would think that date was more relevant at that moment. Yes.
Right, exactly. So that led to confusion. So they've again legislated situations that are going to increase the confusion on the part of the voters and give the election officials, which are going to be more partisan, more reason to reject those ballots.
And I hope people watching today see this pattern here, because a lot of focus has been on the water, and we are grateful to Senator Ossoff for the bill to address that. But we know there's even more. And a lot of this is about confusion. The different rules that were set that you can't vote on Saturday and Sundays in the runoff, but you can in the general election. You can imagine someone might have voted that way, they think they can, and then they show up and they find out they can't. The date going back on the envelope, this changing hours and polling locations that are open for one election and not the other. Could you briefly talk about, Senator Harrell, how that just leads to people just turning away from voting?
Sure. So in general, this bill is just making it harder to vote. In 2020, 26% of our voters voted by mail, and that was due to the pandemic. I assume that will probably go back down, but many of the people who voted by mail did so because they knew the process was confusing, but they knew how to do it, and it would mean that if they voted by mail, they didn't have to show up in person to vote, which would keep the lines shorter. So the more you confuse the vote by mail process, the more people are going to be in line on to vote in person. And when they can't file those absentee ballots the weekend before the election, those ballots have to be canceled in person, which gums up the lines more.
So let me just ask you one last question. Some people claim that ID requirements were needed to prevent fraud. But we know that election fraud is exceedingly rare. In fact, as the New York Times editorial board noted, Oregon, home of my good friend Senator Merkley, has sent out more than 100 million mail-in ballots since 2000 and has documented only about a dozen cases of proven fraud. Rounded to the 7th decimal point, that's 0.000001 of all votes cast. Do you think, just based on what you know of the legislative discussion in Georgia, do you think that the new identification requirements in SB 202 in Georgia were really intended to prevent fraud?
No, I actually don't. And we had a number of Republicans who stated that, in fact.
Really? It said that they weren't intended to? Because I thought they were saying they were for.
No, in fact, one of my colleagues in the House, Representative Alan Powell, actually in a committee meeting said to somebody who was testifying, "You're correct. It wasn't found," meaning fraud. It's just in a lot of people's minds that there was. He actually said that in a committee meeting. It's really not there. It's just in a lot of people's minds that there was. So this legislation is based on things of the imagination in people's minds.
Well, and much worse stuff than that. So I would call that, as a former prosecutor, a smoking gun piece of evidence where you have someone admitting that there really isn't fraud, but they're going ahead anyway. So thank you. Senator Merkley.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Segarra, you mentioned that a lot of voting locations were eliminated. I think you said hundreds of voting locations that had a bigger effect, if I understood you correctly, on communities of color. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
So we have a bill, the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which says that denial of the ability to vote or the abridgment to vote is unlawful when it is targeted at communities of color. It sounds like certainly, at least in spirit and perhaps in law, a violation of the Voting Rights Act.
That is correct.
And so I'm very struck that there was this significant factor of using long lines and fewer voting locations targeted at communities of color. And it's just wrong on every moral, ethical, and perhaps legal level. So that's an issue that should be fixed. So I wanted to ask State Senator Harrell, in those 80...
And good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, and we want to continue giving you more news stories happening here across the country. Again, President Biden is set to be delivering some remarks on the economy, this coming at a time when, let's take a look at the big board. We are starting off well into the red, stocks really taking a hit here on this Monday morning. Earlier here today, we were down more than 800 points. Right now, still staying in that same region. So we'll continue to keep an eye here on the New York Stock Exchange. And again, President Biden is expected to be delivering some remarks on the recovery of our economy as we continue to try to head into a better direction. But until that time, we do continue to have more live events that are happening here. And so what we're going to do is jump out to another event, this one taking place in Philadelphia, where we are hearing about some grants that are being given to some community-based organizations. This is all organizations who are helping really try to address the root cause of violence in the city of Philadelphia. We're going to jump into this event live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
We have Vanessa Young and Tisha Brown. Both Vanessa Young and Tisha Brown are co-founders of the Power of Paint Art Academy and Management. They will be here to receive a grant, as they have been selected to receive that grant. We'll talk a little bit later about a slogan that they use in connection with their work. We also have with us today Malika Bey, who is the founder of Secure Incorporated. She has been working in the Philadelphia Family Court for many years, but this is one of her passions. And she works closely with some super volunteers who are here as well. Dawn Wilkerson, Yolanda Novoa, and Khadija Diggins Johnson are also here with Ms. Bey. And we have Jacqueline McDonough, who is the founder and executive director of Camp Jameson. All three of these organizations have some interesting slogans and statements that they use when they're doing their work. I'll talk to you a little bit more about that. But first, I want you to know that she is here with Jamel Edwards. And Jamel Edwards is an 18-year-old camp counselor and former camper at Camp Jameson, a camp that works with kids approximately between ages 8 and 17. All three of these organizations have been selected for grants that they will be receiving today. We also have the Reverend Michael Robinson, Director of Community Outreach and Hiring at the Temple University's Lenfest North Philadelphia Workforce Initiative. We have the Reverend Dr. Duran D. McKinney, Sr., who is a senior pastor at Bright Hope Baptist Church, which is hosting us today. And as you may have noticed, to my left, we have some young people who are being incredibly attentive. One of whom I think brought me a pair of handcuffs, which is a toy, and that's the kind of handcuffs we like the best. I was not brought a key, but we can talk about that later, see what we can do about that. Thank you for that. We will be hearing from three of the students who are involved with the Power of Paint Art Academy and Management, where all of these young folks are involved. They are Sabir Johnson, who will be speaking to you at the ripe old age of 4. We have Nakira Murray, who will be speaking to you at the age of 12, and Grace DePeach, who will also be speaking at the age of 16. Now let me turn, if I may, to talk about gun violence. Year-to-date, homicides is 304. On this date last year, it was 229. That is a 33%, a 33% increase. Obviously very concerning. From July the 10th through the 16th, and that's what this data is about, there were 8 homicides, there were 33 non-fatal shootings. From July 10th through 16th, there were 186 gun or gun violence incidents. 82 arrests were made by law enforcement, and of those, 69 cases were opened by the DA's offices or charged so far. Obviously, many of those cases are still under investigation and may be charged later. The median bail set for illegal possession of guns, $100,000. The median bail set for violent offenses committed with guns is actually a little better than it's been. It's $262,500. Not the $1 million, minus one, that we seek routinely for violent offenses involving guns. Not the $1 million that we seek for most possession of gun offenses. But that number, $262,500, does suggest there's a little bit of progress in asking bail commissioners to impose bails that get closer to detaining people who present a serious risk of harm to the community before their trials. Over this weekend, we had a number of terrible shootings. On Thursday night at about 11:30 p.m., there was a triple shooting on the 1800 block of West Susquehanna Avenue in the 22nd Police District. Victims included a 26-year-old black male, a 14-year-old black female, and a 24-year-old black male. All the victims were transported to Temple Hospital, where the 26-year-old was pronounced. This remains an ongoing investigation. No arrest has been made by PPD at this time. PPD is the Philadelphia Police Department. Anyone with information related to this incident should contact Philadelphia Police Department's Homicide Unit at 215-686-3334. On Friday evening, at about 8:30 p.m., 5 individuals were shot on the 2700 block of Ruby Terrace in the 12th Police District. Victims included a 38-year-old black male, 29-year-old black male, 14-year-old black female, a 33-year-old black male, and a 31-year-old black male. The victims were all transported to Penn Presbyterian, where the 31-year-old black male was pronounced. Anyone with information should contact the PPD's Homicide Unit at 215-686-3334. It's an ongoing investigation. On Saturday evening at about 8 p.m., an approximately 1-year-old child was shot one time in his left leg at 50th and Haverford. Excuse me. He was taken to CHOP and placed in stable condition. In addition, a 26-year-old black male was shot once in his forearm and was transported by private vehicle to Penn Presbyterian. Once again, this is an active investigation. Anyone with information should reach out to Southwest Detective Division at 215-686-3184. About 45 minutes later, and just blocks away, on Saturday evening at about 8:45, there was a double shooting on the 1400 block of North 22nd in the 22nd Police District. An approximately 17-year-old black male was shot once in the right hand. 19-year-old was shot twice in the left arm. Both were transported to Temple Hospital by private vehicle and were placed in stable condition. No arrest has been made related to the incident. Once again, anyone with information should contact Central Detectives at 215-686-3094. I'm sorry it keeps going on, but it just keeps going on. On Sunday night at approximately 11:15 p.m., there was a triple shooting on the 100 block of North Peach Street in the 19th Police District. An 18-year-old black male was shot one time in the left leg. An approximately 16-year-old black male was shot once in the rear, and an approximately 17-year-old black male was shot once in the right wrist. All 3 victims were taken to Penn Presbyterian, placed in stable. Like the other shootings, this one is not solved. Anyone with information related to the incident should contact Southwest Detective Division at 215-686-3184. I want to make sure we are very clear about this. High rate of conviction of people who are caught for engaging in shootings or homicide by shooting. We take pride in that. We will continue to make sure the quality of our prosecution is as high as it can possibly be given the quality of the investigation that we receive. And we understand these cases are not always easy to solve. But if you are a shooter or self-identify with a violent group that is driving gun violence in the city, you will be held accountable by my office. No mother, no child, no family should live in fear in their community. I also want to be clear that there is help to members of the community, to the families of people who've been shot or have been killed. That is through our CARES unit, and the number for that is 215-686-8019. For anyone who is willing to provide information but for some reason is unwilling to do it to the Philadelphia Police Department, you have only to contact the Homicide Unit of the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. We have made a point of being clear how serious we are about the system being accurate and fair. We cannot have a situation where people are afraid to come forward when they have information about serious and terrible crimes. Yes, we will talk to you if you are, for any reason, unwilling to speak directly to PPD, and we will make sure that you are heard and that you are treated in a way that is just and fair. And now, I would like to turn to people who are preventing shootings, who are preventing violence, who are preventing crime, and who are doing it, in many instances, out of their own pocket, with their own time. We have 3 grant recipients today. I'd like to bring them up one at a time, and I'd much rather they explain to you themselves what they do, because the work is remarkable, the work is varied, the work in many instances is extremely creative. But I do want to do this. I want to let you know, before they speak and before they explain the work that they do and before they receive a symbolic check, we have the real checks too, but they're smaller so you can fit them into an ATM machine or take them to a bank. I do want to let you know the slogans, the phrases, the mantras that they use all the time in their work. The first organization, please don't come up yet. I'll call you up in a minute.
And just a heads up, some of our viewers are going to be going into a quick 2-minute commercial break as we listen into these organizations in the city of Philadelphia who are really helping try to address the root causes of violent crime in their city. We'll have more when you return again in just 2 minutes.
Is Be Powerful. Once again, the name of the organization is Power of Paint Art Academy and Management. Be Powerful. Second organization is SUCOR. SUCOR has a phrase, and that phrase is keep on keeping on. Be resilient. I think when they explain to you what they do and for whom they do it, that phrase will make some sense. And then there is Camp Jameson. And the phrase that I was told today by Jamel Edwards, a camp counselor there, young man right over here, is camp is a camp for everyone. And I believe you'll be able to find out why very shortly. So I'm just going to state the obvious one more time, which is that prevention is a key to how we stop another generation from young people from picking up a gun, another generation of young people from being on one end of the gun or the other. We are delighted that these organizations have done everything they could without any assistance from the DA's office, but we are also delighted to be able to support them with grants. And now I'd like to call forward first the Power of Paint Academy and Management specifically. I'd like to call forward the co-founders Vanessa Young and Tisha Brown, and anyone else that they choose to call forward with them. Let's get the whole team out here. Come on, you guys.
My name is Vanessa Young, and I am the founder of Power of Paint Art Academy. Tisha and I founded Power of Paint Art Academy and Management about 4 years ago, and it was because we seen a need for organization in our communities that could teach kids about self-esteem and loving themselves and compassion for others, but also skills and art that could eventually lead them to become entrepreneurs and empower them financially as well. In the past 3 years, we've serviced about 3,000 kids, most of which who we dropped off supplies to their doorstep so they could paint on Zoom with us 3 times a week for free. We've also piloted programs that have VR, virtual reality, where kids can learn how to fish or garden without ever leaving their home. it also encourages socio-emotional skills amongst one another when children from different neighborhoods and cities get to meet one another prior to conflict. That way they see the humanity in one another and they're less likely to resolve conflict that they might have with violence. I have about 20 kids here with me today, and 40% of them are direct victims of gun violence, all of which lost dads or moms to something involving gun violence. And that is a horrifying statistic when you got kids that are 4 and 8 that don't know their parents. So it's very likely that they will grow up with less love and compassion to be able to give others. And that's how the cycle of gun violence and violence in general repeats itself, because we don't have positive role models oftentimes outside of our families to just step in and say, hey, I love you, slow down. Let's develop this safe space and see what we could do to make things better. A lot of people have this feeling of diffused responsibility in Philadelphia where it's like, oh, it's not my child, I don't care. Tisha and I have no children. And we've invested thousands of dollars for other people's kids just because we see that there's a problem going on in streets where children, Larry said that a baby got shot the other day. And I don't see any situation that, justifies a baby getting shot. So Tisha and I have committed ourselves to developing programs like conflict resolution programs,
creative writing. We do mindfulness. A lot of our programs are mindfulness based. We just launched a bike-in, Black Girls Bike, so we could incorporate some physical aspects to that as well. We're doing coding. We're doing a lot of things that children can get to, to be exposed to see that there are options within the arts, but also have a place where they can talk about what's happening, where it's a safe space to talk about grief and trauma and loss and, develop these self-esteem. So that is why we do what we do.
We were the recipients of a targeted community investment grant. We got about $15,000. Of that $15,000, we took kids to go race car driving, to go swimming, camping. We taught them archery. We bought them all bikes, their own personal bikes. So I can honestly attest to those type of investments, what they do to organizations like ours. They empower us to be able to give kids exactly what they need. And it's more beneficial that way because we know exactly what these kids need because we're there with them every day. And apart from being there with them every day, I'm one of those people who grew up in an inner city community, and I've had a gun pulled on me. I've committed crimes, I've sold drugs, but I changed my life so that I could better impact other people. I think if more people like myself or Tisha or some of the leaders that are in this room just step up and be honest about, what we've all been through and how we could better impact the future, there would be great change made in Philadelphia. Thank you.
I go to Power Paint Academy. They did a lot for me. I've grew out of my shell, and it's really improved my social skills a lot than I used to be. And it's really impacted on my life, and that's something that they obviously want to carry out and do more for other kids. And it's good. They deliver packages to my doorstep. We do paint online and Zoom, and we have 101s, which is really good because that moves my social skills out of my own boundaries and what I used to be like, and it's really made an impact on my life.
I've been a part of Power of Paint for a few weeks now, and like Nakira said, it really brought out how I had to take the leadership in myself and bring that out, because I've always had the capability, but Vanessa and Tisha showed me that I don't have to stay in a shell all the time. I gotta get out of my comfort zone. And seeing two black women in power, business owners at that, it makes me think I can grow up to be something. I don't have to just be an employee to work somebody. I can have my own business. And also seeing all the kids here, seeing how they're growing just in a few weeks and how invested they are in art, it's like black children do have a future. And I don't have to worry about them being like running on the street, all of that, because we have a community for them. We have a place for them to come, a place for them to outlet all of their feelings in art. So, thank you.
All right, you know what? This is a really heavy check. So we're going to need all the kids to come and help us lift it up. This thing weighs a ton.
That's your Disney World check. That's not my money.
This thing weighs 15,000 pounds.
All right, thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look again at this live event taking place out of Philadelphia. And just a reminder, we do also have President Biden. Now, he is scheduled to be delivering some remarks on the economy here in about 2 minutes. That's when it's scheduled for. We're obviously not even seeing a shot yet of that podium, so I'm going to guess he's going to be a little bit behind again here this morning. But this coming at a time when you can really see our stocks, as I bring it up here, here's the big board, have continued to stay down in the red here throughout this Monday morning. We've been sitting in this kind of around that under 800 mark for quite a bit. So we'll have to continue to keep our eyes here on the stocks. And of course, as we mentioned, President Biden is set to deliver remarks on the economy here very shortly. So hopefully that will take place here soon, as it is scheduled in a few minutes. But as soon as we do have that shot, we'll be bringing it up here for our viewers on Live Now from Fox. Until that time, let's go into a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we're going to be listening in as we do have another hearing going on. This one out in Atlanta, but it's on their crime, because we did already have Atlanta talking about voting rights. Now, again, that one had some senators from across the country all joined together. They're holding this hearing, and as we heard this morning, they're talking about voting rights and the laws that have been put in place in the state of Georgia. But this is a different hearing, a separate one. This one focused on crime, as again, this is something that a lot of major cities across the U.S. have been trying to combat, talking about crime prevention. How are they going to handle it when it happens in their city? How can they address it before it happens? So once again, some of us are going to be headed off into a quick 2-minute break. You'll be listening into that hearing when you return.
And a contentious one. But then at the end of the day, people also have to pay attention to who you're electing. That's, I think, the best way that I can answer
As
that.
one further note to this. So would you advise that maybe when we're in the mood of drafting new legislation, do we need to start being more specific about bonding under certain offenses so that they have no latitude, and start taking some of this latitude away from these more liberal judges who think that they just need to be turned out under personal recognizance when these are dangerous people that have shown a pattern of behavior that needs to be dealt with until they can go in front of a judge or in front of the court.
Well, I defer to the enlightened conscience of the legislature on these issues, but Mr. Chairman, the more specific you can be, the better it is for those of us that have to enforce the law.
Thank you for the job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Chairman Jaspers is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General.
Yes,
for
sir.
Being here on a bright Monday morning. This is a personal issue that happened to me last night as my wife and I were driving through the connector through downtown 75 last night. She's probably asleep, and I'm driving, and drag racers shoot right past. I mean, she jumps up out of the truck seat almost. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 of them. And so we can have a conversation about this, and it goes back to something you just said a moment ago, picking and choosing. And I couldn't answer her practical question, and I hope you can, or maybe somebody else can today, is with GSP has done a great job impounding, I forget how many cars.
Yeah, hundreds.
That the governor talked about a moment ago. They've done a great job. It's like Chairman Powell said, and I'm just curious, where are those things impounded? Are they staying impounded? Are the people driving them being turned out, as Chairman Powell described? I mean, what's happening? Because, I mean, I was doing 70 or 65, whatever the speed limit is, by the way. You know, and they were doing 100. I don't know what they were doing. They shot past me and like endangering everybody on the road right then. And as the speaker talked about the Constitution being complete, yeah, I'm a resident of Pickens County, driving through Atlanta. My life, hers, and who everybody else on that road was endangered.
Yep.
And I guess her simple question was, what's happening to those people? Those hundreds of cars, are they in an impound lot that we're all going to get to bid on? You know, where are they at? Are they being turned around, as Chairman Powell?
That's great. I don't know specifically where they're impounded, but I do know that there's a fine and there's a fee that goes along with it. And because, again, the laws that y'all passed that have to do with street racing have had an impact. But I'll say this, I want to commend the State Patrol and Department of Natural Resources and Community Supervision and other sworn officers that have been part of what the governor talked about, the Crime Suppression Unit. I got a chance to go out with them on over Memorial Day weekend to watch this firsthand, so I've seen exactly what you were talking about. But that support that they are providing is making a difference. I mean, I'm sure that some people can afford to keep going and getting their car out of the impound lot and paying the fine and the fees, but others can't. It has to be making a difference. It may be over time, but I think the message that's now being sent is don't come to Atlanta and do it, because the state and the locals are working. And I think the governor and Colonel Wright and others will say that, you know, the partnership with Chief Bryant is working. He's been very open to that help, and I think it's been critical to the numbers, and we can get from the governor's office the numbers that have been put forth since they have started this crime suppression unit. But you got to stick to it. You can't let it go. You got to stay on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can, but I guess, Mr. Attorney General, okay, they've done a great job. We all agree. I mean, but when it goes to the prosecutor in Fulton County, I guess
we can get from we need to get from them what their process is, because they're the ones that prosecute those
and I'd
cases.
love to know. I mean, if there's somebody in here that represents the city of Atlanta, you know, what are happening to those hundreds of cars?
That I don't know.
Who? Yeah. What's going on with those people? I mean, I think that's what the public needs to know.
Agreed.
To have some security in that. The great work that GSP and their associated ones are doing, that it's having a difference, and they're making them pay for it.
That's right, and we can work. We'll work with you too, see if we can't help get some.
I'd love to know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
Any further questions for Attorney General Carr? Okay, thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the committee.
On our agenda, we're supposed to hear from Director Reynolds from
Mr.
GBI,
Chairman?
and he is not here at this time. Sorry, somebody's online. Who's that?
Yeah, we're online with questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. He's just left and walked out of the room here. My apologies. If you'll make sure, if you want to comment in the chat box, we'll make sure and get you to the next speaker if you have a question. So at this time, we're going to hear from the Department of Public Safety, Georgia State Patrol. If y'all would like to come forward, please. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do y'all have the PowerPoint that I sent over by chance? If not, I'll just give remarks.
Okay. All right.
Good morning. My name is Josh Lamb, and I serve as the Chief of Staff for the Department of Public Safety. I'm honored to be here today and to have the opportunity to talk about the efforts of DPS on crime suppression inside the city of Atlanta. As everyone is aware, Atlanta has been facing a crime surge of significant proportion beginning last summer. Anyone that keeps up with the news in Atlanta can see it plainly listed in the headlines, and anyone living in Atlanta could feel its impact to their very core. The crime wave has been extremely violent, resulting in a dramatic increase in shootings. I live in Atlanta during the week, and I often like to sit outside late in the evening and at night, and there's been countless times that I've sat and listened to sustained and prolonged gunfire across the city. The AJC reported that during the first 18 weeks of the year, homicides were up 57%, rapes were up 55%, aggravated assaults were up 36%, and auto thefts were up 31% compared to just the same period last year. As of June, shootings had increased by 40%. I don't have to tell you, but this is madness. People do not want to live in this. People value safety above all else because, let's be honest, if you don't feel safe, nothing else really matters. Governor Kemp realized exactly that, and that something had to be done. This type of violent criminal behavior could not go on, and decisive action must be taken. Governor Kemp directed the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety to use all necessary state resources to assist in combating violent criminal behavior inside the metro Atlanta area. Colonel Wright spearheaded an effort to bring state law enforcement together in a task force-style effort. DPS was joined by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. These agencies began collaborating to coordinate weekend crime suppression details. Working effectively together and in concert with our local partners, we began to tackle violent crime and street racing in the metro area. The Department of Community Supervision, the Atlanta Police Department, and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department have all been partners in this endeavor. In addition to working with our state and local partners, DPS also created its own criminal suppression unit. The CSU unit is comprised of 6 members, whose sole responsibility is to seek out and arrest violent offenders inside the city of Atlanta. In addition to CSU, our criminal interdiction unit and Troop C personnel, all located in Atlanta, have proved to be very effective as well. In addition to the above resources, we have also used the aviation units, both from DPS and APD, to provide overwatchability that is simply unmatched and has proved to be incredibly effective. I've got some totals that I will pass out, but when you look at them, it is plainly obvious that our efforts have been very successful. I believe the results speak for themselves. These numbers reflect the hard work and dedication of many law enforcement professionals. They have gone out and performed valiantly during a time and in a place that has been very hostile to law enforcement. There are not enough accolades to adequately thank them for their service. If you look on the statistics I'll give you, just specifically at the wanted person column, you will see that at the time of the report, and keep in mind, this report is essentially a living, breathing document that changes almost every weekend, and the latest totals I've got reflect this last weekend, but at the time of this report, which was Friday, there had been a total of 88 fugitives that had been apprehended as a result of these details. It should be noted that many of these fugitives are violent offenders. They're wanted for murder, aggravated assault, armed robbery, carjackings, as well as other violent crimes. Besides these statistics, further proof of the effectiveness of Governor Kemp's vision and the results of effective policing can be seen when we look at our original schedule. When we started, the idea was to perform these details twice a month, essentially every other weekend. But after the first couple of weekends, we realized when we were not in Atlanta assisting to suppress crime, it once again trended upwards. In response, Colonel Wright implemented performing crime suppression details every weekend. As you can see, DPS, GBI, and DNR are committed to public safety. We currently use a contingency of Atlanta-based troopers and motor carrier officers, and we supplement it by bringing in troopers and motor carrier officers from around the state. In addition, APD officers team up and ride along with our troopers. This pairs local knowledge with significant manpower. With the added intelligence gathering capability of the GBI and the incredible assistance of DNR Rangers, we truly form a formidable team. While the main effort is targeted on weekends, the CSU unit's sole responsibility is to work on crime, crime suppression in Atlanta, and it does so full-time. In addition to the numbers listed earlier, CSU efforts have resulted in the following: 40 pursuits, the recovery of 47 stolen cars, 16 stolen guns, and 27 fugitives apprehended. As mentioned earlier, many of these fugitives were wanted for committed violent crimes, including 10 that were wanted for murder. The total value of the stolen vehicles that have been recovered so far is already in excess of $1.1 million. Together, as a team, we have made a difference. Together, as a team, we will continue to make a difference. We are extremely fortunate to have a governor who understands the value of human life and the significance of preventing the destruction of property. We will continue to carry out his vision and do everything possible to safeguard the citizens of Atlanta and of this great state. And with that, I will yield and attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Do you have a handout you want to pass out?
I sure do. I've actually got a couple. So one will be the updated totals of the crime suppression events so far listed in order, beginning with week 1. And the second is a document that goes just a little bit more in depth and actually lists some of the incidents that we've been involved with.
And good morning. Thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look and listen in as Atlanta leaders are addressing crime in their city, especially as they do have a lot of their violent crime continuing to increase. I do also have that shot, finally, of the podium in the White House. You're seeing that in that upper right-hand box, and we are expecting President Biden to soon step out and make some remarks on the economy. So let's head into a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be listening into this hearing until Biden steps out again for those remarks.
Policing, but I didn't know if they actually patrol on the weekends or not.
Yes, sir, they do. To what extent, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know they do work some on the weekends, but they have been specifically working on the weekends to help us with the crime suppression details.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Holcomb, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the primary reasons for the uptick in crime?
Any reason I could give you would probably be based on my personal opinion, and I know Assistant Chief Coyt's probably going to get up in a little bit. He might be able to go a little bit more in depth on that. But what I believe.
Well, good morning. Tomorrow marks exactly 6 months since my administration began. I think it's a fitting moment to take a look at our economy, where we were 6 months ago, what we've achieved since then, and what I believe I believe where we're headed. Before I took office, there were a lot of folks out there making some pretty bold predictions about how things would turn out. You might remember some of the predictions that if I became president, we'd, quote, see a depression, the likes of which we've never seen, end of quote. Well, it's true that the economy was sputtering before I got here, adding only 60,000 jobs per month for 3 months before I was sworn in. But now, 6 months later, we've changed that. We've gone from 60,000 jobs per month to 60,000 jobs every 3 days, more than 600,000 jobs per month since I took office, more than 3 million new jobs all told. That's the fastest growth, I'm told, at this point in any administration's history. Another prediction, that is my favorite one, I must add, is that if I got elected, I'd bring the end to capitalism. I never understood that one, but we've heard an awful lot. Well, in 6 months into my administration, the U.S. economy has experienced the highest economic growth rate in nearly 40 years. And we know we knew that we needed to launch a wartime effort to get America vaccinated and pass a powerful American Rescue Plan. We did both those things. And now the forecasters have doubled their projections for growth this year in the economy to 7% or higher. In fact, the U.S. is the only developed country in the world where growth projections today are stronger than they were before the pandemic hit. At the same time, companies across the country are giving workers a raise, unusual thing. And the number of new unemployment claims has been cut by more than half since I took office. And by the way, 2 weeks ago, I issued a major executive order promoting fair and open competition, which is the cornerstone of American capitalism. Banning non-compete clauses that suppress workers' wages, lowering the price of things like hearing aids, prescription drugs, internet service, along with dozens of other actions. Folks, it turns out capitalism is alive and very well. We're making serious progress to ensure that it works the way it's supposed to work, for the good of the American people. So for all those predictions of doom and gloom 6 months in, here's where we stand. Record growth, record job creation, workers getting hard-earned breaks. Look, we brought this economy back from the brink, and we've designed our strategy not only to provide for a temporary boost, but to lay the foundation for a long-term boom that brings everyone along. You know, that's why we designed the American Rescue Plan, to help not just all those, everyone at once, but over the course of a full year and beyond. So we could help families and small businesses weather the ups and downs as the economy recovers from a historic pandemic. And there are going to be ups and downs. We saw a great example of that just last week. For the first time, monthly payments began going out to nearly every working family raising a child in the United States of America. Thanks to the expanded child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan, $300 a month going out for each child under the age of 6, and $250 for every child 6 through 17. Every month for the next 6 months, with more coming in the spring. That money is a game changer. For some, it's a lifesaver. Think of the single mom struggling to put food on the table each month. The parent has to tell their kid, I'm sorry, honey, but we can't afford those dance classes. Or the sports team you want to play in this fall, we can't do it. You know, they can't wait for the credit against their taxes to be coming next year as a tax credit. They need cash in their pockets today. For families with the least, this money will do the most, dramatically reducing child poverty in America. And for millions of middle-class families, it'll give them a little bit of breathing room every month. That's just one example of how we're building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. But despite that progress, we cannot afford to be complacent. We know that our economic recovery hinges on getting the pandemic under control. You know, and by fully vaccinating 160 million Americans, or 80% of our seniors, we've fundamentally changed the course of the pandemic. For one that threatens all Americans, to a disease that has the most severe impacts only on the unvaccinated people. Can't let up, especially since and because of the Delta variant, which is more transmissible and more dangerous. Unfortunately, cases are now rising, particularly in communities with very low vaccination rates. Just 4 states account for nearly 40%, 4 states, 40% of all cases last week. Virtually all hospitalizations and deaths are occurring among unvaccinated Americans. These tragedies are avoidable. The data couldn't be clearer. If you're fully vaccinated, you have a high degree of protection against severe illness, hospitalization, and death. If you're unvaccinated, you are not protected. So please get vaccinated. Get vaccinated now. It works. It's safe. It's free. It's convenient. You know, this virus doesn't have to hold you back any longer. It doesn't have to hold our economy back any longer. But the only way we put it behind us is if more Americans get vaccinated. We also know that as our economy has come roaring back, we've seen some price increases. Some folks have raised worries that this could be a sign of persistent inflation. But that's not our view. Our experts believe, and the data shows, that most of the price increases we've seen were expected and are expected to be temporary. Reality is you can't flip the global economic light back on and not expect this to happen. As demand returns, there's going to be global supply chain challenges. We've seen that in semiconductors, which are used in automobiles. That global shortage has slowed vehicle production, creating a temporary spike in car prices. That's a real challenge. My administration is doing everything we can to address it. But again, these disruptions are temporary. Lumber prices are another example. They spiked early in our recovery, but in recent weeks, they began to fall. They've fallen by more than 50%. In the hospitality industry, prices are returning to where they used to be. Economists call all these things transitory effects, and they account for about 60% of the price increases we've seen over the last few months. I want to be clear. My administration understands that if we were to ever experience unchecked inflation over the long term, that would pose a real challenge to our economy. So while we're confident that isn't what we're seeing today, we're going to remain vigilant about any response that is needed. As I made clear to Chairman Powell of the Federal Reserve when we met recently, the Fed is independent. It should take whatever steps it deems necessary to support a strong, durable economic recovery. But whatever different views some might have on current price increases, we should be united in one thing: passage of the bipartisan infrastructure framework, which we shook hands on. And my Build Back Better plan will be a force for achieving lower prices for Americans looking ahead. It's another reason why the investments are so important. If we make prudent multi-year investments in better roads, bridges, transit systems, and high-speed internet, in a modern, resilient electric grid, here's what will happen. It breaks up the bottlenecks in our economy. Goods get to consumers more rapidly and less expensively. Small businesses create and innovate much more seamlessly. If we increase the availability of quality, affordable child care, elder care, paid leave, more people will enter the workforce. These steps will enhance our productivity, raising wages without raising prices. That won't increase inflation. It will take the pressure off of inflation, give a boost to our workforce, which leads to lower prices in the years ahead. So if your primary concern right now is inflation, you should be even more enthusiastic about this plan. And as we promote fair competition in our economy through the executive order I mentioned, it'll drive down prices even further. New businesses will get in the game, competing against those giant corporations who have been free to ramp up prices because they haven't had any real competition. Look, the bottom line is this. What the best companies do, and what we as a country should do, is make smart, sustainable investments with appropriate financing to make this nation more productive, to advance America's leadership in clean energy, to win the jobs of the future, while meeting the threat of climate change, and ensure that all working Americans benefit from the growth they're helping produce. The independent experts who have analyzed my plans have found that they would do just that: expand output and enable millions of Americans to enter the labor workforce. Now, just this year, not just for the next, but not just this year, but for decades in the future. It's not temporary. This is the best strategy to create millions of jobs and lift up the middle-class families and grow wages and keep prices affordable for the long term. What we can't do is go back to the same old trickle-down theories that gave us nearly $2 trillion in deficit-financed corporate tax giveaways. It did nothing to make our economy more productive or resilient. The same people who cheered on that approach are now telling us it isn't a problem if big companies have actually to compete for workers and offer them a fair wage with some dignity. I could not disagree more. We can't go back to the old failed thinking. We need to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, as I said before. The investments I'm proposing are investments the American people want and investments that our country needs. And if we get this done, a wide range of independent forecasters project that it will have an incredibly significant impact on GDP and jobs, good paying jobs with prevailing wages. And a majority of these jobs will go to people without a college degree. I've said it before, and it's true. This is a blue-collar blueprint for building an American economy back. Simply put, we can't afford not to make these investments. And we're going to pay for them responsibly as well, by ensuring that our largest corporations and the very wealthiest among us pay their fair share, by reforming our international tax system with a minimum global tax, which we've led the world to agree to. Let me close with this. When I arrived in office, it had been a long time since the government had worked for the people. Things had been great for big corporations and folks at the top. Those 55 major corporations that paid zero in income tax while making billions in profits, they had no complaints. When I took office, I made a commitment to the American people, that we're going to change that paradigm. So working families could have a fighting chance again to get a good education, to get a good job and a raise, to take care of the elderly parent or the child with a disability, and still be able to go out and earn a good living. To stop losing hours of their lives stuck in traffic because the streets are crumbling or waiting for slow, spotty internet to connect them to the world. That's what the economy we're building is all about. That's why we passed the American Rescue Plan. And that's why we need investment in the bipartisan infrastructure framework and my Build Back Better plan. Our economy has come a long way over the last 6 months. It can't slow down now. We can make this boom we're experiencing today one that will ensure that all Americans have an opportunity to share in it for years to come. And we can show the world that American democracy can deliver for the people. I look forward to continuing to build this economy. And I'm incredibly optimistic about what we're going to be able to build together in the next 6 months and the years to come. Thank you all for listening. May God bless you, and I'll take a few questions.
Mr. President, you said last week that companies and platforms like Facebook are killing people by letting us.
Let me be precisely what I said. I'm glad you asked me that question. One, I had just read that on the Facebook pointed out that it was pointed out that Facebook, of all the misinformation, 60% of the misinformation came from 12 individuals. That's what the article said. So I was asked that question about what do I think is happening. Facebook isn't killing people. These 12 people are out there giving misinformation. Anyone listening to it is getting hurt by it. It's killing people. It's bad information. My hope is that Facebook, instead of taking it personally that somehow I'm saying Facebook is killing people, that they would do something about the misinformation, the outrageous misinformation about the vaccine. That's what I meant.
Have they done enough, in your opinion, to stop?
I haven't, to be completely honest with you, I don't know if they did anything today. Up to over the weekend, I don't think they had, but I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Will you hold them accountable if they don't do more to stop the spread?
When you say hold accountable, I just want to, I'm not trying to hold people accountable. I'm trying to make people to look at themselves, look in the mirror. Think about that misinformation going to your son, your daughter, your relative, someone you love. That's what I'm asking, all the way in the back.
Thank you, Mr. President. At what point would you consider inflation unchecked to a point at which you would either consider taking action or you would want to see the Fed takes action? And secondly, why do you believe that the budget bill is appropriate legislation for a pathway to citizenship?
Well, first of all, I think we need to find pathways to citizenship. The budget bill is an appropriate way to get around the filibuster to be able to make a judgment as to whether or not they should have a pathway. That's for the parliamentarian to decide, though, not for Joe Biden to decide. The first part of the question was?
It was on inflation. You mentioned unchecked inflation.
There's nobody suggesting there's unchecked inflation on the way. No serious economist. That's totally different. I mean, look, the stock market is higher than it has been in all of history, even when it's down this month. Even down this month. Now, I don't look at the stock market as a means by which to judge the economy like my predecessor did. But he'd be talking to you every day for the last 5 months about how the stock market is so high, higher than any time in history, still higher than any time in history. So that's not how I judge whether or not we have economic growth.
Mr. President, on China and cyber hacking.
She jumps up before you do.
Effectively, your administration is naming and shaming China, but no sanctions. Why, and is that effective enough?
They're still determining exactly what happened. The investigation is not finished. Thank you all very much.
What is your understanding of the biggest difference between what they've done versus what Russia's done in terms of cyber hacking?
That'd take a longer explanation. No, we don't. I have to go see the King of Jordan.
Just one quick follow-up on
Look, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm getting a report tomorrow morning on this, a detailed report, my understanding is that the Chinese government, not unlike the Russian government, is not doing this themselves, but are protecting those who are doing it, and maybe even accommodating them being able to do it. That may be the difference. Thank you.
President Biden wrapping up there, speaking on the economy as today the Dow plunges as COVID cases rise in this country. As you're looking at the Dow right here live now from Fox, everybody. You're taking a live look right here, almost down 800 points in the red. We'll continue to follow this right here for you on Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is now 12 o'clock on the East Coast, 9 o'clock on the West Coast. Pretty soon, everybody, we are going to be getting a fresh update from Chicago on the latest in Chicago shootings over the weekend. That's coming up in just 2 minutes. Yeah, Philly. And we are back out here live for you on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for everyone for continuing to join us here. We got a lot coming up in this hour, expecting a White House news briefing pretty soon, but we're also focused on Chicago. This is a live look right now. Pretty soon we should be getting a live update from officials there talking about the weekend violence that was once again in the city of Chicago. We'll be bringing that to you in just a little bit. But let's go back out to Atlanta, where they are getting their latest crime reports and updates as well.
The ability with drones to see things. So I really appreciate your work and your partnership with APD. And what I heard you say is that you take direction from APD about where they need to go. And I think that's so important too, to listen to, and work with our local partners. I did want to ask you, do you work with DeKalb County at all, or is it mainly just with City of Atlanta Police?
Not sure to what extent we've worked with the cab. I would not be surprised that if we have, but I just don't know.
Okay, good. And then the other point, one question I wanted to ask, when I visited the training center in Forsyth, and we were talking about this issue of being able to recruit and retain troopers. One of the issues I remember learning about was an issue of physical fitness, that was also an issue in being able to recruit officers. Is that also an issue?
Sadly.
Would you agree?
Sadly, it is. We have a couple of issues, physical fitness being one, but we have a very stringent background process of which physical fitness is only a piece. We also have trouble getting people to pass a polygraph and a background check. But I think United States military is having the same issue with physical fitness. Who would have ever thought? But yes, ma'am, it is an issue, and we don't seem to be the only ones having an issue with it. But it's one of a couple. The other thing is the polygraph test. But yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I bet if you had to do a polygraph test to serve over here in this body, you'd thin out the herd a little bit too.
I want to, the Chairman Powell, if I could just say, I hope our members of the Education Committee are possibly listening, because maybe we need to do more for physical fitness, and raising up our students. So, yes, thank you so much.
Well, thank you for your question, and thank you for highlighting our efforts of working and collaborating with other local and state partners, because that's the only way we're going to be effective. There is no one agency that's going to be able to handle it by themselves, and effectively working with one another, whether it be in this crime suppression effort or just within our daily duties, is the only way to go about doing business.
Number 26 down here. Who is? Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Major. I do have a few questions. Well, one specific. When referencing the numbers that you have provided us with, and the questions from this body, you were making reference to repeated references to demonizing the police and expecting them to respond. So, like for me, in my experience, I've been called some of the nastiest, most ugliest things ever when I've been arresting people in the past. Yes, and when the next 911 call came out, I still had to go. Right. So I want to make sure kind of what you're inferring when referencing the crime stats you provided. Are you inferring that officers are have slowed their responses to the calls? When you say things like the officers are not out policing, lack of policing, or they're not being proactive, what do you mean when you're saying that?
Well, obviously, I don't believe that's reflected in these numbers, because these numbers are outstanding. Mm-hmm. And when you talk about our troopers, they are out, what some would say, aggressively enforcing the law. I would say effectively enforcing the law. But I think there is no doubt when you look across the country, APD's arrests were down 43% during that same period that I mentioned that crime was up earlier, according to the AJC. I do think if you look at policing as a whole, not just these crime suppression numbers, because I don't think they apply there, but I do think if you look at the law enforcement profession as a whole nationally, I think there's no doubt that police have pulled back in some circumstances.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Major, thank you for being here. I have one question concerning the street racing and the reckless driving on the interstates. Are you just finding that in Metro Atlanta? I know that there's crime in Macon, there's crime in Augusta, and I live near those two areas because I represent rural Georgia. Are you finding those same things happening in other parts of the state, like Macon and Augusta, too, on the interstates, or just confined to?
I would say, and I don't know this for a fact, but I would expect it's probably happening in a lot of places across Georgia, just probably not to the level that we're seeing it in Atlanta.
The reason I'm asking, those muscle cars do scare me when they zoom by you. Mm-hmm. Kind of make you nervous when you're coming up here in Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We keep talking about crime in Atlanta and all the stuff in Atlanta. Is it not true that it's not only Fulton County, but it's Gwinnett, Cobb, and DeKalb? So when we say Atlanta, we're talking about the metro area.
Correct.
Not
yes.
just one county. but I'm like Representative Jackson down from Middle Georgia.
We now go out to Chicago, where the Chicago Police Superintendent speaking now on the weekend violence.
Gottridge, who will be with Jason Brown, Commander Brown, and then we'll end with Chief of Detectives Brendan Dinahan, kind of giving an overview of investigations from over the weekend, and then I'll come back for any and all questions. So over the weekend, Chicago police officers recovered 113 guns. That's a 22% increase from 2020's comparative weekend, and year-to-date, gun recoveries are 6,629. That's a 26% increase from 2020 at this point in the year. Every gun recovery is a potential deadly force encounter, and every gun recovery is a potential saved life. Year-to-date gun arrests are 3,264. Notable arrests over the weekend, there was a charge of first-degree murder. The person charged was Taj Moore, that's T-A-J-H, Moore, 31. The circumstances are this: in the 2800 block of West Van Buren on July 17th, at approximately 1:46 a.m. in the 11th District, officers responded to a call of a person shot. Upon arrival, they located a 31-year-old male victim with a gunshot wound to the head. We'll wait for the phone to go on silent. The victim was taken to Mount Sinai Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. The offender, 31-year-old Taj Moore, was at the scene and related to officers that he shot the victim following a physical altercation stemming from a domestic-related matter. Detectives investigating this incident located video evidence of the shooting and determined there was no physical altercation between Moore and the victim. Rather, video shows Moore walked up behind the victim and shot him in the back of the head, execution style. Moore was charged, as I mentioned, with first-degree felony murder. Secondly is we charge two individuals, one an adult, one a juvenile, with the murder of Frank Harris. With the murder of a 73-year-old male. We're not mentioning the name at this point. And the circumstances are this: on July 14th, in the 1200 block of East 53rd Street, two offenders approached a 73-year-old male, took the keys to his car, and struck him in the head. The Vietnam veteran did not survive the attack, and the offenders ran from the scene. Responding officers were supplied with descriptions of the offenders from the community, and two individuals matching that description were stopped by University of Chicago police. Chicago police took these people into custody, one 17-year-old male and one 18-year-old male. Both were charged with one felony count of first-degree murder. And just to change gears somewhat, notable community engagements. We don't get much penetration into the news cycle on our community engagements, which are plentiful. So I want to try to take the chance to get you all to report on our efforts engaging the community to build trust. The Office of Community Policing PALS program, that's Police Athletic League, in partnership with Chicago's finest baseball team, the 25th District and Chicago Park District hosted a baseball clinic. The clinic took place at Black Hawk Park, located at 2318 North Laverne in the 25th District. This clinic provided instruction on the fundamentals of baseball. All instruction was provided by sworn Chicago police officers, seeking opportunities to mentor young people to avenues away from delinquent activity. The clinic hosted over 25 young persons from areas in the district most susceptible to violence, and the age restrictions were waived. In addition, at this year's auto show at McCormick Place, we took the liberties to host a kiosk to recruit potential Chicago police officers. In the effort to illustrate that every officer in the community, we set up a table and encouraged people to stop by and put in an application to be a police officer. And finally, here right next door to where we are, here behind you, in our larger room where we normally hold our press conference, we're hosting a chess tournament of young people. Myself being a chess player, I plan on watching and see who's got game. But with the hopes of engaging young people, mentoring, and building trust in the community. And finally, a notable partnership that we had with BACP in tandem with Chicago police officers, we shut down a beauty salon at 350 East 87th Street that was illegally operating. And we, again, do this in collaboration and part of our whole of government approach. This location was hosting large gatherings that often lead to violence. So this strategy is meant to mitigate the precursors to violence by engaging all departments in the city with efforts to tamp down on illegal buildings that's prompting some of the large gatherings that lead to violence. And with all that said, on a totally different subject, we are wanting to talk with you about our gun strategy. Today we are announcing we're rolling out, as of yesterday, a 50-member gun investigations team focused on gun trafficking, straw purchasers, unscrupulous licensed firearms dealers, and those who support the flow of illegal guns into our city. CPD officers across the city are already doing a heroic job at an historic pace, taking guns off the streets of Chicago. And as you know, we're at 6,600 guns recovered so far this year. That's a pace of recovering over 12,000 guns, would be an unprecedented high number in Chicago Police Department's history. This extremely dangerous work done by our officers day in and day out will not change. The mission of the new team, however, is to stop the guns from hitting the streets in the first place, stopping the flow. To cut off the pipeline of illegal firearms and blood money, the exchange of money for guns. The new gun investigation team will conduct mid-level and upper-level investigations into illegal gun sellers, straw purchasers, and others responsible for firearm trafficking in Chicago. The gun investigations team, which launched yesterday, as I mentioned, consists of CPD officers, the 50, ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, task force officers, so there are officers on task force that are part of this team, and the CPD Firearms Investigations team that currently exists but will be expanded. This team, this new team, gun investigations team, will also work locally with the Cook County State's Attorney's Office and with the United States Attorney's Office to secure charges against gun traffickers in Chicago. The CPD officers assigned to the gun investigations team, in addition to officers citywide, will receive training from the ATF. Some have already received some training that will equip them with the knowledge to help further gun trafficking investigations. We have been developing this team since early spring to help strengthen and expand our strategy to curb gun violence, which is devastating communities across this country as well as in Chicago. We're not trying to replace ATF. We are complementing what our federal partners do and look forward to working with the new ATF strike force to make Chicago and the country safer. The gun trafficking tip line is another layer of CPD strategy to demolish the pipeline of illegal guns flowing into our city. With the announcement by Mayor Lori Lightfoot of a $1 million fund to support tips about gun trafficking, the Organized Crime Division will staff a 24-hour tip line, which will give Chicago residents a voice to remove these tools of violence from the streets of Chicago. That tip line is cpdtip.com. I repeat, that tip line is cpdtip.com. tip.com. The tip line will answer calls 24/7 and refer them to on-call sergeants from the gun investigations team for vetting and debriefing. Callers can expect a timely response from the gun investigations team at any hour of the day. If they wish to remain anonymous, CPD is working on a system to honor that while still allowing the tipsters to get their rewards, similar to Crime Stoppers. And with that said, I'm going to turn over to Elena Gottrich, E-L-E-N-A, Gottrich, G-O-T-T-R-E-I-C-H, a former Assistant Cook County State's Attorney, to go into greater detail on our gun investigations team. Elena?
Good morning. Can you hear me? Thank you, Superintendent Brown. When I started with the Chicago Police Department as the Deputy Director of Prosecutorial Strategies, guns were at the forefront of our conversations. As the superintendent stated, I was a Cook County Assistant State's Attorney for about 13 years, during which time I made my way through the Felony Trial Division. For the last 3 years, I was assigned to the Gun Crime Strategies Unit, which had me embedded in the 11th Chicago Police District, which we all know incorporates Garfield Park, Lawndale, etc. I was also cross-designated as an Assistant United States Attorney during that time. What that experience gave me was the viewpoint of both federal and state prosecutions, as well as what the boots on the ground were doing in the 11th District. Superintendent Brown expressed an interest in bridging the gap between the hard work that the officers were doing on the street and the cases going to court and being prosecuted. To this end, a lot of what we're doing is strengthening our investigations, looking at what works and what does not work, and looking to bring the most equitable outcomes to the community members suffering from this gun violence. The gun strategy was put into place noting that although Chicago police officers, as we all know, recover thousands of guns throughout the year, we lacked a mechanism to intercept the guns prior to them hitting the streets. That was something that Chicago Police Department to date has never had such a comprehensive focus on. So we created the Gun Investigation Team with the explicit mission to conduct mid-level and high-level investigations into the gun traffickers and the straw purchasers, the people that are actually providing these guns to the people that are then using them on the street to shoot and kill other people. This work will be done in connection with the ATF as well as the various divisions that Superintendent mentioned. The 50 officers will be tasked with running these investigations, which will incorporate undercover investigations and other methods. They will work closely with the task force officers who work to bridge the gap between state and federal, as well as the firearm investigation team, which is tasked with tracing every single illegal gun recovered in the city of Chicago, as well as following up on people who have.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here in Chicago on Live Now from Fox.
Together as a holistic unit with the effort to dismantle this illegal pipeline of guns so that, to be honest, we can stop having to recover so many on the street and intercept them before they get there. Another crucial component of this is training. The ATF is going to help out with training our gun investigation team officers in gun investigation techniques. Furthermore, there is going to be training for our patrol officers at the district level who will learn how to ask questions of someone arrested with a gun in a way that supports our investigations and strengthens our cases. In conversations with the Cook County State's Attorney's Office and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we clarified that many of these cases can be charged at both the state and federal level. The state has a gun running charge, which is a Class 1 felony offense at its minimum, and a Class X felony offense at its maximum. The federal government also has robust gun trafficking laws that address straw purchasing and transfer of firearms to people who then use them for crimes of violence. With that, I would turn it over for questions.
Let's do this. Let's finish out the program. We'll take all the questions at the end, so we don't have to keep going back and forth. Is that okay with everyone? So what I wanted to do now is bring up Chief Dinahan, Chief of Detectives, to just go over the weekend's investigations related to violence. Brendan?
All right, thanks, Soup. The superintendent already mentioned the one charge regarding the homicide, and what I think important to note on that one, once again, is we had an individual who's telling us one story, and then the video evidence supported something completely different, which is basically how we were able to secure that charge. And once again, it's just the hard work of the officers and the detectives out there. The videos, it's not easy to retrieve and download, et cetera. It doesn't happen overnight, so it was just a great job on their part. We did have one significant shooting that I wanted to go over, which kind of leads into what Ellen and the Soup were talking about with the guns out there and causing all this violence. So on the 17th of July at approximately 11:40 p.m. at 5006 West Ohio Street, we had a mass shooting where there were 6 victims, a lot of juveniles involved. I'll go over the ages real quick. 19-year-old, 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 12-year-old, 14-year-old, and another 19-year-old. So this was a gathering of basically a graduation party, a group that had got together previously to celebrate a graduation party. It was very successful, really good group of kids and individuals, and no issues. So they decided, since they had a successful gathering the first time, that why can't we do this again? Which they did, and then unfortunately there was a vehicle that drives by. So it was a drive-by shooting, 2 individuals shooting from the vehicle at this group. This no motive as to anybody in this group was involved in any sort of criminal activity. And as a matter of fact, I know we come up here and talk a lot about sometimes the detectives and the officers have a difficult time getting information from people when it's a lot of group-on-group violence. Everybody at this location could not have been more than cooperative with the police department, and unfortunately they shouldn't have been targeted. And so they gave us, the basic information on this vehicle, which we have not recovered yet. So it's an extremely tragic and unfortunate incident. The detectives are still investigating, but it kind of loops into what the Soup and Eleanor were stating, which is too many guns out there on the street. At that, Soup, I'll pass it back over to you.
And before you start with your questions on either that or what Ellen and I on the gun investigations team, I just want to highlight we're seeing more and more drive-by shootings than we've seen in the past here in Chicago and all across the country. Last time we had this drive-by shooting be part of the violence, 1980s and 1990s, early 80s when I came on the job was the drive-by, advent of drive-by shooting. We're starting to see that, not just with this one that we highlighted for this past weekend, but you see more and more every weekend, every day when we have particularly multiple shootings, either the drive-by shooting or someone drives up to a location, gets out of a car, shoots, and gets back in the car to flee, which is, again, the drive-by shooting, using a car to not only commit the violence, but to escape immediately to where it's really hard to identify who are the offenders. One of the strategies related to drive-by shootings when they did occur back in the 80s and 90s was a focused, data-driven traffic stop effort to create a difficult way for people to get in and out. So you always have, as the offender, thinking about, I might get stopped by the police with all these weapons in my car, about to do this drive-by shooting. So we haven't seen that as a strategy from offenders' perspective, but we're starting to see more and more of it here and across the country. And with that, we'll take questions. Let's do this if you can. Rather than jump around, let's do questions on the gun investigations team. And then when that's exhausted, then we'll do questions on any and everything else to include the drive-by shooting and other things that happened over the weekend. So just anyone, please. Jeremy. So the FIT team, the Firearms Investigations Team, is an existing team that will be expanded as part of this gun investigation team creation. That's their role, and in my opinion, they've been under-resourced, but they have done a pretty decent job in the area of forward revocations. Is it perfect? No. Can we do more? Yes. So we'll be looking at it's creating the capacity to deal with the volume of not only forward card, but other types of, like again, straw purchases, being able to debrief every gun offender that's arrested, to really focus on the high-risk gun offender that's arrested, the person who has felony background, violent background, that's arrested, again, with a gun, which is, obviously the one we want to focus on to prevent the next shooting. So again, all of the above. Can we do better? Yes. I believe the FIT team, with the resources they have had, has addressed some of the forward card issues raised in that report.
Another question I have. Why has that been so challenging?
One of the things that we emphasized in our comments was the effort to collaborate with the public. Let me use this as an example of how a typical gun trafficking, gun running case happens. Criminal X, gang offender with the background, can't go buy a gun. Got a felony background. He can't go to the gun store and buy a gun. He gets his girlfriend to go buy it for him, who doesn't have a felony record, who doesn't have the history that would reject her from buying a gun. And he gets her to go buy guns every weekend for him until she's flagged by some diligent gun store owner. The challenge is the criminal has figured out how to buy small amounts of guns repetitively with third parties who defeat the background check, the things that are in place to prevent violent people from getting guns. They use a third party. Why we need the help from the public is we need to emphasize, number one, whoever these third parties are, we're coming for you to charge you. We're coming for you to charge you. And we're going to use this $1 million fund to create tips to out you. Someone knows who's being paid as a third party to purchase guns for a violent person in the city that would do a drive-by shooting on young people celebrating graduation. Someone in this community knows who that is. And we want to incentivize you coming forward anonymously, but we want to incentivize you to help the police department protect your community by giving these people up. It's completely different. Chicago PD never had an effort. That was more enforcement. That was more recovering more and more guns, which we're really good at. We're better than any police department in the country at recovering guns. We recover more guns every year in and year out, than LA PD and New York PD combined every year. That's last year, the year before that, and we will do it again this year. That's not the point. That's after the gun has already made it to our communities. The point of this investigations team, which is new and unique and a first in its class, is to get the gun before it hit the streets, at the trafficking level. Again, these third parties need to hear me loud and clear. We're coming for you. And we're going to try to charge you with the highest charge we can, if not in the federal system, at the state's attorney's office. Do not buy guns for violent people, is our message, or you will pay the price for them by doing what we hope to be serious time for your blood money. It's blood money. Whatever they're paying you to go buy these guns, the $500 or whatever, $1,000, it's blood money. And blood's on your hands, and we're coming for you. Any other questions? This will complement the strike force, and we'll let the ATF talk about the strike force. We hope sooner rather than later, but this is to complement the strike force. Chicago can't wait for the strike force. We have to do everything we can from a law enforcement perspective to take guns off the streets from violent people. Any other questions? So we specifically want the payouts to be around gun trafficking investigations. So if your tips leads to an arrest or an indictment or a conviction, there'll be several different layers of payouts that will be significant. We have yet to figure out all of the banking and third party, much like a Crime Stoppers, but we'll figure that out. But we want to take tips now from cpdtip.com. So right now, if you have a tip about a third party running guns, buying guns for gangsters and other violent people, we want people to call in now. Call in now, and we'll work out and announce the range of payouts for you. But they will be significant. The payouts will be significant. Yes?
Right, short of having all in tips about these
Number one, undercover work, human source development, which means working with the community to give us information real time, as well as, we're gonna hit the ground running. So we're gonna need a lot of work from the community. We're gonna need a lot of luck. We're gonna have to run into the right circumstances, the right people at the right time that's delivering guns here, delivering guns and ammunition. You think about the average drive-by shooting, there's tens of rounds being shot. So who replenishes the ammunition for the guns being delivered? So it is going to be an aggressive policing effort with the community, not just through the tip line. We'll be on the ground in several different capacities. I mean, just think about the guns recovered over the weekend, over 100 guns recovered over the weekend. The ability to interview each and every one of those people in a gun investigation. Where did you buy the gun? Be able to trace the gun to see where it was bought, what gun store was it bought from, and to roll all that in with actionable intelligence from either a tip line or some person in the community that comes forward to say, I know this person buys guns for this gangster. That it's all going to have to work together. It's always better to be lucky than good, but we're going to be very good at this. We're going to be very good at this. Because this will save lives. If we are successful, I believe we will be, it will save untold lives getting these guns out of the hands of people in the first place. Instead of waiting till after they use the gun or after we make an arrest to recover the gun, we'll go on the front end of this to get the trafficker, the person making blood money from the grief and the suffering of people in this city after a shooting. Your cynicism is duly noted, and not without a history. Not without a history, I would say. So I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. But let me just answer by saying we are going to be relentless. I've been in policing over 35 years, almost all of my adult life, and I've seen criminals for the right price turn their mother in. I have. I think you had a question. the parents and people in the community overall, the parents and people in the community, our children are worth your giving these people up. That's not acceptable, that we have that many children shot by these guns trafficked to this city. Give these people up. Turn them in, whether for a payout fee with the $1 million fund, or give them up out of the goodness of your heart because you love our young people. Either way, we're coming for these people. We want to charge you with our trafficking laws, both state and federal, and hold you accountable for the blood money you get for harming our babies. Last question. So one of the things that is true is that retaliation is a significant challenge as it relates to people coming forward. And I think that's why it's important to continue to emphasize our ability to keep you anonymous, up to payout if that's the route you go, or keep you anonymous if you want to give us information. We should roll it out pretty quickly. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
113 guns recovered this weekend by Chicago police, and they say much more needs to happen because shootings and violence continue in that city. Take a look at the Dow there. It is on a big time slide, getting close now to 1,000 points down. We'll continue to monitor it throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, coming up at any moment, we are expecting a White House news briefing that should be happening. We'll be bringing it to you when it does, but we're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break.
Not in the streets, which is our last stand. In the Bible, in order to make the camp run, God decreed that each person participate, from the elders to the officials, from the wood choppers to the water drawers. In our time, let all who are able to do so vote freely without coercion, without intimidation, and without ensnarement. We, the people who love our democracy, must continue to work to keep access open honorably and transparently. Y'all, let my people vote for what starts here. For what starts here sustains our nation. For every voice, for every vote, for the legacy and the robust, durable health of enduring freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Next we have Bishop Mike McKee from the North Texas Conference of the United Methodist Church.
Thank you, B. I want to thank all of you for being present this morning with us and the legislative session and, of course, the conversations that will happen after that, and for being with us last night. And I'm going to share some of the things that I shared last night because they bear repeating. When I was a senior at the University of Texas, I was privileged with 3 other students to have a private tour of the library with Lady Bird Johnson. And at the conclusion of that tour, we went upstairs to Lyndon Johnson's office, and we had a conversation with him that we thought would be 5 minutes, but was much longer. It really happened because of a question I asked him. Mr. President, what do you consider your greatest achievement as President of the United States? And the answer was very informed and very good. But he said that the critical piece that a lot of people don't understand was the Voting Rights Bill. And I think we all know why, because those of us who are governed, we believe all people who are governed by our government should have a right to choose who will govern us. That is the key to the integrity of an American democracy. Of course, no one is for voter fraud, but the key to integrity is what we are for, not what precisely we're against. And we're for every citizen to develop trust in a government that is borne out by everyone being able to cast a ballot who is qualified to do so. We believe that it should be done so that it's not difficult to get to the polls or that they have another means to vote. And the deal is we want people to be able to vote. That is not too much to ask. And when we finally realize that the very integrity and the goodness of our government is dependent on all having a voice and being able to exercise it, then we get into a better place as a state and as a country. It's beginning to the point where we can trust people because we know that somehow they are elected by the citizens of their county, their districts, their state, their country, and they're able to do the right thing. Friends, this is not necessarily a partisan issue. It is simply a choice whether we're going to be a democracy open to all or not. And history always takes us to the right place. Sometimes it takes a lot longer than we want to, but the time for now is very important. Let our people vote. Thank you for being here.
Next, we're going to hear from Bishop Sue Bliner of the Southwestern Texas Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, down south.
Thank you, Bee. It's great to be here today. As Bee mentioned, I serve as the Bishop of the Southwestern Texas Synod, which is one of 3 Lutheran synods in the state with about 85,000 baptized members. I'm here today because as Lutheran Christians, we believe that government is a gift from God, intended for the safety and flourishing of all human beings, and in fact of all creation. We believe that God rules over all the creation, and part of the way that God rules is through a participatory government. This government is called to recognize that all humans are created in the image of God. All humans, friends. And therefore have both the fundamental dignity and fundamental rights. To evaluate how the government is doing in protecting those rights and dignities, our primary lens is the question, is our neighbor being served? We have learned that our neighbors are best served by a government in which earthly power is held publicly by the people, a democracy. And they are governed by representatives chosen in free and fair elections in which each person is assured of their vote, a republic. Such consent requires government to allow the neighbors it serves to pursue their lives in a spirit of freedom. The importance of this can be illustrated by our shameful history in this country in which so many African Americans, Native peoples, Latinx peoples, Asian Americans, and women have been denied the right to vote and so have been governed without consent. In 2013, our ELCA Churchwide Assembly passed a resolution calling on local, state, and federal governments to guarantee the right to vote to all citizens and to discourage or eliminate laws, ordinances, or regulations that would have the effect of racial and ethnic discrimination in the exercise of that right. Today, we are troubled to see how the Texas legislature is responding to the wave of partisanship and paranoia across our country. The election reform bills they are considering here would limit access to the ballot for many voters who are poor or disabled. People of color, seniors, shift workers, and single women all testify that these bills would make it harder and more frightening for them to vote. It is time to press the reset button. Election security cannot come at the expense of voter access. My faith tradition compels me to protect the vote of every Texan. Our democracy is only healthy when it includes all of us. I encourage my fellow citizens and Christians and people of all faith traditions to speak out with me and for our legislators to abandon their current divisive legislation and start over again, centering the wisdom of local communities and affirming commitment to mutual respect. Thank you all.
Next, we'll hear from Virginia K. Solomon, who's the CEO of the League of Women Voters, U.S.
Good morning, Texas. Why are we here today? Why? Let our people vote. I am Virginia K. Solomon, CEO of the League of Women Voters of the United States, and it is an honor to be here with you today. I am here at the request of our great Texas League President, Grace Shameen, because we know you are on the front lines of some of the worst voter suppression our country has ever seen. Suppression that threatens some of our most closely held values, like fairness and our sacred American right to vote. But Texas, we are at an impasse. And our political parties must come together. They must serve the voters of Texas, because we will not go back to the days of Jim Crow. But how do we do this? How do we move forward with transparency and ensure that every Texas voter has the opportunity to make their voice heard? How can we pull together voices on the left and the right to stand up for democracy for all? I say it's not too late. I change my mind all the time.
That's right.
It's okay for these legislators in this building. There is no shame in changing your mind.
Right.
Because America is watching. America is watching Texas, because it is not only the ground battle, it is not only ground zero for the battle for our democracy, but because so many of our American ideals are enshrined in this great state. So this is our call to action today, to ensure we are advancing voting rights for the people. Texas can become a beacon for other states by expanding the right to vote and ending this impasse. That these legislators can stop their partisan bickering, Stop making it about the political parties and make it about us, the voters. Because why? They need to let our people vote. We saw great advances in voter turnout in 2020, and we cannot go backwards. We will not go backwards. We must commit right now to stay in this fight for the long haul. And the League of Women Voters is in this fight with you. Here in Texas, in our nation's capital, and in every state in this country. We will not stop. We want to thank you all. Thank you, Texas Impact, for letting us be here today. And thank you all. We believe in you. We stand with you. And together we will win this fight for voting rights.
Thank you. Next up, we're going to hear from Imam Islam Mossad, a leader with Texas Impact on the Texas Muslim community.
All right, Assalamu alaikum. Oh, wait, we say howdy. That's in A&M. Over here we say hookum. Just to give you an education on the Austin landscape here. So hookum horns. I begin first with the name of God, the most gracious and the most merciful. He is indeed a God of love, and this is about love. If you love a person, you want to hear that person. You want to listen to that person. You want to care for that person. By having this attempt, which is a semi-veiled, cynical attempt to suppress participation from people of all walks of life, black, brown, white, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, atheist, from whatever background, to stop them is going against what God himself, as is recorded in the Quran, said all of you, mankind, have come from one pair of male and female. Yes, a male and a female. Because it is only 101 years ago that women had the right to vote in this country. And August 18th, 2020, when the 19th Amendment was ratified. And so it is really, I want to say shameful, but it is really hilarious that 101 years later, we have to stand here to say, give everybody the right to vote. So it is not about letting our people vote as much as it is the people will hold you accountable. Do you want to be on the side of Pharaoh, a despot, a tyrant? Or do you want to be on the side of Moses, a freedom fighter? So all of us here, we stand together knowing that we were created from one male and one female, made into nations and tribes, so that we would know each other, because by knowing each other, we love each other. I conclude with a statement from Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He said, the best of your leaders, and I hope all the leaders are listening, political or...
And Live Now from Fox does continue. We do have a live look right now here in Baghdad as Iraqi security officials saying a roadside bomb in Baghdad suburb kills 8 and wounds at least 13. Here is a live look as it's all unfolding right now, making, of course, international news. We'll continue to follow it right here, but wanted to just give you that update as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you live news and updates from around the country and, of course, around the world. Hi, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we will continue to bring you these updates and so much more coming up in just a little bit, including a White House news briefing that should be happening at any moment right now. So what we are seeing here is COVID cases going up across the country, and we have investors getting worried about a potential COVID rebound. And here's why they're worried. This is the look right now at the Dow as it continues to slide down, and it is dropping like a rock there, down 2.5%, almost 850 points there in the red as stocks are getting slammed right now in a sell-off. One of the worst ones in the sectors are travel and airlines being hit really, really tough right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, once that White House news briefing does get going, we will bring it to you live right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll see what they have to say about the COVID cases rising. We got the Dow dropping. What will happen next? We'll be bringing it all to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's keep you with live events as they continue to happen right now, taking you out to Texas, where we do have Texas Democrats and others talking about voting rights in a voting rights rally happening now. This comes really on the weekend where coming off the weekend, I should say, where 5 Texas House Democrats confirmed with COVID-19 after traveling to Washington, D.C. as their political stunt happened last week.
It was the clarion call of abolishing the Jim Crow filibuster and the passage of both the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the For the People Act. 2 strong pieces of legislation that will go a long way in reforming our democratic processes and safeguarding our sacred right to vote. And I, for one, am grateful for the Texas Legislature Democrats for leaving the state, disrupting the flow of voter suppression and restrictive voting laws inspired by former President Donald Trump's lies. It was the prophet Jeremiah that proclaimed God's anguish in saying, they have treated the wounds of my people carelessly, saying peace, peace, when there is no peace. When really has our nation truly been at peace? Our democracy being under attack is nothing new. In fact, our democracy as a system of government of the people, by the people, for the people, has been under attack since this nation was very established. The United States' lofty democratic ideals of unalienable rights and all persons being born equal was aborted before it was ever born. Speaking plainly, it was the founding old white male land-owning enslavers and their co-conspirators who compromised the establishment of true democracy when they intentionally included from we the people in the preamble of our nation's constitution, indigenous people, Latino people, and melanated men and women who built this nation with their blood and bodies free of charge, but at many costs. Before then and now, we has not included all. People has not included all of us. We, the wildest dreams of our sable-skinned ancestors, we, the perpetually excluded, and our multicultural cadre of righteous, indignant co-conspirators, must continue to fight and demand that our very humanity be honored and our full rights be unencumbered. Thinking critically about race and its impacts on society would help us further understand these intersectional issues, but some folk don't want that kind of wisdom well known. Various influential members of the United States Congress have said that voting rights are fundamental to our democracy. Those words are meaningless unless they are backed up. Driven by fear of losing power through the dismantling of white supremacist rules and institutions, the filibuster has long been used by avowed racists who strategically willed its power to kill any progress to secure voting and civil rights for people of color in our nation. Driven by fear of losing power and prestige, both Texas Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 3 severely curtailed the hallmark of free and fair elections through voter suppression tactics from an old Jim Crow playbook. Driven by fear of losing power, they look to empower partisan poll watchers to create conflicts at the polls and limit who, when, and where citizens can carry out their sacred right to vote. I rise to tell you to say that enough is enough. That fear is crippling our country. That fear of racial equity is impeding progress. That fear of doing what is right instead of what is financially and politically advantageous is perpetuating injustice by those we, the people, elect to power. But my Bible tells me that God did not give us a spirit of fear, but God gave us a spirit of love, hope, power, and of a sound mind. I feel my help coming through here. We must use that sound mind, that good sense God gave us, and the power of all our unified voices to collectively advocate to move power for the benefit of all God's creation, for all God's people, for the edification of this country that we love. Beloved, we're standing in a long legacy of ecumenical, civic, and social leaders standing in the gap for the least, last, and lost among us. The struggle continues indeed, and we're going to keep fighting and doing it together. Am I right about it? Yeah. We got to keep up the good trouble, calling on the better angels of the adversaries until justice is won. Justice is not a once and done type fight.
We are switching gears, taking to another live event. Right now, we do have the White House briefing underway.
Zambia and Niger. We're also pleased to announce 3 million vaccines going to Guatemala tomorrow, continuing our prioritization of Latin American countries. As these shipments demonstrate, the United States is fulfilling our promise to be an arsenal of vaccines for the world, and we're proud to be donating these doses to save lives and help those in need. Josh, we're going to kick us off.
Thanks, Jen. Two subjects. First, the president's remarks on why China didn't face sanctions for cyber attacks, but Russia did. Could you clarify, since both countries are accused of protecting criminal hacker groups? And then, along those same lines, the U.S. imports about $435 billion of goods from China. To what degree do economic concerns play a role in how to address cyber attacks?
Well, first let me say that today, an unprecedented group of allies and partners, including the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Japan, and NATO, are joining the United States in exposing and criticizing the PRC's Ministry of State Security's malicious cyber activities. And this is the first time NATO has condemned PRC cyber activities. So I would note that we are actually elevating and taking steps to not only speak out publicly, but certainly take action as it relates to problematic cyber activities from China in a different way, but as we have from Russia as well. We are not differentiating. One is out of the realm of condemnation or out of the realm of consequence from the United States. In terms of the economic pieces, I think you're asking me, give me a little more on your question we're trying to get at.
Basically, the U.S. economy depends a lot on Chinese imports. We only get $16 billion worth of goods from Russia. If we were to come with major sanctions on China, is there a risk that we could be hurting our own economy?
Well, I would say first that we take cyber actions against our country and against private sector entities quite seriously. The Department of Justice is imposing costs and today announced criminal charges against 4 MSS hackers. These charges address activities concerning a multi-year campaign targeting foreign governments and entities in key sectors. We also have, of course, through the National Security Agency, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and Federal Bureau of Investigation exposed over 50 tactics, techniques, and procedures Chinese state-sponsored cyber actors used when targeting U.S. and allied networks. My point is we are not holding back. We are not allowing any economic circumstance or consideration to prevent us from taking actions where warrant. And also, we reserve the option to take additional actions where warrant as well. This is not the conclusion of our efforts as it relates to cyber activities with China or Russia.
And then, secondly, with Facebook, the president suggested that executives look in the mirror and change their practices. Does that mean the administration isn't considering any regulatory or legal moves to possibly address disinformation on social media?
Well, I don't think we've taken any options off the table. That's up to Congress to determine how they want to proceed moving forward. But let me just note that we're not in a war or a battle with Facebook. We're in a battle with the virus. And the problem we're seeing that our Surgeon General elevated just last week is that disinformation traveling through a range of mediums. Some of them are a range of social media platforms. Some of them are media. Some of them are through the mouths of public officials. That bad information, inaccurate information about vaccines is killing people. That's where our concern is, and that's what the president is working to express, and also what the Surgeon General expressed in his report just last week. Go ahead, Steve.
Now that you've leveled these charges on China, do you plan to raise them with them?
We, of course, will continue to be in touch with Chinese officials at a high level, and that will be the case in these regards as well.
Is the Chinese government actively doing the hacking or contracting it out?
I don't have any more detail than that, Steve. Let me check and see if there's more we can provide to you about.
Lastly, the Belarus opposition leader is in Washington this week. I think she's going to meet Tony Blinken today. Is the president going to meet with her?
We are still finalizing what the details are. She will be meeting with White House officials. I wouldn't say it will be the president, but she will be meeting with White House officials when she's here. We'll have more to report on that once those details are finalized. Go ahead, Phil.
Just to follow up, the statements of the Ministry of State Security was directly paying hackers, which was, I think, why it was elevated. The president kind of compared it to the Russia situation, but said that maybe they're protecting them or accommodating them. There doesn't seem to be a direct link, as what the statement said this morning. I'm just trying to square kind of where things stand in terms of how the White House views what's actually transpired.
As it relates to the cyber activities and the attribution that was put out earlier this morning? Well, first, I would say that we felt it was important to be clear that, as was clear when we made the announcement this morning, that the former attribution of the malicious cyber campaign utilizing the zero-day vulnerabilities in the Microsoft Exchange server, which was disclosed in March 2021, to malicious cyber actors affiliated with the MSS with high confidence. That was the information put out by the intelligence community or by our national security team earlier today. That is accurate. That's why we worked also, and it's significant, which is why I pointed this out initially, that we worked in coordination with many partners around the world, the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Japan, and NATO, to criticize, expose, and call out these malicious cyber activities. But that is the information that's accurate about the attribution.
One more on that, and then one other one. The president said he's going to be briefed on it. Or in his remarks, when he was asked about it, he said he was going to be briefed on it. This is a pretty significant escalation of things from the U.S. and its allies. What more does the president need to be briefed on in terms of the process going forward?
I would say first, the president is regularly briefed. He certainly is aware of attributions that are determined by the U.S. government, including the one announced earlier today. But this is an ongoing effort, an ongoing consideration of how to prevent these malicious actions from happening in the future to other private sector companies. Certainly something that the president will continue to speak with his national security team about.
And then just one on the economic side. Obviously, the president kind of addressed inflation head-on today. One thing that Chair Powell says, and I know you guys are in the same place on the idea that it's transitory right now, but Chair Powell said in congressional testimony, we're humble about what we understand, given the fact that there's no real roadmap coming out of a once-in-a-century pandemic economically. Is the White House economic team, when it comes to inflation, also humble about what they understand? That maybe they don't necessarily know what's going to happen next as it pertains to inflation?
Absolutely, we take inflation very seriously. It is under the purview of the Federal Reserve. As you know, they have regular quarterly meetings where they put out that information and any considerations publicly. Their projection continues to be that while there's a projected increase in inflation this year, it's expected to come back down to about 2.2 next year. They have not changed that, and that is in line with a number of outside economists as well. You are also correct that when the economy is turning back on from a global pandemic, there isn't a lot of historic precedent for that, and certainly we're seeing prices go back to pre-pandemic levels. In some cases, we're also seeing a range of factors, including shortages in the supply chain, from chip shortages that are impacting the auto industry to lumber shortages that are impacting the housing industry, that are also factors here as we're seeing price increases. But we do look at all of them.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Two questions. One on just follow up on China and the cyber attacks. A senior administration official said that no one country acting on its own can change China's behavior. So if the United States were to take action against China, would it do so alone, or does the administration feel like you need allies on board to take that step?
Well, it's a good question, Rachel. I think as we've approached our China strategy from the beginning and our policy as it relates to China, we've always felt that working together, working in partnership with allies around the world, and also in partnership with members of the federal government, members of Congress from both sides of the aisle, was how we approached it from a position of strength. So what's significant today is that while we're all calling out these malicious cyber activities, so are a number of our key partners around the world: the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Japan. these malicious cyber activities are not only impacting the United States, they're impacting a range of countries, a range of partners. And yes, we would, of course, like to work with countries and work with our key partners around the world moving forward. Obviously we can't determine steps and consequences on their behalf, but that is certainly our objective and how we've approached our strategy to date.
So you're not ruling out taking action on your own if you felt like it was necessary?
No, we're not, but we also, from the beginning, have felt that working in partnership, working in coordination, and working together is a stronger way to approach malicious activity, cyber activity, and others in areas of concern around the world.
One quick follow-up just on infrastructure. Republicans are saying that they don't want to move forward with this test vote that's scheduled for Wednesday without knowing exactly how they're going to pay for everything in that bipartisan infrastructure bill. Senator Bill Cassidy over the weekend said the White House is not working with Republicans on the pay-fors and that he feels like they're competing with Democrats' $3.5 trillion plan. So does the administration feel like these differences can be resolved in the next 48 hours?
Well, first, I think it's important to take a step back and remember that a month ago, a bipartisan group of senators stood outside of the White House with the president to announce an agreement on an infrastructure framework. There's been a lot of progress since then, a lot of late nights, a lot of coffee drinking, and important legislating, bill writing that's happened. But the American people have waited a long time. The American people are ready to see progress, and we believe it's time for progress to happen and time for this legislation to move forward. We also work in close contact or close coordination with, of course, Leader Schumer, and we defer to him and other leaders in Congress on the timeline and the sequencing of legislation moving forward. Go ahead, Ed.
On that discussion with Leader Schumer, has he talked in the last few days at all with any of the Republicans who are negotiating?
The president? I don't have any calls to read out for you. I can tell you that our team, senior White House officials, have been in close contact with Democrats and Republicans, members and their offices, and whenever it warrants, the president is always happy to pick up the phone.
And then on the Guantanamo Bay announcement today, senior officials said 10 of the remaining detainees are eligible for repatriation. Any sense yet of the targeted timelines for transferring them? And is there a broader goal within this administration of closing Guantanamo Bay? Has that timeline been set?
Yes, our goal is to close Guantanamo Bay. I can tell you that there's 39, I think you know some of this, but for others who are following it, there are 39 detainees who remain at Guantanamo Bay. 10 are eligible for transfer, 17 are eligible for a periodic review board, 10 are involved in the military commissions process, and 2 detainees have been convicted. This individual who we announced the transfer of, the Department of Defense announced the transfer of, had started moving through the process during the Obama-Biden administration and was on pause for some period of time over the last 4 years. I don't have a timeline for you. As you know, there's a process. There are different layers of the process, but that remains our goal, and we are considering all available avenues to responsibly transfer detainees and, of course, close Guantanamo Bay.
We and a few other outlets have reported that the administration is now planning to send about 2,500 Afghan translators, and I believe members of their family, to Fort Lee in Virginia as they complete the steps to have their legal status in this country reviewed. Will there be other U.S. military bases in the United States also used to house them temporarily?
Well, first, any confirmation and final details of military base usage would be from the Department of Defense and the State Department, given they're implementing these programs. I expect they will have more to share with you, Ed. I just want to defer to them, given it is their programs. I will say that when I went through the programs and how the process worked last week, one of the things I tried to note, but I will elevate again here, is that individuals who have completed the process, the security review, the vetting and security process, could be relocated to the United States. That would be certainly U.S. military bases, and the Department of Defense will assess how many of those and how many facilities they would need for those transfers.
Two real quick scheduling things. Is the president at all scheduled to meet anytime soon with members of the Texas Democratic House delegation that's here in Washington?
I don't have any meetings to preview for you at this point in time.
And I hesitate to ask this because I'm only a slight
Don't
admirer of his.
hesitate. It's okay.
Is
It's a
Tom
Monday.
Brady joining the Buccaneers here at the White House tomorrow? I've been asked to ask this by several people.
It's okay. I don't have the list of Buccaneers attending tomorrow in front of me. We will see if we can venture to get that for you all by the end of the day. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen, and great throw yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
On vaccine hesitancy, as COVID-19 cases rise, if this is becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated and you guys are having a hard time getting a certain part of the population to go get the shot, would President Biden ever call former President Trump and say, I need your help, let's cut a PSA and tell people to go do it?
Well, first I would say that what we've seen in our data is that the most trusted voices are local officials, doctors, medical experts, civic leaders, clergy from time to time, and that is where we've really invested our funding and our resources. We've seen almost every former president play a role in putting out a PSA, making sure people understood in the country that the vaccine is safe and effective. We don't believe that requires an embroidered invitation to be a part of. But certainly any role of anyone who has a platform where they can provide information to the public that the vaccine is safe, it is effective. We don't see this as a political issue. We'd certainly welcome that engagement.
And about those Texas Democrats, since the vice president met with these Texas Democratic lawmakers, 5 of them have now tested positive for COVID-19. Is there any safety concern about her spending time around the president until a certain amount of time has passed?
Well, first I would say I think the vice president's office put out that she was tested and that there was no detection of COVID-19. They also put out some specific details about their proximity to the individuals who tested positive as well. We take these precautions incredibly seriously and abide by the guidance of our health and medical experts.
Do officials here wish that those Texas Democrats would have been more careful and taken more precautions, like wearing masks on the flight here?
Again, I don't think I'm going to be in a position here to assess what safety precautions they may or may not have taken. Obviously, these individuals were out there trying to elevate the issue of an individual's right to vote. We of course hope everybody abides by public health guidelines. That's what we certainly recommend. But the vice president, what's important for everybody to know is that the vice president was tested. She, of course, takes these precautions seriously, and we would follow any advice our public health officials give us.
And can you tell us anything else about the nature of her trip to Walter Reed yesterday?
Yes, it was a visit that was scheduled for several weeks, long before the visit of the Texas legislators, a routine appointment, which she had again scheduled several weeks ago. Go ahead, Kelly.
And just to button that up, she and the president have been in the same room since she had that test. There's no separation of the president and the vice president.
There haven't been additional precautions taken, no.
On China, can you help us understand why the president asked a couple of questions today, was not sort of in the same posture we've seen toward Russia, where he has called out Russia publicly to stop, and from what we know based on the administration's findings, this is China paying cyber criminals to carry out, whereas in Russia, our understanding is Putin may have some looser relationship or perhaps some ability to direct criminal actors, but not that connection. So we gave the president an opportunity to address the China issue today. He seemed to pull his punches and not go after China. Why?
Well, I would say first, Kelly, that was not the intention he was trying to project. He takes malicious cyber activity incredibly seriously. The effort and to engage and unite an unprecedented group of our allies and partners was something that was under his direction, and he continues to feel it's important to lead from a position of strength in close coordination with our partners and allies around the world. And he takes malicious cyber activity, whether it's from Russia or China, whomever the actors may be, quite seriously. And I think our efforts to lead on this should be an indication of that.
On COVID, does the administration think it is appropriate at this time to try to do more tracking on breakthrough cases, since there are more reports of that, and that's not something the CDC has been following except when it's hospitalizations? Should more data collection take place?
It's a great question. I'll have to talk to our health and medical experts about the benefits of that tracking and how they see that as a public health priority. I will note that what we've continued to see is that the individuals, 99.5% of people who are being hospitalized and dying of COVID are not vaccinated. The individuals who have gotten COVID, I should say, a number of these individuals we've been talking about from a public manner have been getting mild cases, have not been hospitalized. That's of course no one's preference to get any form, but they've been asymptomatic, and that is showing that the vaccine is actually working. Go ahead.
Yeah, on the virus, the president spoke this morning about the economic boom the country's undergoing, but stock and oil prices fell today in part because of rising concerns about the Delta variant. Is the president considering reinstating mask requirements at all, both for health but also for economic reasons?
Well, first I would say that our health and medical experts look closely at the broad swath of data across the country. And I would remind you all that almost 70% of adults are still vaccinated in this country. We are not in the place we were 2 months, 3 months, 6 months ago as it relates to our fight with the virus. It is still underway. We are still battling the virus, there's no question. And as the president said just on Friday, this has become a pandemic of the unvaccinated, in that is where we are seeing hospitalizations, where we are seeing deaths. We certainly have seen, of course, have seen the movements in the stock market. We also know that unemployment is down, economic growth is up, job creation is up, wages are up, and we can assure people we are still at war with the virus, even as we've seen progress made over the last several months.
We're also on COVID. I'm sure you've seen an alternate on the women's gymnastics team has tested positive while in Japan. Any specific precautions the White House is taking with the First Lady's travel to ensure her safety as she goes over there?
Well, first, we are aware of course, COVID-19 cases among a handful of athletes. We're monitoring the situation, wishing a speedy recovery to those who have tested positive. Public health remains a central priority for the Games. The government of Japan and the IOC have very strict protocols, and they are taking careful safety precautions to keep the athletes and the public safe. Nothing has changed in terms of our plans for the U.S. delegation. Our team will be following very strict safety and health protocols, limiting engagement with the public and keeping our footprint as small as possible. Our COVID team at the White House, as well as health officials at the IOC and the government of Japan, all agree that the stringent protocols and health measures in place will keep them safe. But of course, we continue to monitor individuals who are getting
specific with the First Lady's travel.
There is nothing new. Nothing has changed as it relates to her travel or the travel of the delegation. Go ahead.
Earlier today, the president said he wasn't sure whether Facebook had done enough since last week to combat misinformation. Is there anything that the White House can point to generally that perhaps indicates that the companies are getting the message?
Well, I think it's as I kind of started off in response to Josh, I would just go back to the point that our fight is not with one social media platform. It is with the virus. And we have a role, everybody has a role in combating misinformation. In terms of monitoring whether there have been steps that have been taken, I mean, there are things that you all can assess. There's no secret monitoring, right? You all can assess as media organizations and companies as well. Do you have access to information from these platforms as to who is receiving misinformation? I don't think that information has been released. Do you know how the algorithms are working at any of these platforms? I don't think that information has been released. But again, this is not about one platform. This is about misinformation that we're seeing travel around into the minds, the inboxes, the minds, of individuals, of people around the country. Inaccurate information that is preventing people from taking the step to getting vaccinated, and that is, of course, a public health concern for us.
One quick follow-up, just to button it down, on the Senate calendar for Wednesday.
Yeah.
So the White House has no pause at this point about going forward with the cloture vote on Wednesday?
It is the decision of the Leader Schumer on the timing and the schedule of these Senate votes. I will note again that it has been about 4 weeks since the president and bipartisan members stood outside together and announced an agreement. Lots of work has happened, lots of good work together, bipartisan work has happened, but we believe it's time to move forward with this vote, with congressional action. Go ahead, Ann.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
precise about what the president's timeline is for closure of Guantanamo? For example, does he think, as some advocates have suggested, that it should be closed in his first year in office? If not, does he have a deadline?
I don't have a new deadline to outline here for you today.
So just closure when it can be closed?
Well, as you know, Ann, there are several components of this process. It includes notifications and consultations with Congress. It's not something where one individual, even the President of the United States, can do it on his own.
And then on military commissions, 10 of the remaining 39 detainees are eligible for military commission prosecution. As you know, the chief prosecutor has retired with no announcement of a replacement ahead of the first major trial of the Biden administration under that protocol. What is the administration's plan for military commissions, and does the president continue to believe that it is an appropriate way to deal with the remaining detainees?
Nothing has changed about the appropriateness of, or his view, our view, the president's view of the appropriateness of the commissions. I can certainly check with the Department of Defense and National Security team if there's
there's some new Havana syndrome cases or suspected cases. Is the administration now prepared to say that it believes Russia is responsible for this string of attacks, and what is the president doing to protect U.S. diplomats and others from these kinds of attacks?
Well, the NSC, the National Security Council, is coordinating a full review of intelligence reporting to ascertain whether there may be previously unreported incidents that fit a broader pattern. At this time, we still don't know the cause of these incidents or whether they constitute an attack of some kind by a foreign actor. These are areas of active inquiry, something that our intelligence community is working on and very focused on. Go ahead.
Jen, thanks so much.
Yeah.
The infrastructure framework, if it fails to advance on Wednesday, what's the backup plan? Is the president committed to making sure that it's a bipartisan component, or will Democrats go it alone?
We're not quite there yet. There's a lot of good work that's happened. 2 days is a lifetime in Washington, so I don't think we're going to make predictions of the death of the infrastructure package.
Can you share some more about what possible pay-fors the president's team has proposed that might fall into the category of things Republicans have not already rejected and that the White House has not already rejected?
I understand the question, certainly. Those conversations and discussions are being had among the bipartisan group that is finalizing this piece of legislation. And while there was agreement, of course, on the support for the IRS step that would have just ensured that some of the wealthiest Americans paid what they owed in taxes, some have backed away from that. There are other ways that they're discussing. We're open to alternatives, very open to alternatives from this end, but we'll let those conversations happen privately and be supportive of them from our end. Go ahead.
Question. The president was, of course, insistent that the pay-fors not include an increase in the gas tax, but the agreement does rely on things like public-private partnerships that typically use tolls to pay for the infrastructure. So can you talk about the difference in user fees? Is it why is tolling and other user fees okay, but gas taxes are not as a mechanism for paying for some of this?
I mean, his fundamental base point is that we can't raise taxes for individuals making less than $400,000 a year. In terms of the specific tolling pay for, I'd have to get more specific details on that, but in his view, nothing violates his commitment on the $400,000.
Jen.
Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. The American Academy of Pediatrics today recommended that everyone wear a mask in schools this fall, regardless of their vaccination status, but that's the only way to keep kids safe. The CDC guidance does not go that far. It says if you are vaccinated, you can go without a mask, but locals could decide universal masking. We've heard you say repeatedly that the president leans on his trusted medical and health advisors, but would the president like to see masking in all schools this fall?
The president's going to rely on the recommendations of the CDC, and also local school districts will make their own decisions based on the publicly available health guidelines. That's always how it's worked, and I think it will continue to work that way moving forward.
Today on CNN gave an interview, and he said that
And we continue to bring you live news from across the country. This one, breaking news right here in New Jersey. Take a look at this, everyone, as a plane makes an emergency landing on a bridge there. Ocean City, New Jersey. We're taking a look at this, and wow, what the sight must have been as this plane was coming down onto this bridge and had to navigate through cars and everything, and still doesn't look like anybody was hurt here. That is the best case scenario, obviously, but what a landing by that pilot. Obviously, there was something wrong with the plane, and definitely had to make this landing, and really just nailed it there on the bridge, and everything looks to be okay. But boy, it could have been much, much worse, obviously, and it looks like now they are just making sure that traffic is able to get past, which it can, and obviously it's not something you see every day, so people are, when they go past it, they're kind of slowing down and saying, oh, wow, look at that. So look at that, and it says Paramount on there of this, what looks to be a vintage plane. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as we continue to always bring you live events and, of course, breaking news as it happens right here. We just go from feed to feed as it does come in, and we bring you the breaking news as it happens, and you get to see it just like it comes right into our newsroom and then out to you wherever you watch us from there. LiveNowFox.com for always the very latest on where you can stream and watch us at all times here. But once again, Ocean City, New Jersey, showing you this breaking news coverage. Airplane making an emergency landing on the bridge. No injuries reported at this time, and it looks like a great job by the pilot here. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up.
Are in the city of Detroit. We're really excited for these 7 developments.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. More live coverage from across the country right now. This time we take you out to Detroit, where officials there are talking about affordable housing in the city. We are also awaiting the California governor, Gavin Newsom, to talk on a similar topic there, so we'll keep our eyes on that as well. Right here, giving you all of the updates on Live Now from Fox.
Again, the partnership that we have with the Michigan State Housing Development Authority is vital to what we're trying to do with development here in the city of Detroit. I would like to take a moment to recognize Ms. Irma Clark Coleman, our Wayne County Commissioner. She was saying hi. I also would love to point out the Frank Gillespie is here. This is an important occasion. The grandson of the founder of the Lewis College of Businesses. All right. All right, thank you, sir, for being here. This is fantastic. This adaptive reuse, taking buildings and continuing to make sure they serve our communities is an important thing. and we're really excited about it. So the next speaker, Julie Schneider, the newly crowned, we also call her the $30 million woman. She just recently received a large competitive grant through Choice Neighborhoods. It's bringing over 500 affordable housing units in Corktown. She is our housing director, and we want to give her an opportunity to say a couple of words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Today is truly a big deal. It's a big deal not only for affordable housing, but it's a big deal for our neighborhoods. Soon, residents of Arden Park, Brush Park, North Corktown, Midtown, the Cass Corridor are going to see development in their neighborhoods, and we're here to celebrate that today. They'll see affordable housing not only for residents today, but also for the future. We're standing here today at the former site of the Lewis College of Business. A few years ago, when I was a high school athletic coach, there was a young woman that I used to take home almost every day from practice. We used to talk about vacancy and its effects on the neighborhood. And so we're here today to celebrate not just affordable housing, but the impact of this investment on our neighborhoods, especially at this really important site for this neighborhood. Of course, all of this wouldn't be possible without having a really strong team. The mayor talked about the growth and the number of developments that we're getting funded. That wouldn't be possible without the work of so many people behind the scenes to help make this happen. I want to start by acknowledging Kelly Vickers, our Chief Housing Development Investment Officer. He's here today, as well as Tyler Hardy, Scott Brinkman, Ashley McLeod, Naomi Beasley Porter, Adina Hill, Kate Humphrey, Rebecca LeBeau, Corey Feldposh, as well as our district manager, Kim Tandy, who's here today. So much work going on behind the scenes, and I just want to thank all of the development teams, Olympia, MHT, the community builders, Sinair. It's a long list, so I'm definitely going to forget some, but I wanted to make sure that everybody's work is acknowledged today, especially Presbyterian Villages who were here at the site today. Them and Wallach will be doing this development. So thank you very much for joining us in this big celebration today, and we're very happy to be here.
Thank you, Julie. We have so many people to thank because we have a lot of investment coming in the city, so that's a big thing. So next I want to talk about Meyer Senior. We're here at this particular site. The team said that they would like to come out and say a couple of words. So we have Joe Hall, Vice President of Development for Wallach, Rashonda Price, Board of Chair of PVM, and Roger Myers, President and CEO. If you'd like to say a couple of words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, what a wonderful occasion. It's exciting to be here. Along with Amy Alberry, our Chief Operating Officer, we are here representing Wallach community at this extremely historic site with the excitement of a celebration of future 105 units of affordable housing for seniors in need. Mr. Mayor, Councilman McAllister, thank you so much for the support of the city. Mishta, Chad Benson, thank you so much for the allocation of competitive funding. Presbyterian Villages of Michigan, thank you so much for being willing to partner with us. We could not have found a better partner. PA Commercial and Anthony Pellegrino, we've been working on this site for 18 plus months. Thank you for helping us maintain site control. Mr. Frank Gillespie, thank you so much for being willing to stand up and speak on the behalf of our project on numerous occasions. And last but not least, thank you to the city residents that have welcomed us to your community. We're excited about this project and we're ready to get started. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Rashonda Price and I am the chair.
All right, that was just some of the local updates there in Detroit as they are celebrating some affordable housing programs there, especially for senior citizens as well. Let's continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. Take it back out to the White House where we'll wrap up with Jen Psaki talking about everything from COVID-19 cases, the economy, and so much more.
In the region, and certainly we expect that everything from Middle East peace to security in the region to be points of discussion to Syria to be points of discussion during the meeting this afternoon. We'll have a readout after the meeting concludes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Go ahead. Sorry, we'll go to you next. Go ahead. Yeah.
Let me take you to Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And U.S. and other countries have been supporting an end to the fighting in Ethiopia's Tigray region. And as the first step to end the fighting, the government of Ethiopia declared a unilateral ceasefire, pulled out troops from the region. But TPLF, the Tigray Liberation Front, rejected the ceasefire, calling it a sick joke. And TPLF continues the war, especially by deploying child soldiers in this conflict. And if the war continues, there is thousands and thousands of people will die. What is the Biden administration statement on TPLF's refusal to accept the ceasefire and the use of children as soldiers?
Well, certainly we take security and stability in Ethiopia quite seriously. I would point you to the State Department. I know my colleague Ned Price is briefing later this afternoon and give you more details on what our work is and engagement and our view from the U.S. government. Go ahead.
Is the White House seeking any meetings with social media companies when you're talking about misinformation?
We have been in regular touch from the beginning of the administration, because we knew from the beginning that misinformation or disinformation and how it would travel out there into the world was going to be a challenge. So that has been something that has been ongoing since the beginning of the administration.
I also wanted to ask you, someone asked earlier about Republicans backing off the idea of increasing funding for the IRS.
Yep.
When you're talking about that and the president being open to other proposals, are you talking within the framework, the bipartisan framework, or the reconciliation package, or both?
The bipartisan framework, that's the deal. We're kind of, that is the discussion with Republicans. Of course, we would welcome Republican support for the reconciliation package, but we're talking about specifically the pay-fors on the bipartisan infrastructure framework. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you. Will the White House publicly release information on posts that it considers misinformation on vaccines that it's asked Facebook to block?
First of all, we've not asked Facebook to block any individual posts. The way this works is that there are trends that are out there on social media platforms. You're aware of them. We're aware of them. Anyone in the public can be aware of them. There's also data that we look at that many media platforms, like many of you, also look at data in terms of trends, and you report on it, which is not to be expected given the number of people who get their information from social media. It's up to social media platforms to determine what their application is of their own rules and regulations. And so we just certainly raise where we have concerns about information that's inaccurate that is traveling out there in whatever platform it's traveling on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Does the White House welcome the news that the Haitian interim Prime Minister Claude Joseph is stepping aside and handing power to Ariel Henry?
Well, we have been encouraging for several days now Haitian political actors to work together and find a political way forward. So we've certainly seen news reports. We have not received an official notification through our embassy, but we welcome reports that Haitian political actors are working together to determine a path forward in the country. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. As you know, the leader of the Belarusian opposition, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, is in the country right now. She's meeting with Jake Sullivan. She's meeting with Secretary of State Blinken. Any chance that she will meet with President Biden?
So I think somebody asked this question a little bit. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. She will be meeting with senior White House officials. There is not currently a meeting scheduled for her with the president. Go, Josh. What's happening?
I just wanted to thank you, Jen, but as a point of privilege, I wanted to jump in. Canada announced it's going to reopen its borders for U.S. citizens who are vaccinated on August 9th. Does the United States plan to reciprocate?
We are continuing to review our travel restrictions. Any decisions about reopening travel will be guided by our public health and medical experts. We take this incredibly seriously, but we look and are guided by our own medical experts and not in a, we're not, I wouldn't look at it through a reciprocal intention. Go ahead. Go ahead in the middle. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. As you know, Senate Republicans have been calling on the president to withdraw his nominee to lead the Bureau of Land Management, Tracy Stone Manning, over connections to this tree spiking incident in 1989. That escalated last week with this former Forest Service investigator coming forward with an account that contradicts what she's told senators, as well as a man who was convicted in that case. Have those revelations changed the president's view on that nominee at all?
It has not. He stands by his nominee and looks forward to her getting confirmed. Go ahead in the middle.
Thanks, Jen. I appreciate it. I just had a quick follow-up on the Facebook stuff. Did anybody from the administration this weekend talk with Facebook officials given the president's comments on Friday?
Again, I think it's important for all of you to note that we are not at war with any social media platform. We are at war with the virus. And we have been in regular touch since the beginning of the administration, as we knew that there are a range of entities, platforms, media organizations, public officials who all have a role in combating misinformation. This is not personal. It is about fighting a virus that is still killing thousands of people. That's our objective. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Open up his East Room events to the full press.
White House briefing wrapping up there. You're watching here live now on Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you always the very latest as we take a look here at a massive sell-off that continues there on the Dow Jones side, now down 932 points in the red, as we are seeing investors get a little bit worried about a potential COVID-19 rebound. We have several different cities and areas in the country looking at mask possible mandates coming back. So we'll keep an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break, the last one of this hour.
Communication. Based on this,
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look here at a cybersecurity event in San Diego.
To include our universities, our healthcare systems, our research institutes, and defense contractors. Safeguarding the United States infrastructure has been and will continue to be a priority for the FBI. I want to thank the Cyber Squad and my office for their years of hard, diligent, complex work It's these agents and analysts and computer scientists working alongside our prosecutors that brought this indictment today. I want to thank Acting United States Attorney Randy Grossman and his office for their continued support and partnership in this. And I specifically want to recognize Assistant Special United States Attorney Sabrina Fev and Fred Shepard for their hard work working hand in hand through this investigation and getting it across the finish line. I want to thank our cyber division back at headquarters for their ongoing support and resources. And I want to specifically thank the other field offices that assisted us: Honolulu, Portland, Seattle, Birmingham, and Chicago. I want to thank the League Ed offices overseas working with our international partners. And I want to thank our international partners for their commitment to continue to work this global fight against cybercrime. And lastly, I want to thank our private sector partners here in San Diego. Thank you for your collaboration, your trust, and your ongoing partnership. We will continue to work with you to prevent computer intrusions. Earlier today, the FBI and CISA released a joint cybersecurity advisory, and specifically in there are technical details, indicators of compromise, and mitigation measures that are specific to the APT-40 threat and the Chinese government. If you see any activity related to this advisory, please contact your local FBI office as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Assistant United States Attorney Fred Shepard, the lead prosecutor in this case, to answer any questions that you have about the indictment.
Any questions whatsoever?
I have a couple questions. First one, APT-40, what does that stand for? What does that
APT-40, APT is Advanced Persistent Threat. So you're looking for systemic threat, more along the lines of state-sponsored cybersecurity groups that are involved, in this case, one attributable to China, obviously.
And none of these individuals in custody, I'm assuming?
None are currently in custody.
Is there any plan to, how's that going to work?
We are looking forward to hopefully having them in custody, but none are in custody currently. How would that work out? I mean, certainly China's not going to hand over their operatives. That's probably true, but their world also got a lot smaller with the release of this indictment. And it's a message to those that are involved in the MSS that going forward, we will charge you, we will make it public, and times change.
So essentially they can't travel now because if they ever land in Europe or another cooperating country, they'd be under jurisdiction to be brought back to the United States. Is that a possibility?
It is.
Can you say how you got onto this? Give some details about how you figured out that this group was at work and when that was?
As Special Agent in Charge Suzanne Turner said, starting back in 2012, there were certain victims here in San Diego and around the country and around the world started suffering massive intrusions into their operating systems and networks. The FBI, through their agents, analysts, and computer scientists, were able to determine certain markings of those intrusions, certain tactics, techniques of those intrusions that started to overlap with each other, and eventually put that puzzle together to unearth this worldwide campaign. Beyond that, as far as specific investigative techniques, one way or the other, I wouldn't go.
So this is 9 years later now, roughly. Why that time span?
Both to unearth the full scope of this particular criminal activity that spanned across the entire United States and to so many countries around the world. As it was alluded to before, these type of investigations are incredibly technical in that regard, and so coming forward with enough evidence to hold them accountable for the full scope of their criminal conduct took time.
Any idea of the estimate of the economic loss or damage that was here?
No specific number other than to say that there was significant stolen data that was expatriated from various companies, and that was the intent even for other companies. But beyond that, the amount of funds that are needed to remediate, to rebuild systems that were compromised during the course of this is obviously substantial.
Give us an idea of the amount of breaches. Thousands of breaches? And does your indictment reflect that? Is your indictment like thousands of?
The indictment reflects
breaches over the course of several years in multiple operating systems, even within the same victims. Not in the numbers of thousands, it would be hard to quantify with regards to that, but significant amounts of breaches over, as it's been laid out in the indictment, approximately 8 to 9 years worth across the.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Everybody setting up for a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We will take you out to California right now, getting a Governor Gavin Newsom event. Going to be talking in just a little bit on housing as well as rental programs.
And thank you, Supervisor Gore. We've got just an amazing team that really cares about housing everyone in this community, really cares about everyone throughout this pandemic, from Director Rivera, Mayor Glass, Supervisors Gore and Hopkins, Senator McGuire, Secretary Castro Ramirez, and Governor Newsom especially. Thank you so much for all the work that we've done over the past 18 months of this pandemic to care for everyone. It's important to note that we're here in Sebastopol, and we are in the middle of this pandemic still. I remember when we had a number of vaccination-related bills come through the Assembly and the Senate, people would come to me and say, we know you've got some people in your district, some constituents who are hesitant about vaccines. And we understand if you can't vote for vaccine-related bills when we were trying to make sure that every child in school is vaccinated. I remember hearing that, and I remember thinking, no, wait a second. I'm a father. I've got 2 kids. I care about their health and safety. I care about the health of everyone else in school. And I know what the science says. The science says it's safe, and it's okay, and it's good and important to vaccinate your children. So here we are, and we're at this point in the pandemic, and we're seeing some real data come in. People are getting sick again in higher numbers of COVID-19. And they are mostly the unvaccinated. And they are putting the vaccinated at risk. So I want to make sure it's very clear to anyone who's listening to this, who's looking at the data pour in, it's not too late to get vaccinated. I was just in front of a Walgreens yesterday with my kids. I saw a sign on the door, free vaccines for COVID. Schedule an appointment. So schedule an appointment. They're available to you. Please go and get vaccinated. Please protect your health and the health of everyone in our community. So let's come back to where we are today at the Sebastopol Inn. And prior to the pandemic really gaining a lot of steam here in California, I recall quite vividly Governor Newsom giving a State of the State address with a singular focus on homelessness. And I remember being overwhelmed by how powerful that was for a State of the State address to address this issue that I remember as a city council member we struggled with, that we continue to struggle with. And I was so grateful for that focus. And I don't know, Governor Newsom, if you recall, I went over to the governor's mansion afterwards, and I went and made a beeline to him, and I said, thank you. Thank you for putting the focus on this. And as the pandemic occurred, that thought could have been lost by the wayside. But in fact, his focus on finding a home for everyone was ever more important. Could never be more important, because we need to make sure that we protected the health of everyone, regardless of whether they had a home. But we also needed to limit spread. And we know that if we had everyone sheltered, that could also limit spread. So Project Homekey really came and saved the day for so many Californians. And we poured a lot of effort into this last year here in Sonoma County, where there are 2,745 homeless people at the last count. We were able to get 3 Project Homekey sites up and going, including.
All right, guys, what we're going to do is make a quick change here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be headed out to, going to stay in California, going to be, though, to L.A. after that explosion hurt more than a dozen people. We're listening in live here on Live Now from Fox.
But I believe that over the course of that, you'll find answers to many of your questions that you may have, and also allows me to have a framework from beginning to end. And then that'll help frame also what questions are still unanswered that you may have. And certainly we'll take questions in the aftermath of this. Let me first thank and give my appreciation to ATF Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michael Hoffman for being here today, and for for being part of this ongoing investigation. This is an update on the information gathered in the aftermath of that catastrophic explosion that occurred on Wednesday evening, June 30th, in the 700 block of East 27th Street, when the department's bomb squad attempted to safely detonate some illegal explosives that were found among a large amount of illegal consumer fireworks. My remarks today, as I said earlier, will detail the event from its origin with information that's been previously reported, as well as update information gleaned over the course of this investigation completed to this point. Some of the information will update or incorrect earlier points of information that's been released. Additionally, this matter continues to be an investigation both by the ATF's National Response Team as well as the department's own internal investigation of the actions taken during this incident. I'm also going to reference specific steps taken to improve the safety of the community, as well as our own personnel placed in harm's way in attempting to deal with very dangerous circumstances involving explosive material. Given the substantial amount of information gathered at this point and actions taken, I believe today is an appropriate juncture to provide this update while cautioning that there remains a number of unanswered questions. But before proceeding any further with this briefing, I want to personally express my apologies to every resident, business operator, and customer that was traumatically impacted by this incident. Whether personally injured, as were 17 community members, or the property loss incurred by owners of the 13 businesses, 22 residential properties, and 37 vehicles that have been damaged or destroyed, I'm sorry that this occurred. Additionally, I acknowledge that there are many more individuals traumatized by the explosion itself. I'm also grateful that this incident did not result in any loss of life, including the countless community members who were senselessly exposed to the clear and present danger created by the alleged criminal actions of Mr. Arturo Ceja when he chose to store more than 16 tons of fireworks on illegal explosives at his house on a residential street. I'm also thankful that our police and fire personnel who were on scene and I believe acting in good faith to safely remove the consumer fireworks from the location, as well as render safe the illegal explosives, their actions were based on years of training and experience in dealing with explosive materials, and I'm grateful that they survived. Lastly, while this investigation and these investigations are not complete, based on the information gleaned by the interviews completed, as well as in consultation with other bomb squad operations here locally as well as across the country, we have taken significant steps to strengthen operating protocols, documentation, oversight of any destruction of fireworks or other explosive materials in this city. And more work remains in this aspect of this investigation. Now, on June 30th at 8:45 in the morning, Newton area uniform officers responded to a radio call of an anonymous community member regarding illegal fireworks being stored in the rear yard under a brown tarp and sold from the alley of 716 East 27th Street. Officers responded to the location where they obtained consent to search from the resident and observed a large cache of packaged illegal consumer fireworks in their rear yard. At 9:45 that morning, LAPD bomb squad was contacted and responded to the scene, along with a local ATF agent. While initial reports estimated there was approximately 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of packaged fireworks, it was later determined that the actual amount seized to be more than 32 pounds gross weight of consumer fireworks. Over the course of the next 10 hours, the bomb squad formulated and implemented a plan to safely remove and transport from the scene the illegal fireworks, while working in a unified command with LA City Fire. The consumer fireworks were placed on pallets and transferred into 3 box trucks and an LA Fire Department 50-foot container trailer and transported to an interim storage facility. Major Crime Division investigative personnel also responded to conduct a criminal investigation assisted by an ATF agent as information was developed that the fireworks had been purchased in Nevada and transported to the 27th Street location to be illegally sold. During the removal process of the packaged consumer fireworks, the bomb squad located a significant quantity of illegal explosives in various locations at the residence. In their examination of the devices, some were found to be leaking material. The bomb squad determined that these could not be safely transported from the scene due to their condition. This is consistent with the department's established operating protocols. The LAPD bomb squad, with the approval of the Newton Area Incident Commander, attempted to render them safe through the use of the department's Total Containment Vessel, known as a TCV, while at the scene. Included in the safety plan was a structured evacuation planned for the immediate neighborhood. Over the course of the day, there were three phases of Over the course of the day, there were three phases of evacuations that took place. During initial preparation for the removal of the consumer fireworks, all residents from 716 East 27th and a house east and west of the location were evacuated. While preparing to detonate the illegal explosives, 3 additional residences east of 716 East 27th were evacuated on the south side of the street. And prior to the actual detonation, additional residences on the north side of 27th Street were directed to evacuate, as well as media members directed to move further back, away from the site. To the west of the location, businesses were asked to move patrons away from the windows facing east and move pedestrians to the west side of San Pedro Street. Newton area personnel went door to door to each residence to advise of the evacuation. Now, questions have been raised regarding the use of the TCV, the Total Containment Vessel, at the location and decision not to transport the illegal explosives from the scene. The Department's Total Containment Vessel, TCV, is a truck-mounted spear designed to help protect people, property, and the surrounding area from the blast effects of a detonation of an explosive device, including fireworks. The TCV used during this incident has been in service for more than a decade, with regular maintenance and inspections. The use of the TCV, this was a 42nd incident since the vessel was placed in the Department service in 2011, and the third use of it in 2021, all of which occurred in the month of June. The TCV utilized is designed to safely contain the recurring blast effect of up to 15 pounds of C4 explosives. Its maximum design capacity is for a one-time detonation of 25 pounds of C4 explosive, or its equivalent. So to be clear on this, the 15-pound use is that vessel is designed that you can have such a use, it's inspected, and it can be later used again, inspected, and so forth. So it's recurring, it's not a one and done. The maximum capacity of that vessel is estimated to be 25 pounds of C4, at which time the amount of the explosive effect, is my understanding, would effectively render that unserviceable for any future use. The Department Bomb Squad protocols call for the TCV to be brought to the location of the explosives to be disposed. The TCV previously had not been used to transport explosives for later detonation based on concerns that these items could unexpectedly detonate during transportation, exposing the vehicle operator and the immediate surrounding areas to substantial risk should the TCV experience a failure. Rather, carefully planned detonations at the scene with additional safety measures such as evacuations of the surrounding residences and standoff distances have been the Department's standard operating procedures. Each use of the TCV is logged with details of the use, including the locations deployed. Over the course of its history, the TCV has been used at various locations across the entire city, from West LA, Harbor, Mid-City, South Los Angeles, and the San Fernando Valley. At 7:37 Wednesday night, the detonation resulted in the catastrophic failure of the TCV, causing the blast effect that injured 17 community members and a significant property damage to the surrounding area. In the immediate aftermath of the explosion, LA Fire and uniformed personnel, LAPD uniformed personnel went door to door to render aid to those injured, as well as provide emergency medical treatment to the 9 department personnel and 1 ATF agent who were also injured. As I said earlier, fortunately, there was no loss of life. 1 bomb squad personnel was hospitalized, and I'm thankful that he was subsequently released and is recovering from home. Due to the significance of this incident, and given the highly specialized nature of this particular area of police operations, I immediately requested the response of the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms National Response Team, the NRT, to independently investigate and report their findings of the cause of this catastrophic accident. I want to personally thank ATF Special Agent in Charge Monique Villegas, who responded to the scene that evening and committed her department's full resources to understanding what occurred. The NRT arrived on July 2nd and began their on-scene investigation by conducting damage assessments, collecting evidence, and conducting interviews of involved personnel and witnesses. Their on-scene investigation lasted 7 days. Going forward, ATF will now formalize a cause and origin report, including information gathered from their fieldwork, laboratory tests consisting of metallurgical analysis, and forensic testing of the blast residue. This report will be sent to the National Center for Explosive Training and Research, the NCETR, for review. It's anticipated that the final ATF report, as well as the NCETR reports, will be completed and forwarded to the department in approximately 30 days. In advance of the formal report, the following information is being provided, given the substantial and legitimate interest by the public in understanding what caused this accident to occur, as well as what steps the department has taken to ensure the accident is not repeated. I caution these are preliminary findings by the NRT and subject to further adjustments based on the results of the additional analysis, forensic testing, and the validation of this analysis and calculations. The NRT's investigation essentially formed two hypotheses as to the failure of the TCV and the subsequent blast impact. First, there was a defect of the TCV. Second, the net explosive weight, a term I'll define in just a moment, placed into the TCV exceeded the rated amount for that vessel, or some combination of these two hypotheses. The term net explosive weight, NEW, is the actual weight in pounds of explosive mixtures in comparison to TNT, which is the standard for all explosives. Calculating net explosive weights is a methodology used by explosive experts and bomb technicians. Based on the information gathered to this point, it's believed that the net explosive weight placed into the TCV exceeded its rated capacity. This preliminary conclusion is based on the maximum capacity of the TCV and the difference between what the LAPD bomb squad calculated as the net explosive weight placed in the TCV and what NRT's calculations were, based on the physical weighing of the explosive materials gathered from the sampling of improvised explosives, of the improvised fireworks completed by the bomb squad. Let's talk about those for a moment. These fireworks, we're phrasing them as illegal explosives that were disposed of, were 280 M80 devices. Now, these M80 devices are similar to a quarter-sized coin envelope with a fuse. Additionally, there were 44 larger devices, the size of a soda can, again with a simple fuse. The bomb squad calculated the net explosive weight, estimating that the smaller devices contained 1/2 ounce of flash powder, and that the larger devices contained 1.5 ounces of flash powder. This estimation was based on the appearance, and a physical scale was not used. The bomb squad estimated that the total net explosive weight of the material to be the material to be disposed of was 10 pounds. A countercharge was also constructed by the bomb squad with the estimated weight of 6.5 pounds. Both items were placed into the TCV. The bomb squad estimated that the total net explosive weight was 16.5 pounds placed in the TCV. NRT's analysis included physically weighing the powder recovered during the initial bomb squad examination of one of the larger devices and one of the smaller devices. From NRT's analysis, they calculated that each of the smaller devices contained 1.37 ounces of explosive material, and each of the larger devices contained 5 ounces of explosive material. The NRT calculation was that the total for all the devices was 30.25 pounds of net explosive weight. Additionally, based on the NRT's analysis and calculations, the NRT determined that the countercharge to be 11.77 net explosive weight. When all the illegal explosives and countercharges were placed in the TCV, the NRT calculated the total weight was just over 42 pounds of net explosive weight. The LAPD bomb squad estimation totaled 16.5 pounds. As the decision to place the actual weight of the explosives, as to the decision to estimate the actual weight of the explosives and to use an estimation in place of physical scale, our investigation to this point has found numerous accounts by bomb technicians and others that for unknown and improvised explosive devices, including this type of firework, it's recommended to minimize the handling of these items as much as possible. As I stated in the initial hours of this terrible accident, we're committed to identifying how this occurred and ensuring it never is repeated. In that pursuit, we'll be identifying revisions to our operating protocols to expand the margin of safety for the public and our personnel alike. We can and must do better.
And just a heads up to some of our Live Now from Fox viewers, you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break as we continue to get this live update from authorities out of Los Angeles.
Initiated a result of this incident. To immediately address the apparent miscalculation in the weight of what material was placed in the TCV that occurred in this incident, the commanding officer of Emergency Services Division has conducted an all-hands supervisor training and implemented a new requirement for documenting field calculations, including the identification of primary and verifying officers and a supervisor for the verification of explosive materials, the calculation including the use of the physical measurements of weights whenever possible. The bomb squad standard operating procedures, that manual is being revised to address this change, as well as changes in notifications involving the commanding officer, their response requirements, disposal protocols, and the TCV protocols. This will require the presence of a commanding officer at any detonation and standardized calculations to be utilized and verified by our safety officer to ensure that our technicians are within the recommended capacity of our TCV. As I remarked earlier, I believe our people were on scene in stressful and dangerous conditions and operating with the very best intentions based on their knowledge, training, and experience gathered over the years. All have received basic and advanced training on explosives, including disposal protocols, and have been certified as required every 3 years. However, if mistakes were made in regards to established protocols, I will hold the appropriate individuals accountable. Likewise, if established protocols do not reflect best practices observed in other agencies that could or would have prevented this accident, this department will learn from others and move aggressively to adopt those practices. In addition to this examination and critical review to be completed, I've asked Commander David Kowalski to complete a top-down, bottom-up inspection of the LAPD bomb squad to assess all current practices and protocols through interviews of unit personnel and former unit members, while also conducting outreach to other agencies for best practices used to transport and dispose of explosive materials. In addition to consulting with ATF and outside bomb squads, the FBI has tentatively agreed to conduct a more comprehensive review of our systems and protocols to ensure we're in compliance with national standards. I appreciate all your patience on what is admittedly a very long statement, and my efforts have been to go into substantial details, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time. And let me invite first Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michael Hoffman for any remarks he would make. Michael.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Hoffman. I'm an Assistant Special Agent in Charge with ATF here in Los Angeles. As you may know, ATF is the federal agency with the jurisdiction, expertise, and resources to investigate large-scale, complex fire and explosive scenes. As the Chief mentioned, at the request of LAPD, ATF's National Response Team, which we refer to as the NRT, responded to Los Angeles on July 1st. It was their job to determine why the explosion as opposed to the safe detonation of those fireworks occurred. The NRT was on site and processing the scene for 8 days. ATF had approximately 30 personnel from our local field division, as well as 15 NRT personnel present for the duration of that on-scene investigation. The NRT team members are comprised of certified explosive specialists, special agent bomb technicians, explosives enforcement officers, forensic chemists, engineers, medics, and other specialists. ATF conducted over 40 interviews on scene with neighbors, bomb squad personnel, other LAPD personnel, and anybody else that was present during the time of that explosion. Additionally, ATF gathered surveillance video from all the neighboring businesses and residences. The NRT members combed through that evidence, they mapped the scene, they took extensive photographs, and they mapped the entire debris field for blocks. As the Chief mentioned, there were 72 exposures that sustained damage, to include 22 residences, 13
All right, I want to say thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a step away from this event. We do have our photographer who was getting a little warning on his camera, knew that our update might get interrupted. But again, this is a story that we brought to you when this event did happen. You can see the video from that time when LAPD thought that this container would be able to handle the detonation of these illegal fireworks. Unfortunately, though, it did set off. You can see it had pushed over a car there. It also damaged some homes. And you can also hear from their update that unfortunately there were about 17 people who were injured. Thankfully, no deaths, though. It does look like we did get this latest update back, so we are going to be jumping back in, listening to authorities as they continue to update us here on the latest with their explosive investigation.
National Center for Explosives Research and Training. And then other items were sent to a metal specialist or a metallurgist who is looking for any anomalies or deficiencies in the TCV and its components. And as a matter of fact, that specialist is coming out to LA later this week to examine further items that we did not ship to him. As the chief mentioned, our preliminary findings revolve around two areas. The TCV and or some of its components failed, and or human error in the calculation of the amount of explosives that were put in the TCV. Know this, ATF is committed to getting the right answers in this investigation. Once the report is complete by the NRT, it will be peer reviewed at NCEDR and it will be submitted to LAPD. It will be a totally transparent process and ATF is not going to hold anything back. I do not have a specific time frame as to when that report will be authored. However, I would estimate probably within the next 30 to 60 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Chief, can you break down then, just to clarify and to make it understandable, did I hear you correctly? Your calculations, your proposed calculations was 16 pounds. ATF's calculations were twice that.
Yeah, 16.5 pounds. That included two components. One being the illegal explosives, the second component being a countercharge. The countercharge is known explosives that the department and bomb technicians use in a configuration that allows for the detonation of the unknown or suspected explosive device. So 16.5 pounds. Now, there's a calculation to that because all explosives are not alike. In the NEW calculation or methodology, and I'm not a bomb tech, but I'm going to try to take it kind of at a high level, it's not a 1-for-1. 1 pound depends on the concentration of the type of explosives. Flash powder versus C4 is a range. TNT is an R factor of 1. A C4 or the top end is 1.6, I believe, or something. So you take a pound and you have to multiply it by that interaction, that R factor. So a pound of some explosive materials is less than a pound of net explosive weight material. Other material is at a higher concentration, means it has a higher net explosive weight than a 1 pound physical weight. The bomb technicians in this instance, x-rayed and physically spliced with robotics and took a sample out of the small device and out of the larger device. And looking visually at it by x-ray as well as the material that was extracted, estimated the weights I gave you earlier. ATF and NRT went back, conducted interviews as to that entire methodology utilized and how those estimations were gathered, and then physically weighed the two samples that we have, and then did the multiplications for what they were samples or representatives of to come to their calculations and their net explosive weight. They also looked at that with the countercharge and came to a different conclusion as well. Compounding both those together exceeded a 40-pound net explosive weight, where we believed our bomb technicians at the time in which they placed those materials into the total containment vessel believed it was 16.5 pounds. That's the aspect of preliminarily we believe, a human error that went to the miscalculation of the amount of material going into that vessel. Now, there is also the maximum capacity of that vessel, and whether or not how that played into what was not just the failure of that vessel, but a catastrophic failure, where explosive materials and explosive blasts exceeded the ability of that vessel to contain it. Hold on, I'm going to run off through here.
So then, you're talking about the total weight in there. Prior to that incident, what was the maximum that's ever been in that vessel from the LAPD?
So as I looked over the logs, I have the log of the 41. This being the 41st incident, 42nd incident, I believe I said 42nd incident. Used 2 to 3 to 5 times per year is the rate of instances, and I have on the log that I've looked at, and it may be more information may exist outside of my review. It had the countercharge amount. That amount did not anywhere meet what's listed on there, what we placed in there by the ATF's estimation. So we have miscalculations that are significant and also that are outliers, if you will, from our initial review of the historic use of that vessel.
So you don't have any real accurate data from previous?
Not at this juncture right here. I have accurate data as to the time, place of where this vessel has been used all throughout the city, because there's been questions or concerns about why this neighborhood was exposed to this. We've seen everyone from the Pacific Palisades to the harbor, East LA, to the San Fernando Valley. We go where the explosives are found. And the protocols to this point have been to, when necessary, to safely render those materials safe, if you will, by using the total containment vessel, which is designed to contain entirely the explosion, to cause no risk to those in the immediate surrounding. Now, added safety protocols have standoff distances, including evacuations, because of circumstances that a vessel could fail. But the amount of material going in, we'll follow up with what that weight measure was previously of the, if you will, suspected material versus what we knew we put in with our countercharge. Pete.
A couple of questions, Chief. What you're indicating, at least at this point, is we had basically a very, very serious mathematics problem there, actual explosive content of these things.
And just a heads up for some of our viewers, you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
That's not a small error, that's a major error, number one. Number two, given all this, given the charge itself, given the fact photo flashes and transitional powder, you light it on fire, it flashes. You hit it with an explosive, it explodes. It turns into high explosives. Were the bomb techs aware of that? Did they take that into consideration when putting it in there to do the charge? Could they have done multiple shots? Perhaps they should have.
So what we understand at this point is that there was a miscalculation, we believe, based on the findings of the NRT as to the physical estimation versus the physical weighing that the NRT team did with the 2 samples that were gathered. That was compounded by the number of devices that we had, because the difference between a half ounce and 1.37 ounces, I don't know that you and I can discern that visually. So you may be able to. But let me just finish, because you've not a commentary here, but let me just answer the question. Our personnel did a estimation based on a visual inspection, based on the X-ray, as well as capturing that material for evidence in a bag, and based on years of experience that they have, many years of experience in gathering, dealing with an unstable and a dangerous item. The tradecraft of this is that the reality is, as my understanding from a novice standpoint, is it's a very unstable. Static electricity, heat, friction, those are things that could set things off. So your handling of this is not like Play-Doh. And so to that end, when they chose to physically estimate it, we, of course, are looking at that standard and challenging that standard today, particularly because it wasn't just one device, but that such a miscalculation has a compounding effect over the size of the number of these events. With that said, that's why immediately the safeguards were put in place. Added safeguards, added documentations that goes to what the bomb tech does, what he or she articulates, the basis of their calculations, the memorializing that, to have a second officer oversee and verify, and to have a safety officer at a supervisor level also validate to include that there was physical weighing of these devices or of this substance in determining what the net explosive weight will be.
Did a physical weighing actually take place if either one of those two types of items, or was it merely based on a fluoroscope and an analysis by sight?
So I'm going to answer the question based on, I don't know what a fluoroscope is. Okay, so the point of this is that what I've stated is that these devices were discovered. They were leaking material. It's determined that it was unsafe because of their instability to move them. A decision was used to use a remote process of slicing into the body of the two samples themselves, which we believe are representative of all the devices, and to extract the material from within, and to physically inspect that and to estimate its weight, not to use a physical weight measure. The ATF, NRT, in their investigation, came back to us. We provided those two samples, and a scale was used, gathering these estimated weights. And from that scaled physical weighting, in concert with the number of devices, is how their calculation, in concert with what they suspect the device material is, came up with the net explosive weight. Yes?
Hi, Chief Moore. Last Monday, we heard repeated calls from the community for accountability from the LAPD. How do you plan to answer those calls, and is anyone facing discipline over what happened?
Well, let me answer the first question, or let me answer the last question first. Yes, people are facing potential discipline for this. What we have to determine is, when I try to include my remarks, what are our established protocols and expectations of our bomb technicians? This is and of our supervisors on scene and the oversight of this operation. This is highly technical work. It is not. This is not tradecraft that one simply learns out of a book or from passing from one to another. And there are standards and there are protocols. If established standards and protocols were not met, including the actions of the bomb technicians or the supervisors, then certainly discipline and consequences for that must occur. That is the good order. That is what there is accountability, and there must be. At the same time, if our protocols and our established operating procedures provide for instance, the use of the TCV on that site, the use of physical weights and estimation, or physical estimations of weights in place of physical weighing because of concerns for safety of our personnel, we want to pursue that. We want to look at those standards and say, are those standards the best reflection of best practices today? Do they strike the right balance? But if our folks followed those protocols, I'm not going to discipline people for following the rules. I'm going to hold people accountable for when they don't follow the rules. But we also have to critically look at this, and we're critically looking at our own operation. What are our standards? This unit is known throughout the world and is often referenced for training, insight, and awareness of how to conduct its operations. Clearly, this failure has identified, in my view, some shortfalls. Now, should we have anticipated those in advance? One can always argue, looking back, well, why didn't you have this level of documentation? Why did you not, double check the math? Why did you not look at past use and say, boy, this is a really large charge. Should we separate this and do something else? There's a lot of stress involved in this incident. This was a hot day. This was an event where they put fans in order to try to cool these fireworks from going off. This is not a stable laboratory environment. The dangers to everyone involved, not just to those bomb techs, but to the citizenry and community, were real. And we've seen it here in Los Angeles. So I will hold people accountable for those that fail to follow our expectations, and I'll also protect them from when they follow our rules and they follow our standards, and we have failed them, or we failed the community because they have not met the needs of today, that we're committed to meet those needs and meet this moment.
To be clear, the initial inspection was visual only and did not involve scales.
That's correct.
Okay. And is that the established protocol you talked about? And how reliable are those kinds of assessments?
Okay, let me answer that question first. Okay, so at this early juncture, the briefings I've had is that from interviews, is that our protocols allow for physical estimation, visual estimation, rather than a physical weight being borne by a scale. Now, I've asked, and this investigation will include, what are our written protocols? What are the trainings that both basic and advanced training as to those training guides and curriculums as to this issue of using a physical weight or holding something and estimating how much it weighs. Pete may understand the difference between a half ounce and an ounce and 3/7. However, what does that training allow for? Does it allow for that type of estimation? Which if the bomb tech engaged in it, because that was allowable, then that's a standard I've got to look at and say, well, an error was made here. Clearly, the outcome was catastrophic. We've got to change that standard. So this is a balance that we're going to strike.
Second question is, you mentioned the TCV had been used multiple times over the years. Does that mean there was detonation, that it was tested for detonation, or simply transfer?
No, each instance, 41 previous instances, was to go to the scene, place material, suspected material into the vessel, along with a countercharge, and to detonate it at that location. And no failure occurred, no damage to, or injury to any property occurred in each of those 41 prior instances.
What was the maximum amount up to that point?
I don't have that amount for you today, but let me move over a couple more questions.
Question,
I'll take a couple more. Here we go.
Okay.
Well, then, let me. No. Oh, okay. Now I'll get back to you sideways.
Thanks, Chief. There's a couple things that I just want to make sure that we all get right.
Sure.
Was and then I have a couple other questions that I think we all need. The 42, that includes the countercharge, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about 15 max capacity is 25. Were they operating under the assumption that 15 was the right number or 25 was the right number?
I don't have their specific I don't have those specific statements on that.
So either way, it was too much. But who was the manufacturer?
I don't have that information for you now.
How many people have been taken out of the field? Is it the whole?
Sorry?
How many people have been taken out of the field?
The individuals that were involved in this. 5.
And is this the largest at 16.5? Would this have been the largest?
I don't know.
Load? Okay. I have one more. I swear.
Okay. Anyone else? All right.
The mixture of TCV and another substance are common in the confection of fireworks, or we're talking about something that could be potentially more than a firework explosive?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You can take your mask off.
The mixture of TCV and another substances that are not being clear right now are common in the confection of fireworks, or we're talking about something that was probably much more than just a firework?
No, let's not mix terms. TCV is a total containment vessel. The total, net explosive weight, that computation recognizes that the underlying weight of the substances have different levels of purity in regards to explosive properties. And there's ratios and formulas that are created in order to come up with a consistent definition of what a net explosive weight is, as calculated to alcohol content in a beverage. 3%, 6%, 12%. All right, I'm going to take one more question. Yes, if someone doing different, I'm sorry.
Can you talk about what is the process for how people sign off essentially on the calculation? Is there a commanding officer?
Yes.
Or does this go to an assistant?
So today, the process is to have a log that has an incident command system based log that has the name of the operator, of a secondary officer, and of a safety officer at a supervisory level to detail the calculations as to the suspected weight of the material that's going to be disposed of, to identify what it's believed to be, and then the appropriate R factor or ratio as to how those calculations interact to get to a total net weight. In addition to that, you have a countercharge, which is essentially constructed of various explosive materials that are known. These are known quantities, and they have known net explosive weight values. So the articulation is a documentation of each of those components and what its total weight is. And then the total.
And just a heads up, some of our viewers are going to be going into another quick 2-minute commercial break.
Entire calculations in that documentation then is reviewed by a second officer, a clean set of eyes, and then a safety officer at a supervisory level is charged with ensuring that that is validated. Lastly, any such detonation going forward will involve a commanding officer, such as Captain Brian Morrison, to be on scene and oversee and verify that those steps have been followed and complied with.
Previously, a captain did not have to sign off on a mandate.
That's correct. All right, thank you all. Appreciate your patience. The department continues to ask all Angelenos to abide by the mask mandate, recognizing that this recent resurgence is troubling. Its hospitalizations, its loss of life are real. Our personnel will wear masks in all public settings as well as our office settings, and I'm asking for all Angelenos to comply, whether they've been vaccinated, such as I have, or not. Thank you.
Question for the ATF. Is this the first time this has happened
Thank you.
nationally?
That'll be all for today. Thank you.
All right, so that press conference wrapping up there. Again, getting the latest on that explosive incident that happened, again, in South Los Angeles. And once more, 17 people were injured. Thankfully, though, no lives were lost. And again, this is going to be an ongoing investigation, which we'll continue to cover here with you on Live Now from Fox. But what I want to do is continue to move things along. We're going to be jumping out to San Francisco, where we do have Mayor Breed, along with the police, talking about a new plan as they get ready to welcome some tourists and also continuing their work with police departments. So let's jump into that here for you on Live Now from Fox.
For being here today, this Monday. I remember during this pandemic, every day felt like a Monday because many of us were indoors working from home. And after 15 long months, finally, we are seeing the light that we continue to talk about at the end of the tunnel. At least 76% of San Franciscans are fully vaccinated, and 83% of San Franciscans have received at least their first dose. It's good news in San Francisco, but I want to also caution those who have not been vaccinated. This new variant is very, very strong. It's very powerful, as Dr. Colfax and I talked about last week. And the people that we see at San Francisco General Hospital, none of them have been vaccinated. So keep that in mind as we move forward and we begin to reopen our amazing city. This past weekend, I had a good time in San Francisco. In fact, I was in probably almost every single neighborhood. In the Tenderloin, where we opened up Safe Streets and I got a chance to eat at this incredible new restaurant, Sun and Garden. It was just really happening down there. Went to Potrero Hill, spent some time there, a STEM program for young people, a nice block party for the community. Folks were out and about. Came over to Chinatown for a unity event with folks from our Chinese community, from the African American community, from the Latino community, performances, events with our seniors, building community with Chinatown Community Development and CYC and other great nonprofit agencies. I got a chance to go to Original Joe's in North Beach, and I met so many people who were not just from San Francisco, but there were a lot of people visiting San Francisco. They were so happy to be at our restaurants, so happy to be in the neighborhoods, so happy to walk into some of our stores and shop once again in person. It was absolutely amazing. And as proud as we are that San Francisco, as it relates to COVID, has been one of the safest cities when it comes to fighting against this virus, we have work to do to make sure that when people come to San Francisco and they visit our museums and they shop and they go to our restaurants and they go to see Hamilton at the Orpheum, that they feel safe, that they're not concerned about their car getting broken into, they're not concerned about getting attacked and robbed, they're not concerned about witnessing one of these crimes as well. This pandemic, we've seen a lot happen. We've seen a lot of good things happen with our communities, with a lot of folks who have been helping and supporting and uplifting one another. But sadly, we've seen a number of very, very terrible events that have occurred that were very hard to watch on video. And I want to just say exactly what I said when the chief and I had a press conference the last time to talk about the data and what we plan to do as a result of the data. in almost every single instance when there was a violent attack, this police department, the guys and the women standing behind me here today and the chief, they have made arrests. And I've asked the press and others to make sure that we make it clear to the public that you will not get away with committing these horrible acts in our city. We will do everything we can with our investigators, with our work, with our video and surveillance and other things that enable us to make sure that we hold people accountable. So part of the whole point that we're here is because we don't want these crimes to happen in the first place. We want people to not commit crimes in San Francisco. We have so many incredible opportunities to help people with employment, to help them start their business. There's really, at this point, with all the investment San Francisco has made, there's no reason why people have to resort to these horrible crimes that we see. But in the meantime, we know we're a big city. We know, sadly, that sometimes things will happen. And part of what we want to do is to put resources in the appropriate places to prevent as much of these things from happening as possible. In Alamo Square, I noticed when I was walking in that area, there were two officers riding their bikes up that very, very, very steep hill. You all know exactly which one I'm talking about. And I thought to myself, this is amazing. This is what I want to see. The chief and I have been having some very tough conversations. And as a result of those conversations, we have implemented, in addition to all the other programs that we have out there dealing with the challenges of this city, we have an announcement today that the tourist deployment plan, which will be a part of an assertive effort in this city to provide additional police officers in many of our tourist locations in an increased capacity, will be important to tourism as we begin to reopen the city. So you will see more officers in Chinatown. You will see more officers at the Palace of Fine Arts and in Alamo Square and in Union Square and in North Beach and in places where we see large numbers of tourists in Pier 39. Because we know it's not just people who are visiting our city who want to feel safe, it's the people who also live here. And we want to make sure that we see officers, that we have our community ambassadors, that we have eyes on the street, and that people know that there are folks here watching, and that people know that if you choose to commit a crime in this city, you will be held accountable, so that people know that they are safe and they feel good about their experiences. I was watching last week on the news, there were some folks visiting, they were at the cable car turnaround, which you all know the cable cars starting August 1st will be open and available, free to everyone, but be patient, the schedule is in flux. They were talking about their experiences, they brought their family to visit, and they said they did notice a difference. They did feel better about being there. They had heard stories, but they noticed a difference when they were here in San Francisco. I want people to notice, and I want them to feel a difference when they're here. I want people to feel safe and good about being a part of what I think is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. People will continue to visit our city. Let's make sure that we continue to do the work so that when they go back to their respective communities, they can talk about how great of an experience they had.
And just a heads up, some of our viewers are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break as we continue to listen in as officials in San Francisco are trying to prepare for tourism season, especially as they try to combat crime, to encourage tourists to still visit their city.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, let me thank Mayor Breed for her leadership and her support. I can't stress how important that is to this police department and to this city. I'm going to get a little bit into the weeds and explaining what this plan is all about, but first of all, let me say that this is all about resilience. When you look behind me and to my left and to my right, we have our leader of our city, Mayor London Breed. We have our elected officials here present, Supervisor Asha Safai. We have community that's flanked us. We have community, we have business district leaders, we have business leaders, and we have our officers, which are behind me, and our command staff. And when you put all those ingredients together, it really does spell what this city is all about, and that is coming together to be resilient. And we are a resilient city. So our tourism deployment plan reflects a community policing strategy that is a key pillar to our 21st century policing that we have worked so hard on. It reflects our values of safety with respect, and it's really not just all about the police officers. As I said, it's about police, business, community, civic leaders, elected officials. We all have to come together to make our city better and make our city safer. So with Mayor Breed's leadership and support, we devised a plan to deploy 26 additional police officers on bicycle and foot patrols in 5 of our 10 districts. And mainly, they will be on the community commercial corridors. Many of these corridors are iconic tourist locations. So here in the Central District, where Captain Julian Ng, who's behind me with several of his Central District officers, they safeguard the largest number of city destinations popular with our tourists who visit our cities. So the new deployment here in Central will feature 14 additional officers on bike and foot patrol. And as the mayor said, if you go to Union Square, Market Street, Powell Street, Chinatown, Lower Grant, Pier 39, Fisherman's Wharf, North Beach, and the crookedest part of our city, Lombard Street, where we've had some issues, you should be seeing some officers there. And those officers do make a difference. Thank you. In the Mission District, under the command of Captain Rachel Moran, who's also behind me, new deployments will feature 2 additional officers on bike and foot patrols in the Upper Market Castro area. In the Northern Police District, led by Captain Paul Yep, who's also here, new deployment will feature 6 additional officers on bicycle patrol. You will see them in the marina, around the Palace of Fine Arts. A word to people that are breaking into cars around the Palace of Fine Arts. We will be there and you will be caught. Japantown, I know Grace is here from Japantown. Lower Pacific Heights. And up the hill, there's not a more beautiful picture of the city than when you stand in Alamo Square and see City Hall and see the rest of the city. We need officers to be there at all times, and they will be there. In the Park Police District, under Captain Chris Pedrini, who's also here, we'll be seeing 2 new officers deployed on bicycle patrols in the Haight-Ashbury, along Hay Street in that commercial corridor, a high tourist area. In the Richmond Police District, under the command of Captain Gaetano Calderoni, you'll be seeing 2 additional officers on bicycle patrols in the Golden Gate Park. As I was coming to this press conference, I heard officers on the radio actually interrupting a car break-in in Golden Gate Park. That is what it's all about. We want to prevent these crimes from occurring. We want to let the people that are doing these crimes know that we're there, know that we're not going to tolerate this nonsense, and we'll catch you. But we want to prevent it before we have to catch you. And that's what these officers are about. I want to stress that these additional deployments under this plan will supplement, not subtract from our existing citywide deployment. As the mayor said, we're going through some challenging times right now, and we had to make some tough decisions. I'd like to thank our mayor, our board of supervisors for giving us additional overtime this year. That's part of what we're using to make this happen. I also want to thank the many community members that have let their voices be heard, that they want to see San Francisco police officers in their communities. They want the right type of policing. They want constitutional policing. They want policing that's respectful, but they want to see policing in their communities. And thank you for letting your voice be known. Now I'll talk a little bit about the importance of tourism, and you'll hear from Joe D'Alessandro next. But my first 5 visits to San Francisco, I was here as a tourist. There's something magical about this city when you don't live here, that you just want to be a part of this city. I know what that feels like. And when people come here to enjoy our great city, we want them to have a great experience. Don't take it from our word. Ask anybody who is an expert in this field. Police officers matter when it comes to keeping the city safe and when it comes to keeping our most treasured, iconic tourist locations safe. Police officers matter. A few years ago, our partnership with the UC Berkeley California Policy Lab, they did research, and what that showed was when we upped our footbeat deployment, theft went down across the board in those areas, aggravated assaults went down. So we know it works. We know what it takes. I am so grateful that we have a mayor and a board that has supported us. We're not where we need to be, but we're well on our way to being in a better place. So on behalf of all the members of the San Francisco Police Department and the officers standing behind me that are doing the work, these are the folks that are doing the work standing behind me. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank all our elected officials. And for the 15 million or so people that visit our city year in and year out, we want you to know that this is a safe city, this is a great city, and we welcome you here, and we will take care of you when you're here. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the CEO of SF Travel, Joe D'Alessandro. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief. This is a very exciting announcement today for San Francisco's economic recovery from the pandemic. We're grateful for the leadership of Mayor Breed, the Police Commission, and the San Francisco Police Department. We're thankful for this partnership and this new initiative, which will greatly enhance the safety not only of visitors, but of the employees of this city and the residents of this city alike. Tourism is San Francisco's #1 industry. Pre-COVID, San Francisco welcomed over 25 million visitors who spent over $10 billion a year in our accommodations, small businesses, retails, restaurants, attractions, and cultural institutions. Our industry employed over 86,000 people in San Francisco. Due to the devastating impacts of COVID-19, we saw a decrease of 60% of visitation and 77% decrease in economic activity and a 76% decrease in workforce because of the pandemic. The recovery is going to be long and slow and painful, but it is absolutely essential that visitors to San Francisco feel safe when they come here and they have a great experience. It's also absolutely essential that employees feel safe to go to work and safe in our city as residents. So I applaud this effort. It's going to go a long way to make sure that San Francisco's economy rebounds strongly and that the tourism industry rebounds strongly with San Francisco's economy. The #1 thing that a visitor wants to feel when they go to a destination is safety and security. And this will enable us to make visitors feel more safe and tell the world that San Francisco takes us seriously. We're going to make a difference, and we're going to make this incredibly beautiful city a safer place to visit. So thank you again, Mayor Breed and Chief, and all of those representatives who have made a difference to make this happen. It's going to cause a great benefit for all of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Larry Yee. I'm the police commissioner and also the president of the Consolidated Benevolent Association. We're very happy for the mayor, London Breed, and with the chief, Scott, bringing out 26 additional officers to making it safe for us here in this Chinatown, in the city, and throughout the community for our residents and visitors. So we're very pleased that additional officers are deployed here. And I can say from my experience yesterday, it was great to be here in Chinatown. It was great to be in the city. As we open up the city for all, we can enjoy it. We're stronger together when everybody comes out. And again, I'm going to say to our men and women in blue, I thank you for your sacrifice and your commitment to our safety here in Chinatown and to the city of San Francisco. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee, and thank you to everyone's here. I want to just take this opportunity to also thank all I know that we're here in Chinatown, But there are so many people that are here from all over the city in those areas, and I want to take an opportunity. Thank you, Henry, so much from the Council of District Merchants for being here. Thank you, Kyra Worthy from SF Safe. She usually does a great press conference here to really bring attention to some of the challenges and how we can work with folks to keep communities safe, not just with law enforcement, but a number of other resources. I want to thank Sunshine for coming all the way from Love on Hate to be here with us today. It's great to see you. Thank you to Masood from the Council of District Merchants, to Rodney Fong with the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Kevin Carroll from the Hotel Council, to Karen Flood. He's here from the Union Square Business Improvement District, Randall Scott from Fisherman's Wharf Community Business District, Malcolm Young from the Chinatown Community Development Center, also one of our airport commissioners. And Grace, thank you so much for coming out here from Japantown. Scott Sampson from California Academy of Sciences. The North Beach merchants are here. As I said, Haight Street merchants are here. And also, thank you, Dennis Wu from APAPA. So many organizations, so many people. And I want to just reiterate something that the chief said. It's because of the work that we did together with the Board of Supervisors to provide not just additional academy classes to ensure that those who are retiring and those who are leaving the department for various reasons, that we backfill those positions, but also when we need officers, we do rely on overtime to get more officers out on the streets. And so I want to thank Supervisor Asha Safai for being here. He served on the Budget Committee, and he was a strong supporter of the budget and the work that we had to do to get to this place. Now, as I said, it's a major city. We have challenges, but we are going to continue as we see those challenges, as we see the data, just like COVID, to react and to be proactive in some instances to ensure that we can do everything we can to keep the people and the visitors of this city safe. So I want to thank you all so much for being here. All of the folks who are with me here today, their work and their advocacy. As we reopen, I don't want to see anything but smiles on everyone's faces because we've been covered in masks. I hardly recognize some people anymore because folks have been masked for so long. So we don't want to go back to those masks, and we don't want to see any sad faces because of your experiences. We only want people to walk away from San Francisco with a smile on their face. So thank you everyone so much for being here today. And with that, I'll take a few questions. Well, unfortunately, the district attorney is not here today, and I can't speak on behalf of him. Well, I would send two messages. Number one, if you need help and you need support, we have invested millions of dollars in resources in various communities to help people with employment opportunities, to help people who are starting their own businesses. There are, currently opportunities to start businesses in San Francisco with fees being waived. There are ways to generate money legitimately if you have a desire to do so. Don't risk your freedom by coming to San Francisco, or even if you're from San Francisco, committing these crimes that will end up putting you behind bars, sacrificing your freedom, creating a long-term impact on your criminal record, and so on and so. It's not worth it. There's something so much better in that life has to offer. So I say, number one, look for the opportunity and look for us to help you in another way. Number two, if you cross that line, we have no choice but to ensure that there are consequences for those actions. Well, part of the accountability, and to be clear, what's within the control of my office in my jurisdiction is the ability to work with our chief, who's been, this department, this police department is not getting the credit that it deserves because, as I said, the arrests are being made, especially as it relates to the violent crimes. And I'll give you an example. Everyone saw the video of the guy riding in the Walgreens stealing. We saw that. No one said did anyone know that he was actually arrested and is currently in jail? No, they don't. Because no one said anything hardly about what happened after the fact. And what we want to understand from that person, why would he do that, right? How do we get him the help and the support that they need? It doesn't always have to be about locking someone else up and throwing away the key. The question is, how do we get to a point where, yes, there are consequences, but how do we get that person to a better place so they never feel like they have to commit a crime like that in the first place? Currently, it is in the hands of the district attorney's office, so you will need to have a conversation with him as to what's going to happen as a result of that. Well, I would like to see I would like to have a clear understanding of why the person did it in the first place. Is it money? Is it an addiction? Is it mental illness? Whatever the case is, I like to make sure that the person gets the help that they need. And I'd also like to see that there is accountability, because they should have to pay back and they should have to, be responsible for the harm that they created. And so there has to be something to hold people accountable too. So I think that it's not a one size fits all. It depends on the situation. It depends on what this person's issues might be, but there needs to be some level of accountability. No, it's not enough to restore tourist trust, but it's a start. That's the plan. We want people, look, you have to prove it. You have to build trust. And people have to have better experiences in order to see that happen, because it's not that everyone has had terrible experiences. It's just what you see on video is now taking the conversation about San Francisco to a whole nother level, and that's all you hear people talking about. But that's why it was important for us to not only provide the data, but also to provide the resources where we actually know where the problems are. And hopefully over time that will build trust with our communities here in San Francisco and tourists.
One last question.
Well, as we have throughout this pandemic, is we've relied on our public health experts to provide us with guidance on what we should do. What I want to say is, if you go into a business or any establishment, if they require vaccine cards, then basically we should comply. If someone requires that you wear a mask, we should comply, regardless of what the rules and regulations are for the city, because right now it's a recommendation from the city that everyone wear a mask indoors, but it's a requirement for those who have not been vaccinated. At the end of the day, look, I want to be very, very clear. There are a lot of folks who still need to be vaccinated, and I don't want everyone else who did their duty to get vaccinated have to suffer and go back to the days when we did have to shut down because we had no vaccine, we had no alternative. We were protecting one another and saving lives. And the same that we did in terms of shutting the city down and doing what we had to do to protect people, that's what the vaccine is. It's protection for other people. It's a tool to save a life. And so I am pushing it because it is necessary in order to keep our city open, to make sure that people do not die. If the rates stay the way they are, we have an estimate that about 250 more people will die from this virus. So this is really about trying to save lives. So we're asking people to comply. It's going to continue to be challenging. Again, the goal is to make sure that we listen to our public health experts with the city and county of San Francisco. For San Francisco employees of the city, they are required to report their vaccination status at this time. So we want to make sure that we're doing what we need to do in terms of telling what other businesses what to do. I'm not certain we're going to get to that point, but again, it's going to be up to our Department of Public Health. Thank you all so much for being here today. I'll take it over here. Yeah. What's your question?
And once again, here's a look at that Dow as we continue to see a lot of red here on this Monday. We'll be keeping an eye on it and be bringing it to you here throughout the day as we're getting closer to the end of the day bell being rung. But this is something we will have to just see. What's this week going to look like for our stocks as we stay in that under 800-point range for much of the day. I'm going to send some of you off into a quick 2-minute break. When you return, hey, remember we brought this breaking news to you a little bit earlier here today. I'm going to be giving you an update on this emergency landing that happened on a bridge out in Ocean City, New Jersey. Update coming to you here in just 2 minutes after a commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is some breaking news we had brought to you a little earlier here today on our stream. The pilot of a small banner plane did escape without injury here on Monday after having to make an emergency landing on a bridge in Ocean City, New Jersey. Now, crews had responded to a call that a plane had made an emergency landing on Route 52 causeway between Ocean City and Summers Point just around 12:38 p.m. local time. And authorities do say that Landon Lucas, he's an 18-year-old pilot for Paramount Air Service, was experiencing some engine trouble as he was flying near the Steer Pier in Atlantic City. So Lucas had to drop the banner that he was attached to the plane into the ocean and was then attempting to reach Ocean City Municipal Airport when he spotted a gap in traffic in the westbound lanes of the bridge. So he was able to successfully land, no damage to the plane, no injuries to himself or any other motorists. And once again, this is some of the video from that incident. And thankfully, it was a successful landing. Now, both lanes into Ocean City are now back open. One westbound lane, though, was closed temporarily for this incident. And again, this is just some updates to this incident that we had broken to you earlier here on our stream. Of course, we wanted to show you and the latest updates since we did get that here on our Live Now from Fox desk. But what we're going to do is continue to go into news stories happening all across our country. We do have a State Department briefing going on as some of the conversations being discussed include relocating eligible Afghans to a base in Virginia. So let's go in and listen to the latest with spokesperson Ned Price again at the State Department briefing.
It consists of experts not only from the Department of State, but also from the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Health and Human Services. And it is that task force that will coordinate our efforts across the government to take qualified SIV applicants out of harm's way and to bring them to the United States once their security vetting is complete. And so when we talk about this group today, this is a group of SIV applicants and their family members who have completed that step, the security vetting process, the rigorous process that is required before we would bring SIV applicants and their families to the United States. We are also working to bring applicants who have passed the Chief of Mission screening, but don't yet have that final step, that security vetting procedure, which is called a security advisory opinion. This group, again, a separate group from the 2,500 referenced earlier, includes about 4,000 applicants as well as their family members. And our plan is to take them to locations outside of the United States where they will be safe and where they will be provided accommodation during this processing period, which can last a number of months. But as we have said before, we are striving to shorten these processing times at every stage of the process. And I spoke last week about how we have been able to do that by surging personnel, by moving the locus of some of these operations back to the Washington D.C. area, and the increasing number, the increasing rate at which we've been able to approve SIV applicants in recent months. And you've seen the upward trajectory of that. We released our most recent quarterly report last week. We will have the next quarterly report in several months, and we certainly expect that increased processing to continue. I also will say that we do hope to expect to provide you an opportunity to hear directly from members of this task force, those who are leading it. We'll have more details for you on that tomorrow.
Well, that's a great answer to a question, but it's not at all the question that I asked. But thank you for the information in there, especially about the 4,000 others. But do you have an answer to who pays for this, the Pentagon or the State Department?
Or
is it
for
all of them?
Specifically
yes,
for
Fort Lee, for people staying at a U.S. Army base, and is it going to be State Department people who are attending them? Is it an interagency thing, or is it all DoD?
We'll see if we can get you more details on that. It may need to wait for the conversation that we're planning before long.
On immediate family.
Yes.
Is that like parents included, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters? Where do you cut off the immediacy in the immediate family?
So, as you know, the processing for these individuals is multi-step. It is more than a dozen steps before these individuals reach the security vetting procedures. And so over the course of those steps, the screening and the screeners have an opportunity to get a sense from these applicants what that immediate family looks like. I wouldn't want to offer a broad generalization, but when we talk about each individual applicant, in many cases, there are several family members who will be traveling with him or her. Yes, Kylie.
I'm just curious, you guys have said that there are 2,500 SIV applicants and their family members who have been approved through the security vetting process. So does that figure, is that inclusive of their family members, or is that figure just the SIVs and then it would be plus their, family members?
So the first tranche, we are talking about 700 SIV applicants and their immediate family members, and so that's how we arrived at that ballpark estimate of 2,500.
Okay, gotcha. And how are they going to be flown to Fort Lee?
So, as we've said before, there are some details that we're able to provide. We're, of course, providing additional details today when it comes to this destination for this group. There will be some details that, for security reasons, we just aren't going to be in a position to provide. That is going to be one of them. Yes?
On this as well. It's estimated that about half of the SIV applicants don't live in Kabul or in the area near the capital. Will you undertake arrangements to bring some of those people to Kabul in order to transport them out of the country?
So we are providing assistance to these applicants in multiple stages of the process. Again, I think we'll be able to provide some more details tomorrow. But again, we're not in a position to do that today, at least.
Just stay on Afghanistan for a
Sure.
second. Despite your statement welcoming the round of talks that happened in Doha over the weekend, it failed to reach an agreement. And the statement that was put out, not your statement, but the statement that was put out by the embassy and the other 15 other countries, including NATO, it seemed like it was basically begging the Taliban to stop its offensive and to reach an agreement. And I'm just wondering, have you guys yet come to the realization that they're not going to stop, that they are going to continue this offensive? Zal spoke about reports of atrocities and other things that are only increasing, and the fear is getting more and more palpable and more immediate as the final withdrawal approaches.
Well, Matt, I assume you saw the statement that the parties issued over the weekend, and we'll have a statement on that for you today if we haven't issued it already. But you saw in that statement on behalf of the Islamic Republic and the Taliban a commitment that the two sides declared to accelerate negotiations towards an inclusive political settlement. We certainly do welcome that statement. We welcome that sentiment, and we hope to see follow through, because we, as we have said, we continue to believe that only a negotiated settlement can bring an end to 40 years of conflict that the Afghan people have endured. And we urge the Taliban to uphold the commitment in the joint declaration, the declaration that I just mentioned, to protect Afghanistan's infrastructure, to protect civilians, and to cooperate on humanitarian assistance. We are certainly pleased to see those pledges in this declaration, and now we are looking to see the follow-through. We also, in the context of this, do commend the leadership of the state of Qatar in bringing the parties together, as well as the United Nations for the essential role that it is playing. And for our part, we continue to work alongside not only the parties whose discussions we are supporting in Doha, where they remain ongoing, but also Qatar, the UN, the broader international community, and crucially Afghanistan's neighbors. And we've talked about this before, but the critical role that Afghanistan's neighbors have to play and must play in order to help bring about political settlement to this, and to help affect an Afghanistan that is more stable, more secure, and one day more peaceful over time. We're going to continue to support that work on all of those tracks, and we were encouraged by what we saw over the weekend. Sure.
Follow up on the reports coming from the ground in Afghanistan does indicate that the policies and the approach that the Taliban is taking is reversing the gains that the country has made in the terms of women's rights and children's rights. Are you worried about that, or you just let it go the way they are doing it?
Well, the United States has for 2 decades now worked with the government of Afghanistan and the people of Afghanistan to support the hard-won gains, including those by Afghanistan's women and Afghanistan's girls. The United States has played a pivotal role in that over time. We have provided humanitarian assistance, we've provided development assistance. Our embassy on the ground has and will continue to be a partner for Afghan civil society, knowing just how important it is and knowing the gains that have been achieved over the course of the past 20 years. The point that we have been making is that any government that comes to power in Afghanistan that doesn't protect those gains, does not respect human rights, that seeks to rule at the barrel of a gun, will not be a government that has legitimacy, either on the part of the Afghan people or from the or from the international community. And when it comes to that latter constituency, it is, we can presume, it will be continue to be important that any government in Afghanistan have the backing of the international community for the assistance that provides. And any government that comes to power that is willing to let those gains be entirely squandered, that is willing to stand idly by or worse as Afghanistan's women, girls, minorities are deprived of their rights, that is not a government that will be legitimate in the eyes of the international community. And critically, because of the assistance and the other elements that we've talked about, that's not a government that we can expect will have any degree of durability. What we seek for the people of Afghanistan, what we're seeking to help support, is a just and durable solution to not 20 years of conflict since October of 2001, but really 40 years of conflict that has deprived the Afghan people of the rights, the freedoms, including their right to safety and security. And so we will continue to partner with the Afghan people, to partner with the Afghan government, and to support that diplomatic process that did receive a boost over the weekend from the joint declaration that was issued by the Afghan parties. Again, declarations are positive. What we are going to be looking for is the follow-through, and we expect to see that follow-through in the coming days and weeks.
You spoke about the neighboring countries on Afghanistan. Do you see the role of Iran is supportive in the peace process?
Well, I wouldn't want to offer a blanket characterization. What I will say is that Afghanistan.
All right, everybody, and we will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We go live to the Senate floor where we do have Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois, Democrat, speaking. Let's listen.
Restricting the opportunity to vote. That's what it's all about. The senator from Kentucky attributes it to hysteria. It is not. It is a genuine concern over whether in this country, where democracy is our creed and our goal in every election, we have the most participation, fair participation by eligible voters that we've ever had, and we continue to build on that. Madam President, on a separate issue, I cannot imagine what life would be like if I were a kid growing up in America, always wondering if something I said, something I did, some action that was taken by some member of my family would result in a knock on the door and my family being torn apart, my father or mother being deported to another country. But for hundreds of thousands of young people living in America, that has been the reality of their childhood. Most of them brought to this country at a very early age, infants and toddlers and young people, had nothing to say about the choice of America as a home, but they always assumed it was their home. They grew up in this country, went to the schools, got up every morning in the classroom and pledged allegiance to that flag, believing they were truly Americans. And it wasn't, for many of them, until their teenage years that their parents sat down with them and very quietly and solemnly told them, "You've got a challenge in your life you didn't even realize. You're undocumented. You were brought to this country by us as a little kid, and you don't have any papers. If you are challenged, if you are arrested, you could be deported. And the same thing just might happen to your mother or your father." I can't imagine, with all of the stress of childhood and adolescence, having that worry as well. And yet, for hundreds of thousands of young people, through no fault of their own, that was part of their lives. That came to my attention 20 years ago. A case in Chicago, which I've spoken about on the floor many times, where a young girl finally realized at the end of high school the really stark choices she had in her life. And she reached out to my office. And we looked into the situation. She was brought here to the United States, born in Brazil to Korean parents, had no legal status in the United States and grew up here. And she wanted to know what to do with her life, what was next for her. The law was very harsh, but it was clear as well. At the age of 18, our law said to Teresa Lee, a young Korean girl in Chicago, "You have to leave the United States for 10 years and petition to return." It didn't seem right or fair or just to her, and so I introduced the DREAM Act. And that's when I came to realize Teresa's story was not unique. There were thousands just like her. And over the last 20 years, I've met a lot of them. An amazing group of young men and women who have done remarkable things with their lives with limited resources and always under the shadow of deportation. The DREAM Act has been brought to the floor of this Senate 5 different times and failed, not because it didn't win a majority, but because of the filibuster. So we've tried in those 20 years to get something done. And we've had our really troublesome moments. I think back to one of the worst. Under the previous president, Donald Trump, DACA, a program created by President Obama for these dreamers, was really an issue from the start that we begged President Trump to consider. President Obama, a friend of mine and former colleague from Illinois, told me that he spent an extra hour in transition with President Trump in the White House while Obama was still president. It was supposed to last an hour, it lasted 2 hours. And he said to me, I spent that last hour talking about DACA and dreamers. telling him how important it was to get this right, that these young people deserved a chance. And he listened very intently, and President Obama said, I hope that he'll help you when it comes to these dreamers. The first time I ever met Donald Trump was on his inauguration day as president, not too far from here at a luncheon. And the first thing I said to him was, I hope that you'll give those dreamers a chance to become part of America. And he said, Senator Durbin, don't worry, I'm going to take care of those dreamers. Well, he did. About halfway through his presidency, he tried to abolish the DACA program and subject these dreamers to deportation. It was a very dark period. For many of them, they were despondent. Several of them said they couldn't take it anymore. The pressure they were under to create a life in America under the shadow of deportation, and now to have a president who was really determined to make them leave America. Well, the courts took a look at what President Trump had to do, all the way up to the Supreme Court across the street. And it was Chief Justice Roberts who wrote the decision, which said the method that Donald Trump's administration used to eliminate DACA was stricken as arbitrary and capricious. So there was a new lease on life and a new opportunity for them until Thursday, I suppose it was, Friday night or Thursday, that the federal judge in Texas made the most recent ruling. On Friday night, a federal judge in Texas issued a ruling declaring that the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA, was unlawful. And the judge blocked the Biden administration from approving new DACA applications, a new setback for the dreamers. This decision was made in response to a lawsuit filed by Republican state attorneys general. It was the culmination of a long campaign which included the action of President Trump by Republicans to deport the dreamers. What is it about these young people that infuriates the Republicans so much? Well, I'll tell you what I've found as I've come to know them. They're some of the most amazing stories you can imagine. Not just the threat that I mentioned earlier and the shadow of deportation over their lives, but what they've done anyway, becoming doctors and nurses and teachers and engineers, serving in our Army, working for America in essential jobs in the midst of a pandemic. It's an amazing group of people. It's just the kind of people we want and need for the future of this country. But let me state this unequivocally. The cruel and misguided decision of this court will not stand. DACA is a lawful exercise of executive prosecutorial discretion by the Department of Homeland Security. More than 800,000 young people in our country have received DACA protection, and they help save lives every day as nurses and doctors and first responders. They contribute to our economy and our future as business owners, engineers, and teachers. They are a vital part of our communities as friends, family members, and loved ones. America is the only home these dreamers have ever known. And Congress has waited long enough, in fact, it's waited too long, to allow them to finally become American citizens. Friday's ruling is yet another reminder of the hell that these young people have put up with over the past 2 decades. Under the Trump administration, dreamers endured one attack after another. When former President Trump attempted to repeal DACA, it put hundreds of thousands of young people at risk of being deported to countries they didn't even remember. And when the Supreme Court ruled that the former president's repeal of DACA was unlawful, he simply defied the court's decision and stopped DACA applicants from being approved. For months, President Trump refused to reopen the program for new applicants, despite the clear direction of the United States Supreme Court. Approximately 300,000 of these young people were unable to receive the protections they deserved because of President Trump's unilateral, hateful action. In response to a court order, DACA was finally reopened for the new applicants in December. But now, just as the Biden administration is processing these applications, the door was shut again in the federal court in Texas on Friday. In the words of one dreamer, Adonias Arevalo, quote, "It's such an uncertainty not to be able to plan my life." Thankfully, President Biden has vowed to appeal this decision, but we need to prevent conservative judicial activists on the bench, politicians in black robes, from striking down the president's lawful efforts to protect dreamers. Congress cannot wait any longer. America cannot wait any longer. Senate Democrats need to provide a permanent legislative solution for the dreamers. We need to act swiftly. I hope that my Republican colleagues with conscience will think long and hard about whether they're going to stand in the way of the dreamers at this moment in history. We need their help, and not just some half-hearted symbolic attempt, but genuinely to give these young people a fighting chance to make America a better nation. To all the dreamers out there, I promise you, we'll work as hard as necessary to get this job done and as quickly as possible. Madam President, I'd like to speak on a different topic. I ask unanimous consent it be placed in a separate part in the record.
Without objection.
Madam President, on Saturday night, baseball fans at Nationals Park here in Washington, D.C., not far from where we stand, were sent into a panic by a sound that has become all too familiar in American cities, the sound of gunfire. In the middle of the sixth inning, the teams left the field when it was reported that 3 people were shot outside the stadium on South Capitol Street. That burst of gunfire reverberated throughout the stadium. It can be heard on television and radio in broadcasts of the game. It was bad. It would have been worse. Thankfully, nobody inside the stadium was harmed, and many thanks to the first responders for keeping the attendees safe. But the photos and videos from Saturday night tell a clear story. We are a nation that has become traumatized by gun violence. 4th of July weekend, city of Chicago, a city I dearly love and honored to represent, 104 gunshot victims that weekend, 19 deaths. We've come to accept, sadly, mass shooting as a possibility anywhere in America. At a baseball park, in a movie theater, in houses of worship, even in our schools. Mass shootings happen on the streets of Chicago almost every weekend. Just this last weekend, more than 50 were shot in our city, including 7 children and teenagers. The sad reality is gun violence has become as American as baseball. The question before the Senate again and again and again is, will we do anything about it? Will we take minimum steps to reduce gun violence in America? Steps like making it more difficult for convicted felons and unstable people to buy firearms. Nearly every American supports that, and yet the gaps in the federal gun laws continue. Right now, it is simply too easy for a convicted felon or a person with a history of serious mental illness to buy a gun from an unlicensed dealer. A person, no questions asked, can easily buy a gun from an unlicensed seller just minutes away from the city of Chicago in the state of Indiana. And that gun will be sold and resold many times over in our city of Chicago, many times the same day. In March, the House passed H.R. 8, a bipartisan measure to close the gaps in our background check system. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, Senator Manchin of West Virginia have been leading negotiations to get bipartisan support for that bill in the Senate. I'm waiting for their signal, and I hope to receive it, that we're ready to move on that legislation. I hope Senate Republicans will join us in supporting this and other common sense measures, like confirming a director for the agency that enforces the gun laws on the books, ATF, for the first time since 2015. Too many lives have been lost to gun violence in this country. It's time for us to come together and put an end to this senseless violence. Madam President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
All right, so Senator Dick Durbin there talking about a number of topics there, including the shooting violence that we did see play out, unfortunately, over the weekend near right outside of the National Stadium, and they had to postpone that game during that horrible moment there. Also talking about the violence that we continue to see in Chicago, as he does represent Chicago and the rest of the state of Illinois. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We have 12 more minutes left of the day of trading, and this is how it is looking there. Down 818 points. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we'll be talking to a financial expert, talking all about why we saw the dip today and why it probably wasn't a good idea if you got a little scared and started to do a little sell-off of your own. You're watching Live Now from Fox. 2-minute break.
Can end homelessness here in the state of California.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you from earlier, a little bit earlier today. Governor Gavin Newsom of California talking about affordable housing and trying to get homeless, really the problems out there in California with homeless, trying to get them affordable housing there as well. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The state of California, with all due respect, has been nowhere to be found on the issue of homelessness for far too long. There's been no intentionality, his word. There's been no focus on helping support cities and counties. Been left to cities and counties themselves to address the issue of poverty in all its forms and manifestations, particularly the issue of homelessness. That has changed over the course of the last number of years. In the last few years of the Brown administration, there was an effort to renew partnerships, to no longer point fingers, find scapegoats, but to find solutions, to build collaborations, to start to develop networks to address the issues of homelessness and particularly address the root causes of homelessness. We took that baton 2 years ago and we put forth an historic investment in homelessness at roughly $500 million. We followed that up a year or so ago with the largest investment in the history of the state of California, $950 million, building on those partnerships that we developed with cities and counties and what we refer to as COCs, these continuum of cares all throughout the state of California. It was a renewed effort to take responsibility, to take accountability, and to recognize the urgency of the crisis in the state of California. Today, we're not just doubling down on that. Today, we're taking it to a whole different level. When we talk about investments, and we put it in terms of historical investments, we need to go back to 1967, when this state began the systemic dismantling of behavioral health housing here in the state of California. In that infamous first budget, Ronald Reagan's infamous first budget as governor of California, where faced with a budget crisis, we began to systematically destroy the network of supports all across the state of California, particularly for people that were experiencing crisis issues related to bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, paranoia, people that were self-medicating with drug and alcohol addictions. Since 1967, and for decades since, the state of California, and for that matter, this country, has pulled back on those supports. The investments we're making here today are the most historic, the largest investments in mental health housing in California history. $3 billion will be invested to help with board and care, for conservatorships, for Laura's Law placements, to provide opportunities for people in crisis. We are proud of that. It's part of a $12 billion homeless package that I will sign here today. $12 billion investment. I'll remind you, the largest investment in history was $950 million. This is a $12 billion package. And as President Gore said, and this is profoundly important, it comes with strings attached. More transparency and more accountability. I'll never forget when Supervisor Gore called me a number of months ago, a local elected official who just took the reins as president of CSAC. It is basically a coalition of county leaders, and said, hold us accountable. Don't just give us more money. More is not better. Better is better. We need to be accountable for results. And we took that seriously, and we worked collaboratively with the senator and the assembly member. We worked with the budget teams. We worked with our leadership, and we actually put forth the first accountability requirements in state's history as well. I won't go into the details of that, but there's 6 metrics that counties have to meet. And if you meet them, we're actually attaching bonuses, 18% bonus opportunity for actually delivering on the plan. No plan, no money. No plan, no money. We're providing $2 billion of discretionary support as part of this accountability package for rental subsidies, to provide hotel motel conversions like you see here, and to provide other supports that are critical for getting people back on their feet. And so prevention dollars, intervention dollars, and long-term supportive housing funds are now being set aside, $2 billion over the next 2 years, with, again, new accountability provisions. Largest single investment in providing support for the most vulnerable in American history, and I'm incredibly proud to be able to sign it here today at a location that proves the paradigm. Madam Mayor, thank you. To the supervisors, thank you for not only identifying a problem, but identifying a solution by identifying one of 2 hotels in this city. A hotel, by the way, that generates about $85,000 a year just in hotel tax. Converting that to a facility to help the most vulnerable residents took courage and took guts. It took political leadership. And so I want to thank you, Madam Mayor, for your leadership, and the supervisors for getting things done. Not everybody was thrilled with this project, but this project's changing lives. And by the way, this project, they were able to get down into escrow and get people into housing in less than 5.5 months. Now we're talking. Not 5.5 years. What's so extraordinary about what we're doing differently, because people have the right to ask, what are you doing differently? Because we want to see results in real time. This project was one of those examples. 6,000 housing units we were able to get into escrow and convert within 6 months under Project Homekey. It's now a national model. The Biden administration put $5 billion up to replicate the success of California's efforts. Project Roomkey, which we initiated early last year, 42,000 human beings We were able to get off the streets and sidewalks and out of shelters, out of harm's way during the COVID crisis and into housing. We have over 10,000 people currently being supported under Project Homekey and $150 million in this budget to continue that project, even if and after. And I say if because we're going to continue to work with the federal government, and after, if they no longer support this federal program, we will pick up the slack substantially, not completely, but substantially as a state. So mental health, interventions, proven, successful, time value of money, CEQA and land use, zoning reforms, and accountability measurements and metrics with bonuses and performance expectations attached. This is a new day in terms of our strategies. Final words on homelessness. You need three things to actually make an impact on homelessness. You need to have a plan. The state didn't have one for decades. You need to have the resources. Even if they had a plan, they didn't have the money. And three, you got to have political will. All those three things are in evidence in the state of California today. Our partners all across the state, the big 13 mayors, the county supervisors, local officials recognizing the crisis and recognizing our individual and collective responsibility to do more and do better. So it's in that spirit that I'm here, 12 billion reasons why I'm looking forward to take this pen and putting it to this piece of paper. I want to thank the senator and thank the assembly member for being champions on getting this money down to the proverbial desk. I want to ask Douglas and Claire to come on up, but they already got cued, and ask the rest of the team to come on behind me as well, including Jason Elliott, who's worked so hard to make all this happen. And we will do I like signing bills standing up. It's a little more interesting. By the way, just on a technical point so people understand, this is one of a number of what we call trailer bills in the budget that the Assembly member in the Senate sent to me last Thursday. We have 12 days to sign these bills. This is the first of the package of bills. The issue of homelessness, top of mind, real accountability, real responsibility, and yes, you expect, we demand real results, and that's what this signature intends to do. Thank you all very, very much. All right. So, that's how quickly you can invest $12 billion. Now we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Governor. How's it going? Thanks for coming down. So this $12 billion comes as a result of a one-time surplus. So going forward, how do we ensure
Governor of California
scores? We're still, in the throes of this pandemic in many ways. So I want to know, have there been outbreaks at shelters across the state that you're aware of? And what is the state doing in the immediate term to make sure our homeless population remains protected, especially as a lot of the temporary room key hotels, that program is kind of winding down?
No, and I appreciate the way you contextualized the question as well and framed it. Room key was initiated to address precisely the issue that flared up a few weeks ago here, or just recently rather, at a local shelter, and that was to protect people in these congregate settings. Room key became a national model. As I noted, 42,000 people have been supported through the Room key effort, and that's to get people out of those shelters and into hotel rooms like those you see around us. We currently have exactly 10,445 rooms as part of that portfolio, supporting opportunities for north of 10,000 people to get out of the congregate environment. That said, it's due to expire at the end of September. We're working with FEMA to try to get it extended. We have formally asked FEMA to extend that program and the federal supports for that program through June of next year. In the absence of that, in an effort to supplement those efforts, the bill I just signed, as I noted, included $150 million to support efforts in communities like this to get people out of those facilities, particularly to address the concerns, the growing now concerns, as it relates to an increase in transmission, particularly of the Delta variant. And so we'll continue to build on the success of the Room key model, continue to procure more home key assets so we can get more people off the streets permanently and continue to maintain our vigilance as it relates to local county efforts to address and initiate strategies to mitigate spread and to make sure masking requirements are being enforced, as well as distancing requirements in shelters. But the best way to address the issue is to do exactly what Member Levine said, and that's to get the unvaccinated vaccinated, so we mitigate not only the spread, but we mitigate the impact of those that contract this disease.
Morning, Governor. Wayne Friedman with ABC 7. 2 questions for you. One related to fires, one related to this. Which do you want to do first?
I love it, like a game show.
Yeah.
What's behind door number 3?
Okay, 3, and we'll give you 1. Okay. There's a report this morning that PG&E equipment may have contributed to the Dixie fire. Have you heard about that? And if so, what's your comment or thought on that?
Same thing. I mean, these things all deserve an investigation, and I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. Those investigations are well known to people, particularly here in the North Bay, as relates to PG&E and their culpability to wildfires. We're dealing now, as you know, with the Dixie up in Plumas, Butte County, another large wildfire up in Alpine. We've got 7 major wildfires / complexes, 5,600 firefighters working those lines. I want to underscore where we are year to date in the state of California. A lot has been written about and talked about the number of wildfires and the acres burned year to date compared to historic amount of fires and acres burned last year. Let's put this in very sober perspective. Today we have over 200,000 acres that have burned in the state of California. Last year, at this time, 39,000 acres, 5-fold the number of acres that burned compared to the historic wildfires of 2020. When you even look at a 5-year average, that number is notably higher as well, 3 times higher than the 5-year average. So we maintain our vigilance. We have an historic wildfire budget, which I've highlighted on multiple occasions. We'll continue to do so, some $2.2 billion of investments in an all-hazards approach to emergencies across the spectrum of emergencies, not just wildfires, but supporting resilience for all hazards, meaning wildfires as well as drought emergencies, as well as seismic events and the like. We continue to do more in terms of supporting mutual aid, continue to do more to demand from PG&E and other investor-owned utilities real accountability and results as it relates to undergrounding of wires, as it relates to investment in their wildfire suppression strategies like early camera detection technology, the ability to make sure that they're doing the forest management, the vegetation management, which are foundational to wildfire prevention. So as it relates to any active investigation, it's just that. And when that investigation is concluded by CAL FIRE, we'll make some comments.
Okay. Second question would be this. $12 billion. How do you keep California from becoming a magnet for people who have issues in other states and coming here to take advantage of what California is spending? It's been a problem in the past.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we have a crisis. 150, 180,000 people, depending on how you make an assessment determination, out in the streets and sidewalks, the richest and the poorest state in America. We have a responsibility and accountability as a nation state in terms of size, scope, size of 21 states' populations combined to address this issue, this crisis in the state of California. And we can abandon that, and we can throw up our hands, point fingers, talk about the good old days when HUD and HUD meant something, housing and urban development, before HUD got out of the housing business in the late 60s, 70s, and 80s. But at the end of the day, we got to take accountability, responsibility to do more and do better, and that's what this budget intends to do. It's about results. It's about getting people off the streets out of incidents of crises and meeting people where they are. And to the extent that people want to come here for new beginnings at all income levels, that's part of the California dream. And we have a responsibility to accommodate and enliven and inspire. And California's dream is still alive and well. $80 billion budget surplus. You've seen the jobs numbers last 5 months. We've averaged over 100,000 jobs every month. Highest job numbers in America. This state is roaring back, and I'm proud of people from around the world looking to California again for opportunity. And again, that should not just be for certain people, all people, I think, should aspire to that California dream regardless of their income level and regardless of their lot in life.
Governor, would you care to elaborate on how the Reagan cuts have cost this state money?
Look, I just read, I may have reread it, though I have vague recollection of the first, though I saw my notes in the book. I don't recall when I was reading Lou Cannon's book about Ronald Reagan's first budget, the infamous budget in 1967, where Reagan himself at least laid claim to some regret of the nature of the cuts that he directed and his team directed to the behavioral health system in the state of California. It's indelible in the consciousness of not only Californians, but for that matter, the impact those decisions had around the rest of this country. Of course, Reagan himself has a lot of history in this space, not only as it relates to the early efforts in the dismantling of the network of supports on behavioral health as governor, but the supply side economics that he promoted as president. And in many ways, shapes, or forms, we have a responsibility to make up for that. And again, I'm not just pointing fingers here, but I am making a historical frame. This is the largest investment since that great dismantling. This is the most historic commitment to right the wrongs of the past and address that fundamental issue.
Governor Jody Hernandez with NBC Bay Area. Good to see you. Back to vaccinations.
Yes.
You know, the Delta variant is soaring. It's very troubling. Yet our vaccination rates among the homeless remain really low. Some communities, 75% of the general population is vaccinated. Well, only 30% of the unsheltered are. What can be done? What needs to be done to change that, to reach these folks, to get them vaccinated?
Yeah, that's a good question. And let me highlight a few things. We've administered over 44,120,000 doses of vaccine in the state of California, 17 million more than the next largest number of vaccines that have been distributed by any other state. We have 76.5% of all 18-year-olds that have received at least one dose, 76%, which is impressive. But as you note, there's subsets of the population that we have not been able to achieve similar results. One of them is the unvaccinated population, homeless, people on the streets, congregate facilities, people living in their cars, people all throughout the state, including rural communities, but also people living in urban environments that have, well, frankly, been misled by misinformation campaigns that are literally killing people, by networks that profit off the misinformation, that literally are aiding and abetting in the deaths of thousands of Americans because of the misinformation. And so we've got to counter the misinformation. We have to meet people where they are. So your specific question begs a specific response. 480. That's the number of community-based partnerships that the state has formed. We've extended the contracts on the 480 partnerships. We're moving from stationary sites to mobile sites. That's specific to addressing populations that have been hard to reach. We had a setback, to be candid. J&J offered tremendous opportunity, particularly for the population you just cited. Homeless population, more challenging from a logistics perspective, but we are still working through that. And we're doing more mobile sites, more pop-up sites, and we are building more partnerships with these community-based organizations to target those vulnerable populations. And so that's the specific strategy. Broadly, we're doing more. Recently, it didn't get a lot of attention, $40 million of grants, small provider grants, to get community clinics, to get trusted doctors representing communities like Sebastopol, to open up clinics in their offices. And so we really want to meet people where they are, but also where they are with their most trusted messenger, which is their personal doctor, which is a family member. And that continues to be our efforts, strategic, focused, targeted efforts. I know it's rote and cliche to say we're doubling down on it. We're not just doubling down. We're doing substantially more than that with our grant programs, CBO partnerships, mobile vaccination efforts, and a broad communications campaign that is as culturally competent as any in the country. So those are some of the efforts.
I'm also curious about your thoughts on masking guidelines. Los Angeles County now mandating masks indoors. Do you see this being a possibility for the rest of the state?
I mean, I see counties all up and down the state, including up here, that are recommending mask wearing indoors, not physical distancing. We want to get our kids back safely in school for in-person instruction. It was interesting today, the American Pediatric Association came out, basically aligned with California's mask mandates for returning our kids safely back in person to school. We are committed to getting that done, committed not to imposing new restrictions, but we are also committed to addressing this latest increase in the number of new cases here in the state of California. Very mindful of the transmissible nature of this Delta variant.
All right, so Governor Gavin Newsom there taking some questions about COVID-19 and really the rise in some cases there, especially in LA County, where we saw last week that the masks therefore inside are highly recommended. You continue to watch right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're talking to a financial advisor all about the day that was in the market today. You see, it was a sell-off. There are 725 points there in the red for the Dow Jones. We'll get the latest and what led up to this and what could happen in the future. All that and much more coming up in the next 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. As you're taking a look here, how the markets there ended up for the Dow Jones, down 725 points there in the red. We have not seen a day like that this year at all. So to break it all down for us about why we saw this and maybe what we can all do as investors as well, we bring in David Peters, financial advisor, to break it all down for us. David, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it. And first off, David, so this was a day that we haven't seen this year yet.
Yeah, I mean, what a day it was, wasn't it? I mean, it was a rough day, I think, in the markets. But I think in a lot of ways, I feel like a lot of financial advisors were kind of waiting on this. So I don't know that it was completely unexpected, but man, what a turn in one day.
Yeah, and is it because, David, just last week, the numbers for COVID-19 just really across the spectrum and across the country just weren't looking good as far as cases going back up?
I think that's definitely a part of it. I don't think that that's all of it, but I certainly think that that's a part of it. You know, markets tend to look forward, and we tend to see investors looking towards the future, and when they see something that reminds them of bad times. I mean, when you see something like a reminder of COVID-19 and kind of kind of all of the bad things that happened during the pandemic. Yeah, I mean, investors get worried, and I think that's certainly part of the reason why you saw the downturn today.
And especially for investors and really retail investors, today would be really the worst day to probably maybe sell off some of your positions. I mean, it's so hard to time the market.
Yeah, it's hard to time the market, and that would also be kind of I think another thing that plays into what happened today is that I think we've been running hot for a while. I mean, we've been in a market that has been growing for a while now, and I think a lot of financial advisors, when you see the market kind of being up kind of every day, you start to get to the point where you sort of wonder when that correction is going to happen. The academic-y term that we hear used a lot is regression to the mean, and basically all that means is that, you know, if we're kind of up too high, we go back to average. If we're kind of too low, we go back to average over long periods of time. And I think that that's kind of part of what you saw today as well.
And just looking forward, not only for the next week, but obviously in Congress right now, they are looking. President Biden wants to look at an infrastructure bill that he hopes to get on his desk. Where would that put as far as the country would be spending more money? Where does that put investors and the way they look at the stock market as well when they see trillion-dollar bills come to the president's desk?
Yeah, I think that infrastructure is interesting. You know, typically the reason why people want to invest in infrastructure is for yield or income. I mean, that's really the reason why they typically want to invest in infrastructure. And certainly, you can see why that might be. You have Biden's bill that that is kind of on the horizon. But I always caution my clients, and I would caution other investors as well. Infrastructure is not necessarily something that needs to go in every single portfolio. As an inflation hedge, I mean, typically that's the term that you hear thrown around when it comes to investing in infrastructure. But, typically when we hear that term, inflation hedge, that typically means CPI-linked revenues. I mean, that's typically what that means. And only some things that would necessarily fall under infrastructure necessarily have CPI-linked revenues. And so I'm always a little bit cautious when clients want to come in and they want to invest, a bunch of money in any particular area. I truly do think, especially now when you see a big turn in the markets, that it's important to stick to your financial plan. I mean, stick to the plan that's been laid out, especially if it's for long-term investing, like retirement or something like that, because that's really the key, is that you have to stay the course. I mean, there's going to be dips in the market, all the time, and so we're going to see dips in the market like this. We're going to see them in the future too.
And the good thing, at least, then it goes the other way too. I mean, we see days where it's been up 500, 600 points there as well. So it does go that nice. They're up and down. Well, our last question here, David. A lot of people have been asking this one, where are there some investors that are worried that the market right now might be just propped up because we're still getting people to have these stimulus checks? You're seeing these tax credits go out there as well. What's going to happen when all of that ends? And also about on the real estate side as well, what's going to happen when these people actually do have to start making their rent payments and mortgage payments again? Is that going to have a little bit of a fallout and then a trickle down effect?
I think it's very possible. I think that that you really hit the nail on the head, and that's really what I think me and a lot of other financial advisors are really trying to figure out right now is that when do you sort of see that that other side? When does that happen? And I do think that that could have a negative effect on the markets. That's entirely possible. You wonder about when does the other shoe drop? And I think that is really where all of us are right now is, when you see there's, I guess, sort of this natural skepticism with a lot of financial advisors. If things are kind of going too good, if things are kind of, up too high, you say, this can't possibly be this good. And so I think that's certainly, that's really the question on everybody's mind. To your point, though, it does work the other way, too. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. Again, the idea of regression to the mean is certainly something that, especially with long-term investing, that's a concept that over long periods of time generally holds.
Well, there we go. David Peters, thank you so much for your analysis as well as insight on this day here. And we'll be talking soon as well. Thank you so much, David. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no problem. And we continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another quick 2-minute break while we have it. Thanks so much for everyone that continues to join us. What's up, Daytona? Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We want to take you out just a little from earlier today. There was this Georgia voting rights hearing. They're chaired by Senator Amy Klobuchar, who was doing this, and really just wanted to get a grasp there on the ground. This was the first of a field hearing on voting rights there in Georgia. So we're going to listen to a little bit of that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of a majority white and Republican Board of County Commissioners instead of its long-standing bipartisan appointment process. During my time on the Morgan County Boards of Election, I took my position as a board member very seriously and worked to ensure the administration of elections in Morgan County was done fairly for all voters, regardless of partisan preference, race, or ethnic origin. We certified elections, determined which polling locations should be open. We counted the absentee ballots. We decided whose provisional ballots counted. We never had a violation during my time that I served on this board. The reconstitution of county boards of elections to ensure majority party control and the takeover provisions under SB 202, allowing for the majority party in the legislature to dictate policy by the state election board, to take over the day-to-day administration of county boards of elections, and remove county supervisors of elections, raises the specter that the goal will be to nullify the lawful votes of Georgia voters when the majority party is not satisfied with the outcome of an election, thereby achieving a result that the former president was unable to obtain in 2020. In short, the numerous changes in SB 202 attacking voting methods increasingly used by Black voters and other voters of color, taken in conjunction with the undemocratic takeover of boards of election, may lead to the partisan nullification of lawful votes, clearly demonstrate why federal standards must be enacted to restore the full protection of the Voting Rights Act, including the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, S1 for the People Act, and SB S2155, Preventing Election Subversion Act of 2021. It is critical. It was not just in my county of Morgan County that they have taken over control. They are now looking at other locations to take over. We've worked too hard to ensure equal and fair access to the ballot to turn back now. I'll be happy to answer your questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. And do you want to explain, your county is a rural county, right? Where are you located?
It is definitely a rural county. It's 60 miles east of Atlanta, going towards Augusta.
Okay. I mean, not everyone's from Georgia here, so I thought it'd be good to clarify that. Okay, Mr. Segarra.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman Klobuchar and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity you have given me to express my voting experience in the 2020 general election. I came to Georgia as a U.S. Air Force officer in August of 1992. I served in the Air Force between 1986 and 1992 and served during the Gulf War. I still work for the Air Force at Robins Air Force Base. Voting is sacred to me. I see the voting process as one that should be as easy as possible for all eligible voters. And I feel like voting rules should be everything but in no way to restrict people's freedom to vote. This past year, I had to go to extraordinary lengths to accomplish the simple but consequential task of casting my ballot. I, along with thousands of Georgians, had to wait for hours in order to cast my vote. In fact, I had to go to the polls twice in order to vote. The first time, I went to the closest polling place opened the first day of early voting. That was Perry Courthouse in Perry, Georgia. I went with an elderly couple in the 70s. We arrived at 7:15 in the morning, Tuesday, October 13, knowing that the voting polls will open at 8 a.m. We thought that we arrived with plenty of time to vote quickly and be in our way. To our surprise, there was already a line around the courthouse, snaking all the way around the block. One of my elderly friends is a knee replacement candidate and is a diabetic, and his wife, a retired teacher from the state of Georgia, has an acute arthritis condition and uses a walker. I was worried about them standing in line and going up the stairs, as there was no separate line for people with disabilities. We knew that they could not sustain waiting in that line, so we left without voting. They ended up voting by mail. A week later, on October 27, 2020, a Tuesday, My wife and I went back to early vote. This time, we went to the Middle Georgia Technical College in Warner Robins, which was open only for the last 2 weeks of early voting. We arrived around 3 p.m. My wife had a co-worker who recently moved from Puerto Rico and was new to Georgia. She registered to vote, but had no previous experience voting in Georgia and was confused about the process. We arranged to meet her at the time we arrived at the line at the polling place. Once again, the line outside, around the building, in the open, with no protection from the elements. After an hour and a half standing outside, we made it inside the building, finally, just to find out that the line inside the building was just as long as the line outside the building. My wife's co-worker became concerned that she would not be in time to pick up her baby at the child care center, which closed at 6 p.m. We ended up casting our ballots around 6 p.m., 3 hours after we arrived. We learned later that her husband had to take time off from work and was able to pick up the baby. We were able to handle those 3 hours standing in line, but we know that not everybody can. Election observers reported that several people fainted while in line in Savannah and in Atlanta. I have also learned that between 2012 and 2018, 214 polling locations were closed in the state of Georgia, mostly affecting minority voters, making this issue even worse. Senators, this is wrong. It should not take so long to vote. According to the Presidential Commission on Election Administration, no citizen should have to wait more than 30 minutes to vote. I had to wait 6 times that measure, and other citizens of this state had to wait even more. It is unacceptable that in Houston, Cobb, and Chatham counties, a person will have to wait half a day or miss a full day of work, or maybe 2, just to exercise their constitutional right. Our government needs to ensure that we have adequate systems and processes in place to allow every eligible voter to cast their ballot without such undue burdens. We need to have adequate number of polling places, properly resourced, and open for as expansive period of time as possible, especially after regular duty hours. Voters should have the opportunity to vote on Saturdays or Sundays. After all, if malls are open on Sundays, why not voting places? Lots of people work on Saturdays, so Sundays need to be an option as well. It would also make it much easier if for some people to vote if Election Day were to be a holiday. In conclusion, I serve my country as a member of the armed forces and continue to serve by encouraging voting in my community. I am here to respectfully ask for your help, Senators, in protecting the freedom of all voters to vote, regardless of their political affiliation, by passing legislation that will address the unacceptably long waiting in lines and ensure that every eligible voter has the opportunity to participate, not just those of us who can take 3 hours off from work and stand in line, and so that nobody has to choose between a paycheck and exercising a much sacred constitutional right. Thank you, and I'll be
Thank you very much, Mr. Segar. Thanks to all our witnesses. I do want to make clear that we, of course, gave the opportunity for our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to provide witnesses to defend the law. but they chose not to have anyone here, or had trouble finding anyone here, to defend this law. With that, I would like to ask you, Mr. Segarra, as someone who has served our country, shared your story about what happened in Houston County in south central Georgia. When you signed up to serve our country, to join the Air Force, you didn't have to wait in line. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam.
Uh-huh. And most people you know who served, they were probably welcome to serve and to put their life on the front line, and they didn't have to stand in a waiting line.
That is correct.
Do you agree that voters shouldn't have to wait in line to participate in our democracy?
Most definitely.
Okay. And how does that make you feel when you have to go to those lengths, not only for yourself and your family, but your neighbors and friends?
All right, we just wanted to play out some of that back and forth of that roundtable that happened in Georgia. It was a rare time for a field hearing to take place there, and just wanted to show a little bit from earlier today. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go out to Austin, Texas, where police say they continue to have major staffing concerns and are hoping that they can recruit more police officers. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Your host, Mike Pace, as we continue on here, giving you top stories and headlines from across the country. We go out to Austin, Texas right now, where just, last week we were hearing from the police chief talking about the need for recruiting more officers. Even his department was willing that if there was an officer that resigned in good standing, that he would have them join the force back just to help with some of the needs, especially some of the districts there in Austin. So we are going to listen to a little bit more of that as city officials continue to talk about the staffing needs there for the police in Austin.
Co-founder of Save Austin Now and Save Austin Now PAC. I'm here today to announce with our tremendous coalition partners that we did submit 25,600 petitions to the city clerk's office this morning to put our ordinance to make Austin safe on the November 2nd ballot this fall. We validated internally every single petition that we turned in. We believe we will have an extraordinarily high validity rate, and we believe we have turned this in with more than enough time to be certified for the November ballot. This took 55 days from beginning to end. We launched this effort on May 26th, 2021, and we are here today on July 19th, 2021. This was not an easy effort. We had 2 years to build up on Prop B and on overturning the disastrous camping ordinance. We, in this case, only had 55 days to do this in the heat of the summer, with a lot of fatigue after the extraordinary effort we led for 2 years on Prop B. So I'm very, very proud to be with this team, with these coalition partners, and to be able to announce that we've had the success that we've had over this very short period of time. I'll introduce my co-founders, Cleo Petrisek, and then we'll have everyone else speak, and we'll take questions at the end. Cleo.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Cleo Petrisek. I'm the co-founder of Save Austin Now. I love this city. I love Austin. First and foremost, I am a mom, and I want what every mom wants, a safe city to raise our families. We do not have to tolerate explosions and violent crime and children feeling unsafe, and it is within our power to alter the course of events. For some on the far left, and any mention of crime or people feeling unsafe is characterized as fear-mongering. Do not listen to those loud voices that support chaos and anarchy. They do not care about the average citizen trying to make ends meet and build a family. Some say there is a crime wave everywhere and we should just sit back and tolerate everything because it's happening somewhere else. But I don't agree. There are other places it's not happening, and it doesn't have to happen here. It is not inevitable. It is within our control, and that's why I work so hard to support this petition to get it on the ballot with specific requirements to improve our police department. Some people think that most Democrats want to defund the police, but I'm a Democrat and I don't support defunding the police. Our president doesn't support defunding the police. In fact, in a press conference himself last month, asked for more police across the country and more funding for police. The vast majority of Americans do not support defunding of the police. The city will say they didn't defund the police, but on August 13, 2020, Greg Casar sent out a celebratory tweet saying the city council reduced Austin's police budget by over $100 million. Greg Casar is a self-identified DSA, Democratic Socialist candidate, or now a councilman. I do not support these extreme leftist policies. It is not contradictory to understand that our country needed to have and still needs to have serious conversations about policing and race, but also to believe that defunding the police do not solve any problems. It just makes problems worse. Our city council has given us all whiplash on critical issues over this last 2 years. It's time to help them out again. Although they recently passed a new police budget, our ballot measure allows citizens to demand that basic ideas are not subject to every whim of our council. Note that they are hearing us. It is no accident. Note that they are now just hearing us. It is no accident they passed a new budget knowing that voters and the state were coming for them. Voters need to establish some protections against this whiplash. We are asking for your support around these significant but simple measures that will improve policing in the city that we all love. Your support ensures that Austin Police continues to become better professionally and that our city benefits from having the best trained police force in the United States. It is within our power to have this police force in our country. Some city will have the best. Why not us?
I want to welcome up Charlie Wilkeson, who leads the Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas, a statewide organization focused on law enforcement issues. Charlie.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Charlie Wilkeson with CLEAT, Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas. As it comes to operational things or how this is going to impact individual officers, I'm going to defer completely to the Austin Police Association presidents here, and I want to talk generally about what this non-punitive effort is attempting to do. Well, everyone deserves to be safe. Every family, every community, every street. And you deserve to have trust that when the police are called, that there'll be enough of them to answer your call. This is what this is about. And secondly, we need to continue with the trust that the police officers have individually earned from you and collectively earned from as a department. These officers deserve the trust, and if we're training more and better training, more scenario-based training, then this will be the elite police force in the country. So these are the two things that we're looking at, and that's why CLEAT became involved, is because we'd like to see this happen here. We'd like to see the target come off the back of the officers, that they be respected and earn the trust and continue to have the best training. And we'd like to see this revolution exported. Thank you.
I want to welcome up our great friend Ken Cassidy, who runs the Austin Police Association and is an active duty police officer in our city.
Thank you, Matt. Ken Cassidy with the Austin Police Association. Charlie and Matt have already said a lot. The one thing that I want to do today is thank the citizens. We've had 26,500, around that many petitions turned in. It's not the association, that's not Save Austin Now, that's the citizens of Austin coming forward and saying what the city council has done and what Austin Justice Coalition has done is wrong. The abolition or the abolishment of the police department is wrong. It's very clear what the Austin Justice Coalition stands for after comments made by Chaz Moore this week about they do a great job of kicking cops' asses. Well, let me tell you what, the citizens have said no, and they've stepped forward and they've provided an opportunity for the rest of the citizens of Austin to vote on this in November. Thank you.
I wanted to point out one statistic before we continue, and that is we've analyzed the 25,600 or so petitions that we turned in this morning. Roughly 40% of those signed petitions are from people that did not sign a petition on Prop B. So our coalition is growing. There is a growing percentage of this city that desperately wants our city to be safe, to restore public safety to every community, to every neighborhood, so that every family, every child, every business owner feels safe in this community. As Charlie said, it is not too much to ask, or it should not be too much to ask, that we have safety in our city. I want to welcome up at this time our friend Dennis Ferris from the Austin Police Retired Officers Association.
Thank you, Matt. I'm Dennis Ferris with the Austin Police Officers Retired Association. I'm here not only representing the retired officers of Austin, but the families too, being the father of a current Austin police officer. What you guys did for them today is fantastic. It is going to be such a morale boost for the officers to know that the citizens are behind them. You know, the council last summer kept talking about how they had tens of thousands of people call in saying they wanted them to do this to the police department. This is what they wanted. This is what they wanted. Well, first of all, there's no way physically 10,000 of people could have called in and told the council that. But let's say they did. Well, now we've got 25,600 citizens of Austin telling the council what you did was wrong, and we're going to fix it. It's going to get fixed. And just so you'll remember this, when the Austin Police Department had adequate staffing, Austin was the safest city in Texas. It was one of the safest big cities in the country, like either one or two most of the time. It's not anymore, no matter what Mr. Adler says. It's not, and that has direct effect, because that's a direct effect of this defunding the police and the morale, the low morale and the low staffing. So again, Matt, Cleo, congratulations. Thank y'all.
Last but not least, I want to welcome up Erwin Vallarta, who leads the Texas Police Association.
So my name is Erwin Vallarta with the Texas Police Association. They mentioned a lot about community. They mentioned statistics. But the number one thing with this initiative is that we're starting to see the general public see that there's a need for protection for all people. And I think Cleo mentioned this last press conference, is that whether you're rich or poor, everybody deserves to be protected. Everybody needs that protection, whether it's our business, our children, our grandparents by themselves. Everybody deserves this. Yes, we support law enforcement, but the bottom line is that we're supporting the community that we live in. We want safe streets for our children, we want safe streets for our businesses. And again, I thank you, Matt, Cleo, for your leadership. And I think this is really, really important. So as we move forward, this petition, I think regardless of anything else that we focus on, is that we want to end the war on law enforcement and actually focus on the war on crime. That's what we want to focus on. And whether you're rich or poor, we want to focus the fact that we're here for you, for each one of you who have no voice out there having to suffer. And so as law enforcement officers, we want community to be safe, and we're there for you. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
I'll just make some concluding comments and we'll take some questions. So again, we are truly thrilled to be in this position after this Herculean effort from so many people that worked so hard over a 55-day period. The simple reality is Austin's never been less safe than it is today, and it will be less safe tomorrow than it is today, and it will be less safe next week than it is this week. And that's going to continue all the way through November 2nd unless this police staffing crisis is turned around. And so today we are sending a very clear message that this city supports law enforcement, even if City Hall does not. We are going to put this in front of the voters and let the voters decide. And anyone that denies that effort is, I believe, disenfranchising the rights of the citizens who signed this petition. And so we are excited about this. We believe, to Charlie's point, that Austin can become a model for the nation. I want to remind you what our ordinance actually does. Number one, it addresses the staffing crisis that we have in our city directly by requiring a minimum standard of 2.0 police officers per 1,000 population. That is the nationally recognized standard for safe cities. Combines that with a minimum community engagement time requirement of 35% for police officers, making sure they're in the field sufficient amount of time policing in their community. Second, we will double police training hours from 40 hours post-cadet graduation to 80 hours per year. That will make Austin the single best trained police force of any major city in the United States. Not only will it allow for things like scenario-based training, like Charlie mentioned, it will allow for things like escalation, de-escalation training, sensitivity training, advanced communication training, and close quarters combat training. Ultimately, it will be decided by the academy, but these are the kinds of things that you can do with 80 hours that you can't do with 40 hours. Finally, we do enact significant police reforms addressing minority hiring through foreign language proficiency, addressing retention by providing incentives for officers who are current on the good conduct medal status every 5 years, and addressing, unfortunately, the lack of curiosity we have among our mayor, city council, their staff, and our public safety commissioners, who, with very, very, very few exceptions, have never done the Citizens Police Academy and have never even done a ride-along. That needs to change. So today we are here to say that Austin is going to stand up and support law enforcement. We are going to give them the tools they need to be successful, to make Austin safe again, and we are going to have an overwhelming victory on November 2nd and send a clear signal that, again, if City Hall doesn't support law enforcement, this city does. Questions?
Now the campaign begins. Is this going to be run similar to how you guys ran the homeless petition effort?
It will be. We expect certification to occur over a 10 to 12-day period, depending on, ultimately up to the city clerk's office. Generally, as I understand it, they hire temporary people to come in and analyze the petitions. They'll make their announcement, and obviously that announcement will determine whether we're on the ballot or not. We believe at this point that every petition we turned in was valid. There may be a couple duplicates in there due to human error, but the vast majority of the ones we turned in are going to be valid. I believe we had a 96 or 97% validity rate last time, and I expect a similar validity rate this time. In terms of the campaign, sure, we are going to turn our attention to that now. We raised a considerable amount of money, but we spent a considerable amount of money to put this on the ballot. It took an enormous effort to do this in 55 days over the heat of the summer after just coming off Prop B. We spent 2 years to get to that point. 25 days after the Prop B victory, we launched this effort. And so there was a lot of fatigue among our financial supporters, among our volunteers, among our own team. But we worked really hard. We were thrilled to earn the support of so many law enforcement organizations from around the city and around the state. We believe additional organizations are going to support our effort now that we're on the ballot. So we did learn a lot through Prop B. Steve Adler said at South by Southwest that it was going to be very, very close. What's one more thing that he was wrong about? It was not very close. We earned almost 91,000 votes and won 58-42. And it was an overwhelming victory, and so we believe we'll have another overwhelming victory here because the consequences of this defund the police disastrous proposal and situation are becoming more clear every minute of every day. We've had 3 homicides on 6th Street the last 4 weekends. And downtown has never been less safe than it is right now. And it's not just downtown. If you download the Citizen app, you will be shocked at the circumstances that our police are responding to on a hour-by-hour, day-by-day, and week-by-week basis. As Austin Police Association President Ken Cassidy said just a few days ago, 96% of scheduled shifts are not fully staffed. So it is truly unconscionable that we are, as a city, asking our police officers to put their lives on the line, to go in for shifts across our city, but they're doing so in a way that is not fully staffed. When you add to that the fact that we're closing specialized units or decimating them, whether it be sex crimes, boat enforcement, traffic enforcement, anti-gang unit, the list goes on, it's going to make our city less and less and less safe. So we have to fix this mess. Steve Adler and Greg Kassar don't believe they created a mess. They're unable to see that. Right now, 25,600 citizens of Austin have stood up and said, this policy's failed. We're going to support our police. We're going to overturn this staffing crisis. We're going to make Austin safe again. So 107 days from now, we are going to have an overwhelming victory in this city. And we invite every single Austinite that wants the city to be safe again to join us by visiting SaveAustinNowPAC.com. You can donate, you can volunteer, you can follow our social media accounts. There's lots of ways to get involved, but we need more and more and more people to help us because that's what it's going to take to have the overwhelming victory that we're going to need.
Opponents of getting this measure on the ballot would say that they don't see realistically how this would be funded. What's your answer to that? Who kind of, is in charge of figuring out the funding if it does pass?
Yeah, so look, the question of funding wasn't really an issue before they defunded. So the money was there then, it can be there again. We know because of House Bill 1900 or because of our momentum, the city did just release a proposed budget that does increase police funding. And that's a positive thing. The problem is it does not adequately address the staffing crisis that we are facing. They moved the 911 call center back in. They moved the DNA crime lab back in. They are allowing 2 cadet classes to be scheduled and to graduate. The problem is that the attrition that we're suffering over that period of time is going to almost entirely wipe out the gains we will get from those cadets who graduate. So you either realize and admit that we have an absolute crisis in police staffing, or you don't. And right now, Steve Adler and Greg Kassar and Natasha Harper-Madison and a number of others refuse to see or refuse to admit that gravity exists. And it does. It's a basic math problem that we have. We are 390 officers short of where we should be as a city of our size. We have something like 165 vacancies currently. We're seeing something like 15 officers retire every month, fastest rate in 5 years. The list goes on and on and on. So, look, it's a question of priorities. People want to ask, how much does this cost? Where do you find the money? The money was there 2 years ago. The money is now there because of House Bill 1900. So it's not simply a question of money, it's a question of priorities. And if this city does not fix this staffing crisis by addressing the attrition and addressing the fact that we're growing as fast as we are, the delta is growing. And that is why I say that our city has never been less safe today, and it will never have been less safe than it is next week. We are currently at 2008 staffing levels when our city was 45% as large as it is today. By the end of the year on the current trajectory, we will be at 1998 levels. Staffing, we were 25% as large. That is why I say we will be less safe in December than we were in November, than we were in October, than we were in September. And the list goes on and on. So it's a question of priorities, and it is the single most fundamental responsibility of any elected official, of any government at any level, but particularly at the local level, to ensure that public safety is provided. And they have failed in their single most basic responsibility, and we're going to fix that mess for them.
In terms of implementation, we're still haven't fully implemented Prop B. I think some people questioned why City Council didn't at least have a game plan together before it passed, in case it did. Will there be a push from you guys for them to move a little faster? Should this be passed in November?
Well, first of all, we believe that putting this on the ballot shows broad community support for what we're doing. And that should inform this City Council in terms of the direction that they want to go. There's no education in the second kick of a mule, but unfortunately we have to keep kicking the city in the head. We don't enjoy it, but we do it because it's necessary. It is absolutely true that the city has not been serious about enforcing Prop B. We are now at almost 90 days. August 1st will be 90 days. And while tents have been reduced something like 20%, according to statistics released by the Austin Police Department. And while the growth of the homeless community has stopped, we have not seen full enforcement yet, and that should be unacceptable to every Austinite who voted for this, the 58% majority that did. We obviously are not in city government. We are advocates and volunteers and citizens who are putting something on the ballot. We would hope that city leaders would respect the will of the voters. The mayor and the council like to talk a lot about democracy and elections and voter suppression. In this case, we believe that voters were suppressed in the first petition drive when we were not certified for the ballot. We are suing on that, and that lawsuit continues. In this case, Prop B passed overwhelmingly, and the city has not been serious. They've identified 78 sites as potential sites for camping. They've now concluded 76 of them are not possible. That's a fail rate of 98%. So we obviously take enforcement very seriously. We do this work because we want to see outcomes, because we want to see life improve. Unfortunately, we are limited by the competency of City Hall, of the city manager, and of city staff. But we are going to keep up the pressure. Our Army is growing every minute of every day, and this petition drive is going to be an enormous organizing opportunity for the city to send a clear and unmistakable signal that we stand on the side of public safety and that we are going to make the city safe again over the express wishes and decisions of city leadership. One last question? Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Do you guys have any estimate numbers-wise, either compared to this year's budget or Cronk's proposed increased budget next year, how much more it might cost to up the staffing levels to what this ordinance would do, you know, increase yearly training, those retention bonuses, that kind of thing? Is there any kind of figure on that?
Yeah, so I would start by saying, and I don't know if Ken or Charlie want to chime in, please tell me if you do, but what I would say is it's not a question of money. It's, again, a question of priorities. We obviously were not at 2.0 police officers 2 years ago, but we were not at 1.2 or so where we are now. And we recognize it's going to take time to ramp up, but we have to ramp up because things are getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And so you have to ramp up faster to arrest that decline. So there's no question that there will be more inspection on cost. At the end of the day, it's a question of priorities, right? Remember what the City Council did. They said that they could cut up to $150 million in August of 2020. They did that with an 11-0 vote. They cut $20 million immediately, and they have been slowly transferring money from the police department to other things, some of which may be good things, and some of which are probably not good uses of money compared to funding our police department and addressing staffing. And so I want to say they've moved something like 60 or 70 million of that 130 million so far, but they're basically using the police department as a piggy bank for the other things that they want to do. And if they want to fund both the police department fully and do those other things, that they can do that, and they can make that case to voters, and they can stand on their record. Right now, they're not doing that. Right now, they're undermining our police department. They're making it harder for the police to do the job that they know they have to do, and they're funding things that they may believe will prevent crime, but are not preventing crime faster than crime is getting worse. Violent crime is rising at the fastest rate in 5 years. This week, we will almost surely break our all-time record of 48 homicides. We're at 47 right now. It is mid-July. That should worry everyone. And it's not just about homicides. It's about traffic fatalities. It's about all kinds of other crimes that are rising at the fastest rate in 5 years. So there will be an analysis, obviously, of exactly what this means, but it's always going to be a question of priorities. And what concerns us is that there was really no thoughtful study about the effect on staffing and the effect on violent crime when Defund the Police passed 11-0 last year. So we're not going to take criticism from people who weren't serious on the front end, who created a disaster, who refuse to admit the disaster exists, and refuse to be part of the solution now. This is the only serious proposal that will make Austin safe again. So you can either support...
All right, that was from city officials there and community members in Austin talking about the need there, that they hope that they could get more police there on the staff. As they said, crime is going up there in Austin. When we come back here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox, we will have an update on the January 6th insurrection, the first U.S. Capitol rioter convicted of a felony. And we'll bring you the very latest, what happened in court, in just a little bit. More news coming in just 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to News and from Live Now from Fox as we continue to roll on right here, give you the updates that are happening live and worldwide, of course, here. We now go out to a story that has a lot of attention because of everything that had happened back on January 6th regarding the Capitol insurrection. And today, really the first time a U.S. Capitol rioter gets a felony. So let's bring that to you with the very latest right here from Fox 13. We go out to Gloria right now with the very latest. Gloria Gomez, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I could tell you Paul Hodgkins did apologize to the court today for his actions, saying he was ashamed. But I think at the end of the day, the images of that day are so striking. It really just struck with the judge. He was sentenced to 8 months in prison by this D.C. judge today. The 38-year-old Tampa man is the first to actually plead guilty to obstruction of an official proceeding, which is a felony for his involvement in the deadly riots of January 6th. That carries a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. However, the prosecutor did acknowledge that he didn't destroy property and didn't harm anyone. They were asking for 18 months in prison. Hodgkins apologized, telling the court that it was foolish decision on his part to do that day. His attorney says his client is a law-abiding citizen that had a bad judgment call that day. We spoke to him a few minutes ago. He says his client is taking the sentence pretty hard. Take a look.
He made a mistake. He admitted it. Now, you know what? Unless you're perfect, then stop casting stones. You know, he messed up. He screwed up. He's going to pay his debt to society. Give the guy a break.
However, the judge didn't see it that way. He said Hodgkins contributed to the assault on democracy that will leave us standing for years to come. Aside from his 8-month prison sentence, he will also have to serve 24 months probation. Back to you.
Yeah, and Gloria, this is going to be something for the other people that are awaiting sentences. Really gives a precedent now of what could happen.
Absolutely. It will likely be a benchmark sentence that other defendants will be looking at. Keep in mind, there are hundreds and hundreds of people charged in this Capitol riot. So as these other cases proceed, they will be looking at whether they want to cut a deal with the state or the federal prosecutors or actually go to trial. And in this case, I think the fact that he pled guilty so early on in the process, the judge says really favored him and helped him in that ruling. Back to you.
All right, Gloria Gomez, thank you so much for giving us the very latest update with Fox 13. We appreciate it. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking another quick 2-minute break here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're heading out to Maryland right now, getting an update on a fatal shooting involving Montgomery County police officers. And we are bringing this to you right here on Live Now from Fox, where a 21-year-old man is dead after officers shot him during an armed standoff at a McDonald's on Friday night. Let's listen.
The Management Services Bureau and Assistant Chief of Police Carmen Faciolo of the Community Resources Bureau. We're gathered here today to discuss the officer involved. We're gathered here today to discuss the officer-involved shooting that occurred on Friday evening in Gaithersburg. The chief will provide an overview of the incident and offer remarks, followed by remarks from our county executive. Then we will allow at least 5 minutes afterwards for questions from you all. Thank you. Chief.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Chief Marcus Jones, Chief of Police for Montgomery County Police. I want to begin by saying that we as police officers hope that we never have to discharge our weapons and use deadly force. Our hearts are with the family of Mr. Ryan LaRue, as well as our officers that responded to Friday's evening's call. On Friday, July 16, 2021, at approximately 9:15 p.m., the Montgomery County Emergency Communications Center received a trespassing call from the McDonald's located at 18273 Flower Hill Way in Gaithersburg. According to the caller, a customer ordered food and refused to pay or move his vehicle from the drive-through lane. Please note that we held this call due to other priority calls for service at that particular time. At approximately 22:28 hours, at 10:28 p.m., a uniformed 6th district officer in a marked patrol car responded to the McDonald's, where he encountered a white Honda CR-V parked in the drive-through lane. A single male occupant, later identified as 21-year-old Ryan LaRue of Gaithersburg, was sitting in the driver's seat of the vehicle. As the uniformed officer approached the vehicle, he observed a handgun on the front seat of the vehicle. The officer ordered the man to exit the vehicle at gunpoint and requested backup. Additional uniformed officers in marked patrol vehicles arrived, secured the area, and evacuated staff and patrons of the McDonald's. The officers attempted to de-escalate the situation by negotiating with Mr. LaRue for approximately 30 minutes and called in for a negotiator. In the meantime, officers on scene formulated an arrest plan for a peaceful conclusion to this event. The officers were able to contact Mr. LaRue on his cell phone and made several attempts to talk with him. A sergeant on scene spoke with Mr. LaRue on his cell phone and tried to convince him to exit the vehicle in a safe manner. However, he was not cooperative. Just prior to the negotiator's arrival, there was a use of force, resulting in Mr. LaRue being shot by the officers. Several officers on scene immediately rendered aid to Mr. LaRue until Montgomery County Fire and Rescue arrived on the scene and transported him to an area hospital, where unfortunately he was later pronounced dead. A loaded Glock 27 was recovered from Mr. LaRue's person. The incident is being investigated by detectives from the Major Crimes Division of Montgomery County Police and the Howard County State's Attorney's Office. We'll review the officer-involved shooting at the conclusion of this investigation. With any officer-involved shooting, the involved officers have been placed on administrative leave during the investigation. An establishment agreement between the Montgomery County State's Attorney's Office and the Howard County State's Attorney's Office stipulates that when an officer-involved shooting involving injury or a death occurs in one county, the other county state's attorney's office will review the event. I want to make clear that body-worn cameras are a helpful tool, but they do not replace the human eye and what the officers actually saw. We are working to ensure all video footage is recovered from the scene. As with any officer-involved shooting, this is a criminal investigation into the actions of the police officers. Detectives met and talked with Mr. LaRue's family, and they were offered the opportunity to view the body-worn camera footage. They accepted that offer. My plan in the very near future is for body camera footage for this investigation to be released. Thus far, the county executive has viewed it, the family has viewed it. It is in possession of the Howard County State's Attorney's Office. We will also allow at a later time the county council to review it. Once it has been reviewed by all parties, video will be released to the public. The officers involved in Friday evening's event have a combined 58 years of police experience. They are Officer Sarah Vaughn, 3 years of experience. Officer Brooks Inman, 13 years of experience. Officer John Cerny, 19 years. And Officer Roman Schmuck, 23 years. In closing, I would like to thank the first responders, Montgomery County Fire Rescue, as well as the doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals who provided care on Saturday evening. At this time, I'd like County Executive Elrich to come forward for a statement.
So these are the worst kinds of press conferences. There's nothing to feel good about. Tragedy happened the other night, and I extend my condolences to the LaRue family over the loss of their child. This is really hard, and when you get to see the video, no one would have expected this outcome from the way the video began. No one would have expected this outcome, and it makes it all the more tragic. I want to assure everybody this is going to be fully investigated. And as the chief said, we're working with Howard County, as our practice is, for them to do the determination of responsibility might be the right word, in this event. And we've done this before, and we continue to do that. It assures that there's an independence, that our state's attorney who works with the police is not the one also doing the investigation. So there's a reason why we've separated these things. I spoke to the Howard County attorney today and asked him about the body-worn camera footage, because we know that people are going to want to see this footage as soon as possible, and he assured me that once they've completed the investigation and taken the statements, that the footage should be available. But they want to make sure that no video footage is out there before they've taken statements from everybody involved in it, because we do not want statements being changed to match a video. So this will give them an opportunity to see what everybody says based on their experience in that moment. We are going to review every aspect of this. There are two things that we have to determine. One is responsibility and how the shooting came about. The deeper question is, what did we do, and could we have done anything differently that might have prevented this outcome? And so we will do a review of our own procedures, how people were placed and how people handled this, so to see if there are things we can do to improve it so we don't wind up in a situation like this and get a similar outcome. I will confirm what the chief said, that for about 30 minutes of the video that I watched, the conversation was calm. People weren't shouting at Mr. LaRue to get out of his vehicle. Everything seemed to be static and peaceful. but no reason to think anything was going to come about. And within a matter of seconds, all that changed. So we need to better understand what was happening, and we will complete our investigation. People will be fully informed, and we will do the right thing when this is over. And I just want to thank the chief, everybody who's here today, for your work in what I'm sure is going to be a thorough, complete investigation. I know the Howard County folks aren't here, but I think our process, which we set up to allow for independent investigations, is one of the things that helps ensure the integrity of this process. So I will stop there. And is there somebody else we turn it to? Okay.
So we will allow approximately 5 minutes for questions. Sir.
Can we talk through the video? Did he grab for the weapon? Can we give us any detail? I know we can't see it yet, but can you talk about what happened in that moment when the shot was ran?
So, as I noted earlier, where the human eye sees one thing and our video sees the views are different. What I will speak to is the fact that it is nighttime, even though McDonald's is well lit. I will tell you that the vehicle was dark inside. So there is very limited information that we can share at this point in time about exactly what's seen. There's more video that we're seeking. We're hoping that we're able to see more in the additional video. We're not quite sure what we will see, but there's more from an investigative standpoint that stands by that says what transpired, because at this point, I can't really give that answer at this point.
Chief, do you have any indication that mental health played a factor here, or drugs or alcohol? We have heard listening to scanner traffic, there may have been an alcohol bottle in the car. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I will confirm we did recover some alcohol, but I don't know exactly the answer to that question. I will tell you just Mr. LaRue's demeanor was calm to some degree. He was not agitated in his voice at all when we actually had a phone conversation with him. There were nothing else in his actions that led us to believe anything different at that moment. So at this point, we're still doing a lot of follow-up to try to understand exactly what his state of mind may have been. So there's a lot more to discuss there.
Can you elaborate on, you said the gun was on his person?
At this point, I would just state that it was visible to the officers when they went to remove Mr. LaRue from the vehicle in order to initiate CPR. And so it was in his mere possession at that point in time.
Still on the passenger seat, though?
No, it was not on the passenger seat, but it was on his lap, right.
Sir, can you clarify when you said that the human eye and videos need to be different? Are you saying your officers are saying one thing, but the video shows something
No.
else? What do you mean by that?
So I'm not saying that at all. If you could imagine, if we have our body-worn camera videos and my body is turned this way and I am dealing with the situation this way, the body-worn camera video is actually going to only show that direction and not the direction in which my eyes are focused upon. And let's say even if the body-worn camera video is face forward, it has its limitations to exactly how much it can see in the light and in the dark. And so distance is an issue here. And there's other barriers that are issues here. That again, that limits our view of exactly from that officer's body-worn camera video of what we can actually see. So when we say, we still have to talk to the officers and to get that information from them as what did they react to based upon their view, their personal view with their own eyes. That's what is going to tell more of the story.
Chief, can you explain why investigators have not been able to talk to the officers yet?
Well, in Maryland, as you're well aware, that the Maryland Law Enforcement Officers Bill of Rights, which is still active, is that officers have up to 10 days and actually to give statements and can be represented and are represented by legal counsel prior to giving any statement. So at this point in time, that has not been initiated to this point.
You mentioned that crisis intervention was called.
crisis negotiator.
Do you feel adequate that their response time was adequate? And you mentioned that an officer was on the phone negotiating with them. Why an officer and not crisis?
The sergeant who was talking to him on the phone. So what we had was, again, we have 30 minutes of time, right? You have the time of when we initially respond. What are we trying to get him to respond to? Our orders, and we realized probably I would say around 10 minutes into the incident that we're now sort of in a barricade type situation. We have our duty commander who responded to the scene, who was present, who was managing the event, and our duty commander requested, who has extensive experience in our emergency response teams based upon his police experience, he requested a negotiator who was working, who we didn't necessarily know who was actually working in the county, so we had to find out where that officer was. And that officer was in another district, but we don't know where he was responding from, even though when we make that response, they come lights and sirens. So we were trying to get them there as fast as possible, but also understand we had really slowed this event down. And it was our intention to slow it down even further. And again, we had, attempted with the sergeant on the scene to actually have a conversation with Mr. LaRue to see how could we resolve the situation. And so he was just doing that in the meantime until the negotiator arrived.
Chief, is there any more you can say about how many of the officers that you identified here fired shots, how many shots were fired, or where the was shot?
So at this point in time, I cannot. That is still under investigation. We are still working with the medical examiner's office. We are still working with crime scene to make sure that we can ascertain and answer that question properly. We will answer that question at a later time.
Chief, do you know how many shell casings were recovered?
I do not. I do not at this time.
Is there any evidence that the man who was shot off a bullet himself?
I have no evidence of that at this time.
Do you have a picture of the man who was shot actually holding the gun?
As I noted earlier in our body-worn camera footage, is that it is very difficult to see. And so it is very difficult even from the camera footage to be able to ascertain that. We are still working on other leads in order to try to figure out if we can determine that or other evidence that may exist.
So at this point, you don't know whether or not you have a picture of the man holding that gun?
I don't know that at this point in time, no.
Can you spell the victim's names and the officers?
Mr. Ryan is spelled R-Y-A-N. His last name is spelled L-E-R-O-U-X. X is an X-ray. The officers' names, first is Officer Sarah Vaughn, S-A-R-A. Her last name is spelled V-A-U-G-H-A-N. The second officer is Brooks, like Brooks Robinson, Brooks Inman, I-N-M-A-N, and John Cerny. John, common spelling, Cerny, C-E-R-N-Y, and the last officer is Roman, R-O-M-A-N-D, and the last name is spelled S-C-H-M-U-C-K.
All right, thank you for your time, and when we have more information, we'll be providing that to the public. Thank you.
All right, we just wanted to show you that update from earlier. That was out of Montgomery County, Maryland, where just outside police headquarters there, we did have a shot. It's not so great anymore, but the family of that 21-year-old man, his name Ryan LaRue, he was shot and killed Friday by Montgomery County police outside of McDonald's. Now family, friends, members of that community are questioning the actions of police on Friday night there outside that McDonald's. Police say, though, LaRue was in a car with a gun in the front seat. And so this standoff situation ensued, resulting in the death of Ryan LaRue, only 21 years old. And so we do have a shot. It's blurry. It's not great, of some people outside the police department right now. And this kind of all dovetails. We're going to stay in Montgomery County, Maryland for just an update, because a police official who has run the Montgomery County, Maryland Police Department has been selected as chief of the U.S. Capitol Police after the January 6th insurrection. You'll know that they have been acting with an interim police chief there for the Capitol Police Force. His name's J. Thomas Manger. He most recently served for 15 years as the chief in Montgomery County, Maryland, has now been tapped to lead the U.S. Capitol Police. So we just wanted to update you on that. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you had a good weekend. We're going to get to a lot more stories here on this Monday afternoon. First, though, a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you after that. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. In the moment, we do want to go out to the Pentagon briefing with the Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby today, making some news, especially about the U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. And remember, we've been talking a lot about what is going to happen with these thousands of Afghan interpreters and translators that have assisted and worked alongside with U.S. troops for 20 years. And so the news today out of the Pentagon, they have formally received State Department a request to house approximately 2,500 Afghans based on this special immigrant visa that has been issued. The Department of Defense has recommended the use of Fort Lee, Virginia, to house these Afghan applicants, but additional locations may be needed. So that is a step in a direction that many lawmakers especially have wanted to see, especially the Biden administration as well. So let's hear from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby about all of this from earlier today.
But I can confirm that DOD is now in receipt of a formal request for assistance from the State Department for a stateside location or locations capable of housing and supporting approximately 2,500 SIV applicants who have completed the SIV security vetting process. We have recommended, based on this initial request for assistance, the use of Fort Lee in Virginia as a temporary host installation capable of fulfilling this initial request. It's an initial recommendation for Fort Lee. So this initial group of SIV applicants would be able to, while at Fort Lee, be able to safely complete the final steps of the SIV process, such as final medical screenings and final administrative requirements. These initial relocation movements, the first that are under Operation Allies Refuge, will again reaffirm America's commitment to those who have helped us and to whom we owe so much. Now moving forward, additional DoD supporting locations may also be needed, and we're examining other options and certainly we'll be able to provide additional information once we get that. I want to stress that Fort Lee is just an initial location. It is possible that there may be other domestic U.S. installations that we'd have to examine for use to meet this request for assistance from the State Department, but that's where we are right now. I'm also pleased to announce that tomorrow, Secretary Austin will meet with His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan to reaffirm the U.S.-Jordan defense relationship and discuss regional security concerns. The meeting will take place outside of the Pentagon. We'll have more detail on that for you tomorrow. And we will, of course, provide a readout of it. Switching topics, on Saturday, the Navy christened the future United States naval ship John Lewis, a replenishment oiler, during a ceremony in San Diego. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and members of the Congressional Black Caucus were on hand for the ceremony along with Navy leadership, and we're looking forward to welcoming the John Lewis into the fleet. On India, the department would like to congratulate our partners in the Indian Navy who last week received the first 2 of 24 MH-60R Seahawk maritime helicopters from the U.S. Navy and their 10th Boeing P-8 Poseidon maritime surveillance aircraft in Goa, India. India was the first nation outside the United States to operate the P-8 for surveillance missions in the Indo-Pacific. These capabilities will substantially enhance maritime security and strengthen cooperation and interoperability between our two navies. And lastly, this past week, I think you probably have seen the news that widespread flooding has impacted communities in Austria, Germany, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and Switzerland. I'm sure you've all seen the images from this flooding. Obviously, our thoughts and prayers go out to all the families and friends who have been impacted, who have lost loved ones, and certainly those who are concerned for loved ones that are still missing. We're going to continue to stand with our allies and partners in these difficult times, and that's why some DoD personnel at Spangdahlem Air Base have partnered with their German neighbors to deliver about 1,000 sandbags to neighboring communities, and airmen are augmenting local fire department efforts in Bitburg, Germany. These are small actions, but not so small actions, because they do generally show the bond between the United States and our European friends, and we're going to continue to lean in and help in whatever way is feasible and possible. With that, we'll take questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. On the Fort Lee announcement, can you describe more fully what the Defense Department's role there is, at the site as far as security or anything else? How long you expect them to be there? And then on Gitmo, regarding the announcement of the repatriation of the detainee to Morocco, so I understand there are 10 others who were in a similar status of having been cleared for transfer by the periodic review board process. Are those also are also working on getting repatriation arrangements for them?
I don't want to speak too specifically on those other cases, Bob, but you're right that there are potentially 10 others, for security reasons, we're not going to get ahead of process here. But when and if there's something to talk about in terms of transfer to either a home country or another third country, we'll certainly do that appropriately. We obviously
active cases. I mean, they're actively being pursued.
I won't talk. I don't want to talk too much about process ahead of time. If there's movement to speak to, then we'll speak to it at the appropriate time. We obviously still stand by the Commission's process and the importance of doing it properly. On your first question, on what we're going to be providing. So a couple of things. We don't anticipate that these individuals and their families will be at Fort Lee or any other domestic installation, should another installation be required, for long, probably several days or so. You have to remember that these people and their families are in the very final stages of the SIV process, so there's just not a need for them to be on a military installation for long before they'll work through the resettlement process. So just a few days. In those few days, the request for assistance from the State Department that we have reviewed and the Secretary has approved will include obviously appropriate housing for both individuals and families, certainly food and water, proper sustenance, appropriate medical care that's needed when it's needed, and as much comfort as we can provide them in the short span of time that they're going to be there. I mean, for instance, making sure that they have access to religious facilities if they need it, that kind of thing. But again, really short period of time, so it's important to scope that kind of support.
So you're not building new housing of any kind?
No, not at all.
When do you expect them to start arriving?
I'm not going to get into specific timetables on the schedule, David. I think you can all understand that for security purposes, we're not going to be prepared to get ahead of the schedule. But obviously, when they have arrived safely, we'll certainly be able to speak to it at that time. Tara?
Follow up to Bob's question, when these interpreters and their families arrive, will they be allowed to come and go as needed from the base, or are they required to stay on the base?
Yeah, I'm not prepared right now to speak to what the security and movement requirements are going to be once they get to Fort Lee. And again, I want to stress that they would not be there for very long, just several days.
And have there been any agreements made between state and DoD about who is paying for this, or is DoD paying for the housing and feeding and everything like that?
The way I understand the arrangement is that the State Department will work with OMB for appropriate funding for this.
John?
Yeah.
As far as the numbers, you mentioned 2,500. So a portion of that 2,500 would be at Fort Lee. Is that how it's going to work?
No, Fort Lee is the initial location that we're sited on right now. As my colleague at the State Department said earlier, this first group of 2,500 consists of 700 that qualify for the SIV program, and then the remainder are their families. So that's how you get to 2,500. 700 in the program plus their families get you to about 2,500. I don't know that, Tom. But what I can tell you is the initial group will go to Fort Lee, and then we are keeping open the possibility that there may have to be another site or sites available to handle the rest. I don't know.
Besides the domestic U.S. Military facilities, are you still looking overseas at U.S. military bases?
We are. We are still considering overseas locations. These would be, as we've said before, places at which those individuals and families who haven't gone as far in the SIV process as these initial 2,500 have. So there's additional security vetting that has to be done, for instance. And so they would be temporarily relocated outside the continental United States but before coming in for resettlement. Okay? Let me get up to somebody on the phone. I haven't done that at all here. Stephen Losey, military.com.
My question was answered. Thank you very much.
Okay, Laura Seligman, Politico.
Hey, John, just to follow up on the SIV question, it sounds like this is a very small slice of the SIV applicants that would be eligible to stay on a U.S. military base in the continental United States. Do you have an estimate of how many more of these people and their families would be eligible to stay at this same location or a different location in the next couple weeks or months?
At this time, Laura. Janie.
Thank you, John. I have two questions. First question is the U.S. and South Korea Cyber Working Group was launched last week to protect defense technology and the military operation disturbances. Do you have anything on that? And second question.
I'll take the question.
Okay, thank you. That's what you say. And the second question, there are reports that the North Korean cyber agents are based in China, and these are their cooperation with the Chinese government. Therefore, China and North Korea conduct malicious cyber activities together. What countermeasure DOD is taking actions against this guy, this North Korea and China for bad cyber actions?
Without speaking to the specifics of the activities you're talking to, and we obviously don't speak publicly about cyber capabilities and how they're used. All I can assure you is that the department is a part of the interagency discussion about how to respond and to cyber attacks and how to become more resilient as a government, as a society, with respect to cybersecurity. And we have a range of capabilities at our disposal to do that, but I don't have anything specific to talk to.
Anything at the DOD damages from North Korea or Chinese cyber attacks?
I don't.
If you have anything, please let me know.
I don't want to promise you that I would be able to provide that kind of information, but we take cybersecurity very seriously. Courtney?
Just a couple clarifications on the Fort Lee. What kind of housing will they be in? I mean, are they in dorms or something? The idea that there was 2,500 empty rooms on a base seems surprising. And then on the medical, that you're providing them appropriate medical care, does that mean, I think many of them have to come here and have like a medical check or exam as the final part of their process for SIV? Those will be military physicians who will be conducting those medical checks?
So on the first question, again, and if I wasn't clear enough, I can't say that all 2,500 are going to Fort Lee. I mean, you can expect that they most likely all won't arrive together on the same day. That's a pretty big number. So I can't say for certain, and that's why I caveated it right at the top that we might be looking at potentially other installations domestically to help make sure we can accommodate. Right now, the initial decision is to use Fort Lee for this first group, and we'll see where it goes from there. I don't anticipate, as I said to Bob, the building out of infrastructure. So to your point, well, how can you house 2,500 at Fort Lee? We might not have to. And the plan right now is to use existing housing infrastructure at Fort Lee to take care of these folks. The specific request from state asked for housing appropriate for both individuals and for families. And so we're going to, after looking at what we could do, Fort Lee seemed appropriate to be able to meet that initial request for this initial group to be able to house both individuals and families.
And the medical piece?
So again, these are individuals that have gone through almost all the steps in the SIV. There's very little left. And they will be appropriately medically screened before they get on the plane and come to the United States. I'm assuming the State Department will be taking care of that. Obviously, we don't have the capacity to do that. That said, when they get to Fort Lee, as I said to Bob, the request for assistance did ask for us to be able to provide appropriate medical care for them should they need it. I'm not, and that could include additional COVID screening, for instance. But again, we'll work that out on a case-by-case basis with these individuals. They will be medically screened before they get on a plane to come to the United States.
So my understanding is the last step of the SIV process is medical screening that they have to pass. So that's supposed to occur here in the U.S. But it's not military physicians.
No, we'd be participating in providing appropriate medical care for them here, and that could include the medical screening that they still have to do. Yes. Yeah, Matt.
Hi, John. Given that these 2,500 or so would only be at Fort Lee or whatever the final locations are for a few days, is this going to be possibly a revolving door type of situation where new applicants who've been through security screening are coming in as the others are being cycled out, or is this?
I don't know, and I don't want to get ahead of the decision-making process. I can only speak to the request we got in over the weekend from the State Department and what we're doing about it, again, initially at Fort Lee. And I can't really go beyond that right now because we just haven't made those kinds of decisions. Abraham.
Yeah, thanks, John. Did you get any kind of demand signal that be prepared for the tens of thousands more that may need placement domestically and overseas? I mean, you often talk about how DoD is a planning organization. Are you planning for tens of thousands more? And also, any indication you might be using military aircraft in the future?
There's no request for the use of military aircraft for the transportation of these individuals. And as for planning for, tens of thousands, I think we've talked about this before, Abraham. We're mindful of the large number that are in the SIV program right now.